Chapter 1, Broken Up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it started raining. Raindrops hit the glass. Inside the Shangdao coffee shop, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The man's clothes were quite cheap, making him look very incompatible with the girl opposite him. But the bouquet of red roses on the table, a symbol of love and romance, showed that they were indeed a couple. It was already late autumn, and the woman was still wearing a thin floral dress, light makeup, and deep eyes, which made her fragility seem more strong and cold. The background music gradually stopped, and Li Dongyao said coldly, "Fang Yuan, let's break up." Fang Yuan was clearly caught off guard by the girl's words and looked at her blankly. Break up? Why? Li Dongyao's expression was cold and indifferent. The beautiful light reflected on her fair face, but could not reveal her joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Do you have a room? I can go open one now. The 7 days next door is very cheap. Do you have a car? You found me again. I just picked up a yachty at noon. Do you have money? Are you in trouble? I still have a 20,000 yuan credit limit on Huabei. The atmosphere is a bit quiet. After a long silence, Li Dongyao looked at Fang Yuan and said, "You are always so humorous. Anyway, everything is over. You have nothing. You can't give me what I want." Fang Yuan felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard this, but, "I have already given you everything I have. I admit it, but I deserve better. Didn't you say you loved me? Then I hope you can let go more calmly. Everyone has their own dreams. Let's have our own wonderful future." After saying that, she stood up, picked up the bag on the table, and left resolutely. The rain was still falling. Through the glass window of the coffee shop, Fang Yuan saw Li Dongyao walking towards a Bentley. The car door opened and a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked out. The other person also looked through the glass into the coffee shop, and just like in an idol drama, their eyes met without any surprise. There was a hint of teasing on that handsome yet slightly feminine face. How could it be him? Man looking out the window. Various memories related to it kept flashing in Fang Yuan's mind. Ma Yingjie is his college classmate. He has an outstanding family background and good looks. He is a popular figure in the school and is very popular among girls. Fang Yuan has always been at odds with him. The reason was that the other party had always looked down on rural people like Fang Yuan. During college, he targeted Fang Yuan everywhere and made him look bad in various ways. After graduation, Ma Yingjie went abroad to study. Fang Yuan originally thought that he would never meet him again in this life. Unexpectedly, when they met again many years later, he actually stole his girlfriend of 3 years. This is like riding on his head and shitting, and it's the kind that causes diarrhea. Outside the window, Ma Yingjie hugged and kissed Li Dongyao in a show-off manner. Hot blood immediately rushed to his head, and Fang Yuanqi's teeth were chattering. In just a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, some hurt, some angry, some hateful, some sad. All the past turned into an unquenchable resentment, piercing his heart bit by bit. It's so ridiculous. After 3 years of dating, he has given everything to Li Dongyao. When she is sad, Fang Yuan will accompany her all night. When she was tired, Fang Yuan would carry her on his back, no matter how far ahead. She was hungry, and Fang Yuan even skipped work to buy her food. But even after this, she still threw him away like trash and turned around and ran into the arms of someone else. Fang Yuan felt a mixture of misery and crazy anger, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Here comes the knife. I'm going to poke 1,000 holes in this pair of bastards. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is detected to be in a state of extreme anger, and the system has begun to activate. Fang Yuan was stunned. What is that? System? Isn't that a kind of cheat in novels? Am I possessed by a cheat? A true man is born between heaven and earth, with a strong and ardent heart. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, retribution is inevitable. I have appeared, host, your blessing has arrived. The revenge system has been successfully bound. The host can obtain rewards by taking revenge on the target of hatred. The rewards are distributed according to the completion of the task. Current target for revenge, Li Dongyao. Current number of revenges available is 2. Will you get rewards for taking revenge on someone? Is Zunda fake? Fang Yuan didn't quite believe it. This system is ridiculous. There are so many ways to take revenge on people. For example, shitting on someone else's bed is also a form of revenge. If you can get rewards so easily, then the value of the system is too low. System, host, you don't know that high-end systems often only issue the simplest tasks. Even if I asked you to reach for the stars and the moon, you wouldn't be able to do it. That makes sense. However, Fong Yuan still decided to give it a try. Looking at the cars coming and going outside the window, Fong Yuan curled his lips and a plan came to his mind. Without hesitation, he got up and left, intending to launch his revenge plan immediately. It was drizzling and late at night, but the pedestrian street was still crowded with people. Most of them are lonely men who can't bear to be alone at night. The good-looking ones have already found their one-night partners, but more of them are perverts who are eager to vent. Fong Yuan covered his face and walked into a busy public toilet. He found a conspicuous spot, took out the marker he had just bought and began to write smoothly. Door-to-door service, 50 yuan per session, 200 yuan for the entire night, beauty guaranteed, contact information, Ms. Lee, phone number. After finishing, Fong Yuan felt that it was time, so he found a place to take a dump. System, revenge is over, where is my reward? System, it's quite speechless. Is this what you call revenge? Fong Yuan raised his head and said, why not? System, no, you were so angry just now that you activated me. Now you're taking revenge like this? What do you know? In these war-torn times, countless men are ravenous and thirsty. Not only am I attacking Li Dongyao's reputation mentally, I'm also bombarding her with phone calls physically. Killing two birds with one stone. System, alright. Ding. The host successfully avenged Li Dongyao and obtained primary physical enhancement. As Tonzi's voice fell, a wonderful feeling instantly came over him. His whole body suddenly became warm, and strength continued to surge. Although he never exercised, he now had smooth muscle lines and even his appearance was greatly improved. This country is one. This system is awesome. Fong Yuan stared with eyes wide open, looking at the changes in his body, somewhat in disbelief. At this moment, he is full of strength, his body is as fierce as a tiger and his spirit is as strong as an ox. And, he looked down. I'm Zhao. Majestic and solid as a rock. Take off. 10. He can fight 10 now. Just as he was getting excited, Fong Yuan suddenly thought of something and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Brother Tonzi, are you there? What's wrong? Can you give me another pack of toilet paper as a reward? Host, you are humorous. I'm serious. I'm very sorry, I can only issue mission rewards. Chapter 2, Hello, Miss Lee? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the rain stopped. In a private room of a luxurious entertainment club on Zhouyuan Road, Xinyuan Street. A dozen young men and women were raising their glasses to celebrate Ma Yingjie's return and congratulate him on being with Li Dongyao. Cheers rang out one after another. Li Dongyao felt the warmth of Ma Yingjie's palm, and her heart was filled with indescribable sweetness. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Li Dongyao thought it was Fong Yuan calling, so she hung up without even looking at the call and continued to enjoy everyone's blessings. But within 2 seconds, the bell rang again. What a bummer. We've already broken up, and you're still harassing me. Li Dongyao felt annoyed and continued to ignore it. Yao Yao, your phone is ringing. Ma Yingjie smiled lightly and reminded her gently. Li Dongyao frowned and said, it must be Fong Yuan calling, brother Yingjie, let's ignore him. Ma Yingjie shook his head and smiled again, I know Fong Yuan. He's very stubborn. If you don't explain things to him clearly today, he'll pester you again and again. Then I'll take it? Of course, with so many people here today, many of them are our classmates. You might as well turn on the speakerphone so that everyone can hear clearly, and it will also prevent him from slandering you and me in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone realized that Ma Yingjie was deliberately trying to embarrass Fong Yuan in public. However, they did not stop it and kept out of it, as it had nothing to do with them. Everyone was happy to watch the joke. Oh well. Li Dongyao picked up the phone, turned up the volume to the highest, and answered the call. Hello, Miss Lee? There was a strange voice on the other end of the phone. ISNT at Fong Yuan calling? Li Dongyao was surprised, it's me, who are you? Oh, how can I be your father at this hour of night? Stop talking nonsense. I'll take room 502 at the Happiness Hotel for the night. What a mess 502. If you're booking for the whole night, why don't you use 502 to cover your armpit hair? Li Dongyao was confused and hung up the phone directly. It's not Fang Yuan. I guess some psychopath made a mistake. A trace of subtle regret flashed across Ma Yingjia's face. He held Li Dongyao's hand and said teasingly, "It's not him that makes me feel even more sorry for you. We've been in love for 3 years, but on the first day of breaking up, he treated you like a stranger. It's hard to describe a man like that." Under the light, Ma Yingjia had a tender look on his face, which made Li Dongyao's heart flutter and she almost fainted from drinking. At the same time, she felt even more disgusted with Fang Yuan. What a scumbag! It's only the first day since we broke up, and he already doesn't care about me at all. In the past, when she went out for a party, no matter whether it was hot summer or cold winter, he would always wait downstairs on his electric scooter, and would call her every 10 minutes to confirm his safety. Of course, even if Fang Yuan waited longer, she would not ride his electric scooter. After all, she is a little princess, and a luxury car worth less than 1 million is not worthy of her. Yao Yao, forget Fang Yuan. From now on, your life will be taken care of by me. Ma Yingjie looked at Li Dongyao affectionately, with a warm and soft light in his eyes. Wow! Brother Yingjie, so gentle and affectionate. Li Yao, you are so really happy. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The atmosphere became tense and everyone started to make a fuss. Coincidentally, Li Dongyao's phone rang again, interrupting the romantic atmosphere. Li Dongyao answered the phone angrily. A rough voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Miss Li? I have 3 brothers here who have just been released. Can I accept more people? Price is not a problem." What? Li Dongyao was completely confused and couldn't react at all to what was going on. The others, including Ma Yingjie, looked at Li Dongyao in astonishment. She didn't answer the first time, and she dialed the wrong number the second time. Now this is the 3rd time Li Dongyao has received such a call. And every time he mentioned Miss Li by name. This makes people doubt. Is that really what she does? Don't say it, this is very likely. Otherwise, with her figure and looks, why would she date Fang Yuan, who has nothing, for 3 years? Hey, don't hesitate, how about a flat price of $2,000? The voice on the phone rang again. Yes, we have a lot of people here, but Miss Li, grit your teeth and hold on to your bed. No matter how tired you are, it's better than farming. Don't you think so? All of a sudden, all the men in the audience could no longer hold back and began to laugh secretly. As expected of a man who had just been released, what he said was so reasonable. Li Dongyao felt her hair tingle, and she quickly hung up the phone and explained to Ma Yingjie, "Brother Yingjie, this person called the wrong person. I'm not that kind of dirty woman. I trust you." Ma Yingjie pretended to be sincere and said, "A girl as clean as you is certainly not that kind of woman." That's what I said. But in fact, he also began to suspect that Li Dongyao was really a prostitute. However, he didn't care even if she was a prostitute. In these days of constant war, mature men must learn to open their eyes and see the world. The most important thing for a woman is to live well, nothing else matters. Brother Yingjie, thank you for your trust. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjie with love, and her eyes began to become thready. The mood came again, and Ma Yingjie leaned over to kiss Li Dongyao. Li Dongyao was about to respond when her cell phone rang again. Li Dongyao was almost going crazy. She grabbed her cell phone and threw it to the ground. However, the mobile phone that Fang Yuan bought her with 3 months' salary turned out to be surprisingly durable. After it hit the ground, it was not broken, but accidentally hit the answer button. "Hello, Ms. Li, I have a student ID. Can I get a 50% discount on a night out?" At the same time, on the other side, Fang Yuan rode his yachty to the community where Li Dongyao lived. Convinced of the system's authenticity, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and take revenge on Li Dongyao. The spoof-like revenge just now earned him such an awesome reward as physical strengthening. If he goes all out, he can't imagine how much bigger the reward will be. He picked up a brick and hid downstairs of Li Dongyao's house. I plan to hit Li Dongyao with a brick when she comes back, so that she can understand what the black brick from outer space is. The thought just flashed through my mind. The system's voice rang out in his mind, "Fuck, host, this is not a punishment. Retaliation against others and intentional harm are strictly prohibited. Once violated, the system has the right to unbind you on its own." No? Fang Yuan reluctantly threw away the brick and asked, "How about I let someone else do it instead of doing it myself?" Of course not. Instigating others to fight is also a form of intentional injury. Fang Yuan frowned, then I can throw feces at her. System, host, you are always so disgusting. It is possible, but this is the lowest level of revenge. Please make your decision carefully. Is it just low level? Fang Yuan began to think. The system defines 3 levels of revenge: low, medium, and high, and rewards are distributed according to the level of revenge. For this final revenge, I don't have to get a high-level reward, but it has to be at least a mid-level one. But without destroying the body, what kind of revenge can be above the intermediate level? Just as I was thinking about it, a car light shone over from a distance. Chapter 3, I am a loyal and honest person. Fang Yuan thought it was Li Dongyao who came back, so he quickly hid in the bushes nearby. The vehicle slowly drove over. It was not Ma Yingjie's Bentley, but an S6. After stopping, 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. The man was in his 40s, with a big belly and few hairs left. He looked like a bad guy. The woman was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure is well proportioned, neither fat nor thin, giving a very plump feeling, especially her chest, which is full of profound truths that make people dizzy. At this age, when she is mature to the core, even a blink of her eyes exudes an alluring charm. There is a kind of captivating coldness in the corners of her slender eyes. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman, but he was not attracted by her beauty. But it was because that woman was none other than Li Dongyao's aunt, Xin Jijing. Li Dongyao came to the big city to study and work. As a girl, her family was naturally worried about her, so they asked her aunt in the city to help take care of her. Li Dongyao lived in Xin Jijing's house. But it's so late, what is going on? Fang Yuan hid forward. What a stunner! Damn, why didn't I realize she was such a beauty before? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. To be honest, Li Dongyao is already beautiful enough, but her aunt is even more beautiful than her. At this moment, Xin Jijing seemed to be drunk. Her snow-white skin was flushed red, and she walked unsteadily. The bald man supported her, and his pig hand didn't know how to be polite at all, tightly hugging her slender waist. Xin Jijing was probably drunk, and she leaned her long curly hair on the bald man's shoulder, closed her eyes, and let him hug her obediently, without any intention of resisting. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan felt inexplicably jealous. Damn Baldy, you can get such a bargain. Fang Yuan heard from Li Dongyao that her aunt was a very traditional and conservative woman. Unfortunately, she had a bad fate. Her husband died young 7 years ago. She never remarried and has been single ever since. If I hadn't been drunk, there was no way this bald guy would have taken advantage of me. At this time, the bald man had already walked to the front of the apartment building with Xin Jijing in his arms. The dazzling light made Xin Jijing's mind a little clearer. She struggled to get out of the bald man's arms. Director Liu, I'm home. Thank you for taking me here. It's very late. You should go home early too. Baldy Liu grabbed her hand and said, it's not 2 steps away. I'll take you upstairs. Really? Xin Jijing wanted to pull her hand out, but she was so dazed that she couldn't exert any strength. Hey, I'm your leader, why are you being so polite to me? Let me carry you upstairs. Baldy Liu pulled Xin Jijing into his arms even harder. No, don't. Xin Jijing struggled hard. Baldy Liu had bad intentions to begin with, and Xin Jijing's struggle only aroused his excitement. Why not, Jijing, I like you. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I've been thinking about you even in my dreams. Can you give me one chance? No, you have a wife and children, we can't do this. Xin Jijing panicked and struggled desperately. It's more exciting to have a family. Jijing, just obey me. I'll let you know what a real man is. An evil smile appeared on Baldy Liu's face. No, I will never agree to you even if I die. If you don't let go, I'll scream. Go ahead and scream as much as you want. I must kill you today. Even Jesus can't stop me. I'm telling you. Fang Yuan, who was squatting in the bushes watching the show, couldn't stand it anymore when he heard such awesome words. How many dishes are there? Why are you drinking so much? Since Jesus can't stop you, I have to do it myself. The next second, Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and music started playing. I'm the master of the world, I'm free to go anywhere. Who's there? Baldy Liu suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look in the direction where the singing came from. Before he could see clearly, a fist as big as a sandbag came towards him. Bang! Baldy Liu screamed, and his whole body was knocked back. With a thud, he hit the iron door of the residential building firmly. I am. Baldy Lou covered his face with one hand and struggled to stand up, holding onto the iron door with the other. I'm Director Lou. Which bastard ruined my plans? Ha, Director Lou, right? Today I'm going to transform you into Director Pig. Fang Yuan took a step forward, grabbed the few remaining hairs on Baldy Lou, and slammed the iron gate in front of him. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive hits, Lou Baldhead's face was covered in blood and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth, with teeth mixed in the blood. Director Pig, are you still awesome? Baldy Lou's head was hit so hard that he was confused. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Fang Yuan chuckled. Oh, you're quite stubborn. Looks like you need to continue to reform. The light voice fell into Lou Bald's ears, making him tremble with fear. He forcefully spat out the blood that was stuck in his throat. My dear hero, I am no longer so awesome. Please forgive me and leave me some of my beautiful hair. Fang Yuan let go, and a clump of hair fell out. Director Lou's hair was already sparse, and now there were only a few strands left. Get lost. You're really embarrassing us. Looking at Baldy Lou fleeing in panic, Fang Yuan was also very emotional. The body strengthened by Tongzi is so terrifying. In the past, he had difficulty doing 10 push-ups, and often had to let Li Dongyao move herself. Now look at him, his fist as big as a sandbag knocked Lou Baldhead, who weighed less than 200 pounds, flying away in one blow. It really scared him. Fang Yuan, what are you? Xin Zhijing had met Fang Yuan before. At this moment, she was looking at him who had come down from the sky like a hero to save the damsel in distress. Just as she was about to say something, her body suddenly went limp and she seemed to be about to fall. Fang Yuan was quick to catch Xin Zhijing and prevent her from falling. However, her already delicate body collapsed in Fang Yuan's arms like water. At this moment, Xin Zhijing's breathing was disordered, her eyes were blurred, and her body was also extremely hot. Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Xin Zhijing didn't smell strongly of alcohol, and was far from being drunk, but she acted like this, so there was only one truth. She was drugged. Fuck me. In shock, Fang Yuan looked around. It was late at night and there was no one around. The conditions exist, but I am a loyal and honest person. Fang Yuan thought about it and finally decided to stick to the bottom line and not touch the exciting plots in his mind. He decided to send Xin Zhijing home, and then called Li Dongyao to ask her to come back and deal with it. So Fang Yuan carried Xin Zhijing upstairs. After putting Xin Zhijing on the bed, Fang Yuan called Li Dongyao. But a cold voice came from the other end. The user you dialed is powered off. Fang Yuan was stunned, then he remembered that Miss Li's phone number was written by him in the public toilet. The hungry old customers must have turned off her phone long ago. What should I do? Just as he was feeling distressed, Xin Zhijing's warm body pressed against Fang Yuan's back. In just a few moments, she had pulled her clothes clean. Even though Fang Yuan was still wearing clothes, he could still feel the incredibly smooth skin. Xin Zhijing's pair of soft, cotton-like hands kept stroking his chest, moving down and down. Fang Yuan sniffed the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart. Fang Yuan bit his tongue hard and forced himself to calm down. He broke free from Xin Zhijing's embrace and forced her onto the bed. No one dared to look at her body. Just because. Her body is so beautiful. Fang Yuan was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would explode. Chapter 4, You Really Made Me Suffer. Xin Zhijing was pinned down by Fang Yuan and couldn't move, but she was breathing even harder. There is a charming expression on her rosy cheeks, and her eyes are full of desire for the opposite sex. Give it to me, give it to me. Xin Zhijing's voice was trembling with anxiety, but this made her even more charming. She's hungry. She's really going crazy with hunger. If we don't help her, someone might die. Well. Fang Yuan sighed heavily. Well, if I don't go to hell, who will? As a kind-hearted person, I absolutely cannot watch a young life disappear like this. Fang Yuan has always been honest, so he took out his mobile phone, found the best camera angle, and started recording. I swear to God, he definitely didn't do this for the purpose of spreading the word. After all, no one would spread the word about themselves. He did this purely to prove his innocence so as to avoid being blackmailed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's clothes disappeared. Shin Jijing stuck very close to him, her eyes were seductive, and her hands kept groping Fang Yuan's body. The expression on his face was particularly charming. Looking at the seductive body in front of him that exuded the ultimate charm, Fang Yuan couldn't help swallowing and stopped being polite. My kindness has brought me trouble. You've caused me so much pain. Early morning. Shin Jijing woke up in a daze, feeling a slight pain in her body. But it was more of a relaxing feeling, as if I had a full body spa, all the meridians in my body were unblocked, and I felt refreshed. When she opened her beautiful eyes, what came into view was a handsome profile. Am I dreaming? I've been single for so long that I actually had this kind of dream. Shin Jijing was slightly dazed, and her cheeks felt a little hot. The man in the dream had delicate features and a face as sharp as if it were carved by a knife. He was handsome but also had a naughty and ruffian look. And the man's proof was also full of blood and vigor, extremely. It's hard to look away. Etc. Shin Jijing suddenly felt that the man's profile was extremely familiar. How could it be him? Shin Jijing was completely shocked and bit her tongue. The real pain made her heart skip a beat and she woke up completely. She kicked the man off the bed with a fierce kick and became completely panicked and screamed in fear. Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly over there, was startled by the sudden kick and Shin Jijing's sudden scream. Damn it! Is Lao Wang back? Fang Yuan didn't say anything and quickly crawled under the bed, his skill was so touching. Ha! After crawling under the bed, Fang Yuan was suddenly stunned. He looked around and realized that he was not at old Wang's house at all. Then he crawled out from under the bed. Shin Jijing sat on the bed, clutching the quilt covering her chest tightly with both hands, shivering in panic, and spoke in a voice that was both embarrassed and annoyed. Fang Yuan, why are you here? What did you do to me? Her curly hair was messy, just like her mood at the moment, strands of hair that could not be cut or sorted out. What is going on? Why would she sleep in the same bed with this man? If this gets out, how can she live her life? How is she going to face Li Dongyao? Shin Jijing was trembling all over, her white teeth biting her thin lips, tears flooded her eyes, and her heart was filled with grief and despair. Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. He slowly put on his shorts, then picked up the phone next to him and threw it to Shin Jijing. Auntie, we have to speak with conscience. I was completely passive in this matter. The evidence is on my phone. If you don't believe me, just watch it frame by frame. You even recorded a video. Shin Jijing felt even more ashamed and angry. She subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan recorded the video to threaten her so that he could maintain an improper relationship with her for a long time. Especially after she saw that the video was 2.5 hours long, she became more convinced of this judgment. Because a feature film is exactly this length. Abnormal. Even if it means destroying her innocence, she will never let Li Dongyao be with this beast again. Shin Jijing frowned and clicked the play button. After just one look, her face turned even redder. Because the person who took the initiative in the video was actually herself, and she was extremely crazy. She had never seen many of the scenes before, but she used them in the video without any instruction. Why is this happening? Shin Jijing didn't dare to look anymore, pursed her lips and remained silent. Only fragments of her memory of last night remained. She only remembered that Director Liu organized a dinner party last night, during which she drank 2 glasses of wine and then got into Director Liu's car. I don't remember anything after that. Seeing her lost in thought, Fang Yuan knew he was halfway to clearing his name. He struck while the iron was hot and described again what happened to her and Director Liu, and emphasized the situation where he was a hero saving the beauty. I was really noble. I even called Li Dongyao to inform her, but guess what? After she dumped me, she stopped answering my calls. The rest of the story is in the video. You two broke up? Upon hearing this, Shin Jijing couldn't help but feel relieved. If Fang Yuan had already broken up with Li Dongyao, then what happened between them last night would not be so taboo. As long as you delete the video, no one will know what happened last night. Yes, we broke up. Fang Yuan said truthfully. It's really unpredictable, and you have to adapt to any situation. He originally planned to take revenge on Li Dongyao, but accidentally, he had such a beautiful encounter with Shin Jijing. Oh, right. System, does this count as revenge against Li Dongyao? The system said, Host, your behavior is a service delivered to your door, so the system cannot judge it as a form of revenge. Fang Yuan's face turned grim, so I got fucked for free? System, you can say that. Fang Yuan couldn't accept this. Li Dongyao treated him as a tool, and now he is a tool for Xin Jijing. Damn, he is a relative after all, and he is the only one you can take advantage of, right? The price of foot massage in the city is clearly marked, 488 per session, and he paid at least 7 times last night. 3,000 yuan, he lost at least 3,000 yuan. We must get this back no matter what. Fang Yuan was extremely angry. He looked at Xin Jijing lying on the bed, and his eyes quickly turned red. Xin Jijing happened to be looking up at him. Looking at Fang Yuan's fiery pupils, she was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of what the other party might do. She immediately grabbed the quilt in panic and kept backing away. Fang Yuan, no, you can't. Can't? I said the same thing last night. You let me go? Fang Yuan walked towards her slowly, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. Xin Jijing raised her cute pink little feet and wanted to kick Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan caught it effortlessly with his hands, and his tall body kept approaching her, full of strong oppression. Fang Yuan, calm down. I'm your girlfriend, Dongyao's aunt. It's my ex-girlfriend, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan leaned over and buried his head in Xin Jijing's neck. Xin Jijing's beautiful eyes immediately widened, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 5, Getting a Marriage Certificate with My Aunt. 2.5 hours later. Xin Jijing felt like her body was about to fall apart. She didn't have any strength in her body, and by Ruodongsu's skin was almost covered with kiss marks. Bang! Fang Yuan lit a cigarette and began to puff away smoke with a satisfied look on his face. Xin Jijing looked a little dazed and absent-minded for a moment. She has remained a virgin for 7 years. Do you know how she has been living during these 7 years? Unexpectedly, at this moment, she was being madly possessed by Dongyao's ex-boyfriend. Her emotions should be despair and grief. But at this moment she did not have any negative emotions. On the contrary, she was even a little fascinated by this feeling. Fang Yuan glanced at her sideways and said, "What are you looking at? Do you want another try? We're even now. If you want more, you'll have to pay more." Xin Jijing hurriedly looked away, tears unable to help but overflow, dripping down her beautiful cheeks. You are shameless, you bastard. How will the neighbors look at me if you do this? Torrential tears flooded down that adorable face, leaving Fang Yuan a little bewildered. The two of them made so much noise that the neighbors downstairs knocked on their doors 5 or 6 times. There is always gossip about a widow, and it won't be long before this matter spreads throughout the community. Fang Yuan took another puff of his cigarette and said nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. At worst, we can just get married." Marry? Xin Jijing's expression froze for a moment, and her crying suddenly became much quieter. He wants to marry me? If someone else said this to her, Xin Jijing would not pay any attention. But for some reason, when she heard Fang Yuan's words, ripples began to form in her heart. Maybe it's because of his handsomeness. Or maybe it was because of his naughty and lazy temperament. In short, she was indeed moved, and she even began to ask in a daze, "Do you really want to marry me?" Fang Yuan was stunned by the question. Of course he was just saying it casually. After all, a man's promise is like a fart, it comes out as he pleases, so how can you take it seriously? Hesitantly, he was about to explain when suddenly an idea came to his mind. Hey, wait! Li Dongyao dumped me, and I turned around and got the marriage certificate with her aunt. Wouldn't she be so disgusted that she would feel worse than eating shit? System, is this revenge satisfying enough? Enough, more than enough, this is revenge of the highest order. Since even the host said so, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped out of bed, grabbed his clothes and put them on. Then he said to Xin Jijing, "Let's go. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Getting married shouldn't be delayed any longer. Let's go get the marriage certificate now." Xin Jijing was completely caught off guard. Isn't it said that men's words are lies? How could he take it so seriously? In fact, the reason why she asked back was that, like most women, she wanted to hear some sweet words after being affectionate. After all, she has given so much, and there are so many rumors coming. She wanted to be comforted and consoled. It is always said that men remain young until they die, and the same goes for women. Xin Jijing quickly sat up straight and said to Fang Yuan seriously, "We are not suitable. You are still young, but I am over 30. Fang Yuan said seriously, "Age is not the problem, appearance is the barrier." You are so beautiful, we are a perfect match. Don't be ridiculous, there's no way we can be together. Shin Zijing was sweating profusely under Fong Yuan's aggressive gaze. She was slept with by Fong Yuan, but he is Dong Yao's ex-boyfriend. If she marries him, how will she face Dong Yao in the future? Ouch. Seeing this, Fong Yuan could tell that Shin Zijing was moved, but there was still a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. So Fong Yuan went back to the bed, put his arm around Shin Zijing's small shoulders, and held her tightly in his arms. She raised her right hand, touched her conscience, and blurted out greasy lines. Silly boy, why not? You love me, I love you, Michelle, that's enough. Why bother with so much? Are you treating me like a little girl? Is love that simple? Hey, that's right. According to scientific research, love is actually passion. You were so passionate just now, which proves that you have fallen in love with me from the bottom of your heart. Nonsense. Besides, even if your theory is true, you are Li Yao's ex-boyfriend after all. What would she think if we were together? Why do you care what she thinks? You've been thinking about her for 7 years. She's an adult now. Why can't she think about you for once? Let me think about it. What are you thinking about? The neighbors have heard about you and me. If we don't get a marriage certificate, it means her aunt is having an improper relationship with a man and a woman. How can Li Yao hold her head up high? Shin Zijing was silent. Just as Fong Yuan said, as an aunt, taking care of Li Dongyao for 7 years has already done the most. Li Dongyao has graduated from university and has been working for 2 years. Shin Zijing also has to consider her own happiness. Now she and Fong Yuan accidentally slept in the same bed, and they actually had sex. This mistake can no longer be changed. And the truth will eventually come out and rumors will soon spread all over the community. After getting the marriage certificate with Fong Yuan and becoming a legal couple, no one else can say anything. At most, others can only say that Shin Zijing found a gigolo. You really won't regret it? Shin Zijing finally raised a question. I swear to my brother, if I regret it in the future, let me kill everyone. No, don't do this, I believe you. Shin Zijing quickly covered Fong Yuan's lips with her hands. At this moment, she has completely fallen. Looking at Fong Yuan's handsome face affectionately, all the worries and distracting thoughts in my heart disappeared. Being looked at so tenderly, Fong Yuan suddenly felt his heart beating faster. Then, he couldn't help but touch Shin Zijing's cheek and kissed her. The tips of Shin Zijing's ears were red, almost bloody. She knew that she was completely bewildered. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fong Yuan and Shin Zijing appeared together at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Special day, dress up carefully. Shin Zijing's bare face is already incredibly beautiful, and now she's wearing light makeup, which makes her even more stunning. It was early autumn, and her outfit was just right, a white shirt on top, a black knee-length skirt, and a pair of white high heels on her feet. Standing together with Fong Yuan, they are a perfect match. When entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, Fong Yuan was extremely nervous and was confused the whole time. Taking photos, registering, and stamping seemed to be done in the blink of an eye. Looking at the small red notebook on his phone, Fong Yuan sighed, this marriage felt like a dream. I haven't even savored it yet, and it's all over. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the high-level revenge on Li Dongyao. Rewards, high-level superpower, eye of insight can see through the surface of all matter, penetrate the core, critical hit reward, 60% of Blue Core Group's shares. Chapter 6, it's normal for children to have emotions. Blue Core Group? 60% of the shares? Is this true or false? As a listed company, Blue Core has more than 1,000 employees. In addition, it is currently developing its own nano-level chips, and the stock market has given it great support. The critical hit reward is actually 60% of the shares of Blue Core Group. You know, if the shares exceed 49%, you can directly determine the direction of the company. This means that Blue Core Group will be yours. Why are you daydreaming? Seeing Fong Yuan thinking for a long time, Shin Zijing couldn't help but ask. She was actually a little worried. How old is Fong Yuan? His ID card says he is 23 years old, but he is already 32. Will he regret it? Or maybe he wasn't sincere. It is normal for Shin Zijing to have such concerns. Fong Yuan responded, routine? What? Shin Zijing was very angry, felt sad, and extremely uncomfortable. But Fang Yuan added, even though I know this is your trick, I will go all out regardless, no matter if it's a trick or not. Puff. Shen Zhijing laughed so hard that her body shook. This guy is so smooth talking and has a great sense of humor. I must be crazy to actually get a marriage certificate with a man who is 9 years younger than me. Fang Yuan put his arm around Shen Zhijing's waist and said, let's go eat. We need a nice meal to celebrate the marriage today. I'll treat you. They got the marriage certificate suddenly, and both parties are not actually very familiar with each other, so they still need to get to know each other first. Asian dance king, Nicholas Xiaoxi once said that the fastest way to get to know each other is to eat. If one meal doesn't work, then 2 meals. So, the two of them found a mid-range couples restaurant. Shen Zhijing knew that Fang Yuan worked in a foreign-funded enterprise, had a low salary, and currently had no car or house, but it was understandable. How old is Fang Yuan Kai? At this age, it is rare to have a house and a car. Either you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth or you became rich overnight. Otherwise, there is no other possibility. What are your plans for the future? Shen Zhijing asked. Now that you have obtained a marriage certificate and are officially married, you still need to consider your future life. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. I haven't considered it. Without. Shen Zhijing was also speechless. She is no longer a girl, so naturally her mind is not full of romance. She has to think about the future. Fang Yuan noticed Shen Zhijing was a little worried, so he said, let's date first. There's no rush to make money. Our top priority is to have a baby. You know, it's very dangerous for you, an older mother. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Shen Zhijing's cheeks turned red. She avoided his gaze. Open your mouth and you will create villains. This is true. Ahem. Shen Zhijing calmed herself down first. At Fang Yuan's age, it's normal to think about romance, but marriage is more than just romance. Then I'll say it straight out, marriage is no joke. I have no shortage of material things, but as for my family, you know, my parents are very old, and they have always wanted me to find a son-in-law. Sure, no problem at all. No. Shen Zhijing was very surprised. Fang Yuan said seriously, well, no problem. Besides, this is society now. As long as two people truly want to love each other, the form doesn't matter. Shen Zhijing just mentioned it briefly. Anyway, the marriage is already done, and it's a fait accompli. Even if the family objects, it's useless. However, Shen Zhijing didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so open-minded. Are young people nowadays so open-minded? Then, move here? And then find some time to go meet my parents? Good. There's nothing wrong with being a son-in-law. Shen Zhijing is a top-notch young woman with a great figure and good looks. She is only about 30 years old, which is the age when she is the sexiest and most attractive. A girl 3 years older than you will get a gold brick, a girl 30 years older than you will get a kingdom, a girl 300 years older than you will get a golden elixir, and a girl 3,000 years older than you will be among the immortals. When he was young, he questioned Cao Cao, but after being beaten by society, he came to understand Cao Cao, and now he has become Cao Cao. Carry on the Prime Minister's ambition and continue the legacy of Wei Wu. We young people have an obligation to do this. In the evening, the two returned home. Li Dongyao's shoes are at the door. She is temporarily staying at Shen Zhijing's house. After all, it is not easy for young people to work hard. As an aunt, it is normal to provide them with a place to stay. How do I explain this to Li Yao? Having come to this point, Shen Zhijing suddenly began to hesitate. Even if they broke up, Fang Yuan was still Li Dongyao's boyfriend. This is an ironclad fact. Tell me the truth. It's already happened. If you can't explain it, I'll do it. Shen Zhijing made up her mind and opened the door. Li Dongyao received continuous calls during the day, which made her so angry that she had to cancel her number and apply for a new one. At this moment, her aunt came back. She was about to talk to her aunt about something, but suddenly she found that Fang Yuan and she came back with her. Fang Yuan. Li Dongyao was furious. He actually went to great lengths to find his aunt, and since he had been holding back his anger for a whole day and had nowhere to vent it, now was the perfect time to find an outlet. Fang Yuan, I know you're thick-skinned. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Just forget about it. We've already broken up. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? Shen Zhijing didn't dare to speak. It was as if he had done something wrong and he didn't dare to face Li Dongyao. Fang Yuan said frankly, Li Dongyao, from today on, you should call me uncle. What? Li Dongyao was stunned. Her CPU burned out instantly, and she was unable to recover for a while. Fang Yuan took Shen Zhijing's hand in front of Li Dongyao. Shen Zhijing lowered her head, trying her best not to let Li Dongyao see her guilty and shy expression. Fang Yuan took out the red book. Marriage certificate. Shen Zhijing is now my legal wife. Ah! A bolt from the blue. This piece of news hit Li Dongyao's heart like thunder, almost making her faint. What follows are negative emotions such as humiliation, shame, and resentment. Auntie, tell me this isn't true. Shen Zhijing nodded, confirming the fact. Li Dongyao's eyes turned angry, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and cursed, "You beast! You actually attacked my aunt." Shen Zhijing quickly explained, "Liao, this matter is not what you think. There is a misunderstanding." Anyway. Li Dongyao yelled, "Auntie! Wake up! This guy has no car, no house, no savings, and no ambition at all. The reason he married you was simply to piss me off. He's a scumbag with no moral bottom line. Don't be fooled by him." Li Dongyao reminded Shen Zhijing, "I broke up with him yesterday, and you two got married today." Fang Yuan, you are so shameless. Shen Zhijing hesitated for a moment, However, Fang Yuan was extremely serious and held Shen Zhijing's hand tightly to declare his sovereignty. "We are a legal couple. She is my wife, this is a matter between the two of us. As for you, a junior, don't meddle in the affairs of your elders. Besides, I never married Zhijing because of you. I love her, like her, and I also have a responsibility to her." Fang Yuan's serious look touched Shen Zhijing's heart. She fell deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. "This is crazy. I want to tell my grandma and my mom that I can't live in this house anymore. It's too disgusting. Don't even think about having an easy time, you two." Li Dongyao felt that his three views were shattered. This world is so crazy that even mice have to be bridesmaids for cats. She left quickly and slammed the door shut. A loud bang also made Shen Zhijing regain her composure. "Li Yao! Oh, forget it." Fang Yuan stopped Shen Zhijing and said, "Wife, it's normal for children to have emotions. Let's do our business first and make a villain." Chapter 7, A Show of Power. A little after 5 in the afternoon. For a full 2.5 hours, Fang Yuan's fighting power was too ferocious. Even though she had 2 experiences, Shen Zhijing still couldn't bear it. But of course she was addicted to it. Zhang Ailing said it well, if you want to conquer a man, you must first conquer his esophagus. If you want to conquer a woman, you must conquer her. Shen Zhijing went to cook. At this time, her cell phone rang. Fang Yuan handed the phone over. It was Shen Zhijing's mother calling. "It seems that Li Dongyao has told mother-in-law about our affairs. Fang Yuan has a unique sense of humor and he calls her mother-in-law happily." Shen Zhijing was already worried about this matter, so she picked up the phone. Before he could open his mouth, he heard the old lady's angry voice. "Zhijing, are you married? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me?" "Mom, please listen to my explanation." "What's there to explain? If Yao Yao hadn't told me, were you planning to keep it a secret from me forever?" It's exactly what Li Dongyao said. She was disgusted by this, and disgusted in every way. After all, Fang Yuan is her ex-boyfriend, and her aunt knows this. Now he has suddenly become her uncle, from a peer to an elder. How can she accept this? Absolutely unforgivable. She had to separate these two people no matter what, otherwise she wouldn't be able to eat when she saw Fang Yuan for the rest of her life. "Mom, the thing is. That's enough. The day after tomorrow is your father's 70th birthday. Hurry and get a divorce while he's still unaware of this." The other party hung up the phone without giving Shen Zhijing a chance to explain. What to do? Shen Zhijing was at a loss for a moment. She seemed to have returned to the age of teenage love, the embarrassing situation of being discovered by her parents but unable to explain. Also because it all happened so fast. In less than 2 days, she had a little husband. "Leave it to me." Fang Yuan was full of confidence. He put his arm around Shen Zhijing's waist, leaned very close to her, and whispered softly, "From now on, don't frown like that. It's so ugly." Shen Zhijing pouted, looking a little unhappy. "Although I know that this is just to comfort myself, women dress up to please themselves, and they will definitely not be happy to be called ugly. Fang Yuan pinched her buttocks and said seriously, "Leave this matter to your husband. My father-in-law's birthday is in 3 days. Let's prepare well in the next 2 days." Shen Zhijing felt a sense of security in her heart. She wondered if she was crazy. It's not that no one is pursuing him. Although those people said sweet words to him, they were not even 1/10 as sweet as what Fang Yuan said at this moment. Shen Zhijing buried her head in Fang Yuan's arms. Night. Still 2.5 hours. Come again? Just because you are so beautiful. Early in the morning, Fang Yuan sent Shen Zhijing to work. She is a blue-collar worker at Fingrui Group, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. The baldy Lu who came the night before was her direct superior and the director of the entire design department. I'm going to work. Shen Zhijing was in the passenger seat, ready with her ID card, and was about to get out of the car when Fang Yuan thought of Lu Tuzi and said, "Oh, by the way, if Lu Tuzi tries to make things difficult for you, tell me, and I'll beat him up." Shen Zhijing rolled her eyes at him. Baldy Lu isn't stupid. He'll have to suffer in silence over this sort of thing. If he really wants to make things difficult for me, I won't tolerate it. Don't mind your own business. Shen Zhijing was afraid that Fang Yuan was young and impulsive. If anything really goes wrong with Lu Tuzi, it will be an indelible stain. There is 100,000 yuan in this bank card. Today, you go shopping for clothes and see if you need anything for the house. Tomorrow I'll take a day off and we'll go furniture shopping. Shen Zhijing kissed Fang Yuan, then got out of the car, waved goodbye, and walked into the company to punch in for work, swaying her hips. Fang Yuan held Shen Zhijing's bank card and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be a gigolo? I have a car and money. A young girl is precious, but a mature woman is even more valuable. If there is a rich woman around, both of them can be thrown away. Step on the accelerator. Fang Yuan turned on the positioning navigation and headed to Blue Core Group. As a high-tech industry, Blue Core Group is in its heyday. In recent years, China has vigorously developed chip manufacturing, new energy industry, drones and other new era technologies, and is in a leading position in all of them. As an emerging high-tech industry, Blue Core Group is naturally standing at the forefront of the times. Especially half a month ago, it announced that it was developing an AI smart chip, which caused a sensation across the country. The stock market is also rising steadily and is now gaining momentum. Fang Yuan owns 60% of its shares, which is great to think about. Downstairs of Lanqing Building, Xiqing District. The building has a total of 31 floors, with a majestic architecture and a sense of technology. The main entrance also has the most advanced intelligent recognition system. It has thousands of employees and the park has many sections including entertainment, catering, fitness, etc. Its market value is conservatively estimated to be over 1.2 billion. Moreover, as long as the AI chip is successfully developed and put into operation, the market value of Blue Core Group will definitely increase several times. Billionaire? Ahahaha. Chairman's office. Standing in front of Fang Yuan were outstanding employees from various departments. In particular, the leading employee of the sales department submitted a letter of resignation. Director Fang, I was brought up by former Director Wang. Now that you are the chairman of the company, I'm sorry, but I may have to resign. A show of force, absolutely a show of force. This man's name is Zhou Tao. He is the sales champion of Blue Core and the core of Blue Core. He is a powerful figure in the group. Others also stated their departments and positions. From the Human Resources Department to the Finance Department, each important department sent a representative. You are forcing the emperor to abdicate? Fang Yuan didn't read the resignation letter, but crossed his legs with an indifferent expression. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Fang Yuan, Zhou Tao said firmly, Director Fang, if you don't agree, we can only initiate labor arbitration. Fang Yuan reached out and picked up the resignation letter on the table. Labor arbitration, right? Fang Yuan opened the resignation letter and glanced at it briefly before placing it on the table. He said, okay, I agree. You can report to the HR department and follow the contract procedures. Zhou Tao was very surprised. His purpose today is actually very simple, which is to take advantage of the adjustment of the group's senior management to gain more rights and interests. He is the top salesman and is always pampered in any company. Of course, this is also related to the scale of Blue Core. Lanqing is the company that can offer the best salary and commission in the city. Only a fool would leave. However, with the sudden change of chairman, Zhou Tao did not want his salary to decline or to become relatively less free, so this happened today. The same goes for other departments. With so many departments in the company, personnel changes are inevitable. Anyone with a little common sense in running a company will definitely choose to compromise. Forehead. As a result, they hit a wall. The new chairman actually agreed so readily without even trying to persuade him to stay. At this time, the employee representative of the Human Resources Department said, "Director Fong, 35% of our company's projects were done by Zhou Tao. If he leaves, it will be a loss for the company." Chapter 8, Trouble. It doesn't matter. Let him go. I'll bear the loss. By the way, which one of you is my secretary? Fong Yuan began to look forward to his secretary, wondering if she was the kind of beautiful career woman with a curvy figure. "Mr. Fong, it's me." A woman who looked to be around 30 years old walked forward. She wore a white suit, a light gray pencil skirt and delicate flesh-colored stockings, which highlighted the unique charm of a working woman. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had her long hair tied up, looking very capable. Her figure is curvy and perfect, especially her long legs, which are so dazzling that it hurts the eyes. "My name is Sun Jiaying. I'm the secretary newly assigned by the HR department to assist you with your daily work." Fong Yuan's breathing became rapid. As a conscientious company, Lanqin's salary package is 1.5 times that of other companies. In the same industry, it has the highest salary in Zhangcheng. They certainly don't want to make a real move. Moreover, the overall employment environment is not good now, and it is troublesome to submit a resume and find a job. Once you resign, you may face the risk of being unemployed at home. They all have families to support, so they have weaknesses. However, Fong Yuan ruthlessly refused. When you live in this world, you must value credibility. Since you want to leave, you must keep your word. Go to the HR department to collect your wages. By the way, you can also gather all the employees in the company to come to me to discuss this. I will not try to keep anyone who wants to leave. It's over. Things got out of hand. Zhou Tao and other departments jointly carried out this matter in order to gain more benefits. However, he ended up losing more than he gained. It's a mess. Are you really going to fire me? Zhou Tao's expression was grim, and he seemed a little angry and embarrassed. You have to understand it. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't mean to fire you. You wanted to resign on your own initiative. And here's your resignation letter, and I didn't force you to write it. You'll regret this." Zhou Tao said this and turned and left. Others wanted to plead for mercy, but Fong Yuan ignored them and said to Secretary Sun, "Secretary Sun, come on, take me to meet the company's top management." Yes. The two took the elevator and soon arrived at the 21st floor. This is Bluecore's unique technology laboratory. Under the guidance of Secretary Sun, Fong Yuan visited the lithography machine, programming department and many other aspects related to chip development. Finally arrived at the president's office. "Mr. Fong, layoffs are not good for a company. Would you like to reconsider?" "Don't consider it. If I acquire shares in a company and don't lay off employees to make them feel good, then my acquisition would be in vain." Sun Meiye didn't feel bad about selling the land. Besides, it was given to him by the system and he didn't put any effort into it. They were just some employees, so he could just recruit more. What are you afraid of? Push the door and enter. The president's office was not as luxurious as Fong Yuan had imagined, but rather very simple. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with unique flower arrangements on the windowsill, a sofa, a coffee table and a water dispenser, which are standard office equipment. On the bookshelf behind the desk are various books on programming, as well as some honorary certificates and trophies. The president should be in the RD room right now. Please wait a moment. I'll call the president to see you. Well, go ahead. Secretary Sun left. Her every smile and frown is full of charm, and she always shows her charm intentionally or unintentionally along the way. I guess she wants to improve herself too much. I walked around the president's office and saw a document on the desk, so I picked it up and took a look. It's a design sketch. About a microchip that's only 4 millimeters. This is actually the design drawing of an AI smart chip, and there seems to be no problem with the integrated circuit and content programming. If it were the previous Fong Yuan, he would definitely not understand it. But now that he had the eye of insight, a bunch of data and the built-in structure of the chip appeared in front of him immediately. and it is constantly assembled and transformed before our eyes until the finished product is finally obtained. There's an error in the blueprint. Fong Yuan murmured. Mistake? A cold voice sounded, and Fong Yuan came back to his senses. At some point, a woman stood at the office door. She was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a laboratory white coat and dust gloves. When Fong Yuan saw her face, he was even more astonished. He took a deep breath. The combination of exotic and classical elements under her mixed blood, and the three-dimensional facial features arranged on her face, every part is so perfect. And she doesn't seem to be very old, about 25 years old. Although the white coat hides his figure, his 1.75-meter height still reveals his unique temperament and charm. But there was mostly dissatisfaction in the beautiful woman's eyes. What Fong Yuan was holding in her hands were her research materials and conceptual design drawings. She had just neglected to take it away, and as a scientific researcher, she hated having her design drawings seen by others. Are you Fong Yuan? The woman came over and rudely took the design from Fong Yuan's hand. The fragrance on her body carries with it a hazy breath. That cold temperament, although his Mandarin was a little awkward, his voice was very pleasant, like the sound of a clear spring. Yes, you are the president of Lanshin? The woman placed the design on the table, took off her gloves, and extended her hand, saying, President of Blue Core Group, Chief Designer and Chief Architect of Blue Core's 7th Generation Chip Development, Lan Lan. Fong Yuan extended his hand. Lan Lan's hands were soft as if they had no bones, and a little cold, with a great touch. The other party quickly pulled his hand back and rubbed it on his coat. It seemed that he had some misophobia and disliked Fong Yuan. The mysterious tycoon the board mentioned who acquired 60% of Blue Core's shares, is that you? This was a mockery of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not leave a good first impression on Lan Lan. Yes, it's me. Fong Yuan admitted it immediately. The two sat down on the sofa, Secretary Sun brought tea, and half knelt on the ground to start the traditional tea ceremony. Lan Lan said to Fong Yuan, I grew up abroad, and what I love most is tea culture. I wonder if Mr. Fong knows anything about tea culture? After the tea was brewed, Secretary Sun pushed the tea in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. The aroma of tea exploded in my mouth instantly. It was indeed a good tea. Lan Lan looked at Fong Yuan with a hint of contempt in her eyes. His posture and movements when sipping tea were completely those of an amateur. He was probably a nouveau riche with no background. I know a thing or two. Fong Yuan put down the teacup. He grew up drinking mineral water, and the only tea he came into contact with was the tea Guanyin and Dahongpo teas available on the market that cost a few dollars a pack. It can be said that he knew nothing about them. But he has an eye for insight. Pre-rain Longjing tea, freshly picked buds, roasted by a master. It's bitter at first, but sweet and soothing. Not bad. I'm afraid you can't buy this tea on the market. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, Lan Lan's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 9, Taking Over a Mess. Lan Lan is of mixed race. Her ancestral family was aristocratic in the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas, and her mother was a Swiss technology tycoon. Although he grew up abroad, he thought he knew quite a bit about tea. He didn't expect that Fong Yuan, who looked young and dressed casually, knew quite a lot. There was less contempt in her eyes. As a technological elite, Lan Lan returned to China to help Blue Core develop the latest generation of smart chips, but now he has encountered problems. During this period, she racked her brains, constantly improving plans and designs, trying to find out where the problem lay. But because her designs were too advanced, no one in the country could understand them, so naturally they couldn't provide any help. And at this moment, she saw hope. Mr. Fong, I'm sincerely seeking your advice. You said there's a problem with my design. May I ask, where is the problem? The problem is very simple. Your chip technology is too specialized. What? Lan Lan's expression changed drastically. This was the question she had pondered for several days before she figured it out, and Fong Yuan pointed out the problem with just one glance. Who on earth is he? How do we solve this problem? Lan Lan asked subconsciously. If you ask me, why not just redesign it? This. Lan Lan couldn't believe her ears. Look, this is human language. The chip is still in the research and development stage. What is the difference between redesigning and redeveloping? Moreover, the marketing department and the entire board of directors have decided that the chip will be launched in 10 days. This is Bluecore's last chance. I'm sorry, that's not possible. We don't have time. Lan Lan sighed and said, there are less than 10 days left before the chip goes on the market. This is a gamble for Bluecore. If it fails, Bluecore will go bankrupt. Ah. Fong Yuan thought, could I be so unlucky? The shares I acquired with great difficulty are going to go bankrupt? The bankruptcy of a company means huge debt problems. If he holds 60% of the shares, he will bear 60% of the responsibility. Isn't Bluecore's market capitalization over 1 billion? Fong Yuan asked in confusion. Lan Lan said, that's right. That's because I'm here. It's not a wise decision for Mr. Fong to join Lan Xian at this time. Put it this way. In recent years, Bluecore's chips and related high-tech fields have been outperformed by competitors. In the mobile phone sector, it has been outperformed by Redmi, and in the electric vehicle sector, it has been outperformed by Tesla. This AI chip is designed to build autonomous driving infrastructure. If successful, all 3 lines of business will be activated. If you fail, the debt you assume will instantly crush Bluecore, and your 60% stake will evaporate in an instant. This means that Bluecore currently places all its hopes on this independently developed AI chip. Moreover, Fong Yuan owns 60% of the shares, so he is the chairman of Lanxin. What a broken system. What has it arranged for me? Fong Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. I thought that with 60% of the shares, I could achieve financial freedom, but I didn't expect that I would be left with a mess. I'm afraid the former chairman would wake up laughing in his dreams. Fong Yuan pondered for a while. It seems that I still have to do it myself. You? Although Lan Lan was amazed that Fong Yuan could see her design drawings, looking at the international situation, there was absolutely no one else who could complete this design except her, Lan Lan. Mr. Fong is really humorous. When Bluecore Group hired me, they promised not to interfere with my research and operations. I am saving Bluecore. Lan Lan's pride was tangibly manifested at this moment. She folded her arms and looked down upon Fong Yuan completely. I'm the boss, I'm the chairman. Fong Yuan emphasized his identity. Lan Lan chuckled and said, then let's hold a board meeting. I can't promise you this. Secretary Sun, please take our chairman to visit his company first. Yes. Fong Yuan said nothing more and followed Secretary Sun to tour the company. As a newly established 5-year-old technology company, Bluecore's businesses include high-tech fields such as mobile phones, trams, and computers. Just as Lan Lan said, technology is developing too fast, and it will be difficult for Bluecore to gain a foothold in the market if it only relies on previous chip designs. Moreover, it has invested in many industries, ranging from lithium batteries to parts production, but it is always one step behind others and only occupies 7% of the market share in the category. The rate of return is pitifully low. Lan Lan holds a double master's degree from Switzerland. She independently completed the research and development of nanolithography technology and the architecture of a new generation of adaptive artificial AI systems. She can be said to be a leading international expert. Lan Xian paid a huge price to hire her to return to China. In order to stabilize the stock market and have sufficient funds for research, Bluecore announced its AI smart chip research and development plan in advance in order to reap a wave of funds from the stock market. It can be said that Bluecore is now just an empty shell. Everyone is gambling, risking everything, betting on Lanxin's worth and future. Fong Yuan asked curiously, then why did President Lan choose to return to China to help Lan Xian? Have no idea. Secretary Sun shook his head. Mr. Lan's return to become Bluecore's president and chip R&D architect is the most incredible thing in the industry. He gave up the advanced technology from abroad and insisted on returning to China to join Bluecore and start from scratch. No one knows what Mr. Lan is thinking. Domestic high-tech companies are often worth tens of billions of dollars. Bluecore's valuation of over $1 billion is indeed not good enough. Among domestic technology companies, it is even ranked at the bottom. Fong Yuan grinned. It doesn't matter, let me accomplish this magnificent reversal. Puff. Secretary Sun smiled sweetly, then quickly adjusted her mood and made a cute cheering gesture to encourage Fong Yuan. Come on, Chairman. I'm counting on you. Fong Yuan blinked. Secretary Sun was indeed trying to seduce him. Thank you for your encouragement. I have high hopes for you. Follow me in the future and I will guarantee you a promotion and a raise. Fang Yuan also plays the role of a domineering president. Secretary Sun's cheeks flushed instantly, and she worked hard to improve her cleavage, trying her best to let Fang Yuan see her excellence. When this sentence is said, it means that there will be unspoken rules. Secretary Sun became a little excited. It's Mr. Fong, who is not only young but also very handsome. He is much better than those old guys. 11 o'clock in the morning. The board meeting was held on time in the conference hall. But there are only 3 members on the board of directors. Among them was an old man who looked to be around 60 years old. He was very arrogant and looked at Fang Yuan with disdain. The remaining 2 people were younger, both around 30 years old, and bore some resemblance to the old man. They were probably relatives. The board structure of Blue Core is as simple as it can be. Fang Yuan sat in the chairman's seat, with a clear view of everything. Lan Lan and Secretary Sun entered the room and the board meeting officially began. Before Fang Yuan could speak, the old man said loudly, "Since the chairman has changed, there is no need for my Qi family to continue supporting Lan Xin. We want to withdraw our shares." Chapter 10, Kneeling to Beg for Food. Withdraw shares right away. This is to give Fang Yuan a warning. Moreover, the old man's eyes revealed that he had Fang Yuan in his grasp. In fact, he thought so too. 60% of the company's shares are in Fang Yuan's hands. Use this as a warning to let this young man who looks to be in his 20s know that he is not someone to be trifled with. Fang Yuan chuckled. Oh. So the remaining shares of the company are in your hands? Humph. That's natural. The old man proudly introduced himself. My name is Qi Yunfeng. I have shares in Blue Core, but Blue Core needs the funds from my Qi family. Moreover, almost all of the research and development in the past few years has been provided by my Qi family. Since the chairman has been replaced, there's no need for us to stay at Blue Core anymore. We're going to withdraw our shares. Secretary Sun also reminded from the side. Director Fong, more than 75% of Blue Core's channels are retained for the sake of the Qi family. If they withdraw their shares, then the subsequent RD funds and related RD talents will be. They will also withdraw, and they may even take 60% of our employees with them. How about we lower our heads and keep Mr. Qi here first? Secretary Sun knows the interests involved. Qi Yunfeng proposed this condition in order to fight for more power and bully young people like Fang Yuan. After all, what he holds in his hands is Lan Xion's lifeline. The remaining 2 directors also sneered and looked at Fang Yuan with disdain. If Fang Yuan wants to make money and develop, he must bow to the Qi family and may even have to give up some of his shares. Fang Yuan stared at the 3 people, a fire burning in his chest. This old guy Qi Yunfeng is going too far. Bite. Target for retaliation detected, Qi Yunfeng, current number of possible retaliations, 2. Triggered the system. Seeing Qi Yunfeng so confident and aggressive, Fang Yuan was thinking about how to take revenge on him. If you want to get better rewards, you need to retaliate at a higher level. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Let's collect some information about this guy first. So Fang Yuan said, "Since you are Lan Xion's hero, then Mr. Qi, I still hope you can stay." Seeing Fang Yuan's attitude soften, Qi Yunfeng thought his plan had succeeded. He raised the corners of his mouth and said arrogantly, "Okay. However, the condition is that my eldest son will become the president after the chip is developed, and you must give him 10% of the shares." His eldest son is the most proud person on the left. He is quite handsome, about 30 years old, and should have some shares. But this condition is no less than an unequal treaty. Fang Yuan showed a weak attitude at this time and said with great difficulty, "Let me think about it. I hope to give you a satisfactory answer before 3 p.m. If you don't agree, I will withdraw my investment immediately." After Qi Yunfeng finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, not giving Chairman Fang Yuan any face at all. The 2 sons also stood up, with the same look of disdain on their faces, the same expression as the young men in the village. After the 3 left, Lan Lan sighed. She was somewhat disappointed with Fang Yuan's performance. There are many ways to handle this situation, but he just didn't handle it well. After Lan Lan stood up, she said calmly, "The position of president must be mine. I don't want others to reap the fruits of my research." After saying that, he left. Now Fang Yuan was stuck in the middle. Lan Lan's request is very reasonable. People are researching chips for fame and fortune, which is understandable. Qi Yunfeng is just bullying people. Director Fong, this matter is not easy to handle now. Secretary Sun was also worried about Fong Yuan. The situation has become extremely difficult now, and Fong Yuan must be very worried at this moment. Look at him in deep thought. Secretary Sun waited for a moment, then saw Fong Yuan suddenly clap his hands. Thinking he had an idea, he was just waiting for it when he heard Fong Yuan say, "How about Western food for lunch?" Ah! Secretary Sun was dumbfounded. After thinking for a long time, I realized that I was thinking about what to eat. This is the first time I've seen such a weird chairman. I thought Fong Yuan was a promising young man, but now he doesn't seem that great. Okay then, do you want me to book a restaurant for you? But Secretary Sun has now followed Fong Yuan and become his secretary. It is her responsibility to arrange the boss's itinerary. Okay. Let's have lunch together. Secretary Sun smiled slightly, screened the restaurants, and finally decided on one. Director Fong, there are a total of 16 decent Western restaurants in this city. I think the Grey Whale near the commercial street is pretty good. Its reputation, location, and professional cuisine all earn it 4 stars. Major. Fong Yuan commented on Secretary Sun. The good thing about this personal secretary is that he can find the best solution for the boss from all aspects. Fong Yuan had never eaten Western food before, so he didn't know what it tasted like, and naturally wanted to try it. I'll arrange a car right away. Secretary Sun and Fong Yuan head to Grey Whale. Because it is a high-end restaurant, the environment is also elegant. There are scattered tables in a long corridor. There are only front and back tables, and no seats side by side. This design is to ensure that guests will not be disturbed while dining. There were not many customers in the restaurant, so the two of them found a random seat and sat down. What would you like to eat, you two? The waiter handed over the menu. Fong Yuan felt a headache when he saw the English words on the menu. He found English very troublesome when he was in school. This menu is very retro and there is no Chinese. He can't understand it at all. Ahem. Secretary Sun, do you understand English? Secretary Sun nodded slowly. She had a complicated look in her eyes. She took the menu and chose 2 steaks, a main course and an appetizer. Nothing more, thank you. Okay, please wait. The waiter left, and Secretary Sun held his chin with his hand, thinking in his heart. Although Bluecore doesn't have any international business, if its chip development is successful, it will definitely have international projects in the future. If the chairman doesn't understand English, the future of Lanshin is a bit worrying. As he thought about it, Secretary Sun became less tempted and more serious. She was thinking about her future plans and whether she should change companies. She heard that a multinational company seemed to be recruiting recently and the boss was also a returned overseas Chinese. I think his name is Ng Jie? In short, you can submit your resume and quit your job immediately after finding another job. Secretary Sun, do you think Shi Yunfeng is really important to Lan Xin? Speaking of Shi Yunfeng, Secretary Sun nodded slightly and said, Shi Yunfeng is the lifeblood of Lanshin. Shi Yunfeng and his 2 sons hold 35% of Lanshin's shares. He is the absolute core of Bluecore. Director Fong, I suggest you stabilize them first. Once the AI chip is completed, the company's valuation will naturally rise. As for President Lan, you also need to keep her position as president. That's a win-win situation. Fong Yuan blushed and complained, then wouldn't I be a beggar on my knees? Chapter 11, I feel bad for nothing. If that's what you mean, then being the chairman of the Bluecore Group is really like begging on your knees. Secretary Sun said helplessly. Fong Yuan was speechless. I just want to lie back and earn money peacefully, why is it so difficult? Secretary Sun really wanted to complain. There was no such thing as making money without doing anything these days. Even those capital groups needed to conduct various risk assessments. You also need to have a sense of crisis at all times and observe market changes. Mr. Fong, have you ever done business before? Does it count as asking classmates to go to cram school to fill in the numbers? 400 per head. 4 head. Secretary Sun felt that his future was bleak. At the same time, she was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, this young man was able to control himself, otherwise, my eyes and eyebrows would have been so tempting and it would have been a waste on him. Although she was helpless, she still had to explain the interests involved to the young man in front of her. In fact, as the chairman, what you have to do is to check and balance. People in the company have different opinions. Chi Yunfeng wanted to monopolize Blue Core a long time ago, but he was suppressed by the old chairman and never succeeded. But now you're new here and control 60% of the shares. Mr. Chi will definitely cause trouble and fight for his rights. Please take a step back and act as a buffer until we develop the chip. And I think Chi Yunfeng is just talking. Hearing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. I understand now. I know what to do. Secretary Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Fang Yuan is not hopeless. Of course, when eating Western food, Fang Yuan's wolfing down of the food also made Secretary Sun stunned. She doubted her own judgment again. Is the chairman really a wealthy man? He's not a nouveau riche, is he? The board meeting opened on time at 2:30 p.m. This time, Chi Yunfeng's attitude was even more arrogant. Lan Lan was still wearing her white coat. She had just come out of the research lab and had no time to change her clothes. She had to continue her research after the board of directors had the results. Chi Yunfeng didn't give Fang Yuan a chance to speak and asked directly, "How are your thoughts on my conditions?" Fang Yuan smiled. "I've made up my mind. If you want to withdraw your shares, then go ahead." Secretary Sun and Lan Lan both showed shocked expressions, while Chi Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. He could not see through Fang Yuan's thoughts. What's with this kid's confident smile? Snort. Chi Yunfeng snorted coldly, adjusted his mentality, and threatened, "At least 60% of the employees in this company were recruited by me, and they also rely on me for their livelihood. Also, most of the business within the company was brought in by the Chi family. Aren't you afraid?" The offensive and defensive dynamics shifted, and Fang Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't be afraid, withdraw your shares quickly." You. Secretary Sun reminded Fang Yuan, "If the Chi family withdraws their shares now, Blue Core will collapse in an instant. Director Fang, be careful." Need not. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said to Chi Yunfeng, "Lao Deng, take your people and leave. Lan Xin will not leave any of its employees or shares behind." This. Chi Yunfeng slammed the table and stood up. "Boy. Are you destroying Lan Xin, everyone, and even my 5 years of hard work?" Even Lan Lan asked, 60% of Lanxin's shares is worth at least 700 million. Don't you feel bad about losing them just like that? Fang Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking nonchalant. It's not my 5 years of hard work, why should I feel bad about it? Speaking of heartache, Chi Yunfeng, you are the one who feels the most distressed, aren't you? Chi Yunfeng saw that he had failed to scare the boy. His 2 sons, the eldest of whom said angrily, "Fang Yuan. Are you planning to fight to the death?" Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, "It's just 700 million. You want me to kneel down, but unfortunately, my legs and feet are not in good condition, so I can't kneel down. And today, you Chi family members have to leave. If you don't leave, I will look down on you. You are too cowardly. From now on, if you eat at the table with the children, it will be unpresentable." Chi Yunfeng's expression was slightly distorted. Does he want to withdraw? I definitely don't want to. This was just a warning to Fang Yuan. And this is not the best time to withdraw shares. If chip manufacturing fails, they can naturally minimize the losses by withdrawing. But has the chip been successfully manufactured? How much can the return be? 1 billion? At least tens of billions. This is actually a small investment with a big return. He. Fang Yuan, you're so resourceful. Well, after all these years of hard work, it would be unacceptable for me to withdraw. How about we both take a step back and develop the chip first? Chi Yunfeng gave Fang Yuan a step up. But the next moment, Fang Yuan sneered, "No. You must withdraw, and if you don't I will. That's 700 million. Are you kidding me? I'll maximize my profits if I withdraw now." Puff. Chi Yunfeng was so angry that his blood boiled and he spat it out. Seeing this, the 2 sons immediately came over to support and help Chi Yunfeng to calm down, and shouted, "Dad, are you okay?" Fang Yuan. If anything happens to my dad, I'll never let you off. Then go recuperate first. Fang Yuan stood up and said, "I'll transfer the money to your account. You're old, and instead of staying home and taking good care of yourself, you have to come out and suffer for yourself." Ah! In anger, Chi Yunfeng shouted again and then fainted. Everyone present hurriedly called an ambulance, and the 2 sons carried their old father downstairs. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate revenge against Chi Yunfeng. Rewards: intermediate level supernatural power, language proficiency, master the languages of all countries in the world. And use them skillfully. Additional reward: Xiaowei Technologies 700 million yuan order. The rewards are in place, so cool. Fong Yuan probably understood this rule. Low-level revenge usually doesn't have any good rewards. And if you take mid-level revenge, you can get extra rewards. As for high-level revenge, there is a chance to get a critical hit reward. It seems that I need to think carefully about how to take revenge in the future. But then again, Fong Yuan felt that the previous wave of operations was pretty good, so why did it trigger the intermediate retaliation? Brother Tonzi, can you explain it? Host, you've spit out so much popularity. It's good that I didn't turn you into a low-level revenge. Although the operation is sharp, it's a pity. While physical harm feels good, it's not the best form of revenge. Faced with this explanation, Fong Yuan was speechless. Fong Yuan. Lan Lan was very angry. So what if Fong Yuan is the chairman? She asked sternly, do you understand what the Qi family's withdrawal means? At this critical moment, if the Qi family withdraws, all our funding chains will be broken, and our partners will definitely withdraw. How can we continue research and development? Lan Lan's focus was on research and development, but now, even her more than a year's hard work would be wasted. Fong Yuan said nonchalantly, if you want to resist foreign aggression, you must first stabilize the country. Your efforts will not be in vain. Don't worry, when you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. When you reach the bridge, the boat will naturally sink, it will naturally straighten itself out. Ha 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 ha. Lan Lan looked at Fong Yuan as if he were looking at something weird. It's already this time, and you're still in the mood to joke? At this time, Secretary Sun's phone rang. She picked up the phone. Hello, yes, our Mr. Fong is. What did you say? Really? Chapter 12, Shin Jijing's Trouble. Secretary Sun was very excited. She turned off the microphone on her phone and said to Fong Yuan, Director Fong, Xiaowei Technology Company wants to pay 700 million yuan in advance as a deposit for chip research and development. And this is only the first phase of the cooperation. If the chip is successfully developed, the other party will continue to place additional orders. Lan Lan widened her eyes. She really couldn't believe the news. Xiaowei? Could it be that technology company that is at the forefront of developing new systems? Although it is normal to be interested in AI smart chips, why would they provide timely assistance so soon? Could it be him? Lan Lan's gaze shifted to Fong Yuan, her heart filled with shock. Who is he? Then let's make an appointment to discuss cooperation. Secretary Sun, I leave this matter to you. Secretary Sun hesitated and asked, me? Fong Yuan nodded and said seriously, I believe in your business ability. As long as you do a good job on this deal, I'll give you a commission or even shares. This Blue Core is alive again. And even if Qi Yunfeng withdraws, it doesn't matter. It will not hurt Blue Core at all. The 700 million yuan in advance payment from orders is enough to support the successful development of the chip. In just one afternoon, the share transfer contract was signed neatly, and Qi Yunfeng withdrew from Lanxin. Before leaving, almost everyone in the company asked to resign. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, if you want to leave, leave. I won't keep you. One of the salesmen, the top seller in the sales department, sneered in front of Fong Yuan, Director Fong, I'm responsible for 35% of our company's sales. If I leave, it will be a loss for Lanxin. No, it's your loss. Fong Yuan sneered, you're not the only capable person out there. Let's go. Out of 1,000 employees, only less than 300 were left overnight. The entire sales department was gone, there were only 3 people left in the human resources department, and less than 2 people left in the accounting department. It seems that the lifeblood of the entire company is indeed in Qi Yunfeng's hands. 9 o'clock in the evening. It was already past the end of the working day, and Fong Yuan and Secretary Sun were chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave. Secretary Sun was a little excited. Mr. Fong, you are truly courageous and have made drastic changes to the fate of the entire company. I believe that under your leadership, Blue Core will reach new heights. Fong Yuan felt very comfortable with the flattery. Secretary Sun is the kind of person who decides what to do depending on the situation. Now that Fong Yuan has Xiaowei's advance payment for the order, continuing with research and development is not a problem. He has also been promised shares, so Secretary Sun is working even harder. The two were about to take the elevator to leave when they noticed that the lights in Lon Lan's office not far away were still on. Boss Lon hasn't finished get off work yet? Fong Yuan asked curiously. Secretary Sun said, Boss Lon is a workaholic and often stays up late, especially recently. With less than 10 days until the chip is released to the market, the progress has been stalled. I think she must be having a hard time sleeping. I see. Fong Yuan was thoughtful, then left with Secretary Sun. On the way, Fong Yuan called Shin Jijing. I didn't know what was going on her end, and I called her twice before she answered. Hello. Fong Yuan heard the sound and it seemed to be in the bathroom, and there was an echo, so he asked, Is my wife off work yet? I'll pick you up. No. I have something to do today. A multinational group's project has been suspended. I'm treating them to a meal. You can come over. I'm at the Hill Hotel. Good. Fong Yuan hung up the phone. Secretary Sun's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. It turns out that Director Fong not only established a career, but also started a family. Yeah, I just got married. Fong Yuan said lightly, planning to send her home first. Along the way, Secretary Sun kept showing off her thighs, which were very attractive with the backdrop of stockings and perfect curves. But Fong Yuan looked serious and ignored Secretary Sun's little actions. Just kidding, he is a serious man, at least definitely not the casual type. Although Secretary Sun is a rare beauty, in his eyes. We'll talk about this later. Secretary Sun's home is in an old residential area. Before getting out of the car, Secretary Sun leaned forward slightly, approached Fong Yuan, unbuckled his seatbelt, looked at him with bright eyes, and said softly, Then, Director Fong, I'll be leaving first. Fong Yuan nodded, still ignoring everything. Secretary Sun leaned down again and touched Fong Yuan's arm with the hand holding the bag. But Fong Yuan remained unmoved, and Secretary Sun couldn't bear to be embarrassed any longer, so he had to get out of the car. Fong Yuan drove away. Secretary Sun frowned. What's going on? Is he a man? After thinking about it, she smiled at herself. I am narrow-minded and think that men are creatures driven by their lower bodies. Maybe he is a good man. Secretary Sun turned and went upstairs. When she opened the door, the strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol made her frown and feel very uncomfortable. She closed the door and looked at her drunken father lying on the sofa and all kinds of garbage on the table, and the light in her eyes faded. Are you back? In the bedroom, a woman dressed in gold and silver came out and said, Are you rich? Today, a few sisters and I saw a brand name bag. It's not more than 10,000 yuan. No money, no salary yet. Secretary Sun bit her lip and turned back to her room. Kid, you don't know how to get a salary advance. After this discount season, that bag will cost 20,000. Hill Hotel. It is one of the luxurious hotels in Jicheng. The price is relatively expensive and it is basically used to entertain foreign guests. At this time, in a VIP room, 7 or 8 people were gathered together to discuss business. Baldy Lu was there too. As his direct superior, he should take direct responsibility for the problems in this project, but he pushed all the responsibility onto Shin Jijing and even asked her to pay for entertaining foreign guests. The contract must be obtained. There's no other way. This month's performance depends entirely on this project. If it fails, the entire department's work for a month will be in vain. Shin Jijing gritted her teeth and agreed. For foreign guests plus an interpreter are negotiating the specific details of the contract. Shin Jijing said, Mr. Pierce, the cosmetics produced by our Fingrui group are already offered at the lowest price, both in terms of quality and price. Looking at the international market, your company will also gain considerable benefits by becoming an agent. Pierce mumbled a lot. The translator said, Mr. Pierce's point is that although he is satisfied with the price and Fingrui has a certain international reputation, Fingrui has not been sincere in terms of cooperation. They can't even meet some of our simple requests. Shin Jijing frowned and said, A simple request? I don't know, what is the request? Baldy Lu smiled awkwardly and said to the translator, We want to drink, not talk about business. After saying that, he winked at the translator. The other party understood. So everyone continued to drink happily. Shin Jijing knew that something was wrong. After the drinking yesterday, Baldy Lu had drugged her. If it weren't for Fong Yuan, she couldn't imagine how she would face it. It seems to be the same routine again today. I have to be careful. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shin Zijing had drunk a little too much, so Baldy Lu signaled her to come out first. Shin Zijing. Let me be frank. These foreigners have been interested in you since the first time we worked together. You don't have a husband, do you? Marry Pierce. That's their condition. And we researched it and decided to say yes. What? Chapter 13, Translation Issues. Who are you to decide for me? Shin Zijing angrily scolded Lu Tuzi. No wonder he dared to do such a disgusting thing yesterday. It turns out he had already sold himself out. Shin Zijing, what's wrong with Pierce? He's a foreigner, his genes are so good. You fart. Shin Zijing bit her lip and stared at Lu Tuzi. Baldy Lu chuckled and said in a low voice, believe it or not, I can make you leave this company with just one word. If there is a stain on your resume, no company would dare to hire you. Seeing that the negotiation failed, Lu Tuzi started to threaten. I have a husband, I will never agree to your shameless request. Baldy Lu chuckled. Husband? You're kidding. Your husband died 7 years ago. How about we give it a try? If you agree to be my lover. Bang! Before Lu Tuzi could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. It was Shin Zijing who hit me. At this moment, even if she lost her job, she would never do such a thing. You make me sick. After being slapped, Baldy Lu was immediately enraged. He roared in a deep voice, Shin Zijing, you dare to hit me? I want to let you know how expensive this slap is. After saying that, Baldy Lu pressed Shin Zijing down and was about to kiss her forcefully. Bang! Another slap. This blow made Lu Tuzi feel dizzy. When he came to his senses, he found that it was Fang Yuan in front of him. He looked at Lu Tuzi with a fierce look on his face. This old fellow didn't succeed the night before yesterday. It seems he's still determined to steal. I have to teach him a lesson. Baldy Lu seemed frightened when he saw Fang Yuan. He covered his face and pointed at Shin Zijing and said, okay. You wait for me, Shin Zijing, and see how I deal with you. After saying that, Baldy Lu left quickly, probably because he was afraid that Fang Yuan would beat him. Husband. Shin Zijing threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms, crying out of fear. No matter how strong a woman is, she still needs a hug. The sense of security Fang Yuan just gave her immediately broke her fragile heart. All right. It's okay, tell me, what happened? Shin Zijing explained everything. After understanding the whole story, Fang Yuan said, these foreign rubbish are causing trouble in China again. Let's go and meet them. Shin Zijing wiped away her tears. Fortunately, she didn't have the habit of wearing heavy makeup, otherwise her makeup would have been ruined. Don't cause trouble, they are foreign guests. Rest assured. When they returned to the private room, the foreign guests saw that everyone had returned, but Lu Tuzi was not there, and was replaced by a young man, so they looked puzzled. The translator asked, where is Director Lu? Fang Yuan sat down and explained calmly, Director Lu's wife is in labor and has gone to the hospital. He made up an excuse. The translator explained the situation to Mr. Pierce, who then nodded in understanding. The language spoken there is German, which is considered a minority language and not as popular as English. Fang Yuan understood now. Mr. Pierce said, since Director Lu is not here, should we continue with our contract? I'm a little tired today, so why not find a time to discuss it tomorrow? The translator translated to Shin Zijing, Mr. Pierce means that since Director Lu is not here, there is nothing to discuss. Regarding our previous agreement, I hope Mr. Shin can abide by it. What agreement? The translator translated symbolically, they provide accommodation. Mr. Pierce was confused and shrugged. That's infuriating, but I still hope to finalize the contract as soon as possible so that we can go back sooner. The translator translated, Mr. Pierce believes that the hotel should be borne by you, and he also hopes that Mr. Shin can take care of Mr. Pierce in the hotel. Shin Zijing's face suddenly showed an embarrassment. These Germans were really going too far. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, Fang Yuan held him back. There is something wrong with this translation. Ah? Shin Zijing was surprised and asked, you know German? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said to Pierce in pure German, Mr. Pierce, there is a problem with your translation. Finished the sentence. The translator broke out in a cold sweat and his pupils were trembling. Pierce was a little surprised that this unprepossessing boy could speak German, and his accent was almost indistinguishable from that of the locals. You speak German? Yes. Pierce looked at the translator he hired and his eyes turned slightly. In cross-border business, in-house translators are usually employed. Pierce did not believe what Fong Yuan said and said, Mr. Liu is an employee of our company. I cannot believe your words. Fong Yuan pretended to take out his cell phone. Mr. Pierce, here is the complete recording. We can find an international organization to notarize it. Of course, I can also translate it for you so that we can facilitate this cooperation as soon as possible. Good. Pierce agreed. He has been on a business trip for 10 days and has family waiting for him at home, so he wants to return home as soon as possible. With Fong Yuan around, the other translator didn't dare to cause trouble and began to translate seriously. Pierce naturally discovered the problem. But he didn't show any anger. Even if he really wanted to lose his temper, he would wait until there was no one around and deal with it privately. Very good, then we have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Pierce stood up and shook hands with Shin Jijing. The two parties signed the contract, the project was concluded, and Pierce and his team could return to the country as soon as possible. The dinner was over. Fong Yuan was driving and Shin Jijing was sitting in the passenger seat. She was holding the signed contract, still feeling a little dreamy. Hubby, you're awesome. I didn't expect you to know foreign languages. Why don't you become a translator? International translation is very lucrative, starting at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Fong Yuan pretended to be profound and explained, it's purely a hobby for me. I like to work hard quietly and then surprise everyone. Mua. Shin Jijing was so moved by her feelings that she couldn't help but kiss Fong Yuan on the cheek. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Keeping a low profile is my life motto. Think about it, Li Bai didn't even participate in any poetry competitions, right? You're so smooth-talking, you still want to be my brother? Shin Jijing rolled her eyes and suddenly felt much younger. She started flirting with Fong Yuan. Really? I can make you call me brother right away. You bad guy, ah. The car parked on the side of the road was swaying from side to side. Good brother. Shin Jijing was extremely ashamed, but she was willing to do it. When Shin Jijing got home in the evening, she was exhausted. I'm going to take a shower first. I need to go to bed early today. I'll take the project contract to the company tomorrow, and then I should have a vacation. Then we can go out and look at furniture and decorate the house. After saying that, Shin Jijing went to bed. Fong Yuan stretched. Half an hour later, Shin Jijing had just finished taking a shower when she heard a knock on the door. Fong Yuan went to open the door. It's already 2:30 in the morning, who could it be? When I opened the door, I saw Ma Yingjie and Li Liao. When he saw Fong Yuan, Ma Yingjie's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then he suddenly realized and sneered, you really are an old woman's gigolo? Of course, Fong Yuan, you really work hard to get to the top. How about it, can you feed that old woman? Chapter 14, Promotion. What are you doing here? Fong Yuan asked back. Li Liao took over the conversation, of course I moved out. My things are still there. I came here to get them. That's right, make way. Ma Yingjie put his arm around Li Liao's waist, squeezed past Fong Yuan, and the two of them entered the house. Shin Jijing, who had just finished taking a shower, came out of the room in her pajamas and saw Li Liao and Ma Yingjie. Yao Yao. It was already early morning, and Li Liao came to pack up at this time, bringing a strange man with her. When Ma Yingjie saw Shin Jijing, he almost had a nosebleed. In comparison, Li Liao was completely outshined by Shin Jijing in terms of both appearance and figure. What is a mature woman? What is the temperament of a queen? Exquisite facial features combined with the unique charm of maturity, this is the real romanticism under the peony flower. Ma Yingjie's eyes turned red with jealousy. I am rich, handsome, and my career is thriving, so why is it that this loser is always one step ahead of others and has so many romantic partners? Li Liao took the good things. Shin Jijing still wanted to keep him. After all, they are real relatives and have been together for such a long time that they have feelings for each other. However, Fong Yuan is around and she also has a boyfriend, so she didn't say this. Before leaving, Li Liao boasted, Auntie. This is my boyfriend, Ma Yingjie, the country manager of Syndicate Technology Company. Ahem. Hello, Auntie. Ming Jie took the opportunity to shake hands with Shen Zhijing and get close to this plump beauty. But Shen Zhijing didn't move at all, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shen Zhijing could guess it. Although she didn't know why Fang Yuan and Li Liao broke up, when Ming Jie came to her house today and stared at her, she felt uncomfortable all over. There is no need to guess, it's just that people hate the poor and love the rich. At this moment, Shen Zhijing no longer felt much guilt, but at the same time, she was also angry at Li Liao's behavior. But as an elder, Shen Zhijing still said, "Yao Yao, you are still young. You should practice your ability to judge people. You should know that money is not everything. What Li Liao hates most is the preaching of the elders. Humph, I'll walk my own path from now on. You don't need to bother me." After saying that, he picked up his things and went out. Ming Jie's eyes lingered on Shen Zhijing for a moment, and he finally chased after her. "Are you okay?" Shen Zhijing asked Fang Yuan with concern, worried that he might be sad. After all, she knew something about the relationship between Fang Yuan and Li Liao, as well as how they usually interacted with each other. At least in her opinion, Fang Yuan was innocent in this matter. "Fine." Fang Yuan smiled, having already let it go, and then changed the subject. "If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have met you. There is no coincidence in the world. Some things seem to be guided by fate, and Shen Zhijing also firmly believes this. Go back to your room and sleep." The next morning, Fang Yuan was gently called up to have breakfast. Shen Zhijing is definitely the kind of good woman who can live at home. She is good at both housework and cooking, and has strong key business capabilities. The breakfast was very rich. Although most of them are fast food, they are made with great care. It seems like the two of them are really living together. "Today, I will go to the company first and submit this signed contract, then apply for leave. Let's go to the furniture store." "Good." Fang Yuan drove Shen Zhijing to work, gave her a kiss before leaving, and then drove to Lanshin. At the main entrance, the security guard immediately stood up and saluted Fang Yuan. After yesterday's lesson, the security guard was afraid of losing his job and his attitude became much better. "Hello, Director Fang. Not bad, very energetic." Fang Yuan praised and drove into the company park. In the office, Secretary Sun reported today's schedule. Director Fang, Mr. Song, the representative from Xiaowei Technology Company, will be taking the G258 high-speed train this afternoon and will arrive at the station at 2:25 p.m. I've already arranged for the Foreign Affairs Department to send a Ford business reception. I'll first arrange for them to stay at the Royal Hotel and coordinate the business procedures. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Is this what a professional secretary is capable of? Every detail is taken into consideration. This business process includes when the other party will arrive at the station, what car they will take, what car will be used to pick them up after they arrive, and where they will stay. Secretary Sun, your professional ability is truly impeccable. Secretary Sun was very happy. Finally, there was a leader who understood her level and praised her generously. Although this is the secretary's job, the emotional value is maximized. Director Fang, this is what I should do. Secretary Sun briefly reported on the current situation of Blue Core Group. Because a large number of employees chose to resign after Chi Yunfeng left, many job vacancies appeared in Lanshin. Director Fang. Mr. Lan is currently engaged in scientific research and development. Personnel matters are the most urgent. It will take a while to recruit people like this. Fang Yuan asked Secretary Sun, do you have any good suggestions? Have. This is a solution I prepared. Please review it, Director Fang. Secretary Sun is prepared for both situations. If a problem is raised, it must be solved, and the boss is responsible for making the final decision. This is a necessary skill in the workplace. Even if your boss disagrees, your value will be reflected. When Fang Yuan heard that he wanted to see the plan, he felt a headache and said, just tell me directly. Okay. Secretary Sun presented a plan and said, I think we should first give the current employees a 20% salary increase to stabilize the remaining employees. Then we will set up a temporary personnel interview team to recruit talents from all over the society. Bluecore's loose business structure has always been a drawback. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of this period to establish business groups, assign responsibilities and work content, and restructure the group. Secretary Sun said a lot. Fang Yuan found it a bit boring. She used professional terms, which were understandable individually, but completely confusing when put together. This is the proposal I proposed. there are still many immature aspects. I hope Director Fong can point them out and correct them. Secretary Sun was very humble. After he finished speaking, he waited for Fong Yuan to give a reply. It's a shame you're a secretary. Fong Yuan praised, I've found a treasure. Secretary Sun, no. Sun Jiaying, are there any vacancies for planning positions? Yes, according to Blue Corps' business plan. The positions of President, Vice President, General Manager, and Deputy General Manager are planning positions. A large group. The chairman is a key member of the board of directors and the company belongs to him, which is unshakable. All other positions, including president, are considered workers. This is an essential difference. Of course, when it comes to positions like president and vice president, regardless of annual salary, they all receive dividends and shares, and are absolutely the elite class. You can be a general manager or vice president. Directly appointed by Fong Yuan. For Secretary Sun, it was like a bolt from the blue. Although it's not bad news, it's totally unexpected. She's just a secretary. At most, she is the secretary of the chairman. Although he is second only to the emperor, his authority is not high, and he is a bit like the eunuchs around the emperor. Fong Yuan's appointment was equivalent to directly promoting her from eunuch to prime minister. Chapter 15, I will support you. Secretary Sun looked at the young man in front of him, who was less than 30 years old and seemed to be innocent, and his heart was deeply moved. In her opinion, Fong Yuan remained unmoved despite repeated hints. This is a person's character, the innocent will be innocent. In the face of Qi Yunfeng's show of force, he would rather break his arm than bow his head. This shows his enthusiasm and heroism. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Sun Jiaying expressed her gratitude immediately, but ultimately refused. Director Fong, a company needs reasonable channels for advancement. I'm your secretary. If I were to become general manager at this time, the employees would be dissatisfied. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Why are you dissatisfied? I'm the chairman. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Sun Jiaying quickly said, Director Fong, this is not willful. First of all, I am very grateful for your trust and cultivation of me, but I hope you can give me some time to make some achievements. At least when my ability and virtue match the position, it will not be too late to take over. Okay, you will handle the cooperation with Xiaowei Technology this time. Fong Yuan did not insist, but handed the 700 million project to Sun Jiaying. She said solemnly, I will definitely not let Director Fong down. Go get busy. Secretary Sun went off to get busy. Fong Yuan left the office, walked around, and came to the door of Lan Lan's office. She looked a little pale, as if she hadn't slept all night and had been looking at the design drawings. She wasn't in a very good state. Boss Lan. Director Fong. Fong Yuan entered the room and Lan Lan stood up. Maybe it was because I got up too fast, and coupled with not sleeping all night, my energy and blood were a little insufficient, and I felt dizzy and was about to fall down. Fong Yuan was quick and rushed over to hug Lan Lan. Forehead. Are you okay? You look like you didn't get enough rest. Lan Lan rubbed his forehead, steadied himself, and said with a wry smile, half of the researchers in the development department have left. Now all the burden falls on my team, but success is still a long way off. The current situation can only be described as dire. Fong Yuan said seriously, then you should also make sure to rest. Lan Lan waved her hand and sat down, holding the blueprint and said, there is still a key point that I haven't understood. Let me see. Fong Yuan snatched the design drawings. Go and rest first. Your health is more important. The chip can be studied at any time. If you burn out, everything will be in vain. Go now. Lan Lan stared at Fong Yuan blankly. Any capitalist, even her, would wish that their employees would not sleep and do their research first. Fong Yuan is different. He actually cares about your physical condition. It's just a chip, I'll help you. You? Don't believe it? Lan Lan rubbed her forehead. After Fong Yuan's interruption, she really felt sleepy and got up and went to the sofa. Okay, then I'll rest, you. What Lan Lan meant was, I need to rest, why don't you go out first? At this moment, Fong Yuan was sitting in front of the computer desk, looking at the data about the intelligent architecture within the chip. You go to sleep first. Don't worry, I'll back up your data and then make one myself. I'll take care of the rest after you wake up. Lan Lan was too sleepy, so she didn't think about anything else and just lay down and fell asleep. Fong Yuan opened the eye of insight. He didn't understand ship design and intelligent architecture, but his eyes of insight could understand it, so he began to modify Lan Lan's original data architecture in the program. I was busy until noon when Shin Jijing called. Fong Yuan picked up the phone, and the other end sounded apologetic. Sorry, honey, something happened at the company. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get home tonight. Fong Yuan asked, what happened? Was it Baldy Lu who caused the trouble? Shin Jijing said helplessly, Manager Lu kicked me out of the team. He and that translator relative rigged the deal and took over the business partnership with Pierce. I'm going to find you. I can't just let this go. Fong Yuan hung up the phone, looked at the fully structured data on the computer, and stood up to leave the office. Before leaving, he asked people not to disturb Lan Lan's rest. Leave the company. Drive to Fengrui. It was noon at this time. Shin Jijing was waiting for Fong Yuan at the door of a restaurant in the commercial street. Fengrui is near the office and commercial district. This is also a large commercial street that integrates shopping and entertainment. A high-end restaurant opened for business people is still very popular today. The tables in the hall are already full. Shin Jijing sits by the window, stirring the coffee in front of her, looking out the window absent-mindedly. In the restaurant, there were two people in front and to the side of Shin Jijing. One of them happened to be able to see Shin Jijing. Hey, look! Who's that in the window seat? She's so beautiful, with such a beautiful figure. Oh my god, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life if I could sleep there for one night. The businessman smiled obscenely. The companion glanced back and said, don't even think about it. This is someone from Fengrui, Shin Jijing. She often comes to this restaurant for dinner. She's an icy beauty. No one can break her heart. Many men have tried to pursue her, but all have been rejected. How do you know? I come here often. The two discussed. Shin Jijing is very famous in this area. Because she always keeps people at a distance, she is known as the Ice Beauty. She looks like she's about 27, right? Looks like he's over 30 and not married. Is it true or not? But it seems possible that she is an Ice Beauty. As the two were talking, Shin Jijing seemed to see something, a smile appeared on her face, and she immediately stood up and walked to the door to greet them. Fong Yuan just walked in. Have you been waiting for a long time? Fong Yuan asked. No, I just arrived too. Come quickly. Shin Jijing held Fong Yuan's hand, rarely showing the mood of a little daughter. It's the little joy you get when you meet someone you like or love. Is this the iceberg you were talking about? A beauty? Forehead. The two men were confused. Shin Jijing and Fong Yuan sat down and scanned the code to choose their meals. Fong Yuan asked, you signed the contract, so how did it become Baldy Lu's achievement? That's the workplace. Shin Jijing said helplessly that Baldy Lu was a relative of Fengrui's president. He has a lot of power. To snatch my project, he only needs to make some moves. Alas, I worked so hard for a month, only to end up being someone else's wedding dress. Shin Jijing was very disappointed. There's nothing you can do about it even though it was robbed. You need to eat, and the department under her also needs to eat. They are all workers and slaves. If you think about it carefully, the project was robbed this time, it was premeditated. No, we must ask for an explanation. Fong Yuan couldn't bear to see Shin Jijing so disappointed. In this regard, Shin Jijing still wants to put the overall situation first. The overall employment environment is not good now. Even some strong companies have experienced large-scale layoffs. Fengrui has also laid off 7% of its employees. I can only accept this loss. Fong Yuan shook Shin Jijing's hand and said seriously, if your company's leaders don't give me an explanation, the worst that can happen is I'll just quit. Shin Jijing knew that Fong Yuan was young and impulsive, but she couldn't do that. Why? If I really quit, I won't be able to find a job for a while, and I haven't saved much over the years. I'll support you. Fong Yuan said this very seriously. Chapter 16, Wolf Culture. Shin Jijing just thought Fong Yuan was comforting her. Okay, don't worry about my affairs. Although the project is over, I have some free time this afternoon. Let's go shopping. Shin Jijing is still very much looking forward to it. Moreover, his father's 70th birthday is coming soon, so he needs to buy Fong Yuan some suitable clothes and some gifts to try to gain some impression points. Let's deal with the project first. Fong Yuan said seriously, "Wife, since we are together, I will never let you suffer any injustice, not even a little bit. Don't be afraid, I'm here." Shin Jijing didn't know where Fong Yuan got his confidence from. But this kind of confidence infected her, and she actually believed that Fong Yuan could solve it. And the more they get along, the more she can see Fong Yuan's excellence. So she was weird. Why did Li Liao break up with him? Apart from anything else, just the fact that he speaks fluent foreign languages makes it almost impossible for him to make money. Foreign translation has always been a relatively scarce profession, but also the most popular profession. We'll go see your leader later. Are you serious? Shin Jijing saw that Fong Yuan didn't look like he was joking at all. He really wanted to fight for his rights. Yes. Shin Jijing was silent for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. No matter how strong a woman she is, she still needs a hug and someone to lean on. Even if Fong Yuan just says some comforting words, she will be satisfied. Thank you for making me feel young again. I'll make you younger tonight, let's eat. Fong Yuan smiled slyly. Shin Jijing blushed with shame, hateful. After dinner, they took a walk outside as they didn't have to go to work until 2 in the afternoon. At this time in the lunching group, Lan Lan woke up from the sofa. After a good sleep, she finally felt a little clearer and found that Fong Yuan was not in the office. She yawned and returned to her desk. Turn on the computer and look at the architecture design program on it. Lan Lan didn't care at first, but when she saw the key architectural nodes, she suddenly realized it, her beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it at all. Fong Yuan overturned almost all of his structures and started over again. Although the original foundation is still there, I have broken through the contradiction that I have been thinking about for half a month and still can't figure out. No way. Lan Lan tried to simulate using the system. A total of 321 nodes began to run the preset simulation. At this time, all the nodes were gray, but as the above nodes were opened one by one, only 10 minutes later, the first iteration was successfully opened. Fuck. Lan Lan couldn't believe it and cursed. She started to conceive the idea 3 years ago and has received a lot of sponsorship and investment. However, the research and development would get stuck at this step every time. Lan Xin paid a large sum of money to invite her to return to China for research and also promised her that this research and development would be successful. The patent for this chip is in Lan Lan's own hands, and Blue Core Group only takes 7% of the agency fee. 3 years of planning, 3 months of hard work, and Fong Yuan actually accomplished it in just one morning? Who is he? Lan Lan immediately saved this precious data, copied it personally, and went to the R&D room for research and development testing. If the test is successful, this AI smart chip will be the world's first self-organizing, adaptive, and self-iterating AI smart chip. This will mean a technological revolution. This smart chip will be used in many fields such as unmanned driving, ultra-precision drone phased array, etc. This is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Of course, Fong Yuan didn't know that he had accomplished this feat and was still strolling outside holding hands with Shin Jijing. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Ruwei went to work. Fong Yuan and Shin Jijing arrived at the unit. In the security room at the company entrance, Fong Yuan completed the visitor registration, obtained a temporary pass, and entered the company. Feng Ruwei's overall strength is slightly greater than Lan Xin's. Moreover, the company has completed international industrial upgrading, and many of its products have been sold overseas, with a market value of at least 2 billion. Shin Jijing is the manager of the International Business Department 2 in the sales department of Feng Ruwei Group, and her main responsibility is to handle international business. When Shin Jijing brought Fong Yuan into the office building, she felt a little regretful. Even if you go to ask for an explanation, it will just be a scene, which is quite ugly. When they were about to reach the president's office, Shin Jijing stopped Fong Yuan. I think we should just forget it. You can't just let it go like this. Fong Yuan said firmly, leave it to me. I'll persuade him with both emotion and reason. I absolutely won't make a big fuss. The president of Feng Ruwei is also a strong woman. She was wearing glasses and a professional suit, looking like a queen, and was talking on the phone with a client. There was a knock on the door and the female president hung up the phone. Come in. Shin Jijing brought Fong Yuan in. Minister Shin, what's going on? The female president's attitude was cold. Shin Jijing was still hesitating, but Fang Yuan said, "Hello, President Lu Mengxi, right? My name is Fang Yuan, and I'm Shin Jijing's husband." Lu Mengxi just glanced at Fang Yuan and didn't offer his hand. Instead, he gestured with his chin, "Sit down." Fang Yuan sat down. Lu Mengxi called the secretary's office, blaming herself in her heart for not notifying the visitor in advance. "Hey, bring some tea to the office. We have a visitor." The secretary broke out in a cold sweat. A guest was coming to visit, and as a secretary she did not make any arrangements. This was a serious mistake. Any incident in the president's daily schedule will cause the timeline to be disrupted and delay things. "Mr. Feng, what do you want to see me about?" Shin Jijing works for Fengrui Company. Since her husband is here, they have to entertain him. Lu Mengxi is asking this question even though he already knows the answer. It's about the project. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. "To be honest, I know what's going on in this project. Director Lu stole my wife's project and kicked her out of the team. Isn't that unreasonable?" Lu Mengxi is a relative of Lu Tuzi. She pondered it for a moment, then explained with a smile, "The group has its own processes. We focus on the results, not the process. Fengrui is a company that values a culture of brute force. I'm sorry that your wife was a step behind schedule. Director Lu had already submitted the contract to the group last night. So, procedurally, this project does not belong to Manager Shen." She sounded like she was giving explanations, but they were all excuses. What wolf culture, what process, are nothing but human manipulation. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "President Lu, my wife's team is working on the entire project. When you're just about to succeed, someone else takes advantage of you. This isn't a culture of malice, this is workplace bullying." "Then I can only say sorry." Lu Mengxi said calmly. Director Lu followed the procedures and followed the project progress throughout. Everything was in compliance with regulations. Your wife was taken advantage of, and you can only blame her for not doing things perfectly, for the omissions and flaws she made. Fengrui needs elites. I hope Manager Shen can learn from this lesson. I have something else to do, so I can't ask you to stay. Please go ahead. Lu Mengxi issued an order to expel the guests. Chapter 17, Promotion and Salary Increase. Shin Jijing pulled Fang Yuan, indicating that they should leave. After all, this is the intention of their leadership, so it's better not to get involved. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "Wife, go wait for me outside first." "What are you going to do?" Shin Jijing was anxious, afraid that Fang Yuan would take action, otherwise she would not feel at ease. Fang Yuan naturally had his own way, so he pushed Shin Jijing out and gave her a reassuring look, which meant, "I will never do anything out of line." Under Shin Jijing's anxious gaze, Fang Yuan closed the door of the president's office. "Mr. Feng, what do you want to do?" Lu Mengxi was also afraid that Fang Yuan would cause trouble, so he came to the desk and was ready to call the security department at any time. Fang Yuan sat down, leaned against the sofa, shook his neck and said, "President Lu, you might want to check who the chairman of the Blue Core Group is." Lu Mengxi frowned slightly. She had heard of Lan Xin, a business representative in the city, so she searched for him on her computer. Enter the official website of Blue Core. 100% holding. Lu Mengxi was very surprised. The board of directors listed on Blue Core's official website now has only one person left, and the shareholding structure is that one person holds 100% of the shares. Lu Mengxi compared the photos on the official website and saw that it was indeed Fang Yuan in front of him. His eyes softened immediately. However, to outsiders, Lanxin's current situation still seems to be thriving. But according to insider information, especially senior executives in the business circle, it is clear that Lanxin is taking a gamble. "We are betting on the development of a new type of AI smart chip that can almost be said to be at the forefront of the world. Even in the investment field, not many people are interested in this project, believing that it is just a means for Blue Core to make money. Fortunately, the only one that can be considered credible is Lan's joining. But even so, investors and the domestic market have no confidence that Blue Core can develop this AI smart chip with its strength. I didn't expect that the chairman of Lanxin is so young. However, Mr. Feng, as far as I know, Mr. Qi Yunfeng, Blue Core's second largest shareholder and investor, has resigned from the Blue Core board of directors. Does Blue Core still have the ability to continue developing chips?" Fang Yuan shrugged and said, "You might want to take another look at Xiaowei Technology's official website." Lu Mingxi opened Xiaowei Technology's official website with half belief and half doubt, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Xiaowei Technology's official website has clearly stated that Xiaowei Technology will carry out round-the-clock strategic cooperation with Bluecore Technology, and expects to place an advance order of 700 million yuan. In other words, behind Bluecore Technology now stands Xiaowei Technology. Lu Mingxi calmed down his inner excitement. You know, Xiaowei Technology is a company that will not release the eagle until it sees the rabbit, and this statement at this time means that Bluecore is very likely to have been successfully developed. Mr. Fong. Lu Mingxi's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he quickly came over and sat down in front of Fong Yuan. She also knew that once this chip was successfully developed, Bluecore's future potential would be enormous. Regarding your wife's project, Fengrui, no. As a leader, I have direct responsibility and I will deal with it immediately. Lu Mingxi is very sensible. It is not a wise choice to offend the chairman of Lanxing for a distant relative. Secretary. The secretary entered the room. Boss Lu. Call Director Lu from the marketing department to the office immediately. Yes. Also, please invite Manager Shen in. Okay. The secretary left, and then Shen Zhijing entered the office. Lu Mingxi immediately stood up and came over to hold Shen Zhijing's hand. Manager Shen, please take a seat. Shen Zhijing was a little surprised. What happened? Why did Ms. Lu's attitude change so much before and after? And the smile on her face made it seem like the two of them were sisters. Lu Mingxi is a few years younger than Shen Zhijing. She is a student studying abroad. Although she is not as sexy as Shen Zhijing, the two beauties standing together have their own merits. Shen Zhijing sat next to Fong Yuan. Manager Shen, there are indeed some things wrong with this project. I will start investigating immediately. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Lu Mingxi made his own decision. Shen Zhijing was still a little confused at this time. She had worked with Lu Mingxi for a long time and had some understanding of him. This woman is decisive in her work and always emphasizes results-oriented and wolf-like culture. So from the beginning Shen Zhijing didn't think Lu Mingxi could change. But the result was unexpected. Not long after, Lu Tuzi came. The secretary opened the door. Boss Lu, Director Lu is here. Lu Tuzi came in with a smile on his face, but his expression froze when he saw Fong Yuan and Shen Zhijing. Looking at Lu Mingxi's angry expression, he already had an idea in his mind. Boss Lu. Lu Mingxi stood up, took out the project contract from his desk, slammed it heavily on the coffee table, and asked, Lu Kun, tell me the truth, was it you who did something to steal Manager Shen's project? This. Lu Kun was shocked. He didn't expect Shen Zhijing to actually dare to make trouble. I just made up my mind. As long as I refuse to admit it, what else could I do? She's just Shen Zhijing, and he has plenty of ways to make things difficult for her. No. Boss Lu, this project is mine, and I was the one who submitted it first. There is no problem with the process. Is the process okay? Lu Mingxi snorted coldly, are you sure? Well, I'll contact Mr. Pierce right away to see who he signed the contract with. Don't! Lu Tuzi broke out in a cold sweat. Pierce eventually signed a contract with Shen Zhijing. He simply got the contract in advance and changed the name of the translator to his own name. After all, this foreigner, Pierce, can't read Chinese characters, so he just needs to make some changes. The official seal belongs to the company anyway. Boss Lu. I admit that I was wrong in this matter. Lu Mingxi did this for Fong Yuan to see. So he sat down angrily and scolded, unfair competition in the workplace. This is a taboo in the industry. Mr. Fong, what do you think is the appropriate way to deal with this? Lu Mingxi gave Fong Yuan enough face by saying this. Fong Yuan crossed his legs and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter how you handle it, but I have to make sure my wife's interests aren't harmed. Understood. Lu Mingxi has the ability to sit in the position she is in today. She understood without Fong Yuanming saying anything and said to Lu Tuzi, go to the HR department immediately and submit your resignation. I'll sign it myself. What? Baldy Lu was so shocked that he almost knelt down, begging, Boss Lu, you can't do this. I've been fighting for you all these years. Lu Mingxi said disgustedly, do I need to say it a second time? Baldy Lu looked at Fong Yuan and Shen Zhijing viciously, and finally left the office, vowing to take revenge in his heart. Shen Zhijing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Lu Tuzi was fired, she no longer had to worry about having a hard time in the future. Manager Shen. Lu Mingxi smiled gently and said to Shen Jijing, the position of department director has become vacant. Are you interested in taking it? Chapter 18, The Beginning of a Heartthrob. Certainly. Who doesn't want to move up in the workplace? Shen Jijing has been working diligently for more than 5 years. Logically, she should be able to reach the level of director, but there has been no reasonable promotion channel. Promotion and salary increase, the thing she was looking forward to most at this moment, is right in front of her. How could she refuse? Congratulations, Director Shen. Dreamy, especially dreamy. Shen Jijing had never expected this. All of this is thanks to Fong Yuan. He is his lucky star. His heart, which had been silent for many years, and his stagnant career, have all changed because of his arrival. This is a treasure given to her by God. When Shen Jijing was lost in love, Fong Yuan thanked Lu Mingxi. Thank you, Mr. Lu. No. Lu Mingxi said to Shen Jijing, the job change still requires some handover procedures. How about this, Manager Shen? No, it should be Director Shen now. I'm giving you a week's vacation. During this time, you can prepare well. It's paid vacation. Shen Jijing was overjoyed. A week's time. Shen Jijing's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. During these 7 days, she can go on a date with Fong Yuan and make up for some romance. Fong Yuan was very satisfied with the way things were handled. Lu Mingxi left Fong Yuan's contact information and sent the two of them out of the office. After coming back, she returned to her seat and thought for a while. People go to high places and water flows to low places. She has studied a lot of management and also advocates wolf culture, but she is not a diode. When dealing with her subordinates, she has a set of strategies, and when dealing with her superiors, she also has her own thoughts. Stand out from the crowd? No. She wants to fly out of the flock. If Bluecore Group really develops AI smart chips, this technology alone will be enough to make Bluecore one of the Fortune 500 companies and achieve a leap forward. Lon Xin is the most suitable for me. So Lu Mingxi sent a message to Fong Yuan. Mr. Fong, I'm not sure if you're satisfied with my handling of the matter. I hope we can find time to have dinner alone and discuss future cooperation plans. Sent successfully. Lu Mingxi waited excitedly for a reply. Fong Yuan replied quickly. Besides. These two simple words extinguished Lu Mingxi's fire. But she won't give up so easily. Taking out the mirror from the drawer, Lu Mingxi looked at her delicate face in the mirror and admired her beautiful legs. Fong Yuan, watch how I take you down. Fengrui parking lot. Fong Yuan drives the car. Everything is over now. It's already past 4 in the afternoon and it's definitely too late to go to the furniture store. So Shen Jijing suggested, hubby, you are really my lucky star. I had a heavy bleeding today. Let's go eat Western food and celebrate. Seeing Shen Jijing so happy, Fong Yuan naturally would not refuse. Just as he was about to agree, the phone rang. It was Sun Jiaying calling. Who is Secretary Sun? Shen Jijing asked when she saw the incoming call notification. Oh, colleague. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, he answered the phone. Secretary Sun on the other end reported, the contract signing went very smoothly. The other party had no objections to our requests. Well, that's good. Secretary Sun thought about it again. This project was given to him by Fong Yuan. Even if it was a commission, he would get 700,000 yuan, so he had to report it. Director Fong, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Sorry, I have an appointment tonight. Fong Yuan decisively refused. Okay, another day then. Secretary Sun really wanted to express his gratitude. It seemed that today was unfortunate, but it didn't matter, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is another person in Launching Group who wants to make an appointment with Fong Yuan. That's Lan. That smart chip was manufactured based on the overall architecture created by Fong Yuan. Although this is a preview version, it only needs to be tested. Who is he? Lan couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Fong Yuan. This man is very secretive. Even though I have been deeply involved in this field, I have never heard of Fong Yuan. Lan was a little tired, so she took off her white coat. Although the chip was successfully developed and the finished product was in hand, and only product testing was needed, she still felt a sense of emptiness. Lan has been concentrating almost all of her 28 years on research. She thought that after the research was successful, she would feel unprecedented joy and excitement, but this was not the case. Instead, she felt a little lonely. Could it be because Fong Yuan's structure was not created by himself? But it could also be that. No! An idea suddenly popped up in Lan Lan's mind. She needs a man? No, absolutely not. She wouldn't have such an idea. After calming down, Lan Lan took out her cell phone. Since the research was successful, she should make an appointment with Fong Yuan to discuss future cooperation plans. Make a call. Jui Restaurant is a restaurant in this city that caters mainly to couples. It offers a wide variety of dishes, but they are expensive and only middle-class people or white-collar workers can afford them. Shin Jijing had a heavy bleeding, so she rewarded her little husband well. Honey, let's go buy some clothes tomorrow and come home with me in the afternoon. It's my father's birthday. Are you ready? Fong Yuan was very confident. Always be prepared. You can't come empty-handed. I've already ordered 2 boxes of Mao Tai and some massagers. You can take them with you as a gift. We'll have a banquet at Wanfuju tonight, so we still have time. Fong Yuan was somewhat looking forward to meeting his parents, but he didn't know what the old man thought of him. Oh right. Although we got the marriage certificate, everything happened too quickly. We didn't have a wedding banquet, and you didn't formally propose. This doesn't count. You must formally propose to me. Shin Jijing has certain requirements for life. That is, everything must have a sense of ritual. She had never experienced dating, proposal, engagement, or wedding banquets. Although she married Fong Yuan without knowing why, she was not very satisfied. It has to be experienced once. It's a coincidence. These are also what Fong Yuan pursues. Shin Jijing began to look forward to her future life. After our wedding reception, we can go on a honeymoon. I've already thought of the Aegean Sea, the Church of Bones, or Hawaii. How about all of them? Shin Jijing doesn't look like a person in her 30s, but she is completely like a girl in her 20s who is getting married for the first time and is looking forward to a new life in the future. In comparison, Fong Yuan is much more stable. As the two were talking, Lan Lan called. Fong Yuan thought it was a work matter, so he picked up the call. Ahem, Fong Yuan, are you free? Do you want to go out for a midnight snack? I have something to tell you. Fong Yuan looked at Shin Jijing's face and said, the day after tomorrow. All right. Without any hesitation, Lan Lan hung up the phone immediately. She is really frugal with words, and her main focus is on being quick, accurate, and ruthless in doing things. Fong Yuan had just finished answering the phone when a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this an old classmate? A female voice sounded in my ears. Fong Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. Next to the two of them, there was a woman of similar age to Shin Jijing, and there was a young handsome man next to her. The woman had a face full of technology. Because of the pursuit of internet celebrity style, it looks very awkward. The same goes for the young man next to him, full of collagen and technology. Oops. So you like this too? I thought you would never find a man in your life. The woman pulled a stool over and sat down rudely, looking at Shin Jijing provocatively. It seems that there is a deep conflict between the two. Chapter 19, Continuous Counterattack. Dear, who is this? Fong Yuan asked Shin Jijing at the right time. This woman targeted her right from the start, she must be her enemy. Shin Jijing was also fed up with her and didn't want to have much contact with her. She just said lightly, my high school classmate, Zhou. The woman turned her eyes slightly and looked back at Fong Yuan, thinking, this handsome boy is not bad, and his face is natural, and you can tell at first glance that he is not the type with technology. Jijing, I'm wrong. You and I are not just high school classmates. To be more precise, we are competitors. Zhou winked at Fong Yuan and said, handsome boy, let me tell you something in secret. All the boys who chase after her will end up being my type. This kind of affectation perfectly illustrates what it means to be slutty and cheap. But Fong Yuan ignored her completely and said seriously, sorry, tonight is our party for two. Could you please leave? Zhou chuckled. She was also a white-collar worker in the workplace, with a status similar to Shin Jijing's. The young man around her was her kept gigolo, so she instantly lost her good impression of Fong Yuan. You little white face, why are you so arrogant? Shin Jijing immediately defended Fong Yuan and said, please be respectful, he is my husband. Husband? Zhou Yu couldn't believe it. How could Shen Zhijing find such a young husband? Shen Zhijing, look at you. You're already middle-aged and pretty. In a few years, you'll be completely unattractive. And yet you found a husband this young? Aren't you afraid that in a few years, you'll cut off the water and electricity, and she'll still be cheating on you while she's still in her prime? You. This was really too much. Shen Zhijing's eyes widened. You're overthinking this. Fang Yuan retorted, we are not together because of our looks, and I believe that when Zhijing is with me, she will not have any worries or sorrows, and naturally she will not age. Unlike you, the Korean semi-permanent hair will fall apart in 2 years. Zhou Yu immediately shouted angrily, who are you talking about? My hair is all natural. Eye of insight, activate. Fang Yuan enumerated them carefully: nose augmentation, lip piercing, cheekbone lift, double eyelid surgery, apple cheek augmentation, and a face full of hyaluronic acid. Wow, she's like a man-made human. And you went to a small cosmetic surgery just to save money. It won't be long before your face is completely ruined. I can't even imagine what that would look like. It must be horrible. You. Zhou Yu was furious, but didn't know what to say, so he turned around and looked at the young man next to him and shouted, you are dead. The young man shuddered all over. He quickly said in a baby voice, sister, I'm a little scared. This brother is so fierce. Bite. Current targets for revenge, Zhou Yu, Xiao Tao Tao, current number of revenges available is once. As a 24K pure man with full of masculinity, Fang Yuan can't stand this kind of sister-in-law with a baby voice and a shrill whisper. They act like they are very masculine, but in fact in ancient times, eunuchs were more manly than them. Ugh, disgusting. Fortunately, just when I was about to punch him, the system was triggered. Damn it. What Zhou Yu wanted at this time was face, not the cuteness and coquettishness of a young handsome guy. So he yelled, you're so useless. You always act like a spoiled brat and you never help me fight back. Sister, can Xiao Tao Tao sing a song for you? Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow. Shen Zhijing got goosebumps all over her body and looked at Zhou Yu and Xiao Tao Tao with confusion written all over her face. Fang Yuan also thought of a good way to take revenge. Seeing that these two people are about the same age, I guess the song should be very lethal. You should know that when Fang Yuan was in school, he was called Little Li Jian. Honey. Fang Yuan called Shen Zhijing, took her hand, and said, for your honeymoon, do you want to go abroad? How about we go to Lake Baikal? Okay. Shen Zhijing was very happy. I'm going to show you how that feels right now. Fang Yuan stood up. Couples restaurants offer singing, and there are usually resident singers to add to the atmosphere. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and said, please give me the microphone and play the accompaniment. Thank you. The waiter will do it. There were many couples in the restaurant. As the prelude of the accompaniment sounded, the Chi Tu Su style immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan pulled Shen Zhijing up. She was wearing a pure white dress, the same one she had worn when they got their marriage certificate. At this moment, she looked like an angel. Although Fang Yuan was wearing cheap clothes, he had a special aura at this moment. In my arms, in your eyes, there is a spring breeze that is intoxicating, there is green grass. Fang Yuan's voice was like the sound of nature. He pulled Shen Zhijing into his arms and sang with deep emotion. The two looked at each other. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with deep affection, which made Shen Zhijing blush with embarrassment, but she didn't dare to look away. The perfect fusion of emotion and technique, accompanied by the song's accompaniment with a retro atmosphere, instantly draws everyone to the shores of Lake Baikal. The moonlight spreads love all over the lake, and the bonfire of two people illuminates the entire night. Fang Yuan pulled Shen Zhijing to dance. Although Shen Zhijing couldn't dance, she could only follow along reluctantly. At this moment, she was so absorbed in herself that she forgot that she was in public. She just wanted to stay in this wonderful moment forever and be warmed by this moving song. After so many years, we are drifting away like clouds, and our changing steps make it difficult for us to hold hands. In this life, how many of you and I have been swallowed up in the moonlit night? The song ends. There was warm applause all around. When Shen Zhijing's passion reached its peak, she took the initiative to kiss him, and the applause from the surroundings became even more enthusiastic. Wow, what a beautiful couple! Xiao Tao Tao clapped excitedly. Zhou Yu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Humph, look at others, then look at you. Dear, how about we go to the shores of Lake Baikal? After the song ended, Fang Yuan pulled Shen Jijing back and sat down. Zhou Yu was so jealous that her eyes turned red. The more she looked at the young hunk next to her, the more she felt that he was disappointing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking mid-level revenge on Zhou Yu and Xiao Taodao. Rewards: intermediate level supernatural power, universal medical skills can cure intermediate level diseases and hidden diseases. Additional reward: Bugatti Veyron RS. Bugatti Veyron? As a car lover, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although this car is not a limited edition, it is worth 30 million. In just a moment, the car keys appeared in Fang Yuan's hand. Seeing that she couldn't compete with the men, Zhou Yu decided to save face elsewhere, so she said to Shen Jijing, do you know? I'm the general agent of Audi Automobile now. You easily earn hundreds of thousands a year. Are you still Fingrue's junior manager? Fang Yuan coughed and spoke on behalf of Shen Jijing. I'm sorry, my wife is now the director of the business department of Fingrue Group. Snort. So what? I just casually gave our little darling an X8. Xiao Taotao took out his car keys and showed them off. Fang Yuan also took out his car keys and said, oh, that Bugatti Veyron my dear gave me is really not up to par. Ah? Shen Jijing was dumbfounded. She looked at the car keys in Fang Yuan's hand in disbelief. TSK, it must be fake. Zhou Yu didn't believe it. A Bugatti Veyron costs at least 1 million. Even if Shen Jijing gets a promotion and a raise, she can't afford a luxury car of this level. At this moment, a waiter came in and shouted, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, but which gentleman owns this Bugatti Veyron RS? It's blocking the restaurant door, please move it. Chapter 20, Preparation before meeting the parents. Mine. Fang Yuan held the car keys high. The waiter hurried over, took the key, and said respectfully, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and gave full trust. He didn't need to worry at all, as the luxury car was driven away by the waiter. Unless the other party is really stupid to a certain extent. After about 10 minutes, the waiter returned the key. Thank you, sir. The waiter was extremely excited that he could drive a Bugatti Veyron in his lifetime. Zhou Yu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. The flames of jealousy are burning. She turned around and slapped Xiao Taodao in the face, making his mother cry loudly, Sister, I just pulled the thread. You broke it with one slap. Woo woo woo. Waste. A useless face that looks good but does nothing. After scolding Xiao Taodao, Zhou Yu stood up and snorted coldly at Shen Jijing, just wait and see. The two laughed. Fang Yuan's ears were finally quiet. Shen Jijing folded her arms and blinked, hoping for an explanation. What was going on with this Bugatti Veyron? Fang Yuan also knew what Shen Jijing meant and said, isn't this a surprise for you? This is it. You said, let's go home to see my father-in-law tomorrow. It would be so cool to drive a Bugatti Veyron. How did the car get here? Rented. Fang Yuan didn't think twice. This explanation was reasonable, and Shen Jijing did not doubt it. However, a luxury car of this level would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, and if it gets damaged, you would have to spend all your money to pay for it. Shen Jijing said worriedly, rented? You should get a different one. If it gets scratched, you'll have to pay a lot of money. Fine. This car has comprehensive insurance, and whoever hits it will be compensated, so don't worry. Only then did Shen Jijing feel a little relieved. However, the two have now become a model couple. Although there seems to be an age difference between them, they look so well matched no matter how you look at them. Besides, modern people's views on love are not that conservative. It's just a relationship between an older sister and a younger brother. The older sister will be caring and the younger brother will act coquettishly. There's nothing wrong with that. Go home after dinner. Fang Yuan drove the Bugatti Veyron directly, called a designated driver, drove Shen Jijing's car back, and drove this car to the banquet tomorrow. In order to be in full condition, Shen Jijing refused the 2.5-hour link tonight. She also felt a little unwell, probably because her relatives were coming. The next day, the two went out early in the morning. In order to keep a low profile, he drove Shen Jijing's car to buy clothes. But when buying clothes, just buy some higher-end sportswear. After all, it is a family dinner, and it is not good to wear a suit that is too formal. Shen Jijing deliberately chose a set of white casual clothes, the main purpose of which was to make herself look younger. She also put on light makeup, and with her good skin care and the moisture she had received these days, her face was rosy and she looked like she was about 25 or 26 years old. Fong Yuan tried his best to appear more mature and steady. After all, he is a young man who just graduated, in his 20s, and has not been working for long. There is a saying that goes, a man without a beard cannot do things well. Therefore, his originally long hair that grew randomly was turned into neat short hair under the help of teacher Tony. Handsome, comparable to Robert Downey Jr. Shen Zhijing couldn't help but praise him. Fong Yuan chuckled. He has a good foundation, but his clothes are bad and he doesn't take care of them. With Shen Zhijing's personal treatment, even teacher Tony praised, indeed, look at our man, his face shape is very similar to Donnie, and now it's even more like him. The two were very satisfied with the new look, but it was a bit expensive. It was just a haircut, but it cost me a few thousand yuan. The main one is Shen Zhijing. She grew her hair into long, straight black hair and tied it into a ponytail. She also spent a lot of money on maintaining her hair because it was a big one. But it's worth it. Next is buying gifts. According to the original plan, a massage table and a massager would be enough, but Fong Yuan always felt it was too shabby, so he asked about Shen Zhijing's family composition. Although she had heard some things from Li Dongyao before, she didn't go back to her grandfather's house often, so she didn't know much. Only after Shen Zhijing told him in such detail did he realize how powerful her family was. Mr. Shen has 3 daughters and 2 sons. Shen Zhijing is the youngest daughter and the last in the family. Her elder brothers are her second sister, her third brother, and her fourth sister. Among them, the eldest brother Shen Linfeng is an executive of a foreign company and is often abroad. Because this year is my father's 70th birthday, I came back specially to celebrate. My second sister married and moved to Beijing a few years ago. Her husband is very capable and started a company at a young age. The third brother is doing even better, having opened several restaurant chains and his own internet-famous brand. The fourth sister is Li Dongyao's mother. She has always lived in the countryside. After her husband had an accident, she single-handedly supported the family's land, contracted an orchard, and also built a juice production base. He is a famous township entrepreneur. Although he doesn't earn much, it is enough to live on. As for the fifth sister, Shen Zhijing, she is now the director of Fingrui Group. She has been promoted 2 levels at once, and she is considered to have some fame. It's a birthday after all, so I think we should bring some expensive gifts. Fong Yuan pondered. Only if the gifts you bring make Shen Zhijing look good will there be a greater chance that her father-in-law and mother-in-law will agree. 2. However, my father likes antiques, calligraphy and paintings, but I don't know much about them. Besides, antiques, calligraphy and paintings are very expensive, and I don't know if they are real or not, so it's not easy to give them away. That's not difficult. Fong Yuan's eyes of insight can see through everything and guarantee the authenticity of antiques. There are still 7 hours before the evening banquet begins, which is plenty of time. Let's go take a look first. Shen Zhijing agreed, and the two drove to the antique city. People in the antique industry like to gather in groups. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a profit for 3 years after opening. Whether you can sell out depends entirely on luck, so they are basically located near tourist attractions. The advantage of doing this is that those black tour guides will force tourists to buy these fake things, so they can make more money. Therefore, sometimes when you sign up for a low-price tour group, it seems like you are getting a bargain, but in fact you are being ripped off. If you don't buy anything, you will be kicked out and you will have no way to complain. Besides, it's not worth making a fuss for $2,000, so most people just pay the money out of fear. So the antique industry here is clearly a scam, and many shops even sell fakes, while the real stuff has long been hidden away. Or they were set up. There are many forms of so-called situations, some of which are even heavenly situations. In short, if you don't have money, or simply want to gamble, forget it if possible. This business is very complex and young people cannot grasp it. Shen Zhijing understood some of the ins and outs of it. After all, he had some social experience, so he was afraid of being cheated, so he kept persuading Fong Yuan to be careful. The two of them went around in a circle. Fong Yuan's insightful eyes took a quick glance. Damn! They were all fake, not a single one was real. But looking at these buyers, it felt like they had bought the real thing. There were even a few old men bragging about their collections, such as brush washers and white marble bowls. You've been sold and are still helping others count money. Fong Yuan didn't give up and turned around again. There is a small shop in front. There is a wooden sign hanging on the door with gold inlaid words on it, which says Wanbao House. At the door of the store, a thin and withered man wearing a Mao suit and a goatee came forward and greeted them after seeing them again. "Hey, you two. I see you've been walking around twice. Are you looking for treasure or buying treasure? Our treasure house is a place for treasure hunting, buying, and selling, hee. You'll be satisfied." Chapter 21, Life and Death Warrant. Shen Zhijing shook her head. She is still very wary of this kind of door-to-door business. Fang Yuan thought about it. Opening a shop is much better than setting up stalls outside. The main thing is that none of the things sold at the stalls outside are real. They are all made of young cucumbers painted yellow to look old. So we have to enter the treasure house. Go in and take a look. Shen Zhijing was still very cautious and whispered, "It's not a good deal if you're just chasing after it. He might not have anything real in there." Fang Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm an expert in this area." Ah? Shen Zhijing was a little confused and followed Fang Yuan into the Wanbao house. The man with the goatee introduced himself, "Little brother, my name is Ma Yi, and they all call me Ma-san here." "Little brother, I've been walking around here twice. Have you found the treasure you like?" Fang Yuan said, "The ones out there are all fake and boring. I'm buying this as a gift for my father-in-law, so it has to be real." Ma Yi immediately judged that this guy was an amateur. No expert would try to trick people right away. That is to say, state your true purpose. If you want to buy real things, you need good eyesight and money. Most people will not easily reveal their abilities. This is what it means to see through things but not to speak them out. Generally, you just use a few words and say them in harmony. After confirming that Fang Yuan was a novice, Ma Yi's eyes rolled and he immediately said, "Then you have come to the right place. Everything in my treasure house is genuine. Since you're giving it to your father-in-law, it must have special meaning. I'm wondering what your expected price is so I can recommend something." Psychologically expected price? Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "About 300,000. Okay, wait a moment." After saying this, Ma Yi went to the backyard. Fang Yuan was visiting in the front hall. There are many antique collections in this store, but they are all fake at first glance. Not long after, Ma Yi and two employees took out several sets of antiques. It is a painting and calligraphy, a set of 4 treasures of the study, a set of purple clay teapots and matching teacups. Little brother. This calligraphy piece is from the most famous period of Huang Tingjian's career during the Song dynasty. The brushwork is a bit immature, but it is indeed one of the rare masterpieces. This set of 4 treasures of the study is a rare collection from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. As for this purple clay teapot, it was made in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties and was specially made for the emperor. Because of a slight flaw in its workmanship, it was not selected for the palace, so it was kept as a treasure. These 3 sets are priced at around 300,000 yuan each and are highly collectible and perfect as gifts. Shen Zhijing didn't understand. It all looks real, but it feels fake, so it's hard to tell. Fang Yuan glanced at it. The first one is a modern imitation. The paper is old, and the rice paper still retains modern craftsmanship. Although the person who copied it is quite capable, it is still not up to par. The eye of insight. Truly amazing. Not only can you tell whether it is real or fake, you can also tell how it was made. It's like seeing the defects in a chip, the information is right in front of you. As for the 4 treasures of the study, that is fake too. Although aging is not a modern technique, it is a technique from the Republican era. It does have some value, but because it is a fake, it is not considered high-end. As for that set of purple clay teapots, they were chemically aged. The craftsmanship is impeccable. It's a shame the counterfeiters had ulterior motives, but fake is fake. Ma Yi was a little surprised. Even true treasure appraisers would need to carefully observe these 3 imitations for a while, but this boy could tell at a glance that they were fake. Little brother. If you understand, just change it. Why bother saying it out loud? Ma Yi looked displeased and reminded Fang Yuandao. Being able to see through the truth at a glance, one must have extraordinary abilities and is definitely not an ordinary person. But if you are an insider but don't understand the rules of the industry, it is really difficult to define it. I don't understand your rules, but I can tell the difference between true and false. If these are all you have in your treasure house, I'm sorry. Fang Yuan took Shen Zhijing's hand and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Ma Yi quickly forced a smile. Little brother? Since you can tell whether these things are real or fake, I have something I'd like you to take a look at. Just tell me if it's real or not, and I'll give you this antique from Wanbaya. Is there such a good thing? Although Fang Yuan was not greedy for cheap things, since it was the other party who asked him to help with the appraisal, it was considered as a reward for his labor, which was reasonable, so he agreed immediately. Okay. Ma Yi was overjoyed and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go to the back room to get it." As he spoke, he came to the back room and turned a corner. There is a gourd vine in the backyard. It grows very lush in midsummer, and the vines hanging down are quite artistic. In the middle aisle of the gourd vine, there is a rocking chair with a young girl lying on it. Although she is a girl, she wears punk-style clothes and dyes her hair golden yellow. She looks a bit rebellious and out of tune with the quaint environment around her. Ma Yi came forward and bowed. "Mississippi." "Well, what do you mean?" the girl asked casually. Ma Yi's eyes rolled around. This kid is really capable. He can tell at a glance that the imitations we brought out are fake. Real? The girl became interested and said, "Show it to him. If he can really tell whether it's real or fake and explain the secrets behind it, I'll give him the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts." Ma Yi's face tightened. "This is worth $1 million, right?" "It doesn't matter." The girl waved her hand. If he can really tell whether the thing is real or fake, it means he can be of great use in the future. It's worth making friends with him. Go ahead and do it. Yes. Ma Yi agreed and walked away. The girl also stood up and hid behind the screen in the back hall, intending to listen. After a while, Ma Yi came out with a palm-sized tripod furnace. It was a bronze artifact. After entering, several guys closed the main door. Shin Zijing was a little scared. She was afraid that these people would suddenly attack. However, Fang Yuan remained unmoved. He calmly held Shin Zijing's hand and said, "Hold on tight. This is probably what they took out. It's quite extraordinary." Sure enough, when Ma Yi came out with the bronze square tripod, Shin Zijing and Fang Yuan were both shocked. Shin Zijing whispered, "Wow. This shop actually has the guts to collect bronze artifacts. How brave. It is illegal to collect bronze artifacts privately. This is no joke. You can donate, but you must not trade privately. Little brother, please take a look. 4 Dragons Square Venerable." As soon as Fang Yuan saw the design, he could tell the manufacturing process of this thing. Bronzeware, which was mainly cast from the Shang dynasty to the late Qin dynasty, is a very precious cultural relic. The 4 Dragon Square tripod is a ritual vessel for worshipping heaven, and was used by the emperor to seek divination from heaven during the Zhou dynasty. The status is very high. Good eyesight. Ma Yi praised, "Little brother, is this thing real or fake?" Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Congratulations, you've escaped imprisonment." Ma Yi's face changed. "This means that the 4 Dragon Square tripod is fake. How do you know?" Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "If you're brave enough, peel away the rust and you'll see the creases left by the lathe." Ma Yi narrowed his eyes and pondered Fang Yuan's words carefully. Then he smiled and said, "Very good, but little brother, don't speak nonsense. How about you and I sign a life and death agreement? If I lose, I'll give you something. But if you're wrong, I'll break all your limbs. How about that?" Chapter 22, Heading to the Birthday Banquet. While he was speaking, the guy next to him had already taken out the death certificate. Ma Yi explained with a fake smile, "Don't mind it, little brother, this is just the rule in the industry. Forget it, we won't watch it anymore, let's go now." Shin Zijing also waved her hand and said quickly. Seeing the guys who were originally friendly suddenly become ferocious, anyone would feel a little scared. "What are you afraid of?" Fang Yuan picked up the death agreement and tore it up in front of Ma Yi. Hiss. 300,000 and you want to buy my hands and feet? Having said that, he threw the so-called life and death statement to the ground. Seeing this, Ma Yi said coldly, "Little brother, this is just a contract. We can't just listen to your words and believe what you say is true or false, right? If this 4 Dragon Square Zune is real, and we removed the rust as you said, but didn't see the traces you mentioned, wouldn't we be at a huge loss?" "Big loss?" Fang Yuan stood up. At this time, the guys wanted to come up, but were stopped by Ma Yi. Fang Yuan reached out and took the 4 Dragon Square Zune from Ma Yi's hand and said, "If I say this thing is fake, then it can't be real." Click. With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan pushed away the copper rust and threw it to Ma Yi. He held it in his hand and looked at the marks under the copper rust, which were indeed the marks of a lathe made with modern technology. It's just that the aging method is very sophisticated, and bronzeware itself is deceptive, and the counterfeiter also predicts that you dare not destroy the rust on it. So no one dared to identify it. After all, any flaw may greatly reduce the value of the 4-dragon square tripod. However, this piece of craftsmanship is quite good. It's worth at least 200,000. Let's keep it for fun. Ma-yi immediately put on a smiling face. He hadn't intended to make things awkward. It seems that this kid is quite capable. He quickly said, "Thank you, little brother. Please wait a moment." Then he ordered the waiter, "Go quickly and give the promised gift to the master." Yes. In 2 minutes, a painting was presented. Ma-yi slowly unfolded the painting in front of Fang Yuan. Sinshimingda's painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Ma-yi was shocked. Before the scroll was fully unfolded, Fang Yuan recognized him. Who on earth was he? When fully unfolded, the painting is 1.2 meters long and 45 centimeters wide. This painting, Spring Pines and Autumn Frost, was created during the Ming Dynasty by a painter who greatly admired Tang Bohu, imitating the painting Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. Because of its unique painting style, although the painter is not particularly famous, this painting is still regarded as the best painting after Tang Bohu. Little brother, this painting is for you. Really? Fang Yuan could tell at a glance that this painting was of great value. However, the eye of insight can only tell the truth from the falsehood, as well as some specific information, but cannot tell the value. After all, prices vary in different dynasties and eras. How much is this painting? Ma-yi's eyes rolled. He was smart enough not to mention the high price. He just said, "This painting is only about 350,000. As he spoke, Ma-yi asked the waiter to pack up the painting and gave it to Fang Yuan. He also took out a gold-stamped business card and handed it over. "Wanbao House welcomes you at any time, little brother. I also hope to make friends with you. I wonder if you could leave your contact information?" That must be possible. Based on the principle of more friends, more paths, Fang Yuan and Ma-yi left their contact information with each other. I got a painting without spending a penny. It was already afternoon, and the two hurried home to change their clothes, pack their gifts, and drove their Bugatti Veyron straight to Wanfuju. Wanfuju is a good place to host large banquets in the local area. Not only are the prices reasonable, the service is also very good, and the supporting facilities are complete. The parking space outside is the largest in the city. There is an entire parking space, nearly as large as 2 football fields, leaving enough space for people attending the banquet. It is the best choice for company gatherings, weddings, funerals, birthday banquets, and other large-scale events. Today is Mr. Shen's 70th birthday. He is a country boy, but his children are very successful. Strictly speaking, they all have their own careers and businesses, so the old man's status naturally rises. The place was packed with people, and it was still a family dinner. In the countryside, there are so many relatives in the surrounding area, and Fang Yuan and Shen Jijing arrived relatively late. There was someone outside to greet us. He is specifically responsible for recording who drives what car, who comes, what they bring, and whether there are any gifts. As for the gift money, you can pay it directly at the door, but if you bring a gift, you need to give it in person. The sound of Fang Yuan's car engine could be heard from a long distance away. Wow, Bugatti Veyron. Is this true? This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. The reception staff were all envious. They are all relatives of the Shen family, but one of them is Mr. Shen's biological son, Shen Linsong. When he saw this luxury car, he lost his composure. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must not be a big boss. After all, these days, the industry is in recession, and big bosses are very low-key and won't drive such a flashy car. Only those rich second generations who pursue fashion and coolness like to drive luxury cars of this level. Or they may be nouveau riche who suddenly became rich, think they have some status, and like to drive luxury cars to enhance their face. Of course, this kind of person is exactly the one Shen Linsong wants to win over. After all, if you have money, you can invest and open more chain stores. This is money making money, and it will become bigger and bigger. After the car stopped, Shen Jijing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out first. Shen Linsong was stunned. He didn't expect that the person getting out of the car was his fifth sister, so he hurriedly walked up and said, "Fifth sister, why are you so late?" Shen Jijing smiled and said, "Third brother, I was busy with work and was delayed." Shen Linsong chuckled and looked at the Bugatti Veyron with a look of anger on his face. We are all adults now. We can't really say we compete with each other as siblings, but we still compete with each other to some extent. It seems that his fifth sister, Shen Zijing, is the big shot on the list. She is probably a nouveau riche with a big belly and a bald head. At this time, Fang Yuan got out of the driver's seat. I threw the keys to the doorman who came to help me park the car and gave him some tips. Shen Zijing took out the gift from the front trunk, and a waiter came to help. The service at Wanfuju was still very good. Shen Linsong was very surprised by Fang Yuan's appearance. This guy looks very young. You have to know that the eldest brother of the Shen family, Shen Linfeng, is already 45 years old, and this young man is about the same age as his son. Third brother, let me introduce you, this is Fang Yuan, my husband. Fang Yuan came over and held hands with Shen Zijing, showing their affection. Then he extended his hand to shake hands with the third brother and said, "Hello, third brother." "Hello to you too. Come in, don't stand outside, fifth sister. Dad was just talking about you, saying you haven't been home for years. Come on." The third brother didn't understand the situation and didn't know what to say. So the three of them entered the hall while the others continued to welcome the guests. The relatives had already arrived in the banquet hall, but among Mr. Shen's direct descendants, only Shen Linfeng had come. He was the one who arranged this banquet, and Shen Zijing was the first to arrive. Of course, the birthday celebrant had not arrived yet, and only Shen Zijing's mother was chatting with relatives. Seeing Shen Zijing coming and Fang Yuan beside her, Shen's mother stood up unhappily and walked towards the two of them with a cold face. Chapter 23, Shen's mother does not approve. Shen's mother heard from Yao Yao a few days ago that Shen Zijing had obtained a marriage certificate. She is very angry. How come my daughter didn't even tell me, her mother, about such a big thing? And in Li Dongyao's mouth, Fang Yuan must not be any better. He just graduated and entered the society, and he couldn't make much money a month, so he relied on his good looks to suck Shen Zijing's blood. He said a lot of exaggerated things. At the end, he said aggrievedly that he was kicked out by his aunt. Shen's mother felt bad when she heard this. Who wants their daughter to get married and be treated like a slave, and be exploited by a man? Jingjing. Mom. Shen Zijing still ran over like a child and held her mother's hand. She had indeed not been home for a few years, and it had not been easy for her to work hard outside all these years. Let me introduce you, this is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan bowed generously and addressed Shen's mother respectfully, "Hello, mother-in-law." Who is your mother-in-law? Mother Shen looked unhappy. Her preconceived notions made her dislike Fang Yuan more and more the more she looked at him. You are so young, you have hands and feet, but instead of working hard to make money, you live off your wife and still want to be in the limelight? Your name is Fang Yuan, right? I don't want to say anything more. Just leave now and leave my daughter. You have hands and feet, so why not learn something else? Why do you have to learn to live off others? I despise people like you the most. Shen's mother was full of hostility from the start. No, Mom, you misunderstood. Fang Yuan is actually very capable, but he just hasn't found a place to showcase his talents yet. What? Shen's mother immediately said, Yao Yao told me that it's been more than a year since she graduated from college, and her salary is only over 3,000 yuan, and she still owes a lot of online loans and other things. For a moment, Fang Yuan had the urge to curse. Li Dongyao really says everything. Although I could imagine that she would definitely discredit me, she didn't do it in this way. Fang Yuan earns 3,000 yuan a month, which is enough for one person to spend, and there is even some surplus. And wasn't he the online loan because of Li Dongyao? In order to buy a piece of Hermes, she maxed out her credit card and didn't dare tell her family or her aunt. It was Fang Yuan who found a way to get the money together. The price he paid for this was that Fang Yuan had to eat instant noodles for 3 months before he could barely recover. Mom, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense. Shen Zijing was anxious, but didn't know how to explain. How do I explain Li Dongyao's involvement in this matter? Mother Shen took her daughter's hand and advised earnestly, Girl, you are already an adult, why do you still have the temper of a child? You've been single for the past 7 years, and as your mother, I've seen it all, and it hurts my heart. I know it's not easy for you, but you can't find someone like this, who is lazy and has no integrity, no job, and no ability. In Shen's mother's eyes, Fang Yuan was just a spirited young man from the bottom of society, and she looked down upon him. Girl. It just so happens that your uncle's son's youngest son is here today. He's been in love with you since he was little. He opened a farm and makes millions a year. He got divorced a while ago. Although he has a child, he's an honest and down-to-earth person. Listen to mom and get a divorce. Shen Zhijing pulled her hand out of her mother's, stood beside Fong Yuan, took his arm, and said seriously, Mom, don't get involved in my affairs. I've decided on him. You. Mother Shen was furious. She pointed at Fong Yuan and said, You little bastard, what kind of magic potion did you give my daughter? You shameless thing. I'm telling you, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to get past me first. Mother Shen had a very loud voice, which attracted all the relatives to gather around, looking like they were enjoying the show. Everyone knew something about Shen Zhijing's affairs, and coupled with what Shen's mother had just said, everyone started discussing it. This guy is pretty good looking. Can a pretty face really be eaten? This is a marriage. That's right, that's right. She looks like she's in her 20s, and Jingjing is already in her 30s. How can they live like this, as an old wife and a young husband? I guess she's just a gigolo. I heard young people these days spend money lavishly. Jingjing earns a lot, so I guess she's in it for the money. Oh, TSK, there are still such shameless people. While everyone was discussing, Shen Linfeng appeared with his wife, and the scene immediately became quiet. His wife is a noble lady. And she is a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner, a typical foreign wife. This time, she deliberately wore a cheongsam dress, which not only showed off her proud figure but also made her look dignified and elegant. Looking at Shen Linfeng. He was dressed in a formal suit. Although he was 45 years old, he was full of vigor and vitality, and his temperament was out of tune with others. Linfeng is back. All the relatives came to greet them. Shen Linfeng smiled, and this was a dimensionality reduction attack on these poor relatives. Moreover, the foreign woman next to him looked young, only about 30 years old. Normally, foreigners look old. Because of the three-dimensional facial features, wrinkles will appear as you get older. Fortunately, you have taken very good care of yourself and they are not noticeable. Moreover, judging from the body movements of the two as they walked in, Shen Linfeng should be a head shorter than this foreign woman. Linda, Linfeng, you're back. Shen's mother just left Shen Zhijing and Fong Yuan aside. After all, this is the biggest prophet of the Shen family, and he can also take this opportunity to leave the center of public opinion. Shen Zhijing pulled Fong Yuan to sit down. I'm sorry for making you suffer today. Fong Yuan said gently, It's okay, take your time, don't rush. Not long after, my second sister also came. My second sister married well. Her husband is very wealthy and looks very kind. The last people to arrive were Shen Jima and Li Dongyao, mother and daughter. After entering, Li Dongyao saw Fong Yuan sitting in the guest of honor seat at a glance. Similarly, Ma Yingjie also came. Ma Yingjie knew the foreign woman, so he went straight over to her as soon as he arrived and started communicating with her in fluent foreign language. President Linda, I have completed everything you asked me to do. Based on Bluecore's current R&D progress, the expert group believes that it is impossible for Bluecore to develop an AI smart chip at this stage. I have contacted Qi Yinfeng, and he has confirmed that the chip is still in the architecture stage. Linda smiled slightly and said confidently, I didn't think Lan Lan could succeed at first. Without the support of Kanya technology, her research and development space will be greatly reduced. However, there is an old saying in your country, a boat capsizes in a ditch, so we still need to be cautious. Fong Yuan understood their conversation. But he remained calm on the surface, thinking in his heart that it seemed that Ma Yingjie came back to China to investigate Lan Xin, but he was not sure what his purpose was. The birthday star has arrived. As Mr. Shen entered the room, everyone stood up. The old man is 70 years old, but because he does farm work during the new year, he is in good health. Although he looks weathered, his eyes are bright. Everyone please take a seat. The birthday star has spoken. After sitting down, everyone at the table seemed to be having a good time, but there was an obvious rivalry, and the brothers and sisters seemed to be unwilling to accept the result. We are all rich people. The competition of financial strength is not only done openly, but also in secret. Li Dongyao stood up first. Grandpa. Today is your 70th birthday. I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the southern mountains. Yao Yao doesn't have anything to give you, so I'll give you a birthday peach as a gift. The waiter brought a longevity peach gift box made of pure gold, but it was not certain whether it was pure gold. However, this longevity peach is about the size of a casserole, and the picture is very impactful. Li Dongyao smiled confidently. This cost 300,000 main, the filial piety is definitely enough. With the display of her gift, the competition has officially begun. Chapter 24, Tribute. Fang Yuan couldn't understand what these people were fighting about. Whose filial piety is more valuable? Then this so-called value rises to economic value. What are the benefits of doing this? Maybe it was for the sake of face, wanting to show up in front of relatives, but spending so much money for face is somewhat inappropriate. Compared with them, Shen Zhijing is very open and generous. She never thought about these things. In her opinion, true filial piety is companionship and a kind of thoughtfulness, which cannot be replaced by these worldly things. The birthday peach gift was actually given by Shen Zhima and his daughter Li Dongyao together. Li Dongyao introduced, "Grandpa, this birthday peach is made of pure gold custom made by Lao Fengxiang." Mr. Shen couldn't stop smiling. The reason why this year's birthday was celebrated in such a grand manner was, firstly, that it was my 70th birthday, and secondly, my children had all started their own families and careers. This gift will undoubtedly make him look good in front of his relatives. Okay, Yao Yao is thoughtful. After saying that, someone came over and took the longevity peach. Fang Yuan observed the old man and found that his expression did not change much about the birthday peach. At most, he was relieved, and that was because of the children's filial piety, not because of the birthday peach. Li Dongyao was completely unaware and sat down with a proud expression. She was full of confidence, thinking that this gift would definitely impress the whole audience. Father. Third brother Shen Linsong stood up. Shen Zhijing said that her third brother Shen Linsong opened a restaurant chain and was a typical small boss. Although he had not yet gone public, he was much richer than the average working class. Today is your 70th birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. Four waiters brought up the gifts. This is a piece of finely carved Shoshan stone with extremely delicate carving. The theme is fortune, wealth, and longevity. It is 1 meter high and 35 centimeters wide. Even if 4 people carry it, it would still be a bit difficult. This is the 3 immortals of fortune, longevity, and happiness that I commissioned Mr. Zhang Xiong, the best sculptor in China, to carve. It symbolizes a long life of 100 years. However, in Fang Yuan's eyes, this Shoshan stone, it's fake. It was not carved by Mr. Zhang Xiong, but by a group of apprentices. As for the stone, it was not the best choice, and there were serious marks of splicing in many places. However, in the eyes of others, this gift easily surpassed the pure gold longevity peach. The carving workmanship alone is enough to make it commemorative, and it was personally carved by a domestic carving master, so the added value is self-evident. Shen Linsong looked at the envious eyes of his relatives and sat down proudly. Then the second sister of the Shen family stood up. She came with her husband and didn't bring any special gifts, just a gold card. Dad, you've worked hard for half your life. This is a supreme gold card from the Nanhai Shipping Company. You can go on a trip when you have nothing to do, and you don't have to pay anything. You like fishing, right? You can also go see fishing here. This simple gift satisfied the old man's needs for the rest of his life. Compared to those gifts that can only be seen, the second sister's gift is based on practical considerations. She glanced at Shen Linsong with a hint of provocation. The fight continues. All eyes fell on Shen Linfeng. As the eldest son of the Shen family, he not only does a thriving business abroad, but also marries a foreign wife. He is the most envied person among his relatives. Dad. Shen Linfeng said, I don't have anything good to give. After all, it's very difficult to get things through customs from abroad. Time is too tight and I don't have time to arrange it. However, Linda and I recently discussed doing business in the country. Today happens to be your birthday, and we don't have much to say in return. We'll just give you 5% of the company's shares. You don't need anything else, just wait for the dividends every year. Everyone gasped after hearing this. Why do some workplace elites work so hard for their companies? It's all for the so-called dry stock dividends. Putting aside other things, for a company that can earn hundreds of millions, as long as you get 1% of the shares, that would mean hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in income every year. Getting paid just by lying down is the life that many people dream of. Now that the financial problem is solved, the entertainment life for retirement in the future will also be solved. This is what it means to truly have a place to rely on in old age. Okay, Lin Feng is thoughtful. When Mr. Shen was laughing, Shen Jima suddenly said, Fifth sister, what gift have you prepared for Dad? Shen Jima's sudden words caught Shen Zhijing off guard. She thought it was not her turn yet, but now all the relatives were looking at her. She's lucky enough not to have to take money from home. Shin's mother sneered and said, "Your sister has been entangled with a boy. She spends money every day. She is really like water spilled after being married off." This is no longer an innuendo, it's a direct scolding. It can be seen that Shin's mother dislikes Fang Yuan. Li Dongyao also shook her head. She finally let out a sigh of relief. She was determined to see how Fang Yuan would end up. "Dad." Shin Jijing stood up and asked the waiter to bring up a box of Mao Tai. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a valuable gift, but Shin's mother had a look of disdain on her face. Father Shin also frowned and said nothing. He only recently found out that his daughter had obtained a marriage certificate with a young man. Although he was open-minded, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Father Shin said, "It doesn't matter whether you give gifts or not, they are all my children, but there are many things that I, as a father, have to say. Son, you're looking for a useless burden. I can't expect you to support the family by yourself, right? You should think about your future life. You can't make yourself suffer." Shin Jijing quickly said, "Dad, Fang Yuan actually brought a gift as well." Fang Yuan took out the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts and said, "Mr. Shin, this is your 70th birthday this year. This is my gift to you, the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts." Oh. Mr. Shin became interested when he heard this. If people have money, they will think about improving their status. He did look at antiques with a few old friends, but he just stood by and watched without making any moves. But after all, I have been in this industry for some time, so I have heard a little about this painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Fang Yuan unfolded the scroll. Father Shin stood up, got down from his seat excitedly, and got closer to watch. Yes. Ha, it really is the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. I like this. You're thoughtful, young man. Mr. Shin accepted the gift with a smile and couldn't let it go. In his eyes at this moment, traveling to the beach or stocks are not as direct as this painting, and its collection value and appreciation potential are very high. From the performance point of view, what Mr. Shin liked most was Fang Yuan's gift, which truly touched his heart. Shin Jijing was also secretly delighted. If her father thought it was a good idea, then the matter would basically be settled. "Grandpa, there's something fishy going on here." Li Dongyao stood up and said, "Grandpa, Fang Yuan only earns 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. How could he possibly afford to give me these antiques and calligraphy and paintings? In my opinion, these calligraphy and paintings must have been bought by my aunt as a favor." Father Shin frowned and looked at Shin Jijing. "Jingjing? Is that so?" Without waiting for Shin Jijing to answer, Fang Yuan took out the invoice. "Mr. Shin, this is the invoice issued by Wanbao House." Li Dongyao bit her lip and said nothing. Because Fang Yuan's name was written on the invoice, it directly proved the true ownership of the painting. "Yao, don't believe everything you hear." Father Shin blamed him. Snort. Shin Linsong said coldly, "What does this prove? I'm afraid this painting is fake." Chapter 25, Identification. What? Fake? Father Shin was stunned and looked at Fang Yuan. Shin Linsong continued, "I've also heard of the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. It's said that the last collector was a Mr. Bai Suocheng, also a well-known collector. But 5 years ago, Mr. Bai Suocheng was killed in a fire. Buried with him were his collections, including this painting of spring pines and autumn frost." As he spoke, Shin Linsong stood up, took the invoice and looked at it, then said with a smile, "Little brother, if you want to cheat people in the future, it's best to do your homework first. This painting of spring pines and autumn frosts was sold for 1.3 million 6 years ago, but the value you wrote on it is only 300,000. After Shin Linsong finished speaking, he picked up the invoice and showed it to everyone. "Is this true? No way, you actually used a fake painting to fool the old man? Let me check. It really is 1.3 million. It was indeed bought by Bai Suocheng. Look at the news above." Everyone was talking about it. The news that a wealthy man died tragically in a fire is very eye-catching. Although more than 6 years have passed, people still talk about it until now. Shin Linsong looked like he wanted to kill you. Moreover, he didn't seem to want Shin Jijing to marry Fang Yuan, and there was a lot of desire and hatred in his eyes. "Grandpa, I'm not wrong." Li Dongyao stood up, picked up the painting, and sneered in front of Fang Yuan, "You always have such a sense of humor and try to be clever. Now look, you failed, haven't you? Ming Jie also said, this painting is fake at first glance. It's obviously a forgery. Fang Yuan, you are too mean. That's right, bring me a fake painting, boy, why are you pretending? Everyone started to make a fuss. Sizzle. Li Dongyao even tore up the painting in front of everyone, threw it on the ground and stomped on it twice. Fang Yuan frowned. Shen Jijing quickly said, Yao Yao, what are you doing? Do what? Shen Jima stood up to defend Li Dongyao. Of course we destroyed the fakes. Fifth sister, don't you understand? This kid lied all the time and used a fake painting to deceive our father. Why are you still defending him? It's true. Shen Jijing was anxious. She couldn't imagine how things would develop to this point. Mr. Shen slammed the table angrily. Someone, kick this liar out. I don't want to see him again, Jingjing, if you still insist on associating with this guy. Don't recognize me as your father. And don't even enter my house. Bite. Current targets for revenge, Li Dongyao, Shen Jima, Shen Jiangwo, and can be retaliated once. Revenge on 3 people at once. If we seize this opportunity, we will definitely win. Fang Yuan held Shen Jijing's hand tightly and said in a cold voice, Mr. Shen, I will not divorce Jingjing, and we will live a good life together. I came to your birthday party today to tell you that we are married. This is not a request, this is a notice. Fang Yuan spoke with great force. He lowered his eyes to look at the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts that Li Dongyao was stepping on and said, I haven't given this painting away yet, and now you've destroyed it. Since you said it's worth 1.3 million, then you should pay me. Fang Yuan is also capable of turning his back on people. Li Dongyao sneered, you're so funny. Are you so poor that you're trying to scam us with a fake painting? Ming Jie also took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and threw it to the ground. Here, this is your compensation. Pick it up and get out of here before you disturb everyone else's dinner. Today is Grandpa's birthday, and the sight of you makes me lose my appetite. Once these words were spoken, it would be difficult to resolve the matter. But Shen Jijing always chose to stand by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did nothing wrong, he shouldn't be targeted like this. Fang Yuan was deeply touched by Shen Jijing's support. When no one believed in herself, she was the only one who chose to stand firmly by her side and bear everything with her. Even facing the contempt of relatives and the ridicule of family members. This will not make Shen Jijing feel disappointed. Fang Yuan then said, whether it's true or not, we'll know if we can get someone who understands to take a look. And to be fair, you guys go find someone. I believe with your means, you can definitely find someone who understands antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Good. Shen Linsong volunteered, I know the treasure appraiser Li Hailong, an expert in our field. I will ask him to come over and let you die with a clear conscience. Shen Linsong made a phone call in front of everyone. After the call was connected, Shen Linsong said, Master Li, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Would you be able to come out now? We have a painting of spring pines and autumn frosts that needs to be verified. No problem. Any amount is fine, okay, thank you very much. Shen Linsong hung up the phone and sneered at Fang Yuan, kid, just wait. Master Li will be here soon. I wonder what you can say then. During the time that Mr. Li was here, everyone was pointing fingers at Fang Yuan, but he didn't care at all and just sat back and watched. About half an hour later, Master Li arrived. He looked to be about 70 years old, with wrinkles on his face. He was wearing a tang suit and standard old cloth shoes. He had ornamental beads around his neck and wrists, and he was wearing an old-fashioned cap. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, whose Bugatti Veyron is that at the door? Mine. Fang Yuan raised his hand. Master Li came over and said with an apologetic smile, little brother, my grandson likes this model of car, but it has been discontinued. I can't buy it even if I want to. Can you please give it up? I'm willing to pay double the price for it. Master Li showed his sincerity, but Fang Yuan still refused. Sorry, this is my favorite car too. Okay, if you want to help, please contact me. Li Hailong did not insist and handed over his business card. However, Li Dongyao was shocked. Fang Yuan can actually afford a Bugatti Veyron? Rented it? So she whispered something in Shen Linsong's ear. Shen Linsong's eyes rolled, he nodded slowly, and then stepped forward. Master Li, I'm here to ask you to help me authenticate a painting. Li Hailong took a quick glance and said in a rather serious tone, where is the thing? Here. Li Dongyao picked up the torn painting and handed it over. Li Hailong took one look and shouted angrily, "Who did this?" The angry shout scared Li Dongyao so much that he dropped the painting to the ground without holding it properly. Li Hailong hurried forward and picked up the painting. Shen Linsong asked, "Mr. Li, is this painting real? Even if it's fake, who told you to tear it up before it's authenticated? If it were real, you..." Humph. As a master of appreciation and collection, Li Hailong knows that antiques are one less piece if each one is destroyed. Moreover, the cost of replicating this fake with current technology is extremely low, which has led to a large number of fakes flooding the market. But this is a painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. If it is real, losing money is a small matter, and the value of the cultural relic itself will be destroyed. Then please identify it. Li Hailong sighed, took out white gloves from his pocket, took out his reading glasses and put them on, put them together for a few seconds, and looked at the painting carefully. Li Dongyao looked completely unconcerned. In her opinion, this painting could not be real. After looking at it for about 4 minutes, Li Hailong pulled out the scroll and continued to look at the year. After confirming it, Li Hailong calmly took off his reading glasses. Shen Linfeng's heart finally settled down. Old Li's reaction was definitely fake, so he pointed at Fong Yuan and said, "You're trying to scam me with a fake painting. Boy, this matter isn't over yet. Don't even think about walking out of here with your head held high today." However, the next second, Mr. Li trembled and said, "Who said this painting is fake?" Chapter 26, Lose Money, Not Even a Penny Less. The whole audience fell silent instantly. This painting. Is it real? That's impossible, how could it be true? Li Hailong now wants to hit someone. This painting was indeed genuine, and even the scroll was carved by him personally. It was sold at the auction that year, and he personally handed it to Bai Zuocheng. How could it be fake? Who destroyed this painting? This is a true painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. I survived the fire, but I can't escape your hands. Li Hailong was really angry. No one in the antique industry can tolerate the fact that good things are destroyed by humans. Master Li, are you saying this is true? Mr. Shen regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. The authentic painting of spring pines and autumn frosts was destroyed in this way. Of course it's true. I'm so pissed off. Mr. Shen's eyes looked a little empty, and he almost fell into his chair. Who would have thought that what Fong Yuan took out was real? Since it's true, Li Dongyao, pay me. Fong Yuan folded his arms. 1,300,000 was wasted, but he was not worried at all, because no one present could escape anyway. This has nothing to do with me. Shen Linsong shrank back immediately. And the person who tore up the painting was Li Dongyao, so everyone started to stay away from her. What? You want me to pay for it? Li Dongyao looked around in disbelief. Even Ma Yingjie took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to distance himself from her. Etc. At this time, Shen Jima stood up and raised questions. Wait a moment, Fong Yuan, who knows if this Master Li is one of your hired agents? Are you funny? Fong Yuan crossed his legs and looked at Shen Jima coldly. He was so angry that he laughed. You found someone and then said he was my agent? You are the funniest one. You are a true master of humor. 4. This statement also aroused Li Hailong's disgust. As the foremost treasure appraiser, he always speaks the truth and generally no one dares to provoke him. Even if someone sets up a trap, they dare not do it in front of him. All he wants is to remain innocent for the rest of his life. 4th sister. Master Li, there's absolutely no way he's a shill. Shen Linsong quickly reminded. After all, if you offend Li Hailong, you will have no good days in the future. Depend on 300,000, right? Give me a bank card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Shen Jima could only swallow his anger and bear it. He couldn't really put his daughter in a difficult position. No, it's not 300,000, it's 1.3 million. Fong Yuan spoke lightly. What? Your crappy invoice says 300,000, and you dare ask me for 1.3 million? Fong Yun shrugged. This is the friendship price my friend gave me, but the item was destroyed by your girl, so you have to pay the original price. 1,300,000, don't even think about leaving this door if you're short of 1 cent. Li Hailong chimed in, that's right. This collection is worth over 1 million yuan. You're planning to settle for just 300,000? Are you dreaming? He was furious that such a cultural relic had been destroyed, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This. Shinjima was very annoyed. Although she is a township entrepreneur, it is still very difficult for her to come up with more than 1 million yuan, so she plans to shirk the debt as much as possible. Handle it yourself. You're the one who made me so impatient. Shinjima didn't care anymore. At this time, Li Dongyao placed her hopes on Ma Yingjie. Brother Yingjie, you have to help me. This. Ma Yingjie hesitated. Although it is not impossible to come up with more than 1 million, it is not a small amount after all, and it is not easy for him to make the decision. Pay the money first. Linda suddenly said in English, even if it was paid by me. Understood. Ma Yingjie then stood up and said, I'll pay the 1.3 million. After saying that, he asked for Fang Yuan's bank card number and transferred the money directly. The whole audience was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone knew the relationship between Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao. However, since he was able to spend over 1 million to help settle the matter, it seems that Ma Yingjie is not an ordinary person. But Ma Yingjie felt bad about spending this money, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Fang Yuan, I know your character best. Don't give me a chance, or I'll kill you. Then I'll wait and see. Fang Yuan didn't care. Now both Li Dongyao and Shen Jima got their comeuppance. However, the one who suffered the most was Shen's father. The painting of spring trees and autumn frost could have been something he could show off, but it slipped away right before his eyes and was destroyed by his own granddaughter. They say birthdays are a time of great joy, but today is filled with sadness. There's no joy at all. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing high-level revenge against Li Dongyao, Shinjima, and Shinjangwo. Reward, Intermediate Physical Enhancement, Special Reward, a set of 9 dragon needles. Li Hailong folded the scroll. Of course, he knew that it did not belong to him. Little brother, this painting. TSK, I can take it back and try to restore it. If I can, I'd like to buy it for 400,000. Li Hailong feels sorry for the cultural relics. What are you talking about, brother? Why not give it to you? Fang Yuan gave the painting to Li Hailong as a favor, since he was going to give the painting away anyway. Woo! Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard. Father Shin covered his chest with his hands, his face was pale and twitching constantly, with white foam coming out of the corners of his mouth. Dad! Shin Zijing was the first to rush over. The others had not reacted yet and looked like they were watching a show. Only when they saw Shin Zijing coming to Shinjangwo did they react. Dad! These people's filial piety is also shown after they see others taking action. Don't scare me, Dad. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. After Li Hailong reminded them, Shen Linfeng and others remembered to make a phone call. Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked over. Shin Zijing was so anxious that she cried. She was at a loss and subconsciously asked for help from the person she trusted the most. Fang Yuan, what should I do? My dad. It's okay, the inner fire came too quickly, please make some space, I'll do it. Fang Yuan was about to take over when Shen Linfeng stopped him and asked sternly, what are you going to do? What to do? Treat illnesses and save lives. Fang Yuan replied. Li Dongyao was stunned. Fang Yuan wants to cure illnesses and save lives? Is this true? Are you kidding? Stop joking, will you? Shen Linfeng also stopped him. Get out of the way. Fang Yuan didn't care about that. He just picked up Mr. Shen and laid him down in a spacious place. The relatives looked at him and didn't dare to get close. Fang Yuan. Shen Linfeng roared, if anything happens to my dad, I tell you, your life won't be enough to pay for it. Brother, just let Fang Yuan try. Shen Zijing requested. She believed Fang Yuan. This was an inexplicable trust. Seeing that her father was almost dying, she had to grab a life-saving straw first. Aunt! What are you crazy about? Fang Yuan studied art in college, and he can sing alright, but you want him to save people? He can't even keep a cat alive, how can he save people? Li Dongyao revealed Fang Yuan's past. Upon hearing this, Shen Linfeng immediately stepped forward, grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and said, let go. You want to kill my father, right? During the struggle, Li Hailong suddenly saw Fang Yuan holding an ancient wooden box in his hand. This is a kind of ash wood, which is said to last for thousands of years without rotting or decaying. He has only heard of it in books, and few people have seen it in real life. Stop! Li Hailong suddenly roared. Shen Linfeng let go of his hand and glared at Li Hailong. Old Li came to Fang Yuan, looked at the wooden box excitedly, and then slowly opened it. There were 9 finely crafted acupuncture needles lying inside, with 9 dragons carved circling upwards on the top. This is 9 Dragon Needles. Chapter 27, Little Miracle Doctor. Li Hailong is indeed a master of treasure appraisal. He is knowledgeable and can recognize the 9 Dragon Needle at a glance. Fang Yuan used the 9 Dragon Needle. The medical skill reward he received came in handy at this moment, and he could take this opportunity to test whether the 9 Dragon Needle was effective. Forehead, heart, ding yang. Fang Yuan inserted needles into these 3 acupuncture points, and then, like a swimming dragon, in front of everyone, he inserted 3 needles each into Mr. Shen's hand and lower abdomen. Shen Zhijing clenched her fists nervously and squatted aside, watching silently. After a few coughs, Mr. Shen, who had been pale, had blood on his lips. He then exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. I thought he wouldn't wake up. After a near-death experience, Mr. Shen is still terrified. Fang Yuan retracted the 9 Dragon Needle and simply said, "Take care of yourself. Your inner fire is too strong, and you usually care too much about material things. You need to temper your temper, avoid drinking and staying up late, and avoid strenuous exercise. You will get better slowly." When Elder Shen woke up, he was still a little weak. Seeing that it was Fang Yuan who saved him, he said in surprise, "You saved my life?" "Oh, I'm getting old and confused." Fang Yuan helped Mr. Shen up. The ambulance arrived at this time, but it was no longer needed. The scene was very quiet. Everyone went back to eat in silence. After this incident, Fang Yuan's reputation became even worse in everyone's eyes. Excellent medical skills? That's for sure. A few needles pulled the man back from the brink of death, and what young people have the most is time. Give him some time to grow, and he will definitely have a bright future. Shen Zhijing smiled like a flower and was very happy. Fang Yuan always brings her surprises. First he was proficient in foreign languages, and now he has good medical skills. But I also felt a little puzzled. Why did Li Dongyao insist on breaking up with such an outstanding man? But it doesn't matter if they break up, this man belongs to her, Shen Zhijing, anyway. Shen Zhijing was concerned about her father. She came over, put her arm around Fang Yuan's arm, and asked, "Dad, how are you feeling now?" "Not feeling well." Father Shen sighed. "How can I feel comfortable? Alas, it's my bad luck. Such a good thing was ruined in my hands." "That's actually a good thing. I want to congratulate you." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Ah." Father Shen was stunned. Shen Zhijing gently pushed Fang Yuan, signaling him not to show off his sense of humor at this time because his father was sad. "I can't speak." Third brother Shen Linfeng also muttered something. Fang Yuan smiled slightly and said to Father Shen, "Mr. Shen, just think about it, how many owners has this painting passed through since it was passed down from the Ming dynasty to the present day? But a painting is still a painting. You can't bring it with you when you're born, and you can't take it with you when you die. And if it's intact, it belongs to someone else. Now that it's destroyed, it truly belongs to you. That's why I congratulate you." He was trying to comfort Mr. Shen. Father Shen also figured it out, waved his hand and said, "You're right. This painting has been passed down for so long, and I don't know how many owners it has gone through. I'm just too obsessed. It's good that you can figure it out. If you can't figure it out, it will leave you with a mental illness that will be more difficult to heal." At this point, Fang Yuan felt that there was no point in staying, so he said, "Mr. Shen, Jingjing and I will leave first." Mr. Shen didn't say much. He had a really frustrating birthday. "Dad, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourself." Shen Zhijing bid farewell to her father and left Wanfuju with Fang Yuan. When I was about to go out and drive, Mr. Li caught up with me. "Little miracle doctor." Li Hailong walked quickly, fearing that Fang Yuan would run away. "Little doctor, wait a moment." Fang Yuan said modestly, "Mr. Li, I'm not some miracle doctor." Li Hailong laughed and said, "Little miracle doctor, they don't understand, but I, an old man, do. Your 9 dragon silver needles, coupled with your 9 dragon acupuncture points technique, are the long-lost methods of a miracle doctor. Please don't be so modest, little doctor." I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. The price is negotiable. Seeing Fang Yuan's embarrassment, Shen Jijing helped to refuse. Mr. Li, my husband really doesn't have any medical skills. He's just lucky. I beg you to misunderstand him. Little miracle doctor. To be honest, this dear friend of mine is quite special. He has been suffering from an illness for over 30 years and is now in critical condition. He has sought medical help everywhere but no one can cure him. A year ago, a master examined me and said that only someone holding the 9-dragon needle could cure me. If you can't find that person, then you'll have to prepare for your funeral. Little miracle doctor, please help me. As he spoke, Li Hailong even lowered his status and bent down 90 degrees. Fang Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds and agreed, okay, I promise you. He felt he could help. Besides, I am short of money now. Although there are more than 1.3 million in the account, who would think that the money is too little? Any money earned is good. When AI chips are officially mass-produced, he will truly be financially free. Then I will contact the little miracle doctor tomorrow. Good. Driving home, Shen Jijing kept looking at Fang Yuan's profile silently. Fang Yuan took in the entire scene through the rearview mirror. Am I really handsome? Handsome. Shen Jijing smiled gently, and she sighed, I will always be grateful to God for giving you to me and letting you come to my side. The two talked and laughed along the way and soon returned home. As soon as I entered the room, Shen Jijing couldn't wait to come up to me. The fiery red lips are filled with strong love and passion. What is love? It is a wholehearted dedication. What is love? It means putting aside all his advantages and liking him the same way despite his disadvantages. To be honest, Shen Jijing didn't fall in love with Fang Yuan because of how outstanding he was. Their encounter was a beautiful accident. He suddenly broke into her life and they got married. But through the contact over the past few days, Shen Jijing discovered that Fang Yuan was like a treasure buried in a pile of sand. If you keep digging, you will keep discovering new things. Shen Jijing hooked Fang Yuan like an octopus, sweat dripping down her cheeks as she whispered softly, Husband. No, dear brother. I love you so much. After another 2.5 hours of practice, Shen Jijing finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. She is the type who is both novice and playful, and always fails like this. The next morning, Fang Yuan's cell phone rang. It was Lan Lan who called. She said that the AI chip had been tested on a prototype machine and was ready for practical application today, and asked Fang Yuan if he wanted to come and visit the experiment. Maybe next time. I have something to do today. Fang Yuan refused. Lan Lan rubbed his temples. This person is so weird. This is clearly an unprecedented feat. Any architect or researcher would be extremely excited and can't wait to see the results of their research. Fang Yuan seemed to be. Look like he doesn't care. That's right, that's the feeling, as if it was just a little gadget he had casually researched and was not worth mentioning. What a strange person. Lan Lan's mind was full of Fang Yuan. After calming herself down, she entered the laboratory and started working. Conducting the first wave of testing. Computer control, successful multi-threaded work, testing self-organization and adaptive functions. Other members in the laboratory began to report data. Successfully entered operation, first test passed. Second test passed. Third test passed. Successfully entered the self-organizing stage, taking 13 seconds? Lan Lan was extremely surprised, and there seemed to be light in her slightly blue eyes. Too fast. Smart chips are really too fast. Chapter 28, Another Miracle Doctor Arrives. In this era, speed and intelligence are the most core technologies. Fang Yuan's architecture does not have any conflicts and can ensure stable operation. Seeing this, Lan Lan was also very excited. Continue testing. Beep. Li Hailong sent someone over early in the morning. When Fang Yuan got dressed, Shen Jijing was still sleeping. She is really exhausted, so let her have a good rest. Downstairs is a low-key black Phaeton sedan, which costs more than 2 million yuan and is the top model in the business class. It is low-key, luxurious, and has connotation. Li Hailong personally waited for Fang Yuan downstairs. After the two met, they drove away together. The car drove out of the city and drove on the riverside road. It was a warm morning, and the ripples on the riverbank were enchanting to look at. Zhengcheng is not a first-tier city, but it retains many natural landscapes and a relatively slow-paced life atmosphere. On the river bank, there is a private mansion. It is a villa surrounded by high walls on both sides. It has 3 floors and the locations on both sides have also been contracted. The car entered Washington. This is private territory. It goes without saying that anyone who can live here must be a big shot among big shots. Fong Yuan was very frightened. The car stopped after entering the inner courtyard, and then we had to walk. Fong Yuan got out of the car, and accompanied by Li Hailong, the two walked along the riverbank. The breeze is very comfortable, and living here is really a pleasure. Jiangcheng is located in the south, and the 4 seasons are not distinct. From January to March, the wind by the river can give people a headache, but the climate is pleasant at other times. On the river bank, on a protruding plank road, an old man sat at the end, fishing with a fishing rod. 2 security guards on the plank road stopped the 2 people and conducted a round of inspection. After confirming that there were no dangerous items, they let them go. The 2 men walked behind the old man and Li Hailong bowed. Mr. Jiang, the little miracle doctor I mentioned yesterday, has arrived. Only then did Mr. Jiang slowly turn around. After seeing Mr. Jiang's appearance, Fong Yuan frowned. His face looked haggard, and he might not live long. But even so, his eyes were still captivating, as if they could see through everything. Master Jiang, this young man is the one who possesses the 9-dragon needle. Why not let him try? Li Hailong introduced. Old Jiang slowly stood up and looked Fong Yuan up and down. Fong Yuan was also looking at Mr. Jiang. He was wearing loose-fitting clothes and knew someone was coming, but he didn't take the initiative to welcome them. Instead, he held the fishing rod and acted mysteriously. Let's go to the inner courtyard first. I'll be there later. After saying this, Mr. Jiang sat down again. Li Hailong took Fong Yuan and headed towards the inner courtyard. On the way, Li Hailong explained this. Mr. Jiang is of high status, and he speaks slowly. Little doctor, please don't mind. Fine. Please. The 2 entered the inner courtyard. This is actually the main residence of the Jiang family. The overall design is not based on the traditional Chinese structure. It should have borrowed many Western elements. It is not a regular square, but rather staggered, leaving a lot of space. The first floor is the lobby, which is a standard wooden structure with floor-to-ceiling windows. So annoying. I've already told you that I don't like you and I can't possibly like you. A woman's irritable voice came from outside the door, followed by a young man's voice, who seemed anxious and said, Ningxin, I really didn't mean to deceive you. What happened yesterday was really an accident. Then a man and a woman came in. The woman was walking quickly in front. She looked young, about 20 years old. She was very beautiful and quite smart. If I were to describe her in one word, it would be cute, but her figure is hard to describe. How should I put it? She is just thin. Her calves are as thin as Fong Yuan's arms. Fortunately, she is just thin, not sick. She wore a black vest with a thin white jacket on the outside, denim shorts, and sneakers. She looked fashionable and beautiful, and her short hair showed her lively personality. The boy who followed was about 20 years old. He was quite handsome, but his face was pale and he had a feminine look. It seemed that he was not in good health and was begging the girl for forgiveness. Okay, stop bothering me. I have a boyfriend. The girl was annoyed, but the man persisted, saying, Junior, look, Master Jiang didn't try to stop me. Just agree to my request. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my love for you. You're so annoying. The girl suddenly saw Fong Yuan in the room, looked at him, her eyes turned, and she thought to herself, he is quite handsome, I can accept him. The next second, she walked over quickly, put her arm around Fong Yuan, stood on tiptoe to hook her arm around his neck, and gave him a mouth-to-mouth kiss. Fong Yuan was stunned. What is going on? Are all girls nowadays so proactive? But then he realized that he seemed to be a shield. Sure enough, after the girl kissed Fong Yuan, she boasted to the boy, this is my Jiang Yuner's boyfriend. The boy's jealous flames burned, and he pointed at Fong Yuan and shouted, I'm Li Haokuan. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Never show up again. Fong Yuan shook his head and refused, I'm afraid that won't work. You bastard. Someone, get him out of here for me. Just as Li Haokuan finished giving the order, a majestic voice came over. Li Haokuan, who gave you the right to bully others in my Jiang family? It's Mr. Jiang who is back. When Li Haokuan heard this, he quickly smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, I don't dare. Old Jiang glanced at him indifferently. Little Li, this is not your Li family. Control your temper, or don't blame me for not giving old Li face. I will kick you out of the Jiang family and never let you set foot here again. Hey, hey. Li Haokuan's eyes rolled. His main purpose of coming today was to present a gift, and his secondary purpose was to apologize, so he bowed. Mr. Jiang, I'll remember this. Please don't be angry. Elder Jiang did not pursue the matter further. He simply invited Fang Yuan to sit down and asked doubtfully, "Young man, do you have the 9-dragon needle?" However, Fang Yuan was somewhat unhappy with Mr. Jiang's attitude. You invited me to your home to treat your illness, but why do you act like I want to harm you? However, considering the other party's identity, Fang Yuan just nodded and said nothing. That 9-dragon needles? Before Jiang Lao could speak, Li Haokuan immediately said, Jiang Lao, so you are looking for the successor of the 9-dragon needle. Isn't this a coincidence? I just happen to know someone. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Fang Yuan. This kid is so young, how could he possibly know medical skills? He's obviously a fake. Elder Jiang, please don't be fooled by him. Li Haokuan vowed solemnly, then took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and shouted into the phone, well, ask Dr. Sun from Yaowang Pavilion to come out to the Jiang family. Yes. It's the Jiang family. Remember to bring the 9-dragon needle. In less than 20 minutes, Dr. Sun Shisong from Yaowang Pavilion arrived. He was about 40 years old and was carrying a medicine box. You know what, it really happened. As soon as they met, he showed his 9-dragon needle. Li Haokuan looked at Fang Yuan with a vengeful look and said to Jiang Lao, as far as I know, the 9-dragon needle has always been passed down from the Medicine King Pavilion. Now that one has suddenly appeared, it must be fake. Boy, you dare to deceive old man Jiang? I think you are tired of living. Mr. Jiang also hated deception the most, so the look he gave Fang Yuan at this moment was naturally not so polite. Li Hailong explained, Mr. Jiang, brother Fang Yuan is truly a miracle doctor. I personally saw him yesterday. Master Li. Fang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Li Hailong from continuing. People judge ability by age, and they didn't believe me from the beginning. There's no need for me to say anything. If you don't take me seriously, I won't take you seriously. Let's go. Fang Yuan was about to leave after saying this. However, Li Haokuan stopped him. Want to leave? Feeling guilty? Do you think the Jiang family can come and go as they please? Li Hailong followed suit and advised, Little Miracle Doctor, why don't you stay and take a look for me for my sake? Chapter 29, Why are you talking to me with your back turned? Little Miracle Doctor, since you're here, why don't you stay and take a look? Li Hailong was so anxious that he almost cried. Fang Yuan stopped. To be honest, just now, he saw at a glance that the 9-dragon needle in the other person's hand was a modern imitation. Modern technology can indeed rely on machine tools to perform fine carving, but the reason why the 9-dragon needle is so powerful is not because of the craftsmanship, but medical skills. Someone who knows the 9-dragon's acupuncture technique can cure a patient even if he takes out 9 toothpicks. The reason why the 9-dragon needles exist is just to highlight its uniqueness. Okay, but let me make it clear in advance, I'll just watch and won't take any action. Humph. Boy, you're still pretending to be awesome after all this? Fine, I'm going to beat you to pieces today. Just open your dog eyes and watch. Li Haokuan continued to provoke, then signaled Sun Shisong, Dr. Sun, shall we begin? Sun Shisong nodded and was about to start the treatment. Slow. Mr. Jiang hesitated. To be honest, he didn't trust Fang Yuan, but he didn't really trust Sun Shisong either. As if he could see Mr. Jiang's concerns, Li Haokuan said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Divine Dr. Sun is the most amazing Chinese medicine practitioner I've ever met, and he's the top-ranked chief physician at the Medicine King Pavilion. Well, you can just search for a video and see his miraculous medical skills. Jiang Yuner was skeptical and went to search on the short video platform, and she actually found it. However, they are just some clips of curing diseases and saving lives, using traditional Chinese medicine therapies, acupuncture, bone setting and the like. But Fang Yuan's insightful eyes could tell at a glance that all of this was a script. And from a professional point of view, this guy's acupuncture technique is quite unconventional, he is just a packaged internet celebrity. Wow, he's really a miracle doctor. It's a pity that Jiang Yuner believed it. With the video in hand, Li Hailong's heart began to beat fast. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked in a low voice, Little Miracle Doctor, could this be However, Fang Yuan simply made a silencing gesture. We'll just watch. At this time, Mr. Jiang also completely believed it and sat on the sofa waiting for Sun Shizong to treat him. Sun Shizong first looked at Mr. Jiang's complexion, then briefly asked about his condition, and finally pretended to take his pulse. The standard process of traditional Chinese medicine is to observe, listen, ask, and feel. He quickly made a diagnosis. It's not a big deal, just need acupuncture. Trouble. Mr. Jiang also wanted to get rid of the pain as soon as possible. This disease has tormented him for 30 years. Now that his end is near, the doctor says he only has 3 to 4 months left to live. He doesn't want to die with this disease. Sun Shizong was about to give an acupuncture treatment. Seeing him about to hit the acupuncture point, Fang Yuan frowned slightly, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but said, "No. Do you want to kill Mr. Jian? His body is already exhausted. If this acupuncture point is stimulated again, it will be fatal." Li Haokuan accused, "You are a fake Chinese medicine practitioner, and you are not qualified to give orders?" After he said this, Mr. Jian looked at Fang Yuan with an unhappy expression. "That's right. I'm asking you if you understand. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Jian Yuner was also very angry. Fang Yuan wanted to leave immediately, but saving people was more important, so he explained seriously, "Meichong acupoint is a very important acupuncture point. The old man cannot be stimulated right now. After this injection, to be honest, you can prepare for your funeral. Who do you think you are?" Li Haokuan sneered, "Don't think you can speak nonsense just because you know a few acupuncture points. Dr. Sun is a genius in the field of traditional Chinese medicine." In order to avenge himself and win Jian Yuner back, Li Haokuan now urgently needs to prove his ability. "Oh. Mr. Li, let's go." After receiving a cold shoulder, Fang Yuan gave up completely and turned away. Good. Li Hailong also felt that leaving now was the best option. "Hello?" Jian Yuner suddenly chased after him. Li Haokuan's eyes turned red with jealousy. But he was not in a hurry. As long as he cured Mr. Jiang's illness, he could propose marriage himself and it would be a piece of cake. "Stop, you two, wait a moment." Just when Fang Yuan and Li Hailong were about to get in the car, Jian Yuner chased out. Fang Yuan turned and looked at her. Fang Yuan didn't have a good impression of this unrestrained crazy girl, so he said coldly, "What's the matter?" "Hello? Listen, I kissed you because I wanted to get rid of that annoying guy. Don't say anything when you get out. If you dare, I'll tear your mouth apart." Jiang Yuner threatened Fang Yuan right from the start, which made Fang Yuan even more upset. He folded his arms and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you talking to me with your back turned? Who has his back to you?" "I." Jiang Yuner didn't react at first, but when she realized that Fang Yuan was mocking her childhood, she became furious. "You bastard! You are small, your whole family is small." Seeing her aggressive look, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "It's okay, it saves fabric." "Ah!" Jiang Yuner stomped her feet in anger. She also felt strange that no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. Not only that, but the areas that should have developed were actually always flat. This was her scar as Miss Jiang. "I'm going to kill you." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes, turned around and said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in a princess like you. I'm afraid it would be embarrassing if I told others." Li Hailong broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. The young doctor's words are too harsh. This unruly princess has a vengeful personality. Just wait for me. Jiang Yuner was almost crying with anger. How could there be such a disgusting person in the world? "I won't talk to you anymore, bye." Fang Yuan turned around, got in the car and left with Li Hailong. After entering the city, the two went directly to Lanxin. When getting off the car at the company, Li Hailong said, "Little doctor, I'm so sorry to have made you come here for nothing. How about this? I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you as a small compensation." "It's okay, no need." Fang Yuan refused generously. After all, it didn't waste any time. After seeing Li Hailong off, Fang Yuan had nothing to do, so he planned to go back to the company. Anyway, Shen Jijing should not be awake at this time, so it's better to wait until she has rested well and then go out shopping in the afternoon. "Hello, Director Fang." As soon as he appeared at the door of Lanxin, the security guards saluted him. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and walked in. When the employees saw Fang Yuan, they all looked at him with admiration and greeted him in a resounding voice. Hello, Director Fong. Fong Yuan was a little confused as to when he became so charming. Back in the office, Secretary Sun was sorting through documents. Seeing Fong Yuan approach, she stood at attention and said, Director Fong, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have gone to greet you. Fong Yuan waved his hand, sat down, and asked, How's the chip? All tests have been completed. Mr. Lan is currently conducting technical coordination with Xiaowei's technical staff and is preparing to begin the first phase of cooperation. Secretary Sun was very excited. Lan Xan, who was originally thought to be on the verge of collapse, was finally rescued, all thanks to Fong Yuan's efforts. Her admiration for Fong Yuan increased even more. Well, I can finally achieve financial freedom. Fong Yuan nodded with satisfaction. However, Xiaowei technology alone is not enough. He also needs more orders, and our D channels are the key to mass production of chips. By the way, Mr. Fong, a foreign company is willing to pay 10 billion to cooperate with us and become our foreign agent for chip production. Secretary Sun said. Huh? There's such a good thing? Yes, but. Fong Yuan immediately asked, Does the other party have any conditions? Secretary Sun shook his head and whispered, This is a multinational company. The first person they contacted was President Lan, and I heard that President Lan has already agreed. I'm not saying anything bad about President Lan, but this chip is arguably the best in the world today. President Lan seems. Lan did not inform Fong Yuan about this matter. I did some private research. The person who contacted Mr. Lan is called Ma Yingjie. In 3 days, there will be a summit in the technology circle. I think Mr. Fong. Fong Yuan raised his hand. Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ. Maybe Mr. Lan was just too busy and forgot. Chapter 30, Shi Yunfeng's Conspiracy. Secretary Sun was still a little worried. You should know that the patent for this chip is in the hands of Lan, and Bluecore only funds the research and development. Although the contract states that Bluecore owns 35% of the patent rights, if the other party really goes back on its word, Bluecore, with its size, will not be able to make any splash in the face of such capital. Just then, the office phone rang. Secretary Sun picked up the phone and it was the security office calling. Secretary Sun, the people from the investigation department are here. They've entered the company and we don't dare to stop them. Secretary Sun frowned. Investigation department? What's going on? I don't know. They didn't tell me. They came with an investigation warrant. Okay, I understand. Secretary Sun hung up the phone. Just as he was about to say this, the office door was pushed open and 3 men in suits walked in, showing their IDs and arrest warrants. Who is Fong Yuan? I. Fong Yuan stood up. The other party nodded, and the uniformed public security officer behind him came up and held Fong Yuan. What's going on? Fong Yuan was completely bewildered. The people from the investigation department directly took out a document. The former finance minister of Bluecore Technology Group has filed a real name report alleging that Bluecore Group falsified accounts and embezzled public funds. Please cooperate with our investigation. I just took office, and I can cooperate with the investigation, but you can't take me away. This doesn't make sense. How can you arrest someone right away? After all, as long as you cooperate with the investigation, there will be no problem. Secretary Sun also noticed something was wrong and said, We at Lanxin have our own legal department. Please follow the normal procedures and don't arrest anyone right away. However, the investigation department did not give them any chance at all. The captain said, I'm sorry, but we have evidence. These account problems occurred after Fong Yuan took office. According to the report, you are suspected of money laundering. Take away. The other party didn't show any respect at all and wanted to take Fong Yuan away directly. If something happens to Fong Yuan, Bluecore will face closure and all projects will be suspended. Even if it develops an AI chip, it will not be able to monetize it. Secretary Sun hurried forward to stop him. It's Chi Yunfeng. It must be him. Almost all of the finance department's people are his. He must have set this up. Could you please investigate him? The investigation department said, This is your internal matter. He just needs to cooperate with our investigation. We won't wrongly accuse innocent people. But it's unreasonable for you to arrest people directly. Secretary Sun argued, Even if you want to arrest someone, you need to do it in court. Lanqin is a legitimate technology company. They didn't issue a notification letter in advance and wait for relevant procedures. This is an illegal case. Go away. If you cause any more trouble, I'll take you away with me. The investigation department roughly pushed Secretary Sun away and came downstairs to the company. At this time, some employees came over to see why their chairman was taken away. Secretary Sun contacted the legal department. As a result, the entire legal department ignored the matter and even resigned collectively. She contacted the finance department, but they just said that the accounts were currently frozen and needed to be liquidated. Secretary Sun was at a loss. It could be said that Lan Xin had become a complete shell. Outside the Blue Core Group, in a car across the street, Shi Yunfeng and his two sons sat in the back seat and watched Fang Yuan being taken into the car. The eldest son said excitedly, "Dad, this trick of yours is really amazing. I just received news that Lan Lan has successfully developed the chip. We just need to do a favor and guide Lan Lan to hand the chip over to Linda. Then we can list our own business on the New York Stock Exchange." Shi Yunfeng said coldly, "This is a business war." A young boy who thought he could call the shots just because he had a little money, but in the end, he still became our sacrifice. Listen carefully, both of you. Keep a close eye on Lan Lan. Nothing can go wrong with this. Shi Yunfeng's plan was to deal with Fang Yuan. 90% of the employees belong to Shi Yunfeng. It can be said that the entire Lanqin has long been his, and those who stay are just his undercover agents. Although Fang Yuan offered generous conditions, people die for money and birds die for food. This is an eternal truth. Moreover, the first thing he did after taking office was not to purge the court of corrupt officials, but to become a hands-off boss. I haven't seen such a fool in a long time. Beep beep. Shi Yunfeng's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw only 3 words, "Sun Jiaying," so he called back. "What's wrong, Secretary Sun?" "Shi Yunfeng? You framed Director Fang." Shi Yunfeng smiled like an old fox and said, "Secretary Sun, what are you talking about? I just remembered that your father seems to owe quite a bit of money in the underground casino. If I remember correctly, it should be 700,000 yuan. I think those people might not let him go." Secretary Sun was silent for a long time, then squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Despicable." That's the competition. If you want your family to be safe, I suggest you take out the contract signed by Lan Xin and Lan Lan. An email will be sent to the computer in the chairman's office later, and you will need to click to agree. After the deal is done, you won't have to pay back the 700,000 yuan, and another 2 million yuan will be deposited into your account in 3 days. You'll then achieve financial freedom. Shi Yunfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This time, Fang Yuan not only became someone else's wedding dress, but also had to bear a big blame. Office of the Chairman of Blue Core Group. Secretary Sun was sitting in front of the computer. An email had indeed been sent to the computer, and Secretary Sun clicked it. This is a plan to ask whether or not to agree to financial fraud. You have to know that financial fraud is no joke. If she clicks to agree, Fang Yuan will never be able to recover. Secretary Sun's hands trembled and he closed his eyes. Fang Yuan is too kind, but real business competition is cruel, and there are many people in Lanqin who belong to Shi Yunfeng. You can't win, it's impossible to win. Moreover, the lives of Secretary Sun and his family are still in the hands of Shi Yunfeng. Unconsciously, the mouse moved to the agree option. Secretary Sun hesitated to press it and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Fang Yuan, when you get out, I'm willing to work like a slave for you. But now, I have to save my family." But Secretary Sun still couldn't press it down. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't convince herself. Then, she thought for a moment, took out her phone, switched it to selfie mode, and began to speak into the camera. "My name is Sun Jiaying. What are you doing?" Suddenly, Lan Lan entered the office. Secretary Sun was startled and quickly turned off his phone. Looking at Lan Lan walking towards her quickly, Sun Jiaying wanted to turn off the computer, but she was stopped by Lan Lan, who grabbed her wrist. When Lan Lan saw the email on the computer, she frowned and said, "You want to destroy Fang Yuan?" "No. Mr. Lan, please listen to my explanation. What I hate most is traitors." Lan Lan ignored him completely and immediately took photos for evidence. She said coldly, "Director Fang plans to train you to be the vice president. He also told me about this privately. Is this how you repay him?" Sun Jiaying explained, I know Mr. Lan, but I must agree to this because my family is in Qi Yunfeng's hands. And I plan to record a video to expose Qi Yunfeng's guilt. Even if I end up in jail, it doesn't matter, but Director Fang is innocent. Boss Lan, you are so powerful, I beg you to save Director Fang. After hearing Secretary Sun's explanation, Lan Lan's expression softened. After hearing about this, she immediately came out of the laboratory, and as soon as she arrived at the chairman's office, she saw this scene. Now that it's been explained clearly, it's fine. She blinked. I'll figure it out, you follow me. Chapter 31, Mission Upgrade. Lan Lan put on her coat and took the elevator downstairs with Secretary Sun. The two walked quickly and arrived at the garage. Lan Lan handed over a key and said, You drive. We're going to number 25 Yongshan Road. Okay. Secretary Sun started the car and after leaving the underground parking lot, Lan Lan made a phone call. Uncle Wu, I need your help. The answer from the other end of the phone was also very straightforward. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. After agreeing on a time, Lan Lan hung up the phone. Secretary Sun was surprised and asked, Boss Lan, could this Uncle Wu be Lawyer Wu Qi? Lawyer Wu Qi is a legend. He has never lost a case he has taken on, and he specializes in difficult cases. He is not only a litigation lawyer, but also a detective. The fact that Lan Lan was able to invite him to come forward shows that he is serious this time. Feel sorry. Secretary Sun apologized sincerely. Why? Lan Lan was very puzzled. What was Secretary Sun trying to do by suddenly apologizing? Secretary Sun explained, I know you have been in contact with Ming Jie, so I thought you would take the chip research results away or give them to other work. Oh, I see. Lan Lan didn't need to defend herself. She had been working with Secretary Sun for some time and had some basic understanding of him. She knew that Secretary Sun had strong personal abilities, but unfortunately he lacked an opportunity for advancement. With Qi Yunfeng around, Lanqin has no reasonable channels for advancement. Secretary Sun's family is also a burden to her. Lan Lan thought for a moment and said, if I were a capitalist, then there is no doubt that I would license the chip to a more powerful company, thereby obtaining commissions dozens of times higher than Bluecore and gaining academic status. But I'm also a scientific researcher. I have my own pride. And only 1/3 of the credit for this chip belongs to me. The remaining 2/3 belongs to him. This he refers to Fang Yuan. Secretary Sun understood everything. But while she was happy, she couldn't help but worry about her family. Lan Lan saw her worry and said, Don't worry, your family is fine. However, people have to pay the price for making mistakes, and this, no one can avoid it. Supervisory Bureau. After Fang Yuan came in, he was placed in a separate room and no one came to interrogate him. This single room is not like the environment in TV dramas. The overall feeling is that of a hotel without windows, with no contact with the outside world. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door and a man walked in. He looked to be about 40 years old, wearing glasses and a suit, holding a few documents, and his nose turned up as soon as he walked in. This is my identification. I'm Hao Jian from the investigation department. Mr. Fang Yuan, your subordinates have reported you under their real names for signing a document that laundered money using the company's accounts. Here's some evidence we have. Please take a look. Hao Jian handed over some documents to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't take it. Instead, he said, it's fake. I didn't sign it. Besides, your method of finding a scapegoat or framing me is too despicable. Hao Jian frowned. Do you think we are being framed? Fang Yuan shrugged and said, it's not a day's cold. I've only been in charge of Lanqin for a few days, and a financial case has already occurred. Even a fool would know that I've been framed. Snort! Hao Jian slammed the document on the table. What does that prove? You weren't involved? This is all irrefutable evidence, and with the information we have right now, we can handle the case without a confession. Also, even if I want to frame you, what can you do? Hao Jian stopped pretending and came straight to the point. When dealing with people with a certain status, he can still speak in a righteous manner, as for Fang Yuan. Oh, does he deserve it? You come from a farming family. Your parents run a farm in the countryside. You just got married a few days ago, and you climbed up to the top by living off your wife. People like you are born to take the blame. Now that you've become the legal representative of Lanqin, who else should we arrest if not you? Hao Jian first frightened Fang Yuan and explained the pros and cons to him, meaning to tell him that if we say you are guilty, even if you are not guilty. Bite. Detected that the host has been framed by an enemy, currently locking onto the mark, Shi Yunfeng, current number of revenge attempts remaining, 1. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Please complete a magnificent reversal and you will receive a superb reward. It was indeed Shi Yun Peak. Fang Yuan smiled knowingly. Even when facing Hao Jian, he was still full of confidence. Hao Jian saw that his threatening tactics had failed and was about to continue reasoning with him, but Fang Yuan interrupted him and said, Shi Yunfeng's tactics are quite childish. Go tell him that the game has already begun. I hope he won't cry when he loses. Oh? Hao Jian narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, stood up and left the room. This kid is full of confidence and it's hard to control him. I'd better go back and think of a countermeasure first. But as soon as he went out, he saw an old man and a young man walking towards him. The old man is Jiangqing collector Li Hailong, and the girl is Jiang's granddaughter, Jiang Yuner. Miss, it's right here. Jiang Yuner seemed very anxious and wanted to go inside as soon as they met. Hao Jian knew Jiang Yuner and quickly put on a smile. Miss Jiang, why are you here? Roll. Jiang Yuner ignored him and walked into the room where Fang Yuan was. Are you guys annoying? Fang Yuan said helplessly, but when he saw the person coming, he immediately changed his tone. The airport. Jiang Yuner was so angry that her teeth were itching. Seeing Fang Yuan was still so annoying, especially when he called him an airport, I was so angry that I had no place to vent. But now I need help. Hey, follow me and save my grandpa. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes, lay down on his side, and asked with a look of nonchalance, don't you have descendants of the 9 dragon needles? He's fake. Jiang Yuner explained anxiously, he doesn't even understand Chinese medicine. He's just an internet celebrity marketing scam. My grandfather is critically ill and is in the city hospital, but the doctor told us to be prepared. Jiang Yuner's voice choked for a moment. Li Hailong was waiting in the aisle, naturally hoping that Fang Yuan would agree. After all, if Mr. Zhang's illness is really cured, his status will rise. Fang Yuan remained unmoved and said calmly, first of all, my name isn't He. I have a name. It's Fang Yuan. Second, I never give anyone a second chance. Jiang Yuner bit her lip, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes gradually became determined from struggling, and she moved her lips with difficulty and said, if you can save my grandfather. I can promise you one thing. Anything I can do. This condition is not bad. Fang Yuan sat up, looked Jiang Yuner up and down, from head to toe, and nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes were a little unserious. Jiang Yuner lowered her head quietly. What you said, anything? Including things that would be very embarrassing? Seeing her like this, Fang Yuan asked deliberately. Jiang Yuner nodded vigorously, but her disgust towards Fang Yuan only deepened. This guy is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But now all hopes are on him. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed. Good. But you can see that I'm locked up now and there's nothing I can do to help you. Chapter 32, Call Me Good Brother. 20 minutes later, inside the city hospital. Fang Yuan and Jiang Yuner went straight to the ICU. It has to be said that the Jiang family is very powerful. With just one phone call, the people from the investigation department came collectively to apologize to Fang Yuan and promised that they would start the investigation process to restore the truth of the case. Li Hailong did not walk as fast as the young man, and followed behind in a panic. In the ICU ward, Mr. Jian was lying on the hospital bed with tubes inserted all over his body. The heart rate monitor next to him only read 40 at its peak. He is on his deathbed. Please. Jiang Yuner bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately put on a serious look, approached old Jiang, and took out the real 9 dragon needle. Completely different from fakes, the 9 dragon needle has not turned black for thousands of years and still looks as good as new. Fang Yuan began to perform acupuncture. Jiang Yuner was waiting nervously on the side. 2A acupoint, Xiaoguan acupoint. Fang Yuan gave a total of 9 injections, all on the head. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement while the expert sees the details. Fang Yuan's acupuncture is graceful and free, which is completely different from Sun Qisong's fake one. This gave Jiang Yuner hope. I see. Mr. Jiang suffered a brain injury that has never been cured. Despite the development of medicine today, the human brain remains the most mysterious area, and many diseases remain unsolved. However, Fong Yuan can be cured by the nine-dragon needle. Beep beep beep. As the heart rate monitor began to return to normal values, slowly increasing from 40 to 60, Mr. Zhang's breathing began to calm down. Grandfather. Jiang Yuner hurried closer and leaned over to look at her grandfather. Old Zhang's eyes moved slightly, and his hands began to regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his granddaughter's tearful eyes. Little girl, why are you crying? Grandfather. Jiang Yuner pouted and tears flowed like a fountain. Her parents threw her to Jiang Lao when she was very young. Jiang Lao could be said to be the only person with whom he had blood ties. Little miracle doctor. When he saw Fong Yuan again, Mr. Jiang knew that it was he who saved him. Fong Yuan nodded slightly and took out the needle. Although Mr. Jiang's health has been cured, I still have to say something unpleasant in advance. Mr. Jiang. I think you know your physical condition better than I do. Start by slowly nourishing yourself. If you take good care of yourself, you can live another 3 to 5 years without any problem. After hearing this result, Mr. Jiang was very satisfied. Okay, 3 to 5 years is more than enough. I have too many regrets in my life. More than a decade ago, I always thought it would be great to die so I wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But I just realized that I still have so many concerns. Another 3 to 5 years of life is enough. In 3 to 5 years, Mr. Jiang can do more. At least I can watch my granddaughter put on a white wedding dress and find her own happiness. Fong Yuan put away the nine-dragon needle. At this time, the instrument has returned to the value of 63, which is a normal heart rate. Ahem. Fong Yuan coughed, then looked at Jiang Yuner with ill intent and said, "So, what did you promise me?" Jiang Yuner's whole body trembled, and she lowered her head with a blush. She bit her lip, puzzled. Why must I say this now? Grandpa is lying right here, and this guy wants to. But he quickly said, "Don't be so anxious, I definitely won't regret it." Mr. Jiang was very confused after hearing this. Little doctor, what's the matter? Just tell me, I'll take care of it for you. Fong Yuan explained everything. I agreed to come and save you because your granddaughter promised that if I could save you, I could ask her to do anything within her ability, anything. Ah. All right. Stop talking. Jiang Yuner covered her face and turned into a steam girl. What's wrong with this man? Shouldn't this kind of thing be kept secret? Why did he just say it out loud? No. I want it now. Fong Yuan decisively refused. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Mr. Jiang was very embarrassed and wanted to excuse his granddaughter. Or need not. Fong Yuan interrupted Jiang Lao, shook his head, and said, "Just call me good brother." If silence is golden, then the grandfather and grandson have turned into a mountain of gold at this moment. Forehead. This. Fong Yuan folded his arms and said to Jiang Yuner, "What's this?" "This is what you promised me." Ah. Oh. Jiang Yuner was completely stunned. After she came to her senses, she realized that she had been thinking in the wrong way. Although it's embarrassing, I'll just scream, even if it's just for Grandpa. Good brother. Why? Fong Yuan had a lot of plans in mind. With this relationship with Jiang Yuner, I will definitely be able to do things more reliably in the future. Saving people will be a piece of cake anyway. Okay, I'm leaving now. Fong Yuan walked out of the ward in a leisurely manner, and Jiang Yuner followed him out. Hey, wait a minute. Fong Yuan turned around, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you call me?" Good brother. Hey. What's wrong? Fong Yuan was satisfied. Jiang Yuner is cute and calls him good brother so sweetly that his bones are almost softened. This is what it means to enjoy life. Well, how much is the consultation fee? Give it to me as you see fit. Okay, give me a card number. Fong Yuan gave his card number. After a while, a text message came on my mobile phone, saying that my bank card had received a transfer of 2 million. Fong Yuan rubbed his eyes. He must have seen it right, but even after he confirmed that it was a 7-digit number, he still felt a little dizzy. Kong Yan. Finally I see the money I made back. Good brother. I heard that acupuncture can make bears plump. Is that true? Jiang Yuner asked cautiously. Who told you that? Fong Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Online. Then spend less time on the internet. Jiang Yuner pouted. This was really a pet peeve of hers. She was too peaceful and didn't want to be laughed at again. However, there are other means. Real? Certainly. Fong Yuan shook his head and said, I have at least 3 ways. The first one is medicinal food. The reason you can't grow is because you're too thin and don't have much meat. But this is probably a physical problem. Solve this problem first, and the effect will naturally come. The second method is cosmetic surgery, but that's semi-permanent and unreliable. The third type is traditional massage. It works quickly and takes a short time, but you still need to get a little fatter first so you can have some meat to support your figure. Jiang Yuner took a deep breath when she heard the word massage. Naturally, she wanted the quickest results. But, if that were the case, wouldn't that be an easy win for this bastard? If we use the first and second methods together, will it be faster? She risked everything for her figure. Jiang Yuner thinks her looks are invincible and she is as pretty as a fairy. The only regret is her figure, which she must find a way to improve. Fong Yuan understood what she meant and smiled faintly. Okay, leave me your contact information. So Fong Yuan left after leaving his contact information. Jiang Yuner looked at Fong Yuan's back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which she didn't even notice. This guy is a pretty good person. At least he didn't take advantage of others and make excessive demands. Li Hailong wanted to send Fong Yuan away, but was rejected. Thank you so much, little brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. It's a must. Li Hailong laughed heartily. If he wasn't 60 years old, he would even want to drag Fong Yuan to become sworn brothers. Goodbye. Goodbye. After the two said goodbye, Fong Yuan did not return to the company, but went to a park near the hospital. He found a pavilion to sit down and figure out how to achieve a gorgeous reversal. He wants to take revenge on Chi Yunfeng and get the best reward. Chapter 33, Hidden Boss. Fong Yuan was thinking when an old man and a young boy ran towards him. The old man was about 60 years old and looked very vigorous, not like a man of his age. The girl was about 20 years old, very beautiful, with a perfect figure like a water snake, a charming body, and looked like a little fairy. The two were being chased by 3 young men with machetes. Master Wei. Run! The woman pushed the old man away and tried to resist the young man alone. The man showed no mercy and raised his hand to chop her down fiercely. The posture of this knife is to end the life of the woman in front of him. In broad daylight, under clear sky, how could Fong Yuan commit such a crime? Fortunately, he was not far away. He took a deep breath, stepped forward and kicked the man, sending him flying. The 2 people behind took a look and attacked Fong Yuan. With Fong Yuan's current physical condition, he easily dodged and then kicked the 2 out. Damn, this idea is hard to come by. One of the thugs said that Cheng Yaojin, who suddenly appeared, was a master. Retreat! Old bastard, you're lucky today. The 3 of them ran away in embarrassment. The girl helped the old man named Wei Yi to sit down. Alas, old age doesn't make you strong anymore. If I were young, these little scoundrels wouldn't be my match at all. Master Wei adjusted his mood and thanked Fong Yuan. Thank you, little brother. You're welcome. Fong Yuan observed the old man and found that he had been stabbed in the shoulder and thigh. The wounds were not very deep and he could be treated in the hospital. Thank you. You're welcome. The woman thanked him softly, her voice so charming that Fong Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Damn, this woman is simply the best of the best. Seeing this, Wei Yi chuckled, took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Fong Yuan. Thank you so much today. I can't repay you for saving my life. This card is my group's Supreme Gold card. With this card, you get a 50% discount at any place in my group. Wei Long Group. Looking at the name on the card, Fong Yuan's eyes widened. Long Wei? As a Jiangcheng native, I naturally know the weight of the Wei Long Group. The Wei Long Group is a legend. It is one of the Fortune 500 companies and has branches in developed countries around the world. Its business covers industries ranging from real estate and automobiles to daily life. When it went public, its market value was 30 billion yuan. What about Lanqin and Fengrui? They are weak in front of Wei Long. Fong Yuan was confused. What is this unfolding? The old man I met in the park turned out to be a hidden boss. Secretary by Master Wei. Book a restaurant. I want to have a few drinks with my little brother. Yes. Fong Yuan refused. Forget it, Master Wei. I have a lot of things to do today. Oh, that's it. Wei Yi didn't force it, then you can come to me anytime. Now that I have retreated to the second line, I have plenty of time on my own. It's really boring. You have a large family and a lot of money. Aren't your children usually at home? Fong Yuan asked doubtfully. This question touched upon Wei Yi's sore spot. Mr. Wei is 60 years old this year. He has no children, only adopted sons and godsons, who are all developing in other places. To be honest, little brother, I worked too hard when I was young. When I think of this, I'm already old and my health is getting worse and worse. Sigh. Fong Yuan saw it. Although Wei Yi has a good figure, he is 60 years old but still has the body of a 40-year-old. Overall, he looks strong and vigorous, but he is weak inside. Could it be injured? Fong Yuan planned to deepen his impression. Master Wei nodded and said with a wry smile, "It's ridiculous. I came here today to find someone to treat my hidden illness, but I didn't expect that this was all a plot by those thieves. Hey, that's easy. I can fix it. Fong Yuan holds the 9-dragon needle and has medical skills, so he can treat hidden diseases. He guarantees that after a few injections, Master Wei will be able to regain his vigor and strength. Real. What Wei Yi wants most now is a child. This place happened to be a small forest in the park, so there weren't many people around. There was no need for Wei Yi to be embarrassed, so he whispered, "I can't stand." Yeah, I know, it's a small problem. Master Wei, you were injured when you were young. Although you have recovered, it is because of your age that this happened. You only need to stimulate 3 acupuncture points, and I'll prescribe you a medicine. You can have a roaring fire tonight. Wei Yi was extremely surprised. Both the old and the young showed a somewhat obscene smile. Try. Come. Master Wei is very generous and is not afraid that Fong Yuan will harm him. The 9-dragon needles are almost omnipotent. Only 3 of them are needed to cure the disease. However, the place where the needles are inserted is a bit awkward, so the 3 of them went to a remote corner of the grove. Sure enough, after 3 injections, Wei Yi soon felt his whole body full of energy. Not only that, it seemed as if the fire had been reignited. Here it comes. Master Wei looked at his little brother who was holding his head high and chest out, his face full of ecstasy. Fong Yuan withdrew the needle and said to Master Wei, "Congratulations, Master Wei, but I still need some medicinal food to help. I will prescribe the medicine and you can collect it." Good. Master Wei excitedly called out to Secretary Bai. "Come and see if it's true." Secretary Bai smiled coquettishly and walked forward with hot cheeks. Fong Yuan was a little dumbfounded. We have heard that the second generation of rich people like to have fun, but who would have thought that the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies also do things differently from ordinary people? Master Wei, I'll take my leave now. Fong Yuan quickly left the battlefield. Thank you, my friend. As soon as I left the park, Secretary Sun called. Mr. Fong, where are you? Jiangcheng Park. Okay, Mr. Lan and I are nearby. Please wait for us. In less than 10 minutes, Secretary Sun drove to Fong Yuan. Lan was there too, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Fong Yuan was fine. Let's talk in the car. Lan greeted. The 3 of them went straight to Lan's house. As the president of Lanxin, Lan lives in a villa by the river. The environment here is relatively quiet and the atmosphere is good. It is a 3-story duplex building, and one of them costs at least tens of millions. After arriving at Lan's house and parking the car in the garage, the 3 of them went in. The nanny asked everyone to sit down first while she went to prepare tea. The environment in Lan's home is very elegant, with many works of art and an entire wall of red wine. Collecting all kinds of alcoholic beverages is Lan's personal hobby. When she has nothing to do, she will have a few sips to enjoy. That's great. How much is this villa? Fong Yuan asked enviously. This is my friend's property. I'm just staying here temporarily. Take a seat and let's get down to business. Lan has always been the type to get down to business first and doesn't like beating around the bush. Director Fong, how do you plan to deal with this crisis? Currently, Bluecore has had some of its business activities suspended by the review department, saying that they need to investigate thoroughly before continuing. If the issue is not resolved, it will affect Huawei Technologies' subsequent chip sales. Because Bluecore is not the only company researching smart chips. Many companies at home and abroad are also researching them in order to seize the top market share. Whoever publishes it first will get the first bite of the cake. When this matter was brought up, Fong Yuan sneered, "Shi Yunfeng, right? It will be resolved in 3 days at most. Next, I have to give him a good fight and let him taste the feeling of betrayal." Chapter 34, Tacit Understanding, Such a Tacit Understanding. Blue Core Company is currently in a blocked state. After leaving Lan Lan's house, Fong Yuan sent Secretary Sun home. Compared with Lan Lan's villa, her house is really a world apart. "Is everyone at home okay?" Fong Yuan asked. Lan Lan had already told him about Secretary Sun, and he could understand. Moreover, Secretary Sun had no intention of harming himself. He would rather take the blame than hurt others. This kind of character is even more rare. When mentioning her family, Secretary Sun covered her face. She was a little afraid to face Fong Yuan. "I'm sorry about this." After saying that, Secretary Sun got out of the car. Before leaving, she said to Fong Yuan, "Director Fong, there was a moment when I really wanted to press the agree button, but this is an unforgivable betrayal. I'll resign when this is over." Fong Yuan said nothing, but just watched her go upstairs silently, and then called Shin Jijing. She is still waiting for Fong Yuan to come back home. "Husband, are you still busy so late? Please take care of yourself." Shin Jijing's concern made Fong Yuan feel warm in his heart. She was not the kind of woman who relied on men, but she still showed her weak side to Fong Yuan. This is also a kind of love. "Wife, I have something else to do, so I may not go back today." "Okay, then you must make sure to rest." The two chatted for a while. It happened that Shin's mother was coming home today, so it would be better not to go back to avoid the awkwardness of meeting each other. In addition, Shi Yunfeng has done so many things here in the company, he definitely cannot be left idle. Speaking of which, Shi Yunfeng is quite capable. Fong Yuan just searched online and found out that he himself had an investment company that invested in some businesses. On Bluecore's side, he is also waiting for the chip to be successfully produced so that he can get a share of the pie. However, because of some outrageous actions, Fong Yuan kicked him out of the Bluecore board of directors, which made him a little depressed. He definitely can't make any money, so he's taking revenge and even wants to use some means to take the chip for himself. Since he was going to do something, he had to find a capable assistant. Fong Yuan thought about it and felt that Zhang Yuner would definitely be able to help, so he called her. After a while, the call was picked up. I could hear singing in the background music, so I guess it was from a KTV. "Hello? My dear sister, have you forgotten your dear brother so quickly?" Fong Yuan said bluntly. "Depend on." Zhang Yuner was very surprised. She coughed and said quickly, "Why are you looking for me so late?" "I was asking you for a favor." "I won't help you for free. You need to pay something." Zhang Yuner is the typical example of someone who won't release the eagle until she sees the rabbit. Fong Yuan blushed and said, "You don't want money, do you?" "I told you in advance that I don't have any money." "Money? Humph, the last thing I lack is money. How about this, you come to the Dragon Palace first, and then follow my instructions when you get here." "Okay." Fong Yuan hung up the phone and drove to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is the name of an entertainment club. As the largest and most prestigious club in the city, it includes a wide variety of entertainment projects. And next to the neon plaque of Dragon Palace, you can see the logo of Longwei Group. The Bugatti Veyron that Fong Yuan drove was very cool and attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it arrived. There were even a few little girls who took the initiative to approach Fong Yuan and came over after seeing him get off the car. "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" No." Fong Yuan waved his hand. He knew that these people added him on WeChat because they were attracted by the Bugatti Veyron and thought he was rich. Humph. Poor bastard, you can tell it's rented. The rejected woman was a little embarrassed and could only say that the grapes were sour. After entering the Dragon Palace, Fong Yuan called Zhang Yuner and told her about it. After a while, he saw her in the private room on the 3rd floor. "Here." Zhang Yuner waved her hand. The little girl was dressed very coolly today, with a pink short-sleeved shirt, a miniskirt, and even fishnets and leather boots, giving her the image of a little gangster. It is completely different from the image of a young lady from a wealthy family. Hi. Good brother. John Yuner hugged Fong Yuan's arm and called him good brother sweetly. Fong Yuan said suspiciously, his throat choking a bit. No, there's something wrong with you. Tell me, what's your conspiracy? Hey, you figured it out. John Yuner scratched her head. Good brother, I will go meet my mortal enemy later. Remember, you are my boyfriend. I don't care what means you use, just slap his boyfriend in the face. It turns out to be a competition between girls. That's no problem, slapping people in the face is Fong Yuan's strong point. Before entering, he asked with concern, by the way, how is Mr. Jiang? Why aren't you with him? Someone is accompanying me. John Yuner didn't continue the topic and pulled Fong Yuan into the private room. This is a big room. As soon as you enter, you will see many young men and women singing and playing games in pairs. Yuna, this is your boyfriend? A girl who was about the same age as John Yuner, but much less pretty, walked over. Although it is not very good looking, it has one extremely outstanding advantage. Oh my god. Fong Yuan was shocked. This girl also looks thin, but... It was so shocking that he was shaking even when he walked, which was the opposite of John Yuner. Especially since the girl deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her extraordinary qualities. Not to mention Fong Yuan, even John Yuner couldn't stand it. Yeah, Nana. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend Fong Yuan. Nana looked Fong Yuan up and down. Although she was dressed differently, she had her lips curled and her eyes were seductive. Welcome, my name is Chao Na. She stretched out her hand, and Fong Yuan also stretched out his hand. At the moment of shaking hands, Chao Na's hand seemed to hint at something and tightened a little. Fong Yuan glanced at her and happened to meet her gaze. Please take a seat. Chao Na said nonchalantly. She actually has a boyfriend, a man in the private room who wears glasses and looks a little restrained. Lian. Chao Na introduced, this is John Yuner's boyfriend, Fong Yuan. Lian looked at Fong Yuan with hatred and jealousy. Fong Yuan was a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that Lian likes John Yuner, but he chose Chao Na? Am I out of date, or is your circle so chaotic that I can't understand it? Seeing Fong Yuan in a daze, John Yuner quickly explained to Fong Yuan and dear, today is my best friend Nana's birthday party. Oh. Happy birthday. Fong Yuan hurriedly sent his blessings to Chao Na. The other person laughed and said, actually, I didn't really want to celebrate my birthday. It was all my friends who started it. If Lian hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it myself. What a good tea. John Yuner smiled slightly and said the same thing, Lian has always been very careful. I remember he has a notebook where he remembers the birthdays of many girls, right, Lian? Lian's face changed drastically, and he waved his hands repeatedly to explain, no, I just have the habit of keeping a diary, recording some of my daily life and my inner thoughts. Tisk, who's a decent person who keeps a diary? John Yuner said sarcastically, then changed the subject and asked Fong Yuan, do you write a diary? Fong Yuan immediately understood and replied, if I don't write it, who can write down their true feelings in a diary? John Yuner, then can what is written be called the true feelings? They both said almost at the same time, despicable. John Yuner was very satisfied. She raised her hand and high-fived Fong Yuan in one go. At this moment, her eyes were full of admiration. What a tacit understanding. Chapter 35, Friction. Look at Chao Na again. She looked dejected at the moment, and Lian's eyes were bloodshot. John Yuner also deliberately explained, don't mind it, my boyfriend and I are soulmates, that's how tacit we are. At this time, Ong Li pushed his glasses. Fong Yuan, right? Where are you currently working? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Chao Na acquiesced to Liang's counterattack. She had been waiting for this moment. Bite. Current targets for revenge, Chao Na, Lian. You can retaliate once. Trigger a special mission, revenge for John Yuner. Success will earn you a mysterious reward. Oh ho ho. Fong Yuan knew there would be a mission. Although he was not angry or offended, it was easy to deal with it with John Yuner as the root cause. Seeing Fong Yuan didn't answer, Lian pushed up his glasses and said calmly, I'm a Fengrui network engineer, and I make a minimum of 30,000 yuan a month. Lian began to show off his abilities. That's right, our Lian is a potential stock. Although he is still in college, he has already been specially recruited. Chao Na also echoed, and then looked at Jiang Yuner with a provocative look. Oh, he's so cool. Fang Yuan spoke under Jiang Yuner's expectant gaze. He has his own way of dealing with this kind of people. I am with Yuna every day, accompanying her when she is happy and when she is sad. When she is crazy, I will be crazy with her. When she is quiet, we will be quiet together. I will listen to her troubles and share her happy moments. We trust each other and give each other space. This is us. Fang Yuan's voice was gentle and his expression was sincere, while Lian and Chao Na looked as if they had eaten a fly. There was even a hint of envy in Chao Na's eyes. Lian couldn't hold back his expression anymore, so he retaliated with a mocking tone, "It sounds nice, but isn't it just a gigolo?" "Why, aren't you?" Fang Yuan asked back. Li is a gigolo, but he also wants to live off his wife, and do so with dignity, respect, and style. I'm a gigolo, but so what? I'm capable, unlike you, who's full of arrogance. Fang Yuan shook his head and said pitifully, if you're a whore, don't try to be a saint. You're greedy while having your cake and eating it too. If you want to save your face, you should be a gentleman, not a mean person who thinks behind someone's back and acts rudely but flatteringly. You. Lian was very angry. Fang Yuan's words obviously touched his bottom line. He pointed at Fang Yuan and said, "Stop flattering yourself. Do you dare to compete with me?" Li's roar made the entire private room quiet down, with only the music playing, and the onlookers all looked over here. Jiang Yuner snorted softly. Lian then took off his clothes, revealing his upper body, and many girls screamed in surprise. I didn't expect this guy to look so weak, but underneath his clothes was a muscular body. Especially the abdominal muscles and chest muscles, few girls can control them. Seeing this scene, Li felt very proud and felt that his 3 years of gym life were worthwhile. Arm wrestling, do you dare? Fang Yuan thought Lian had some better competition, but he didn't expect this guy to speak in such a cheap way right from the start. At this time, a boy said, "Haha. Hey kid, let me introduce you to Lian, the arm wrestling champion of our school. The all-around champion of the school sports team." Many girls enviously said, "Wow, there's so much sexual tension." Li is also full of confidence, he will definitely not lose in this regard. Bring it on. Chao Na cheered for Lian and said, "Show him some color. If you win tonight, I will reward you well." Li is full of confidence. Jiang Yuner looked at Fang Yuan. Can you do it? Lian is the best fighter in the school. It seems he even learned martial arts. Is it so wild? Fang Yuan remembered that when Lian first came in, he behaved very well and seemed harmless. I didn't expect he had two faces. He made an okay gesture to Jiang Yuner, and then said to Lian, "Come on. The arm wrestling competition begins." The nosy boy came over to act as referee and shouted loudly, "Listen to my command, 3, 2, 1. Start." Suddenly, Lian exerted his strength, wanting to win the game directly by relying on a sneak attack. However, no matter how hard he tried, Fang Yuan didn't move at all. Lian broke out in a sweat instantly, secretly surprised. Arm wrestling requires skill. Whoever gets the upper hand at the start has the advantage. He relied on his skills and his own strength to remain invincible in the school. However, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, and no matter how hard Lian tried, he could not shake it. It's like a skinny person who can't call up his little brother. It's a deep feeling of powerlessness. Push harder. Didn't you eat? Fang Yuan's relaxed and comfortable questioning contrasted sharply with Lian's strenuous efforts. At this time, the boy who supported Lian said, "Lian, stop playing and take it down quickly." That's right. With your ability, you can definitely take down a weakling like this in seconds. Yeah, stop acting, just get it over with. The people around also joined in the fun. Kan Yang, is it me who doesn't want to crush him quickly? Lian was anxious and his expression became more and more strained. But he couldn't say anything at this moment. If he lost his temper, it would be over. Lian exerted force suddenly and almost roared. However, Fang Yuan remained motionless and said calmly, "You still don't have the strength. With your level, how can you dominate the school? Or rely on arm wrestling?" "Shut up," Lian said angrily. Fang Yuan said contemptuously, "Okay, then if I shut up, I'll be serious." After saying this, Fang Yuan decisively increased his strength. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lian howled in pain. When his arm was twisted back in an instant, his hand bones were broken because of the excessive force. Ah! You piece of trash! Chao Na said disdainfully, aren't you awesome at school? You're no good once you're out of school. Lian's hand was broken, but it was not Fang Yuan who broke it. After all, there are such risks in arm wrestling. Knowing you can't win, you still insist on using force. Now your hand bones are broken. Chao Na looked at Lian with disdain, then glanced at Fang Yuan and licked her lips. A strong man is definitely wilder. So, regardless of Lian, who was lying on the ground and almost dying in pain, he straightened his chest and showed off his assets. Brother, add me on WeChat. If it's convenient, we can have a few drinks and then. As he spoke, he showed a hint of temptation. Fang Yuan took Jiang Yun'er's hand and stood up, looking down at Chao Na. Oh. Forget it. I'm not interested in silicone. And remember to avoid cosmetic surgery. It can easily lead to cancer. What did you say? Chao Na looked as pale as death. She had a good foundation, but it was abnormal at this age, and her true colors were revealed under Fang Yuan's insightful eyes. The reason why it is so turbulent is that 1/3 of her body is filled. Yuna, let's go. Good. After Jiang Yun'er had her fun, she didn't want to stay any longer. Ah. Chao Na's secret was revealed, and now she is filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. The boys and girls in the private room didn't dare to speak. After all, Chao Na was the real boss. You bastard. Fang Yuan. I'm going to make you pay. Chapter 36, Congenital Deficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the primary revenge against Chao Na and Lian. Reward, primary superpower, multiplication technique can be applied to any object, increasing it to twice its original size. Note, natural doubling, no side effects. Additional reward for completing special tasks, invisibility cloak. Is it just elementary revenge? Fang Yuan was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this really doesn't require much technical knowledge. It's this doubling technique. I don't know if it can be used on a certain brother. But maybe you can try to double it for Kang Yuna. It's just that her base stats are too low, twice 0 is still 0, so it doesn't seem to have any effect. Another special reward, the invisibility cloak, is quite interesting. The two left the Dragon Palace and got on the Bugatti Veyron. Jiang Yun'er is not interested in luxury cars. She can have as many of these as she wants. Woohoo! Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Yun'er roared with satisfaction. It feels so good. That bitch Chao Na has finally been punished. Ha ha. Jiang Yun'er's personality is not like that of a lady at all. She is more like a female hooligan. Are you and her really best friends? Fang Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. No. We are enemies. Jiang Yun'er hugged her arms, but of course, as Princess Taiping, she couldn't hug anything. This Chao Na is the little princess of the Chao group. When we first met, she was quite nice. Who knew she would become like this after growing up? There were many boys pursuing me at school, but she insisted on snatching me away. At first, she helped me solve a lot of problems, so I didn't say anything. But she became more and more aggressive, and even insisted on showing off after stealing it. I can't stand this. Fang Yuan was embarrassed and couldn't help but say, with your ability, it's easy to teach them a lesson. Why do you have to ask me for help? That's so boring. Jiang Yun'er said disdainfully, it's easy to beat them up, but such a quick revenge will make them break down and regret it. Humph. Look at her cow. Fang Yuan suddenly opened up a new world. Breaking down defenses and feeling regretful are the highest levels of revenge. That makes sense. Let me take you home. With Jiang Yun'er's reminder, Fang Yuan figured out the key to revenge and no longer needed her help, so he planned to send her home. By the way, what do you want from me? Jiang Yun'er suddenly asked. Oh, it's like this. I've thought of a way to give you a better, but I'm afraid it might be a little. Fang Yuan made up an excuse. Jiang Yun'er's eyes lit up instantly. Although it was a shy thing that was difficult to talk about, she had longed for a proud chest. So Jiang Yun'er gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. What are you afraid of? We're brothers from now on. Let me see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. As she spoke, Jiang Yuner reached out and touched Fang Yuan's chest. Why? A cold little hand reached in through his clothes, and Fang Yuan was so frightened that he almost drove into the green belt. Jiang Yuner touched it again and said in surprise, "Oh my god, you actually have abdominal muscles. Wow, it still feels so good." Fang Yuan said seriously, "Liang. Stop it, you female hooligan." Hey. We soon arrived at Jiang Yuner's house. The entire Washington, D.C. is quite large. Jiang Yuner lives in an independent courtyard, not far from Mr. Jiang. Let us get started. Jiang Yuner took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Fang Yuan felt a little embarrassed. "Humph, I'm not embarrassed as a girl, what are you afraid of?" Jiang Yuner rolled her eyes. In fact, she was just pretending, and Fang Yuan was not that annoying. Instead, he aroused her interest in knowing more. Forehead. To be honest, you really are. Alright. Hurry up. Jiang Yuner's face was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. Then I'm coming. Fang Yuan resumed his normal pace and began to take the patient's pulse. Jiang Yuner's pulse is normal. This is not right. Judging from her pulse, she should be of normal body shape, but in fact she is thin overall, without much muscle, and looks almost bony. No reason. Fang Yuan said seriously, "Yuner, tell me the truth, how do you usually eat?" "It's a lot to eat." "How many?" "Well, normally, I can eat 3 bowls of rice." "I can eat as much as I want." "Ha! You can eat, but you 1T gain weight." Fang Yuan continued with a serious expression, "How about your toileting? Is your bowel movement normal?" Jiang Yuner has heard that people are not afraid of Chinese medicine practitioners smiling, but they are afraid of them looking down. Judging from Fang Yuan's posture, it was obvious that his health seemed to be very poor. That's normal. So, do you feel cold all over, or have any special symptoms, like lack of energy? Fang Yuan asked again. Jiang Yuner was even more frightened. "No, it's all normal." That's strange. Fang Yuan searched through all the medical skills in his mind, but couldn't find a matching symptom. This meant that this was a symptom that intermediate medical skills couldn't solve, but it was so counterintuitive. Instinct told him that Jiang Yuner's condition was very difficult, so he said, "Let me try acupuncture first." "Okay, wait, do you want to get started?" Jiang Yuner lowered her head. She had also seen the good figures of those beauties. Although she was very envious and had prepared herself mentally, she still felt very shy. Don't be nervous, just lie down first." There was no trace of evil in Fang Yuan's eyes. This was also because Jiang Yuner's figure could not arouse his evil thoughts at all. In addition, the situation was not right, so Fang Yuan had to be cautious. The 9-dragon needle technique involves inserting needles into 9 acupuncture points: forehead, shoulders, hands and feet, and the area below the chest. How does it feel? A little cold, and a little itchy. Fang Yuan put away the needle and asked Jiang Yuner to put on her clothes first. He said cautiously, "Your situation seems much more troublesome than I thought. The way of the innate is to reduce the excess and supplement the deficiency. It seems that some kind of accident happened to you while you were in your mother's womb, which led to your congenital deficiency. Luckily, you have an optimistic and cheerful personality and eat a lot, so your body didn't collapse." Hearing this, Jiang Yuner fell silent. She didn't understand what Fang Yuan said, so she just shook her head and said calmly, "I've never seen my mother, but I seem to have heard my grandfather say that he rescued me on the battlefield." After saying that, Jiang Yuner fell silent. The silence was deafening. There was sadness hidden in her eyes. She disguised herself as much as possible so that she would not show sadness. In order to comfort her grandfather, she gradually learned how to live cheerfully. "Fortunately, I can cure it." Fang Yuan thought for a moment, sat down, put his hand on Jiang Yuner's shoulder, and said, "I'm not good at preaching, but curing illnesses and saving lives is my forte. Use the doubling technique." As Fang Yuan activated his ability, an inexplicable drowsiness swept over Jiang Yuner, and she yawned. "I'm a little sleepy." "It must be the acupuncture I just used that has allowed you to recover temporarily." "Well, I'll take my leave now and come back to see you in 2 days." Jiang Yuner was very sleepy and could hardly open her eyes. For the human body, growth and development requires a lot of energy, which is why we feel sleepy. It seems that the doubling technique worked. "Go to sleep." Fang Yuan came out of the room. "As soon as I went out, an old face appeared in front of me. Wow! Mr. Jiang, you scared me to death. Mr. Jiang had no expression on his face. He had just recovered from a serious illness, and after recuperation, his complexion had improved a lot. Xiao Feng, come with me. Mr. Jiang said in a bad tone, I have something to tell you. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. Could it be that Mr. Jiang misunderstood? Chapter 37, Testing the Invisibility Cloak. This is a big trouble. Zhang Yuner, who is still in school, can make others afraid of her by relying on her status as a member of the Zhang family, let alone the real owner of the Zhang family, old Jiang. This matter needs to be explained in detail no matter what. Feng Yuan nervously followed Mr. Jiang to his room. Overall, Mr. Jiang's room is quite tidy and simple, without any unnecessary or redundant items. A coffee table and a set of tea sets. There are also common furniture such as a TV. There is a photo hanging in the room, which should be of Mr. Jiang and his wife. It looks like an ordinary old man's room. The two sat down on the sofa. Seeing Feng Yuan was a little restrained, Mr. Jiang smiled and said, Xiao Feng, you don't have to be so reserved. I was just at the door and heard you say that my Yuner is so thin because of congenital deficiency? Mr. Jiang is very worried about his granddaughter. When I heard that Feng Yuan and his granddaughter were in the same room, I thought of coming over to take a look and confirm whether the two had an ambiguous relationship. But at the door, the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Until he heard Feng Yuan's assessment of his granddaughter's physical condition, he couldn't help but want to ask for clarification. Yes. Feng Yuan nodded. Also, I think a normal medical institution would hardly find anything abnormal with Miss Zhang's body even if they did an examination, because all of her current physical parameters are healthy. Mr. Jiang nodded, that was indeed the case. Countless tests have been conducted in the hospital, and Zhang Yuner's physical parameters are all normal, but the child is getting thinner and thinner. She doesn't have any special symptoms and is no different from a normal person. Mr. Jiang felt it was strange, but he did not overly doubt it. He just thought that maybe it was just the difference in personal physique. Can you cure it? Yes, but it will take a long time. Mr. Jiang was relieved. As long as he can be cured, it's fine. Naturally, we have investigated Mr. Feng Yuan Zhang and know that he is not a bad person and he did not approach the Zhang family with any purpose. That's enough. Okay, thank you for your help. Zhang Lao said cautiously, Xiao Feng, I don't want Yuner to be wronged. This child has been pretending to be strong since she was a child. I have seen it all. Although I really want to entrust Yuna to a reliable person, I still hope that she can meet someone who truly loves and cares for her. This was said to Feng Yuan. With Mr. Zhang's means, he would definitely be able to find out that Feng Yuan is married. If not, Mr. Jiang could entrust his granddaughter to Feng Yuan. However, since he is married, he should keep a certain distance. This is good for everyone. What do you think? Feng Yuan understood what he meant and nodded in agreement, I think so too. That's good. If you need any help, please let me know. This is my way of thanking you. Mr. Jiang emphasized the key point, which is I. I will thank you. Feng Yuan said he understood. The two chatted briefly again. Mr. Jiang also needed to rest early, so Feng Yuan did not disturb him any further and drove out of the Zhang family villa. And the news from the other side has also been received. Before coming to Zhangjia Mansion, Feng Yuan asked Secretary Sun to help investigate the location of Qi Yunfeng's family. Although Qi Yunfeng also lives in a mansion, he usually does not go home but goes to his lover's house. It is normal for a boss like him to keep several concubines. Rich people always seek some excitement. Even so, Qi Yunfeng was still quite restrained. This old guy only has one outer house, which is in Xing'an Community. Feng Yuan waited in advance, parked his car outside Xing'an Community, and put on an invisibility cloak. In order to test the effect, he even went to the convenience store. The store owner didn't notice at all. This is a perfect invisibility, a very wonderful experience. It is the kind of state where you are invisible from your own perspective. Just when passing by a pet shop, he saw a Rottweiler lying in a cage at the door of the room. When Feng Yuan approached, the dog stood up alertly, smelled the scent, but found that it could not see the target, so it barked at Feng Yuan's position. Can't you hide the smell? Feng Yuan tested it again and figured out the rules of the invisibility cloak. The effect of the invisibility cloak is very exaggerated. It does achieve complete invisibility and blends in with the surroundings, but it cannot hide the smell on the body. Overall, it is flawed. But that's enough. Fang Yuan waited in the community until around 3 o'clock, and he actually caught him. Shi Yinfeng is back, and he came back with his lover. But his lover is also a bit heavyweight. A heavyweight in the literal sense. She looks pretty, but unfortunately she is too fat. She is about 1.65 meters tall and looks like she weighs 200 kilograms. Wow, it turns out this old guy likes to drive tanks. What a unique hobby. Fang Yuan followed the two of them upstairs and into the room, all without being noticed. Shi Yinfeng seemed to have drunk some wine. As soon as he entered the room, the two began to do some reasonable things. But after all, he is old, so Shi Yunfeng's physical fitness is definitely not as good as that of a young man. It lasted for about an hour and then ended abruptly. The woman leaned on Shi Yunfeng's shoulder and asked, "How is it? Did I help you?" Shi Yunfeng smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get Lan Xian's accounting fraud data. You are my lucky star." The woman smiled sweetly. "I've disliked Lan Xian for a long time. The previous chairman fired me just because I embezzled public funds. This is my revenge. To tell you the truth, Lan Xin has never falsified accounts. Those are all figures I made up." Shi Yunfeng was a little surprised. He is just an investor and does not participate in, nor is he qualified to participate in, decision-making within the company. As a shareholder, his only role, apart from waiting for dividends, is to do things like voting by raising hands at the board meeting. Isn't it possible? When a company reaches a certain size, everyone is afraid of being investigated. If it doesn't weigh more than 2 taels, it can't be stopped even if it weighs 1,000 pounds. Moreover, Lan Xin has never falsified accounts or engaged in any tricks. Of course. The woman laughed so hard that her whole body shook. The former chairman of Lan Xin insisted on establishing a national enterprise and even appointed himself as the legal representative. Tell me, how can he make money when his business is so clean? The values of these two people are too distorted. When should we be ridiculed for working diligently, fulfilling our duties and doing business honestly? The world is really going downhill. It's just like that, a tyrant does all kinds of bad things and does things by any means necessary. You can laugh at a gentleman for being weak, but you are not qualified to laugh at his integrity. It's the same principle. Fortunately, Fang Yuan recorded all the conversations between the two. In fact, he was also quite curious about who was the original chairman of Lan Xin. Although the system rewarded him with 60% of the shares, someone had to take charge of Lan Xin in the end. He hasn't really investigated this. Because the only people who appear in public in a company are the president, the real legal person and board members, all of them need to be investigated. Don't worry, I've already found the connection this time. Section Chief Wu of the investigation department is my good friend. Once Fang Yuan goes in, I will be able to successfully control Lan Xian. Shi Yinfeng didn't feel disgusted and kissed the woman's fat face. Then he continued to paint a rosy picture. "Baby, I will give you 10% of the shares when the time comes, and this company will be handed over to you to manage in the future." "Thank you, husband." Once again, the bed took on everything. While the two were struggling, Fang Yuan quietly left. Secretary Sun did not sleep all night, waiting for news from Fang Yuan. And she finally waited for it. Chapter 38, Farming and Starting a Business. After giving the recording to Secretary Sun, Fang Yuan asked for the information of Lan Xin's former chairman. Former chairman of Bluecore, Wang Yi. He is 55 years old this year. He is a top student in information science and engineering. He has worked in related fields for 30 years and is also a researcher. Since he graduated, he has attracted investment to start making chips and established the Bluecore Group. Because he has a very good reputation in the industry, Lan agreed to come to Bluecore for research and development. It's a pity that he is not very good at business. 7 days ago, Wang Yi was stripped of his position as chairman at a board meeting, after which he handed over his shares and left. And many capable people also left with him. Therefore, only 3 of the 7 board members remain. That is the Qiyun Peak lineage. However, in order to prevent Shi Yunfeng from controlling Lan Xin, he chose to entrust the sale of his shares, which were then bought by the system and rewarded to Fang Yuan. It seems that the system operation is still very reliable. After all, things don't come out of thin air, there must be a reason. Although Wang Yi left Lan Xin and lost everything he had worked hard for, he still had some spare money to support himself for the rest of his life. He also has a house in his hometown in the countryside. Zhangcheng has developed well. Even the rural areas have developed like small cities with all the necessary facilities. It takes about an hour to drive there. With the address, Fang Yuan drove there, intending to pay a visit to Wang Yi. After a bumpy ride, it was almost dawn when he arrived in the countryside. This is the time when farmers go out to work. After retiring, Wang Yi actually planted beans at the foot of the southern mountain. He would pick up his farm tools early in the morning and go to work in the fields. Director Wang. Fang Yuan got out of the car and said hello. Wang Yi looked at Fang Yuan. He had no impression of him and didn't know him, so he smiled and said, "Little brother, I'm no longer Mr. Wang. Do you have something to talk to me about?" The car Fang Yuan was driving was a Bugatti Veyron. Wang Yi recognized it at a glance and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Wang, I'm the one who will take over your job." "Oh, you're the one who acquired 60% of my shares." "Hello." Wang Yi is very easygoing and does not feel superior to others just because he was once the chairman of Bluecore. "Hello." After shaking hands, Director Wang glanced at the time and asked Fang Yuan, "If you have anything to say, let's talk while we walk." "I still have farm work to do." "That's right, I'll help you." Fang Yuan is also good at farm work. Although his parents work hard in the city, their hometown is in the countryside. During his holidays, he often goes back to his hometown to do some farm work. In addition, now that my body has been strengthened, my physical strength can be said to be inexhaustible. Work harder before the sun comes out. Once the sun comes out, it will be harder to do. Wang Yi said. He put down his farm tools, changed his clothes and started to work. Fang Yuan also came to help. "You don't need that, little brother." "It's okay, I'm good at it too." Unable to persuade Fang Yuan, the two began to weed. What Wang Yi planted in this field were indeed beans, and bamboo sticks had been set up to facilitate climbing. The only thing left to do next was to weed. While working, Wang Yi praised him, "Young men of your age rarely work so skillfully." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Mr. Wang, you're too kind." After praising him, Wang Yi returned to the point, "You are looking for me because of Qi Yunfeng, right?" "Director Wang, have you guessed this?" Wang Yi smiled confidently. Although he didn't understand Fang Yuan, didn't he understand Qi Yunfeng? After all, they have been cooperating for a long time, and Qi Yunfeng is an ambitious person and not a good person. Qi Yunfeng is an opportunistic thief. He becomes a shareholder of other companies under the guise of investment, then through his own operations, takes control of everything in those companies. For over 20 years, he has relied on this tactic to defeat countless opponents. It can be said that one trick can conquer all. Fang Yuan continued working and asked, "Is Lan Xin like this too?" I have been following the news about Bluecore, and some friends have also told me about Bluecore's recent situation. I heard that the chip had been successfully developed, and I was very happy, but then I heard that I was tricked. So when you came, I knew it must be Qi Yunfeng's doing. Wang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a scientific researcher, and I'm not a match for Qi Yunfeng. So I'm sorry, I can't help you." He lost because he was obsessed with scientific research, unlike other companies that only put profits first. What he respected was conscience. He had been fighting against Qi Yunfeng for a long time, and it was already good enough that he could hold on. "I'm not coming to you for help," Fang Yuan said. "I just want to ask if you want to return to Bluecore." I think a researcher would never give up the career he has always been committed to, especially since Bluecore has already made great breakthroughs. To be honest, Wang Yi was a little tempted. But after that incident, he felt tired and a little scared. "Thank you for your kindness. But I'm not a genius in research. I've created 7 products, but they were always one step behind others. I'm even less talented in business, so I've never been able to take Bluecore any further. Sometimes, worries are like these weeds." He leaned over and cut the grass from the ground. Grabbing a handful, he said to Fang Yuan, "Their appearance has absorbed nutrients from the soil. These grasses may look weak, but they are much tougher than these beans. We humans sometimes think we are superior to others, but sometimes, when we think about it, we may be the ones being domesticated." Wang Yi's incoherent words made Fang Yuan a little confused. Are all scientists so abstract nowadays? But it is undeniable that information engineering is also a kind of science, and even the most urgently needed scientific project in today's era. "Mr. Wang, what you said? I don't quite understand." Wang Yi chuckled and continued his movements, explaining to Fang Yuan, "Think about these beans, or the tomatoes in the surrounding fields, or the terraced fields on the distant mountains. The world thinks we are the ones who planted them, that we are the ones who enslaved the crops. But actually, let's change our thinking and put ourselves in the perspective of these plants. Hard-working humans work hard, and I will be rewarded with sweet fruits. I hate weeds sucking my nutrients, and I hate drought making me extremely poor. I need fertilizer to fill my stomach. Come. Fong Yuan took a deep breath. Although what Wang Yi said sounded like he had a serious illness, it actually contained some truth. Just like Lon Xin. For the company's development, for the employees to get the best benefits, for all of this, I've actually been tied to Lon Xin's car and can't get out for a long time. And it's not just me, Shi Yinfeng, you, but all the business owners in the world are tied up. So you might as well think about it, who is actually being enslaved? Wang Yi has no intention of going back. It was already noon, so the two of them went home and picked some beans. Wang Yi said, "Have a bite at home at noon. The beans my wife makes are amazing." As soon as he entered the village, he saw people gathering near Wang Yi's house, and their location was near Fong Yuan's car. Ouch, who did this? This car is worth a lot of money, right? This is a Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. Who did this to smash it like this? Chapter 39, Double Shot. What? Fong Yuan hurried over. The crowd made way and Wang Yi followed. The Bugatti Veyron, a luxury car worth tens of millions, had its hood dented, half of its windshield broken, and many scratches on the body. This is Fong Yuan's favorite car. It looks very cool and high profile when he drives it. He likes it very much. And the most important thing is that the damaged car is difficult to repair. Hey boy, is this car yours? An old man asked. Fong Yuan nodded, and the old man sighed and said, "Young man, just consider yourself unlucky. These people are scabby and will only cause you endless trouble if you mess with them. You smashed the car and want to just let it go? How can this be possible in the world?" Fong Yuan was immediately furious and asked, "Who are these people?" When the old man saw that he couldn't persuade him, he stopped talking. Fortunately, the other villagers nearby were quite nice and said to him, "Young man, even if you find these people, they won't be able to compensate you. And oh, forget it, I won't say any more." The villager seemed to be hesitant to speak, apparently he had something to hide. Wang Yi simply said, "Just tell me who smashed it." "It's the village's 3 lepers." As soon as the topic of the 3 lepers was brought up, everyone started talking at once. In the eyes of the villagers, these 3 beggars are not ordinary people. You can tell from his name that he is a person who can do something stupid. What he is best at is smashing cars and causing trouble, and he specifically targets rich people. If he targets you, you're doomed. You either suffer in silence or wait for others to come and talk about you, and then provoke you to fight him. Call the police? It doesn't work at all. Why are they called lazy? It's simple and clear. They have no concept of going to jail because it's a common occurrence. And once you call the police, his minions will pester you, making all kinds of trouble and causing trouble without any bottom line. Rich people are fed up with it. After all, there is no benefit in fighting with such people to the end, so most people choose to reconcile and stay away from them. So, after hearing the name, Wang Yi also persuaded, "Director Fong, let's forget about this matter. How about this, I'll contact my friend and see how to fix the car. I'll just charge you the cost price." It doesn't count. Fong Yuan couldn't stand it. And the system task has been activated. Bite. Current target for revenge, Sanlazy Xiaobin can be retaliated once. Fong Yuan would never give up on such a person. As for asking Sanlazy to pay compensation, as you, the villager, said, he certainly cannot afford it, so he must pay the price. At this time, there were naturally people who were eager to watch the fun and show Fong Yuan the way. Look, Sanlazy's home is on the west side of the village. When you get there, you'll see a 3-story Western-style building. That's his home. Zhao Bin, the 3rd beggar, is considered a relatively wealthy family in the village. He is 35 years old this year. When he was young, he went to work in the city and was looked down upon in various ways. Later, he found that rich people seemed to be afraid of trouble, so he gradually developed this path. It was noon, and Sanlazy was at home drinking and eating meat with a few good brothers and his wife. Cool. Brother Bin, a Bugatti Veyron must be worth several. This guy is dressed casually and doesn't look like a rich man. I wonder if he rented a luxury car and drove it out to show off. Fong Yuan ignored him and looked around the yard. Finding no place to sit, he leaned against the wall and said, I'll give you two choices. First, I need compensation. I think you should know how much this car is worth. A major overhaul would cost at least several million. Second, it doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay. Come and help me and work to pay me back. Work to pay back the money? Before Xiaobin could say anything, his younger brother stood up and said, It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in my life. Xiaobin also grinned and said, I'm talking to you, kid. Who do you think you are? You're wearing such rags, and you didn't rent that car, did you? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and began to mock Fang Yuan with words, just to irritate him. Just then. Just because you are so beautiful, oh baby. Fang Yuan's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Wei Yi. Wait a minute, I have to take a call first. Fang Yuan said to everyone. Xiaobin and others did not take any action, but waited patiently for Fang Yuan to answer the phone. Hey, hello. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's voice, Wei Yi was very excited. Little brother, I'm Long Wei. Ha ha, your trick really works. Double bang. So comfortable, so comfortable. Double bang? Fang Yuan understood immediately. It seemed that Master Wei had been busy all night. Then congratulations. Wei Yi continued, Little brother, are you free now? I'd like to ask you to help me with other treatments. Don't worry, the consultation fee is definitely not a problem. Fang Yuan said helplessly, No, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. Ah. Who is so bold as to cause trouble for my little brother? Aren't you just trying to make trouble for Long Wei? Where are you? I'll bring people over right away. Wei Yi grabbed a life-saving straw. How could he let it go so easily? Where exactly is this place? Fang Yuan covered his phone and turned to ask Xiaobin. One of Xiaobin's subordinates said contemptuously, Shaman Village, Group 4, Number 14. Oh, okay, thank you. Fang Yuan told the address. Over there, Master Wei snorted coldly and said in a low voice, I'll ask Secretary Bai to go over there. I want to see who is so blind as to dare to bully my little brother. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobin said with a fierce smile, It's no use looking for someone. Looking at you like this, I'm afraid you won't get any gold coins. Brothers, fight for me. Xiaobin got angry and planned to beat him up first. If you want to call the police, that's your business. They have plenty of ways to make you pay compensation anyway. As long as he insists that you broke into a private house, then beating you to death would be self-defense. Of course, this is just Xiaobin's understanding of self-defense. I saw a young man rushing over with a rolling pin in his hand. However, the next moment, Fang Yuan grabbed him and kicked him 3 meters away. Damn, so fierce, such a tough guy. Chapter 40, by Shangju. What does it mean to kick someone 3 meters away with one kick? Under normal circumstances, if a person of the same size is kicked, the opponent will at most stagger or fall to the ground due to unstable balance. Unless there is indeed a huge gap. It's like an adult kicking a child. Fang Yuan looked to be only a little over 100 pounds and about 1.7 meters tall, but the man he kicked flew away weighed nearly 200 pounds and was 1.8 meters tall. Despite the size difference, Fang Yuan was still able to kick Xiaobin 3 meters away with one kick. Xiaobin was secretly surprised. A martial artist? Impossible. The size difference is huge. Xiaobin is a small-time gangster, but he has been able to get to where he is today not by simply relying on others, he is also somewhat cunning. Fighting is commonplace. Seeing how fierce this guy was, Xiaobin's eyes rolled and he immediately said, All right. You hit my people, right? You'll have to pay for it. This is his plan B. If he can't win, he will choose to report to the authorities. But before reporting to the Public Security Bureau, Xiaobin still asked, Would you choose to settle this matter publicly or privately? As soon as I finished speaking, the strong man who was still groaning immediately looked like I was dead. At the same time, Xiaobin's daughter-in-law also started shouting. Someone's been beaten to death, come and see. Someone broke into our house and killed someone. Is there any justice in the world? This shout was not a big deal, it immediately attracted all the curious villagers to come over. The confused villagers looked at the scene and pointed at Fang Yuan. This kid didn't use any light or heavy hands. How could he be beaten to death? That's right. Hey, you're still young after all to get into trouble with these people. Wang Yi naturally came too. Seeing this scene, he chose to stand up and said to Zhao Bin, forget it. For my sake, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Wang Yi. Zhao Bin pointed at Wang Yi and said disdainfully, do you still think you're the boss of Lanxin? What qualifications do you have to speak up here? Get out of here. If you make me unhappy, I'll pluck all the beans out of your field. You. Wang Yi was about to say something, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Brother Wang, I can handle this myself. Wang Yi shook his head. After all, you are still young and do things without considering the consequences. If someone blames you for killing someone, the rest of your life will be ruined. As the old saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. The matter became more and more serious, and even the village chief came. The village chief is almost 60 years old, and you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Sure enough, when he saw people from his own village lying on the ground, and an outsider was fine, he immediately became excited. Even though he knew the whole story, he still chose to stand on the side of the village and collude with Zhao Bin. After all, he was still relying on Zhao Bin to make money for him. Where are you from? How dare you attack our village? Come here, everyone. After saying that, many energetic young men entered Zhao Bin's yard. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan with unfriendly eyes. If they had to describe him in one word, it would be greedy and violent like a wolf. In their eyes, Fang Yuan is a mobile god of wealth. Those who can afford to drive a luxury car worth tens of millions are noble people. Anyone who dares to do something to them can get a sky-high compensation. Fang Yuan smiled and said he had a solution. 30,000. He made a shocking offer directly. Anyone willing to stand on my side will be given 30,000 yuan right now. After hearing the price, a young man in the crowd's eyes moved slightly, and he walked out and stood silently beside Fang Yuan. Sir, if a fight breaks out, just run away and don't worry about me. The young man is 1.67 meters tall and looks much thinner than Zhang Yuner. He can no longer be described as skinny. Chen Musheng, are you crazy because of poverty? Are you willing to give up your life for 30,000 yuan? The village chief scolded. However, Chen Musheng simply said, I need this money. Fang Yuan admired him very much and said directly, give me the payment code. Chen Musheng took out his mobile phone and found the payment code. Then everyone heard a voice, Daxin has arrived, 30,000 yuan. Wow! Really give. The crowd exploded. Oh my god, this guy is so rich. 30,000 yuan may not be a lot of money, but in today's society, it can be gone in the blink of an eye if you go to the city for a leisurely stroll. In the past, when everyone was still using paper money, people probably had an idea of the cost. After all, you can see with your own eyes how much money you have. But now with various digital payments, money has become just a number, which can be seen but not touched, so you don't feel bad about spending it. Thank you very much. Chen Musheng thanks Fang Yuan. Then he said resolutely, Sir, these people are after your money. They're all deadbeats. I suggest you call the police first and leave quickly. I'll block them here. Don't worry, I've taken your money and will definitely ensure your safety. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Chen Musheng is about the same age as himself, but thinner than himself. However, he is very principled and always keeps his word. Oh? But I still want to continue causing trouble, what should I do? Chen Musheng frowned, and finally decided, then I will help you anyway. But please promise me one thing. If I die, please save my mother. Fang Yuan was even more moved. Filial piety. Filial piety is the first of all virtues. The reason why Chen Musheng stood up for 30,000 yuan was actually for his mother. Stop dithering. Go ahead and beat Chen Musheng too. The young men brought by the village chief rushed up and tried to beat people. Although he had Chen Musheng's help, unfortunately his fighting ability was really limited. He was just beaten, and in the end Fang Yuan had to protect him. But it's worth it. Chen Musheng is very serious. Even if he is beaten, he will subconsciously protect Fang Yuan. Even if he cannot help him repel the enemy, he will help him resist the damage. Sir, run. Seeing that more and more people were coming, Chen Musheng couldn't hold on any longer, so he shouted and rushed directly towards the village chief. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This guy has some smarts. Unfortunately, before he could get close to the village chief, he was kicked out by a younger brother beside him and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him. Beat him. I'll take responsibility if he kills me. The village chief was angry and shouted, and the energetic young men continued to rush up, howling. Stop it! At the most chaotic moment, a delicate shout stunned the whole audience. You're looking for death. Secretary Bai is here. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of all men, but as soon as they saw the other person's appearance, they were instantly frightened. Bai Qian. Wei Ye's Bai Qian. At this moment, Bai Qian's aura was like that of a queen, and no one dared to provoke her. She also brought with her several bodyguards in black, most of whom were over 1.8 meters tall, with square faces and muscular bodies. They wore sunglasses and looked ferocious. Master Bai Xiang. The village chief and Zhao Bin exclaimed almost at the same time. Bai Qian's eyes turned slightly and she found Fang Yuan. The originally majestic and fierce look melted away instantly, revealing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Mr. Feng, are you okay? Fine. Fang Yuan's impression of Bai Qian also changed. In front of Master Wei, Bai Qian can be a charming water snake. However, when Master Wei is not around, she is the underground queen of Jiangcheng. Chapter 41, Chen Musheng's Embarrassment. It's like roaring sky dog. In heaven, Erlangshan can call him a stupid dog at any time. But once he left heaven, everyone who saw him had to respectfully call him the sun-swallowing Star Lord. This is a gap in identity. That's Bai Qian. Next to Wei Yi, it might be a cup. But once she came out, she would be the underground queen. All the underground gangsters in Jiangcheng would have to respectfully call her the incense master. The village chief had a perpetual smile on his face, trying to curry favor with the emperor. Master Bai Xiang, why are you here? Bai Qian's expression was cold, and there was a murderous look in her eyes. This village chief is quite famous. When he was young, he made a name for himself in Jiangcheng. Later, when he became the village chief, his style of doing things was always arrogant and bad. Although Wei Yi has cleaned up his act and started a legitimate business, he is still the biggest and the boss in the underworld according to seniority. Wu Hong. Master Wei asked me to tell you something. This Mr. Fong is a close friend of Master Wei, regardless of age difference. If you mess with him, you're going against Master Wei. Wu Hong is the village chief. At this moment, he was so frightened that his legs were shaking, and he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Then, Bai Qian's gaze fell on Zhao Bin. The other party was already trembling with fear. This is a big boss in the underworld. No matter how much you try to deny it, you are just a gangster on the ground. To put it in a more advanced way, you can even train a team of fighters of your own. Fang Yuan glanced at Chen Musheng without leaving any trace. This is a malleable talent. Mr. Fang, the head of this village, what are you going to do? Bai Qian asked Fang Yuan again. At this time, the village chief became the most frightened one. Forget it, village chief. Fang Yuan had no intention of continuing to argue with him, but he also wanted to teach him a lesson, so he said, deal with it yourself. Just don't let him have it easy. Bai Qian understood. Hearing this, the village chief immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if life is hard, it's better than having no life at all. Before leaving, Fang Yuan said to Chen Musheng, come with me. Chen Musheng left with Fang Yuan. Bai Qian came here for another purpose, which was to solve the problem of Fang Yuan's car. First, they asked the auto repair shop under Weilong Company to be responsible for the repairs, and then sent a Maserati for Fang Yuan to use as a temporary means of transportation. Bai Qian's arrangement is still very satisfactory. And looking at her rosy face, it seems that Mr. Wei had a good rest last night. But the way Bai Qian looked at Fang Yuan seemed to be filled with a lot of desire. Come to think of it, no matter how powerful Mr. Wei is, he is still an old man. Bai Qian still likes young men like Fang Yuan. Plus, they are about the same age, so she always flirts with him. Fang Yuan pretended not to see it. At this time, Wang Yi had already given up his house and invited Bai Qian to stay for lunch. At the dinner table, Bai Qian's feet had gradually moved to Fang Yuan's thighs. She was chatting with Wang Yi, and the two seemed to know each other. She seemed calm on the surface, but she was making a lot of small movements under the table. And today she was wearing flesh-colored stockings. Finally, Fang Yuan couldn't stand the teasing anymore and moved his stool. Bai Qian seemed to understand, and then she pulled her feet back and put on her shoes. After the meal, Chen Musheng hurried back to see his mother. Fang Yuan asked, Musheng, how old are you this year? 18. Going to school? Chen Musheng shook his head. Wang Yi knew Chen Musheng very well and introduced his experience to Fang Yuan. The boy is quite miserable. His father is a gambler and he abandoned him and his mother and ran away when he was only 7 years old. He has been raised by his mother all his life. But some time ago, Mu Sheng's mother was diagnosed with a brain tumor and she doesn't have much time left. Why? There's nothing you can do about the hemp rope breaking at the thinnest part. Although Wang Yi is rich, he cannot do good deeds at will. With so many people in this village, any good deed would attract the covetousness of countless people, and even the slightest carelessness would lead to endless troubles. So he felt sorry for Chen Musheng, but could only help him to a limited extent. At this time, Chen Musheng was still a little restrained. He knew that Fang Yuan was capable and was not on the same path as him. But he still wanted to raise enough money for his mother's surgery. Musheng. Fang Yuan admires Chen Musheng's attitude towards work and believes that he is a talented person with great potential and may be of great use in the future. Mr. Fang. Chen Musheng took a step forward. Fang Yuan asked, "How do you plan to spend these 30,000? Save it for my mother's medical treatment." Chen Musheng blurted out without any hesitation. "Just for 30,000 yuan, you might be beaten to death today. Aren't you afraid?" Chen Musheng hesitated for a moment. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid, but in order to raise the money, he had no other choice. "No. For my mother, I can do anything." Fang Yuan stood up, patted Chen Musheng on the shoulder and said, "Come on, take me to your house." "My home?" Chen Musheng was stunned and didn't quite understand. Could it be that the other party wants to get the money back? "Sir, my house is a mess, and..." "What are you doing at my house?" Fang Yuan noticed Chen Musheng's embarrassment and said to him, "Let's go to your house first." So Chen Musheng walked in front and Fang Yuan followed behind, heading towards his home. Of course, Bai Qian followed. She had another mission this time, which was to ask Fang Yuan to go back and continue treating Master Wei. Chen Musheng's home is located in the middle of the village. It is a very small courtyard and a bungalow, which forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding small buildings. Entering the yard, the ground is still made of red bricks, with many potholes. Inside the house, the pungent smell of Chinese medicine irritates the nasal cavity. There was no way Chen Musheng couldn't afford expensive Western medicine. Although Chinese medicine is cheap, it is also a considerable expense. Fortunately, the necessary medicinal materials are grown in the mountains behind the village. He also goes into the mountains to collect herbs on a regular basis. "Musheng, are you back?" As soon as I entered the door, a weak voice came from the east room. Chapter 42, Beaker. Bai Qian wrinkled her nose. Although the medicine has covered up most of the smell, there is still a bad smell. After all, it is normal for a person to lie in bed for many years. "You guys go in, I'll wait outside." Bai Qian couldn't stand the smell, so she left the room and waited in the yard. Chen Musheng smiled awkwardly. The smell was indeed a bit unpleasant, but it seemed that Fang Yuan didn't care much. In the east room. He is currently lying in bed. Although he is only about 40 years old, his hair is already gray. She became a little thin due to the pain of illness. There was still uneaten food on the table, but it was divided into 2 portions. On the side close to the bed, there were meats and various fruits and vegetables, but on the other side, which should be where Chen Musheng himself ate, there were only some steamed buns and pickles. How can such food be nutritious? No wonder Chen Musheng looks malnourished. "Excuse me." Chen Musheng cleared the leftovers from the table and introduced the woman on the bed. "Mom, this is Mr. Fang. He wanted to come and see you." The woman's eyes were cloudy. Fang Yuan activated the eye of insight. With just one glance, I saw the tumor in her brain, which was pressing on the nerves and causing her eyes to lose their normal vision. She is probably blind now. This requires surgery. However, Chen Musheng may not be able to afford the expensive surgery. The woman was very happy. She didn't know where Fang Yuan was, so she forced a smile and said, "So you're Mu Sheng's friend. Please take a seat." Chen Musheng brought over a chair. Fang Yuan sat down and said, "Auntie, I want to take Mu Sheng out to make a fortune, what do you think?" "Okay, that's good." Mu Sheng has been taking care of her all these years, and she feels more sad because she has been a burden to her son. She didn't want to be a burden to her son, and she also wanted her son to have his own life. But no matter how she persuaded him, her son remained unmoved and insisted on taking care of himself. There were times when she even wanted to end her life and die. Mr. Fong. I. Chen Musheng wanted to refuse, he wanted to stay and take care of his mother. But he still didn't say the last sentence. Fong Yuan stood up, left his phone number and gave it to Chen Musheng. I'll give you time to think about it. I can solve your mother's illness. It's not a problem to cure her. In addition, I will provide you with a plan to make money. I will also provide you with the opportunity to make money in Jiangcheng. Chen Musheng was stunned. He couldn't believe it and asked, Mr. Fong, I don't know anything. Why do you? No. Fong Yuan interrupted Chen Musheng. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. I value your character, not your ability. Ability can be cultivated. If you have made up your mind, please give me a call. I have something to do and I'll leave now. Fong Yuan patted Chen Musheng on the shoulder, then went out and got into Bai Qian's car. There was a driver in the front, and the two of them were in the back seat. It's better to be rich. You have a full-time driver and a secretary like Bai Qian. The secretary does the work when there is something to do, and the secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. Suddenly, followed by a break, Bai Qian approached Fong Yuan. The refreshing perfume on her body is definitely not cheap. Although she is wearing a professional suit, her cleavage is very low, and you can see the bottomless ravine at a glance. Bai Qian deliberately lifted her hair to show her charm. At this time, there is still more than half an hour before entering the city. Fong Yuan tried his best to avoid looking at her. However, what he got in return was Bai Qian's even crazier behavior. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was wrapping around Fong Yuan like a water snake. She was getting bolder and bolder, and had forced him into a corner where he had no escape. Hiss. Bai Qian's delicate hand had already touched it. Fong Yuan grabbed her wrist and said, Secretary Bai. No, Master Bai. Don't cross the line. He was reminding Bai Qian that you belonged to Master Wei. Bai Qian smiled. Okay, I get it. She just looked at Fong Yuan with confused eyes. When she thought about what she had just touched, which seemed to be as big as a child's fist, her whole body instantly became hot. Don't tell Master Wei. Oh. Fong Yuan quickly changed the subject. I don't understand. How could a figure of Mr. Wei's level be hunted down in the park? Having said that, Bai Qian calmed down. This matter should not have been told, but Master Wei trusted Fong Yuan, so he had no concerns. Have you seen Young and Dangerous? I've seen it. Causeway Bay Chen Haonan, East Star Crow. Fong Yuan vaguely guessed something. Yes, after the Weilong Group transformed into a legitimate business, it divided its societies into 9 parts, each controlled by 9 hall masters. But some people are not satisfied even after becoming a hall master and want to take the next step up. You also know about that day, Mr. Fong. Master Wei and I fell into a trap. After all, we were going to see a doctor for a hidden illness, so we didn't bring any bodyguards with us. As a result, the result was that he was ambushed and almost lost his life. This is the underworld, full of betrayal and assassination. As they were talking, the car arrived at a villa on the mountain. It is called a villa, but it should be called a manor, which belongs to the Weilong Group. As soon as he came in, Fong Yuan saw many bodyguards standing guard, while some were patrolling in cars. If you want to enter, you need to be searched to check if you are carrying any dangerous items, and Bai Qian is no exception. The two went up the mountain. There is a huge swimming pool below. There were many beauties in bikinis and many young people playing here. Wei Yi was wearing pajamas and was followed by 4 bodyguards. After the two got out of the car, Wei Yi opened his arms. Aha, little brother, you're finally here. Master Wei was very enthusiastic and really treated Fong Yuan as a brother. After all, there is definitely no harm in being brothers with a miracle doctor, especially at Wei Yi's age. Come. Master Wei pulled Fong Yuan into the villa. The villa is uniquely designed with floor-to-ceiling windows in many places. The overall environment is very elegant. It is located in the mountains. There is a lot of space on the 3rd floor, and you can see the whole thing at a glance. Indoor basketball, billiards and other entertainment facilities are all available. Sit down, bro. The 2 men sat down on the sofa and the servant brought them Brazilian cigars. Uncle Wei crossed his legs and threw one to Fong Yuan. This is a fine Brazilian cigar, try it. Thank you, Master Wei. Fong Yuan brought over the cigars and Bai Qian lit them for Wei Yi and Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan almost choked to death after just one puff. Bai Qian chuckled and said to Fong Yuan, "You can't inhale the cigar. You just smoke it for the sake of meaning and status." Fong Yuan asked curiously, "Then why waste such money?" Wei Yi said, "My personal doctor told me that my current health condition is not very good, so I can't smoke. But it doesn't matter. I'm happy today. I invited a famous chef from France. Would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" This face had to be given, Fong Yuan agreed. Good. The two chatted for a while, and then a bodyguard came up. He looked to be in his late 50s, without sunglasses, but he walked with a steady gait, so he was probably not an ordinary person. After coming up, he leaned over and said something in Wei Yi's ear. "Snort! You're a traitor!" Wei Yi was very angry, his eyes turned slightly, and he snapped his fingers and said, "Bring it up." Yes. Then the shouting could be heard from a distance. "Master Wei! Please let me go. This really has nothing to do with me. Master Wei." Fong Yuan felt the voice was familiar. "I was just wondering where I had heard this before, when in the blink of an eye, I saw two bodyguards dragging up a man who was beaten half to death, a man that even his own mother might not recognize, and threw him in front of Master Wei." Shan Linsong? Fong Yuan recognized it at a glance. This is Shin Zijing's third brother. Chapter 43, Otaku Clothing Set. Shin Linsong was lying on the ground with blood all over his face. It seemed that he had been beaten a lot. Master Wei apologized to Fong Yuan, "Little brother, I'm so sorry for letting you see such a bloody scene. But this person violated the family rules. If we don't deal with it, it will be hard to convince the public." "Master Wei." Shin Linsong suddenly yelled and explained, "I was the one taking the blame. That incident really has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small businessman. I wouldn't dare hire someone to assassinate you." Shin Linsong wanted to distance himself from the matter. At this time, he saw Fong Yuan sitting in the upper seat. Although he didn't know why he appeared here, seeing that Master Wei treated him so well, this might be his life-saving straw. "Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, I beg you, for my fifth sister's sake, please save me. I beg you, please put in a few good words for me, please save me." "Oh?" Master Wei looked at Fong Yuan and asked, "Little brother, do you know each other?" "Well, he is my wife's third brother." Fong Yuan nodded, and without any intention of hiding it, he directly revealed their relationship. Besides, this is not a secret and can be found out with a simple search. "Little brother, will you save him?" Fong Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with me." Shin Linsong panicked when he heard this. "Fong Yuan. Save me, as long as you save me, I promise I will never go against you in the future. You and my sister haven't had your wedding yet, right? I'll pay for a grand wedding for you. And as long as I say something, your family will never object to your marriage again." Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Shen Linsong did not behave like this at Mr. Shen's birthday party. He was pressing him step by step. Fortunately, he did not succeed in the end and he suffered a setback. Fong Yuan is not a pushover, he will never let go of any grudge. If you are good to me, then I will be good to you in every way. If you become enemies with me, I'm sorry, even gods can't save you. I will not hold grudges, nor will I be too sentimental, even if you are my wife's relative. Master Wei, don't give me face. Even if we know each other, we are not close friends. Master Wei chuckled. Good character, I like it. Come here, enforce the family rules. Cut off the tendons in his hands and feet, and cut off his tongue. If he doesn't speak or act recklessly again. Shin Linsong hurriedly shouted at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan. No, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Actually, that was all Big Brother's idea. He wanted fifth sister to get married off to the general manager of a multinational corporation. That would be in their best interest. Seeing that Master Wei thought highly of Fong Yuan, Shin Linsong clung to this life-saving straw tightly. In order to get Fong Yuan to save him, he told everything. Also, Shin Jima. She wanted a rich husband, so she forced Yao Yao to date Ming Jie. In fact, Yao Yao was just playing around. Ding. Feeling strong regret. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the target of revenge regret their actions. You can choose to ignore them and let them become useless, and receive a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. If you choose to save them and make them surrender, you will receive a top quality item as a reward. Fong Yuan was confused. If I remember correctly, the system didn't seem to prompt me that I could take revenge on Shin Linsong. This guy simply found an appraiser to slap himself in the face, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, Shin Linsong's family is scheming against each other, and he is just one of them. However, the mysterious item reward is always better than the fat otaku's happy water. At this time, Wei Yi didn't want to listen anymore and just waved his hand. Drag him away. Shin Linsong was completely panicked. No, no. Master Wei. This is really a misunderstanding. Fong Yuan, please save me. As long as you save me, I'll do whatever you say from now on. I beg you, please save me. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shin Linsong was really scared and he repented from the bottom of his heart. So he said to Master Wei, don't be anxious for now. It's rude of a young man, can I ask what he did to make Master Wei so angry? Master Wei raised his hand, signaling his men to stop, then pointed at Shin Linsong and said, this bastard almost killed me. Oh? How do you mean? Master Wei didn't respond, but just snorted coldly. Bai Qian hurriedly explained, Dr. Fong, do you remember that Master Wei and I were chased in the park the other day? Remember. Fong Yuan nodded. That was how we got to know Master Wei. Bai Qian looked at Shin Linsong coldly. This guy, in order to curry favor with Master Wei, said that there is a miracle doctor in the park who can cure hidden diseases. Because this kind of thing is not easy to explain publicly, I will accompany Master Wei. I never thought that it was actually a game targeting Master Wei. You saw what happened next. So that's how it is. Fong Yuan seemed to be thinking about something, and then asked Shin Linsong, tell me the truth, what does this have to do with you? Shin Linsong quickly told him everything. Brother-in-law, I really didn't do this. I'm just a small businessman running a restaurant chain. Fong Yuan frowned, stop talking nonsense. Yes. When it comes to business, everyone hopes to make their business more successful. But I don't know what's going on lately. My business has been stagnant, and I'm worried about drinking with friends. While we were drinking, a friend told me there was a fortune teller in the park who was proficient in medicine. I thought maybe I could let Wei Yi try it. Who would have thought that this was a setup against Master Wei? Shin Linsong was also wronged. He was really kind-hearted, but ended up getting himself into trouble and offending Master Wei. Real? Linsong didn't dare to lie about a matter of life and death like Shen. Besides, he is not a tough guy and just wants to survive at this moment. Let us save him. So Fong Yuan said to Master Wei, I want to ask for a favor for him. Master Wei raised his hand and said seriously, little brother, no. Brother Fong, you and I are equals, you are my brother. Shen Linsong was dumbfounded. Being able to be on the same level as Master Wei also indirectly illustrates Fong Yuan's ability. Okay, Brother Long. Fong Yuan simply changed his address and called him Big Brother. Master Wei is 60 years old this year, and Fong Yuan is only in his 20s, so it's not unfair to call him Big Brother. Besides, given his status, there are no more than 10 people in Jiangcheng who dare to mess with him. It is well deserved that he is called Big Brother. I think the key is to find out who gave Shin Linsong the information. Why not give him a chance to atone for his crime? Let me handle this matter and I will definitely give you, Master Wei, a satisfactory answer. Master Wei chuckled. Naturally, he wanted to do this favor, and if Fong Yuan wasn't there, he wouldn't have agreed to let anyone bring Shin Linsong up. The old fox had already planned it out. After all, winning over Fong Yuan is the most important thing. Otherwise, for a loser like Shin Linsong, Master Wei wouldn't need to meet him in person to deal with him. In that case, Wei Yi thought for a moment and acted very cautiously. I owe you another favor, brother. Fine, you can take this man away. Thank you, Master Wei. How could Fong Yuan not see the old fox's thoughts? Shin Linsong also breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtained a mysterious item reward, otaku clothing set. After wearing it, it will make you look very low-key, increasing the disgust of others, but it will increase your charm value for those the host likes. What garbage? Isn't this just hilarious? Increasing the sense of disgust and keeping it low-key to the max, is this prop seriously ill? Chapter 44, First Friendly Empowerment. Thank you, brother-in-law, and thank you, Master Wei. Shin Linsong cowed out continuously, thanking Fong Yuan for saving him and thanking Master Wei for letting him go. Get out of here. Wei Yi waved his hand in disgust, signaling his men to take Shen Linsong for simple basic treatment, and then went to the room with Fang Yuan. Bai Qian was waiting outside. Inside the room, Wei Yi expressed his suffering. Brother Fang, although I have returned to normal in this regard, it's still not powerful enough. Master Wei clicked his tongue and looked at Fang Yuan pitifully. He really treated him as a brother. Although acupuncture allowed Wei Yi to raise his head again, there was still a problem. What do you mean? Fang Yuan didn't understand. Wei Yi whispered, 9 centimeters. Ha! Wei Yi coughed to hide his embarrassment. Fang Yuan understood. Wei Yi feels that he is too young. After all, he is also a powerful leader. Although Bai Qian is very cooperative, he knows in his heart that she is just catering to him and is not sincere. But there is really no way to solve this problem by relying on acupuncture. Fortunately, Fang Yuan still has a trick up his sleeve, the doubling technique. This trick can help Wei Yi regain his confidence. It's simple and works. Fang Yuan was very confident. Brother, you are truly a miracle doctor. Wei Yi was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fang Yuan hurriedly supported him. At Wei Yi's age, he is almost his grandfather. Although they are brothers now, kneeling down is absolutely not an option for him. Master Wei, just give me some money. Haha, no problem. Master Wei said generously. Money was really no problem for him, so he transferred 3 million immediately. Seeing the payment text message, Fang Yuan smiled happily and said, let's use the old method, acupuncture. But acupuncture is just a cover. He can't say that he can become stronger with just a snap of his fingers. Fang Yuan pretended to insert a few needles, and then performed the doubling technique. Just like Zhang Yuner, people affected by the multiplication technique will feel sleepy or even unable to open their eyes. Wei Yi, who was still talking to Fang Yuan the last second, couldn't open his eyes. I'm so sleepy, Brother Fang. I'm going to take a nap first. You can stay for dinner. Fang Yuan refused, let's have a couple of drinks together sometime. You should take care of yourself first. Well, I'll ask Bai Qian to take you there. After saying that, Wei Yi fell asleep. Fang Yuan left the room. Shen Linsong had also treated the wound and washed it clean. The two left Wei Yi's villa and Bai Qian sent them home. Brother-in-law, well, let's discuss something. Shen Linsong looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It turned out that he had a lot of things going on at home and didn't dare to go back, so after the final discussion, Fang Yuan decided to let him stay at Shen Jijing's house temporarily. Thank you. Thank you. Brother-in-law, you really saved me again. Shen Linsong was so grateful that if conditions allowed, he would have kowtowed. Soon they arrived at Shen Jijing's house. Before getting off the car, Bai Qian looked at Fang Yuan resentfully. Fang Yuan thought she wasn't full, so he leaned over and whispered, Master Wei might give you a hard time tonight, don't worry. Bai Qian hooked Fang Yuan's chin. Do you really think I like that old man? Humph. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away at a rather fast speed, obviously in anger. Fang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Damn, this enchanting fairy almost made me lose control. Fang Yuan took Shen Linsong upstairs. Shen Jijing knew Fang Yuan was coming back, so she prepared a table full of dishes for him. The two opened the door and went home. Shen Jijing came running to greet them. Just as she was about to give Fang Yuan a loving hug, she saw Shen Linsong with a wounded face. Third brother? What happened? Why are you injured? Shen Jijing was a little nervous. In her opinion, family is family, even if they fight with each other, they are still family. This is a blood relationship. Fifth sister. Shen Linsong was embarrassed to say it. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan took him to the dining table and sat down. However, Shen Linsong was not in the mood to eat, so Shen Jijing covered the food first and poured him a cup of hot water. Third brother, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Fifth sister, you are really, Shen Linsong sighed and told the whole story. Of course, he hid the part involving Fang Yuan. It's all thanks to my fifth brother-in-law. If it weren't for him, I might have confessed. Shen Jijing frowned after hearing this. Although Mr. Wei has a high status, in the minds of ordinary people, he is just a gangster boss. No matter how he whitewashes himself, he is not a good person. Husband, how do you know Long Wei? He's a bad guy. Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, I treated him, and that's how we met. Shin Linsong also began to speak for Fang Yuan, fifth sister, don't blame your brother-in-law. If it weren't for him, third brother's life would have been lost. He has already admitted that Fang Yuan is his fifth brother-in-law. Shin Jijing felt much relieved. She didn't want Fang Yuan to get involved with someone like Long Wei. And she never wanted to be a widow again. She loved Fang Yuan deeply, and it was hard for her to imagine what would happen to her future life if something happened to him. Brother-in-law. Shin Linsong held Fang Yuan's hand and said, this friend of mine must have harmed me. You must help me. Now there is another problem, which is to report to Master Wei. But before that, we need to know who is plotting against Wei Yi behind the scenes. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, who is this person? Shin Linsong's eyes suddenly became full of resentment. His name is Qi Hong. He's a rich second-generation guy. His father's name seems to be Qi Yunfeng. I played with him for a while and thought he could help me with my business, but I didn't expect he was taking advantage of me. Here we come. Whatever you think will come true. Fang Yuan didn't expect that Qi Yunfeng's son was actually involved. This is interesting. He was still thinking about how to make Qi Yunfeng regret it when Qi Hong offered his life. Then it's not my fault. Okay, I understand. Fang Yuan said lightly. Shin Jijing was extremely worried. Husband, let's not get involved in this matter, okay? Shin Jijing was afraid that Fang Yuan would get into big trouble if he stayed in contact with these people for too long. As a woman, she just wants a stable life, but men always want to take risks, which makes her very conflicted. Let's eat first. Shin Linsong couldn't eat anymore, so he took a few quick bites and then asked Li Liao to go to his room to rest first. After all, he still had things to do tomorrow. After dinner, Fang Yuan helped wash the dishes. Shin Jijing said softly, hubby, promise me, you must think of me when you do things in the future. A man always has to make his own way in the world. I can't keep you locked up by my side forever, but I hope you can be safe. Good. Fang Yuan nodded seriously. By this time the dishes were washed. Fang Yuan turned around and picked up Princess Shin Jijing. Ah. Put me down now. Shin Jijing was shocked and a little shy. She knew what was going to happen next. Fang Yuan smiled wickedly, wife, a short separation is better than a new marriage. You, damn ghost, be gentle. Shin Jijing couldn't handle Fang Yuan, and she would feel exhausted halfway through each session, which was not a very good experience. But this time, it's different. Friendly empowerment. Fang Yuan gave his attributes to Shin Jijing. Wife, I'm coming. So the two of them had a hearty exchange. Shin Jijing, whose physical fitness has improved, also feels unprecedented happiness. Bang! Light a Hontishan cigarette. Shin Jijing stroked Fang Yuan's abdominal muscles and said softly, husband, we are becoming more and more compatible. Hey hey. The next morning. Fang Yuan took Shin Linsong out. After leaving the house, Shin Linsong said with shamefacedness, fifth brother-in-law, you are in great shape. Looking at his envious eyes, Fang Yuan laughed. The Maserati that Wei Yi had promised had been delivered. After getting in the car, Fang Yuan told Shin Linsong, contact Qi Hong and ask him to come out and meet you. Good. Shin Linsong did as he was told and called Qi Hong. Chapter 45, Zhang Yun'er's Threat. The call went through. Shin Linsong and Qi Hong agreed on a meeting place and then hung up the phone. Brother-in-law, what should I say when we meet later? Fang Yuan whispered in his ear and gave a few simple instructions. Shin Linsong immediately understood. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed location. Shin Linsong got out of the car first, and Fang Yuan put on an invisibility cloak and followed behind. The agreed location was a cafe. Qi Hong is a person who knows how to enjoy life. He often comes to this cafe. Fang Yuan even made a special observation and found that there is no surveillance inside the cafe except at the main entrance. About 20 minutes later, Qi Hong arrived. He was wearing casual clothes, walked steadily, and sat down opposite Shin Linsong. Brother. Seeing that Shin Linsong was seriously injured, he asked in confusion, who beat you like this? Who else could it be? Master Wei. Following Fang Yuan's instructions, Shin Linsong explained, damn it. They even hired someone to beat me up before I even met them. If I hadn't spent all my money to pay for it, I probably wouldn't have survived. It was horrible. As he spoke, Shen Lin Song made a very distressed expression, but this was also his true feelings. He really felt wronged about this. At this moment, Fang Yuan, wearing an invisibility cloak, was sitting next to him and recording the scene with his mobile phone. Sure enough, after hearing this, Shi Hong's expression became a little unnatural. He knew that Shen Lin Song was a stupid person, so he reminded him on purpose. Fortunately, looking at his appearance now, Wei Yi didn't know that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, so Chi Hong relaxed a little and said, "How could that be? You must have offended someone. Master Wei is an old hand after all. He can't just mess with anyone. What's going on?" Shen Lin Song briefly explained what had happened. "I don't know exactly why. Really, why have I been so unlucky lately?" A smile appeared in Chi Hong's eyes. It seemed that he had come up with some new ideas, so he whispered, "I do have a way to change your luck, would you like to hear it?" "You say?" Shen Lin Song's eyes immediately lit up. His acting skills are still very good, at least there are no flaws in his performance. "Then don't say I said that." Chi Hong leaned over and whispered, "There's a technology summit in a couple of days. I'll arrange for you to go in through the back door. Do you understand?" After saying that, he took out a business card from his pocket, handed it to Shen Lin Song, patted him on the shoulder, and stood up and left. But not long after he left, Fang Yuan appeared and sat down opposite Shen Lin Song. Shen Lin Song was about to say something when Fang Yuan interrupted him and said, "Just do as he says. I promise you'll be fine." With Fang Yuan around, Shen Lin Song felt much more at ease. "What are you going to do next?" "You have to go home," Fang Yuan asked. Shen Lin Song is now covered in wounds. If he goes home, there are many things he can't explain, but he can't always stay at his fifth sister's house. So he thought for a moment and said, "How am I going to explain my injuries when I get home? I'd better stay in a hotel." "All right." Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the phone rang. After picking up the phone, I heard an excited voice on the other end. Hey, I've really gained a lot of weight, and I've gotten much bigger. I'm really big." "Calm down." Fang Yuan quickly calmed the little girl's excitement. Zhang Yuner woke up and discovered the changes in herself. She used to be skin and bones, but now she is no different from a normal person. And the most important thing is that her chest is much straighter. Come out, I'll treat you to a meal, hee hee." Zhang Yuner was so happy that she was eager to meet Fang Yuan to discuss the follow-up treatment. Okay, where? Zhang Yuner booked a restaurant by the river, where she could enjoy the river view. Okay, I understand. Fang Yuan sent Shen Lin Song away and drove there, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuner to arrive early. Yo! When he saw Zhang Yuner again, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. She was wearing very trendy clothes and a pair of black boots when she went out today, which was in line with Zhang Yuner's overall style. In addition, her face has become fatter, her long hair with bangs falls to her waist, and her small eyes are very lively, making her look much cuter. How about it? Zhang Yuner couldn't wait to stand up and show off her figure. Well, he's recovering well. I think he'll be back to normal after a few more courses of treatment. Fang Yuan gave a truthful evaluation. However, Zhang Yuner didn't seem to like Fang Yuan's answer very much. She sat down and said generously, "You helped me, so I must repay you. This is the family motto of our Jiang family. Tell me, what can I do for you?" Fang Yuan shook his head. Not really. Mr. Jiang had reminded him to keep as much distance from Zhang Yuner as possible. Of course, it doesn't mean that we can't meet, but there should be a sense of boundaries. Zhang Yuner lost interest a little. Oh, you're such a boring person, and you're still young. So, what do you usually do for fun? Nothing to play. Well, we have to find something to pass the time, right? Zhang Yuner was so bored being alone at home, but she didn't have many true friends around her, so she felt more relaxed when she was with Fang Yuan. Internet cafe, work, nothing. This was Fang Yuan's life before. It was very simple. Apart from working in the internet cafe and going home to sleep, he would go on dates. Hello? Zhang Yuner raised her eyebrows and suddenly looked at Fang Yuan playfully. She stood up mischievously and said, "You don't think I like you, do you?" Fang Yuan was startled at first, then shook his head repeatedly. Stop hiding it. Zhang Yuner smiled softly, patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said, "I'm telling you, don't overthink it. I don't like you." We're just buddies at best. Do you understand, old friend? That's good. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, saving himself the trouble of explaining himself. Hey hey! Jiang Yuner smiled cunningly. Fang Yuan suddenly felt like he had been fooled. Really? As a buddy, why don't you take me on a tour of your company? Jiang Yuner knew that Fang Yuan was the chairman of Lanxin. Fang Yuan gave a wry smile and said, all operations have been suspended, and they're still under investigation. I can help. It's just a phone call away. There was a hint of cunning in Jiang Yuner's eyes. Need not. Fang Yuan decisively refused. Who knows what this little girl is planning in her mind? Jiang Yuner pouted and said unsatisfiedly, why are you so stubborn? I'm trying to help you out of good intentions, but you're just being ignored. No, then you have to do me a favor. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, I refuse. You. Jiang Yuner couldn't hold it in any longer, and then suddenly her eyes rolled. She moved closer and said, if you don't help me, I will tell my grandfather that you molested me. You touched me, humph. Jiang Yuner threatened. She didn't care since she was seen naked anyway. Go ahead and file a complaint. I'll just say I'm doing it for treatment. Fang Yuan is not afraid of her. Good brother, please help me. Chapter 46, Dignity Trampled. It is hard for men to resist Jiang Yuner's coquettish little movements. Especially that charming gesture. Fang Yuan felt his bones soften. In order to stop her from burning further, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided, okay. I promise you. Jiang Yuner sat down with an expression that said, you little thing, I can't get you this way. She said very contentedly, accompany me to go somewhere tonight. Okay. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan drove Jiang Yuner for a ride. It's said that the rich second generation knows how to have fun, with luxury cars and beautiful women. Walking along the riverside, my little vanity is instantly satisfied. At night, Jiang Yuner brought Fang Yuan to the Dragon Palace. Is it because of your best friend this time? Xiao Na? Fang Yuan asked before entering the door. Jiang Yuner's eyes were stern, and she shook her head and said, no, Xiao Na wouldn't dare to provoke me. This time she came because of a man. Li Haokuan. Fang Yuan remembered that it was the one who brought the fake miracle doctor to treat Mr. Jiang for the first time. After what happened, I didn't expect this guy would dare to provoke Jiang Yuner. Fang Yuan was also very curious. Last time, this guy brought in a fake miracle doctor and nearly killed Mr. Jiang. How dare he do this again? Humph. What is there for him to be afraid of? Jiang Yuner said indignantly, this guy is very shameless. Li Haokuan is from the Li family, one of Jiangqing's 4 major families. Even my grandfather has to give him some respect. He's been pestering me all the time lately, and I'm almost annoyed to death. Can you please help me get rid of him, please? As she was talking, Jiang Yuner seemed to be getting angry again. Stop, stop. Fang Yuan immediately poured cold water on him. Tell me, how can I help you? Just say you're my boyfriend. Li Haokuan's mother will be here tonight, too. I'm relying on you. Jiang Yuner used a demanding tone. It was obvious that she was very annoyed by Li Haokuan. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a moment before saying, that's fine. Dragon Palace is Wei Yi's property, so Fang Yuan still has some home advantage here. Then tell me in detail, what happened? Normally speaking, the Li family and the Jiang family have some relationship. The old man of the Li family and Mr. Jiang have been good friends for many years, so the Li family hopes that their descendants can get married. Mr. Jiang knew Jiang Yuner's character well, so he neither agreed nor refused and let the 2 children be alone together. However, Jiang Yuner didn't like Li Haokuan and was annoyed by this guy's pursuit. Especially Li Haokuan's mother, who has always wanted to bring the 2 together, is a very difficult person to deal with. So Jiang Yuner planned to ask Fang Yuan to come over and pretend to be her boyfriend so that the Li family would give up this idea. Do you understand? Jiang Yuner explained the plan and her relationship with the Li family, but Fang Yuan thought the plan was terrible. I understand, but your plan is a bit too cliché, and it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Jiang Yuner pouted and said, then you should think of a solution for me that can both treat the symptoms and the root cause. It seems that the girl really wants to get rid of this trouble. But how could such a thing be so easy? Let's go and play it by ear. Fang Yuan didn't have any good ideas either. After getting off the car, the 2 entered the Dragon Palace and went up to the 3rd floor, into the VIP room. This is a private room that can accommodate 40 people. There are 2 toilets, one near the door and one opposite. As soon as Jiang Yuner arrived, everyone in the private room stood up instantly. It can be seen that Li Haokuan is very dedicated. The floor was covered with rose petals, and the atmosphere of the whole room was also pink. It seemed that he was confident that he could win Jiang Yuner tonight. Sister Yuna. Jiang Yuner was stunned by the affectionate call. Next to Li Haokuan, there was a very beautiful girl with a top-notch figure and appearance. She was wearing casual clothes and came to Jiang Yuner with a gentle smile. Fang Yuan looked around. There were only 7 main people in the entire room. A 40-year-old lady was sitting there with great elegance. The look she gave Jiang Yuner was particularly gentle, the same look she gave her daughter-in-law. He should be Li Haokuan's mother, Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, when Li Haokuan was holding a bouquet of flowers and preparing to confess his love, he was stopped by his mother. The other person was about the same age as Fang Yuan and also had a very elegant demeanor. Fang Yuan recognized her at a glance. It's over. Met an acquaintance. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head. But Jiang Yuner obviously didn't know. Sister Lai, why are you here too? Her attitude towards this Miss Lai has become much softer, and the relationship between the two seems to be very good. Sister Li Lai, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? What you fear will come true. Fang Yuan had no choice but to raise his head and greet him awkwardly. Hi. Li Lai was a little surprised. She thought Fang Yuan was just a driver or bodyguard. She looked Fang Yuan up and down and immediately asked Jiang Yuner, he, your friend? Lai, do you know him? Lu Ruyan asked. I know him, Mom. He's the intern who was late and asked for leave. Intern. When Fang Yuan was with Li Liao, he had just graduated from school. After several rounds of resume submission and interviews, he finally got a job in a medium-sized company. Li Lai is his team leader. And Lu Ruyan is the boss of that company. I just didn't expect that it was the Li family's property. Is it one of our employees? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Li Lai has a bad temper. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance now, that's all fake. The real her always looks superior and acts like she is the boss of the world. She especially liked to scold people, and Fang Yuan was scolded by her many times at that time. As for Lu Ruyan, the mother and daughter are of the same character and have very bad tempers. You do not say. Li Lai said contemptuously, but he's already been fired. He hasn't come to work for several days. He has no ability at all. Even his plans are full of loopholes. I've never seen a more useless person than him. This tone. It's still the familiar recipe, and the familiar taste. If Fang Yuan wasn't short of money, he wouldn't have endured being a slave to such a person. Sister Yuna, how could you become friends with such a person? Li Lai pulled Jiang Yuner to keep a certain distance from Fang Yuan. Jiang Yuner frowned and said, what's going on? Oh, so he's just a clerk. I thought he was such an awesome guy. Li Haokuan also spoke up, Mom, Sister, Yuner said that this guy is her boyfriend. Him? Is he worthy? Fang Yuan, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Li Lai sneered. You. Fang Yuan was filled with anger. Li Lai and Lu Ruyan, these two women. This is really too much. Ding. The host's dignity is being trampled upon. Current revenge target, Li Lai, current revenge times are 2. Li Lai looked at Fang Yuan as if he was trash, with disgust from top to bottom. Fang Yuan's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Right now is a good opportunity to try out the effects of the otaku suit. Hold on. I'm going to change my clothes. Fang Yuan said this and left the room. Li Lai sneered, go ahead, go ahead. Even if you put on the dragon robe, you still don't look like a prince. In the bathroom in the corridor, Fang Yuan changed into a otaku outfit. He looked at himself in the mirror and was speechless. Isn't this a bit too? Such a stereotype. A white vest, gray shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Whose otaku is like this? Fortunately, the effect of this suit can increase the disgust value, and it is highly compatible with your own system. The more you hate it, the more you will be slapped in the face when the situation turns around. Li Lai. Today, I will take back all the insults you've inflicted on me for over a year. Fang Yuan turned around, pushed the door open confidently, and entered the private room. Chapter 47, A Little Attack. The moment Fong Yuan appeared, a burst of laughter broke out in the private room. Li Lai, in particular, looked disgusted and said with a look of disgust, "Stunning, really stunning. Fong Yuan, have you watched too many short videos? Everyone is trying to dress up to look good, but you. Are you the rescuer sent by the monkey?" Forehead. Such an old joke. Fong Yuan was embarrassed, but he walked over confidently and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Yuner came over and said, "I think it's not bad. Simple and casual, very good." Li Lai was shocked. As a woman, she could feel the love for Fong Yuan in Zhang Yuner's eyes. And it's definitely not as simple as acting. Sister Yuna, when did you become blind? Sister Yuner, although you usually do things a bit unconventionally, you should still be able to distinguish between good and bad. This man. Li Lai could never utter that word. What's wrong with me? Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said. Li Lai looked at him, resisting the urge to vomit, and finally said, "He's just a poor loser. He must have had a purpose for approaching you." Poor loser? Fong Yuan asked. Li Lai chuckled and said, "I remember your resume clearly. You're from the countryside. I accepted you because you were from the countryside and gave you a chance. Who knew you wouldn't cherish it?" After Li Lai finished his taunting, Li Haokuan jumped in and said, "Do you know how much I'm paying for this round?" Nothing else. Li Haokuan picked up a bottle of foreign wine on the table and boasted, "This is XO. A bottle costs over 20,000. Can you afford it? Can you give Youngie this kind of life?" "How do you know I can't afford it?" Fong Yuan pressed the pager on the table. "The VIP rooms in Dragon Palace all have exclusive waiters who will come to serve you as long as you press the bell." Soon a waiter came in. The waiter frowned, somewhat surprised that Fong Yuan could actually attend a party of this level with what he was wearing. But out of professional ethics, he still forced a smile and asked, "Sir, how can I help you?" Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, "Send over a few bottles of your best wine." Few. Several pieces. Ha ha. Li Lai couldn't help laughing, still a mocking laugh. She said to the waiter, "I asked you to deliver a few items, didn't you hear me? Hurry up, this gentleman will pay for it himself." The waiter understood. "Sir, I'm sorry, I want to confirm whether you can afford to buy it." Fong Yuan waved his hand and took out the Supreme Black Card. "This is a business under the Weilong Group, and this card can also be used." Sure enough, when the waiter saw the Supreme Black Card, his expression was a little unnatural. "Please wait a moment. He needs to go out and confirm it." "Go ahead." Fong Yuan just sat here waiting. Li Lai and Li Haokuan were stunned and looked at each other. What is going on? But Lu Ruyan recognized the black card and her expression became serious. Not long after, a woman in a suit, who looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, came in and bowed in front of Fong Yuan. "Hello, Mr. Fong. I'm the general manager of Dragon Palace. I apologize for any inconvenience. What can I do for you?" Fong Yuan looked at the manager in front of him. "Her figure is really good, but her face is a little ugly, but it is also one of my favorite types. Especially the temptation of uniforms is really fascinating. Replace all the wine on the table with the best wine." "Yes." The manager called the waiter to come in and serve. When the action took place, the entire box fell silent. All the drinks were replaced with expensive and famous wines worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even the Li family would not dare to be so extravagant. After everything was changed, the manager asked Fong Yuan, "Is there anything else you need help with?" "No more, please leave." "Yes." The manager left obediently, and Fong Yuan crossed his legs and looked at the clown Li Haokuan. He couldn't hold back his anger, and gritted his teeth as he said, "How is that possible? Did you hire someone to act? This wine is fake." Haokuan. Lu Ruyan hurriedly stopped him. The Dragon Palace is owned by the Weilong Group. Anyone who dares to say that fake liquor is sold here must be dead. Lu Ruyan's pretty eyes were fixed on Fong Yuan. If he saw correctly, what Fong Yuan was holding in his hand was the Supreme Black Card of the Weilong Group. There were only a dozen of them in the world, and only people of noble status could hold them. Who is this kid? Li Lai was also confused. This. However, someone came into the private room afterwards and shocked them even more. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a big belly and looking like he had drunk most of the wine. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Ruyan stood up in surprise. Section Chief's son. Lu Ruyan was about to go to greet him, but Section Chief's son ignored her. Mr. Fong. Section Chief's son came to toast Fong Yuan. Mr. Fong, hearing about someone is worse than meeting them in person. My name is Sun Lianqing, and I'd like to offer you a glass of wine. Good. Fong Yuan stood up with his glass and clinked glasses with Sun Lianqing. To be honest, Fong Yuan didn't know this Section Chief's son, but he came here on his own initiative, probably because of the Supreme Black Card, or maybe someone had specially arranged it. After a glass of wine, Section Chief's son said with a smile, Mr. Fong, please keep in touch. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Go ahead. Fong Yuan waved his hand and Section Chief's son left. Lu Ruyan hurriedly chased after him. Section Chief's son, Section Chief's son. Get out of here. Section Chief's son didn't give her any face at all. The hall became even quieter. This Section Chief's son is quite an important figure, how could he be so close to this kid? Is this true? Almost one after the other, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time the person who came was a young man who looked to be about 25 years old. Lu Ruyan stood up in surprise. Young Master Long. This is Long Wei's adopted son and the possible future heir to the Weilong Group. He is a well-known big shot. Uncle Fong, I'm late. I'm Master Wei's eldest son, so I couldn't greet you personally. Please forgive me. Fong Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Since Wei Yi and I are brothers, he is naturally our uncle. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. It's okay, we are of similar age, so we can just talk as equals. Fong Yuan naturally lowered his posture. However, young Master Long said righteously, no. You are my father's brother, so it was naturally my mistake. How could I yell at you like that? Uncle, please forgive me. All expenses tonight will be paid by me. I hope Uncle Fong has a good time in Dragon Palace. It really cost you a lot of money. Fong Yuan felt a little embarrassed and stood up to toast with him. At this time, Lu Ruyan wanted to come over and drink with young Master Long, but young Master Long gave her a cold look and left the box. Ding. Detected that the other party is regretful of taking revenge. You can choose whether to continue the revenge. The reward will be better. Of course, continue. The revenge is not over yet. At this time, there was indeed regret in Li Lai's eyes, but he still seemed a little unconvinced. Fong Yuan wanted to vent his anger. He has suffered a lot from this woman during his work for more than a year, and he wants to get it all back at once. Jiang Yuner put her arm around Fong Yuan's shoulders at this moment, deliberately showing it to Li Haokuan, and he was indeed so jealous that his eyes turned red. Lu Ruyan gently touched her daughter's waist, and Li Lai immediately understood what her mother meant. There is no rush to pursue Jiang Yuner, but this Fong Yuan must be thoroughly investigated. Son, come with me. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she pulled Li Haokuan away. However, when Li Haokuan was leaving, his eyes were filled with malice, and he wished he could cut Fong Yuan into pieces. Ding. The current target for revenge is Li Haokuan. The current number of times you can retaliate is once. Chapter 48, a surprise for you. After leaving the box, Li Haokuan couldn't help but complain, Mom, you're afraid of what that kid might do. He must have used some shady tactics. If he really had that much ability, why would he still play the clown? You can't say that. Lu Ruyan was more cautious than her son. Although she didn't believe Fong Yuan had any background, she still had to be cautious. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What's yours is yours after all. Jiang Yuner can't run away. There's no need to be so anxious. Son, first investigate Fong Yuan's background. The more detailed the better. Li Haokuan understood. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle, so you took action immediately. Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and sent a message to her daughter, asking her to hold Fong Yuan back and wait for news from here. Because of the departure of Lu Ruyan and Li Haokuan, the other people in the private room also left one after another. Only Li Lai did not leave. She turned her eyes slightly and decided to test it out first. Fong Yuan, if you're so capable, why did you come to my company for an internship? That was also to give your company an opportunity, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it. Fong Yuan replied calmly. He. Li Lai laughed dryly, you are so humorous. At this moment, Jiang Yuner was really happy. The more she looked at Fang Yuan, the more she liked him. So she put her arm around his shoulder and whispered, good brother, thank you very much. Polite. Jiang Yuner glanced at Li Lai and continued in a low voice, then I'm going out to meet a friend. I'll leave this girl to you. That look means, don't you want revenge? Next up is your special show. Otherwise, how can we talk about tacit understanding? Jiang Yuner is really good at cooperation. Soon, Jiang Yuner left. Li Lai was actually a little embarrassed at this time. She always felt that she was superior to others, especially when facing her employees. In her eyes, these people were cattle among cattle and horses, and were inferior people. But now, this former beast of burden is suspected of turning the tables and taking charge, which she cannot accept. In fact, Li Lai herself is very sexy. She has a curvy figure and is very voluptuous. She is a little plump, but not the greasy type. As for appearance, although she is not as good as Shen Jing, she also has her own charm. But because of her bad temper, the employees privately called her Mrs. Miaju. If not for this, she would probably be the dream lover of many people. Li Lai didn't care about this evaluation, as long as she didn't hear it with her own ears. Fang Yuan leaned against the sofa with his legs on the table, and his slippers were the most eye-catching. Li Lai frowned. She still felt disgusted by people like Fang Yuan. She definitely couldn't handle him. Ahem. Li Lai coughed to show his embarrassment, then poured 2 glasses of wine himself. He approached Fang Yuan, handed him a glass, and gathered the bolong changfeng with his hand, saying, I'm sorry I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Fang Yuan, this glass of wine is my apology, how about that? Li Lai's flexibility is also due to the potential behind Fang Yuan. With the arrival of a new era, the Li family's traditional industries have been impacted, and they have encountered obstacles in their business and are in urgent need of transformation. If the Li family could get assistance from the Weilong Group, then perhaps their fortunes could turn around. Therefore, currying favor with young Master Long and Master Wei is the top priority. However, Master Long, he is not interested in women. To be more precise, he is very upright, so upright that it is a little evil. Therefore, Li Lai set his target on Fang Yuan. A glass of wine in your mouth. Li Lai took a deep breath, poured another glass, and said, Fang Yuan, just make friends. After saying that, she forced a professional fake smile. However, Fang Yuan didn't pick up the glass of wine. He just looked at her jokingly and said lightly, you are too worldly. I'm not interested in having you as a friend. This. Li Lai bit her lip and smiled bitterly, I've already apologized, what else do you want? Fang Yuan pointed at the wine on the table. Show your sincerity and drink. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. Li Lai was not a good drinker, and Fang Yuan was obviously playing tricks on her, which made her somewhat unacceptable due to her pride. How about this, I won't let you drink too much, just 2 bottles of wine. And I know what you're thinking right now, and I can really help you make connections and keep my word. Matchmaking? Good. Thinking of this, Li Lai immediately picked up the bottle of wine and drank the whole bottle in front of Fang Yuan. After drinking it, Li Lai almost vomited because of the difficulty in consuming it, but luckily he managed to hold it in. If you drink so fast, the alcohol will get to you quickly. Li Lai is the type of person who gets tears and snot when she drinks, and because she choked, she started to cry and snot, so she took out a tissue and quickly wiped it away. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and felt that it was not satisfying enough and the revenge was not complete. But if she really drank 2 bottles, Fang Yuan would definitely fulfill his promise and help her make connections. But as to whether she can cooperate with Long Wei, that depends on her own ability. Fang Yuan, I can't drink much. Li Lai was already drunk, her eyes a little blurry, but she still picked up another bottle of wine and said with a gasp, you promised me that if I drink this bottle, you would help me with the matchmaking. Li Lai, where's your pride? Seeing this, Fang Yuan snatched the wine away. Li Lai was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, I can't help myself, Fang Yuan. That's the reality. The so-called glory, when you meet someone stronger, that is? Burp, that's a fart. Truth comes out when drunk. It seems that Li Lai was really drunk. I drink. Her breathing was a little rapid. She reached out to take the wine, then mustered up the courage to drink it. As a result, he choked after just a few sips. He couldn't hold it back, and he was very close to Fang Yuan. Puff. Fong Yuan's face was filled with black lines. Damn, it all sprayed all over my body and even my crotch. You. Sorry. Sorry. Li Lai panicked and quickly took out some tissues to help Fong Yuan wipe his clothes, saying, I'm so sorry, I'll help you wipe it. Wow, those abs. Fong Yuan's face was filled with black lines, but he didn't move. Having a proud woman serve you is much more satisfying than revenge. Ding. Do you choose to complete your revenge? The system suddenly prompted. Can the revenge continue? Fong Yuan chose to continue without hesitation. He wanted to see how good the accumulated rewards were, and it would be best if it was a cool and awesome reward that was invincible. The sky is blue and waiting for the misty rain. Da Xin ringtone. It was an unfamiliar number, and it was a satellite video call. When the call was connected, it was Li Haokuan on the other end. Fong Yuan, I'm going to work early. You're a fucking rural bastard who relies on women to support his gigolo, and you're trying to play dirty tricks on me? If you're brave, wait for me in the Dragon Palace. I'll go back and kill you right now. It seems that he has found Fong Yuan's information. Oh. Okay. Fong Yuan replied calmly, but suddenly realized that Li Lai's angle was quite good. She was wiping her pants at this moment. Because she had drunk too much, she lowered her head and wiped them carefully. It looked like. So Fong Yuan turned the camera around. Li Haokuan, I have a surprise for you. His camera angles are also very tricky. What should be exposed is exposed, and what should not be exposed is blocked, making it look like the real thing. Sister. Sister, what are you doing? Fong Yuan, you bastard, just wait for me. Ah. Chapter 49, being played. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the high-level revenge against Li Haokuan. Reward, high-level superpower, plundering technique can enter another person's body and control it for 60 seconds, plundering their strongest ability, but cannot control a person whose body value is more than 1.5 times that of the host. Critical hit reward, 3 billion virtual stock funds. The art of plundering? You can also plunder its strongest ability. This is awesome. And putting that aside, controlling others for 60 seconds is very interesting. Once it is used, wouldn't it be? Humph. Also, what are the 3 billion virtual stock funds for critical hit rewards? Brother Tonzi, what is virtual stock funds? It's just a piece of data used to inject funds into stocks, and it's virtual currency. After a period of time, the stock will disappear on its own. Even if the market maker withdraws at this time, he can ensure that he will not be cut off. What's the use? Fong Yuan doesn't understand stocks and doesn't know how to play them. There are risks in the stock market, so be cautious when investing. Besides, my previous meager monthly salary was not enough to support me in investing in stocks. It's done. Li Lai had already wiped it off, but she couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Fong Yuan's arms, rubbing her temples. She is now drunk and unable to move. Hey hey! Bang! Suddenly, the box door was kicked open. Li Haokuan rushed in with a few thugs. When he saw his elder sister in Fong Yuan's arms, his eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it! Hit me! I'll take responsibility if you kill him. When the thugs heard that they didn't need to be held responsible for killing someone, they rushed forward with a sneer on their faces. Stop! With a loud shout, young Master Long walked in with the Dragon Palace security. He has been paying attention to Fong Yuan. Because my father has told me to befriend Fong Yuan at all costs, this young man will definitely be Long Wei's benefactor in the future. Fong Yuan knew it in his heart. After young Master Long entered the room, Li Haokuan didn't dare to move, and the thugs he brought with him were quickly controlled by the security guards of the Dragon Palace. Li Haokuan, you want to cause trouble in my place? And you want to touch my uncle, young Master Long? Upon hearing this, Li Haokuan quickly flattered, Master Long, is this Fong Yuan really your uncle? That's impossible. Are you afraid that you've been deceived by this kid? Bang! A loud slap made Li Haokuan spin twice and hit his head on the monitor in the box, breaking it. Li Haokuan, I'm warning you. If you don't want the Li family to be on the blacklist of my Weilong group in the future, take your people and get out now. By doing this, young Master Long was also saving Li Haokuan in disguise. If this matter accidentally gets to his father, Li Haokuan will have no chance of walking away unscathed today. Yes. Li Haokuan got scared and left quickly with his men. As for my own sister, what a joke, how could I care about her at this time? Fang Yuan was about to call out to the guy to take your sister away, but the guy ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uncle Fang, have fun. I'm leaving first. Good. Young Master Long led his men away and closed the door of the private room. This is troublesome. It seems that this old man Long is really nice to you. Zhang Yuner came back and witnessed all this at the door, so she joked. Fang Yuan shrugged and said nothing. Zhang Yuner glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late, please take me home." What about her? Fang Yuan pointed at Li Lai, who was already drunk. You decide for yourself. Zhang Yuner's eyes looked mischievous. The meaning of "it's up to you" is self-evident. People are drunk, so you can do whatever you want. I don't. Fang Yuan is a gentleman. TSK, you men, who doesn't understand that kind of thinking? Ha, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Although Fang Yuan hated Li Lai, he couldn't leave her here. If anything really happened to her, he would be fully responsible. After thinking it over, Fang Yuan picked up Li Lai and left the private room. He doesn't need to deal with the rest. I drove Zhang Yuner home first. Outside the Huafu mansion, Zhang Yuner got out of the car and deliberately said, "I'm telling you, Sister Li Lai is a very proud person. Don't take advantage of her when she's drunk and make a move on her. Do you hear me?" Fang Yuan made an okay gesture. To be honest, he really has no interest in Li Lai. But in the current situation, I can only send her to the hotel first. I can't take her home. I can't explain it to Shen Jijing. On the way. Ugh ugh. Hey, my car. Oops. Li Lai vomited in the car, and the smell made Fang Yuan's scalp numb. He quickly opened the window to let the smell dissipate. After sending her to the hotel, Fang Yuan quickly helped her out of the car and went to check into a room. Li Lai was completely unconscious, so she could only use Fang Yuan's information to book a room. After checking some information, the hotel made a record and sent the two upstairs. Enter the room. Fang Yuan threw Li Lai onto the bed, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and change out of his otaku outfit. After coming back, he even considerately covered Li Lai with a blanket. Hello? Li Lai suddenly grabbed Fang Yuan's wrist. Even though she was already drunk, she didn't know where she got the consciousness, but she whispered, "You have to keep your word." Fang Yuan was stunned. Li Lai is so clear-headed, it seems she was just pretending just now. That's a must, a real man, a word of advice is an ale. That's not guaranteed. Fang Yuan was stunned. Li Lai took a deep breath, tried to sit up, grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, and whispered, "Actually, I can do it." Fang Yuan understood the meaning of these 4 words, so he raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't be like this, I'm a gentleman." Gentleman. Li Lai chuckled, every man thinks he is a gentleman, but they all live for this thing. Hiss. Li Lai reached out to touch it, and suddenly her eyes widened. Despite being drunk, she couldn't help but be surprised. This was too shocking. You really like educating people. Fang Yuan said coldly. Li Lai always felt that he had grasped the truth of life and liked to put himself in a high position to educate others, which was what Fang Yuan hated the most. You misunderstood. I'm telling the truth. I don't believe you'd be willing to help me set up a match just because I drank 2 bottles of wine, so. Li Lai pulled Fang Yuan down, brought her face close to his, and reeked of alcohol. Or, you don't dare? Oh my god. Fang Yuan got angry, took off his shirt, and activated the friendly empowerment. No matter what you say today, you can't make Li Lai faint. Are you a newbie? Fang Yuan was surprised. Li Lai put her arm around Fang Yuan's neck, leaned forward and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Come again. Still being stubborn. Wait till I teach you a lesson. Fang Yuan activated all functions and performed a series of high-end operations. Li Lai was a little uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to it, she was able to follow Fang Yuan's operations with great talent. Early morning. At around 9 o'clock, Li Lai prepared to go out. Before leaving, she looked at Fang Yuan coldly, as if she had won, and said, "You thought you won, but in fact you lost. Honestly, I don't care how many times this happens. To me, it's just a bargaining chip." Fang Yuan. Honestly, I still look down on you. We have different genes. I don't know how you managed to get close to Master Wei, but this doesn't change the fact that you are lowly. But please help me with the matchmaking. Snort! Li Lai walked away gracefully, and Fong Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. She refuses to admit it even after putting on her pants. This is the kind of person she is. I am so blind. Damn, I've been fooled. Chapter 50, Dance. This is not pleasant. Fong Yuan got dressed and received a call from Secretary Sun. Someone must have put pressure on the supervisory department, and the company's problems were investigated clearly. It should be Lan Lan who asked someone to settle it. Her lawyer discovered the loophole and proved that the company did not cook the books, and Bluecore was able to operate normally. Of course, there is also good news. There is a multinational company whose boss is named Pierre. The company specializes in the field of smart cars and is very interested in Bluecore's new smart chip. So he specially held a dance party in the evening and invited Fong Yuan to attend. Is it held specially for me? Fong Yuan asked in surprise. No. Secretary Sun said, we invited a lot of companies, and we originally wanted to invite President Lan, but it seems President Lan has something to do tonight, so we didn't attend. She had no interest in attending the dance. In her opinion, it would be better to do a few more tests than to waste time on such boring things. Moreover, the dance required a dance partner, which was even more troublesome. Then Fong Yuan will have to go into battle himself. Okay, I'll go to the dance. Please prepare a suit for me. Good. Secretary Sun will do it. She was very efficient and the suit was delivered to the hotel before noon. Fong Yuan changed his clothes and checked out before midnight. The ball was held in the ballroom of the Royal Auditorium in the center of Jiangqing City and started at 5 in the afternoon, but Fong Yuan had already arrived at the venue at 3. Yesterday, Li Lai vomited all over the back seat of his car, so he simply had it washed and didn't drive. So he took a taxi to the dance venue. As soon as I got off the car, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this soft rice, brother? The sound of asking for a beating, coupled with the sarcastic tone, it was undoubtedly Manhwa. Fong Yuan turned around and found Li Dongyao was there too. The two of them were dressed very respectably. Manhwa wore a tuxedo, while Li Dongyao wore a dark blue evening gown. Where's your Bugatti Veyron? Ma Ingjia Xin Yang Dao. At this moment, he confirmed his guess. Fong Yuan had rented a car that night, but now the lease had expired and he could no longer afford it. It's being repaired. Fong Yuan replied calmly. Li Dongyao shook his head in disappointment and said sarcastically, Fong Yuan, it's not shameful for a man to be poor, but it's a different story if you insist on saving face and suffer. If you rent it, you rent it. Just admit it and no one will laugh at you. Whatever you think, the Bugatti Veyron is mine. Li Dongyao was speechless. You are still so humorous. Manhwa arrived early, mainly because several big guys would be coming, so he waited at the door, hoping to meet the big guys, say hello, and become familiar with them. Unexpectedly, I met an unlucky guy. I said, Fong Yuan. Manhwa walked around Fong Yuan and said, you spent a lot of money on that suit, didn't you? But, even with the dragon robe on, you don't look like a prince. What are you doing here? You're not going to be a waiter, are you? Ahem, serve Yao Yao and me well tonight, and I'll give you a little tip. Ma Ingjia's smile became more arrogant. However, Fong Yuan simply said calmly, I'm here to attend the dance. As a result, the two laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. Manhwa pointed at the entrance of the Royal Auditorium and asked, Fong Yuan, today is the Technology Summit, and it's the private ball for Mr. Pierre, the international capitalist. Why do you want to participate? Fong Yuan sighed helplessly, I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but all I get in return is ridicule. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm the representative of Lanqing, and I'm laying my cards on the table. Ha ha ha. Manhwa laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He asked Li Dongyao, Yao Yao, was he always so childish when he was dating you? Annoying sense of humor. Here, an invitation. When Fong Yuan took out the invitation, Manhwa was petrified and stopped smiling instantly. Li Dongyao stared at the invitation and couldn't say a word. The key point is that the invitation is real, and Fong Yuan was indeed invited by Mr. Pierre. Because Pierre likes Chinese culture, he wrote the words himself. Although they are a bit ugly, they also reflect his sincerity. Oh. He's probably a replacement. Ma Yingjie said disdainfully, besides, this is a dance party. Do you know what a dance party is? Where is your female companion? Fang Yuan was about to say something. Oh my god. Mr. Pierre went out to greet him in person. His focus this time was on cooperation with Lan Xin. Secretary Sun had already submitted the attendees, and Pierre naturally knew what Fang Yuan looked like. Mr. Fang? It's me. Pierre came up and gave me a hug. Fang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. Although this is their national etiquette, I still felt a little weird hugging a foreigner, especially a man. End of hug. Mr. Fang, please. Yes, please. Fang Yuan and Pierre left, leaving only Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao disheveled in the wind. What should I do? It seems like this is for real. Li Dongyao shook Ma Yingjie's arm. Brother Yingjie, what's Fang Yuan doing? Ma Yingjie gritted his teeth in anger and said stubbornly, I guess he's taking someone else's place and wants to show off in front of you. Yes. It must be. Li Dongyao also echoed. At this time, an extended Lin Kino drove up leisurely. The car door opened and Jiang Yuner got out of the car. Ma Yingjie's eyes widened immediately. Today, Jiang Yuner wore a bright red evening dress, and her usual twin ponytails were deliberately styled into long straight black hair. Because of the treatment, her body became more voluptuous and her appearance improved significantly. Her graceful figure, slender waist, black stockings, and high heels made Ma Yingjie drool. The best. It's still the best of the best. Miss Jian. Ma Yingjie immediately went up to him and flattered him. Although the Jiang family is not a merchant family, the power contained in the Jiang family is not comparable to that of a merchant family or a nouveau riche like him. Who are you? I'm Ma Wenbin's son, Ma Yingjie. We met last time at Mr. Zhang's birthday. Have you seen it? Jiang Yuner had no impression of him, so she rolled her eyes. To her, Ma Yingjie was just a little karami among the nouveau riche, not worth mentioning at all. Get out of the way, you're blocking the way. Forehead. Ma Yingjie had no choice but to move aside, and Jiang Yuner walked into the auditorium. The first boss missed it, and Ma Yingjie continued to wait. After a while, a black car drove up and the door opened. The first thing to come out was black stockings and high heels. But this time she is full of flesh, with a plump and sexy figure, wearing a black evening dress and her wavy hair draped over her shoulders. She is the perfect goddess in his mind. Miss Li. Ma Yingjie continued to curry favor. Li Lai glanced at it. She still had some impression of Ma Yingjie. After all, they were both children who grew up in Jiangcheng, and the Ma family was considered a middle-class enterprise in Jiangcheng. Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was overjoyed, as he finally didn't have to be turned away this time. Miss Li, you are here as expected. Li Lai rolled her eyes coquettishly. Isn't this nonsense? Pierre invited almost the entire Jiangcheng family, so she will definitely come. I'm sorry, Master Ma, my time is precious. Please move aside. The door that just opened closed instantly. Ma Yingjie was not discouraged, he could continue to wait. Soon after, a Rolls-Royce arrived and the young man who got out was wearing a white suit with a dragon tattooed in gold thread on his cuffs. Young Master Long. Roll. Okay. Inside the auditorium. There is still some time before the dance starts, so the younger generations will naturally communicate first. Pierre still had to greet the guests, while Fang Yuan found a place to sit at the edge. Just when he was bored in watching his sister's dancing video to kill time, Ma Yingjie came over again. Fang Yuan, why are you sitting here? Come on, this is a high-end party, and you don't even have a female companion. Don't you think you're out of place with the people around you? Chapter 51, Multiple Rejections. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed. Just as I was about to retort, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Wearing black silk and a black dress, Li Lai took the initiative to walk over. Hey, we meet again. Li Lai ignored Ma Yingjie and took the initiative to greet Fang Yuan. Ma Yingjie came forward and asked, Ms. Li, do you know him? Li Lai's eyes were a little evasive. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed happy that night. So this is what it feels like. She actually missed it a little after tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. Throwing away this groundless thought, Li Lai said coldly to Ma Yingjie, does it have anything to do with you? Ah ha ha. This is Li Lai's attitude towards those below him. Ma Yingjie wasn't angry either. He smiled and said, Miss Lee, this guy is a classmate of mine. He likes to show off, but his family is actually very poor. He thinks he's very humorous. You think a man like that, without even a female companion, should come to Mr. Pierre's ball? How dare he? No female companion? Li Lai's mind moved, and then he scolded Ma Yingjie, look at yourself before you talk about others. Don't think that you are a member of the upper class just because you have a little money. You are just a nouveau riche. What qualifications do you have to look down on others? A clown. Ah. Ma Yingjie was stunned by what he said. With such a sharp tongue, it must be Li Lai. Then Li Lai said to Fang Yuan, it just so happens that I came here in a hurry today and don't have a dance partner. I can reluctantly form a temporary team with you. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and refused, sorry, I have a dance partner. Li Lai frowned. She was still a little upset about being rejected, so she asked, where is your dance partner? Not here yet. Li Lai had never been rejected twice, but she hit a wall when facing Fang Yuan. Ma Yingjie came up and said, well, Miss Li, how about I become your dance partner? Are you worthy? Li Lai asked back coldly. Li Lai was feeling upset and blocked after being rejected twice. Ma Yingjie came up to him at this time. If he didn't use him as a punching bag, who else could he use? Ma Yingjie, go look in the mirror. Don't be a dog next time. There's reproductive isolation. Ma Yingjie was speechless. In fact, the person who felt the most uncomfortable was Li Dongyao. She was Ma Yingjie's dance partner, but he abandoned her in front of others. Hey, who's the dance partner you're talking about? Li Dongyao was not convinced and questioned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't want to explain, so he picked up the phone and called Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun, go to, Xingfu community and pick up my wife for the dance. You can take care of the details. Fang Yuan believes in Secretary Sun's ability. Li Dongyao couldn't stand the sight of Fang Yuan's red wheat mobile phone, which cost less than 2,000 yuan. You are showing off, but you don't even bother to buy a better phone. Virtue, do you have a secretary? Fang Yuan, I'm warning you. It's okay if you embarrass yourself, but don't drag my aunt into this. However, Ma Yingjie really wanted to see Shen Jijing. Li Dongyao's aunt is a stunning beauty. I feel itchy every time I think of her. Alright, let's go greet our distinguished guest and let him have fun on his own. Ma Yingjie took Li Dongyao away. Fang Yuan's ears were finally quiet. Less than a minute later, a fragrant breeze blew over. I heard everything. What? Jiang Yuner sat over, hugged her arms, and this time she was able to squeeze out some. She looked gossipy. You don't have a dance partner. I have. Don't come on, do you need a buddy to help you out? Jiang Yuner and Fang Yuan were arm in arm, and they actually looked a bit like queens. In response, Fang Yuan said seriously, I'll tell you again, I really do have a dance partner. Besides, if Mr. Jiang knew I asked you to be my dance partner, he would eat me alive. Mr. Jiang opposed Fang Yuan and Jiang Yuner getting close because he was married. However, if Fang Yuan is single, Mr. Jiang's attitude will be unclear. Cut. A coward is not fit to be a general. I am such a beautiful woman, supporting you. You will regret it if I don't use you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. What a shame, it's still very flat. Humph, your kindness is taken for granted. You're destined to be alone. Jiang Yuner left to have some fun. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stretch when the elegant voice came again. Uncle Fang. Oh my god. Fang Yuan was about to collapse. He just wanted to be quiet for a while. Is it so difficult? Uncle Fang, isn't it a bad time for my nephew to come? Young Master Long saw that Fang Yuan was a little impatient. No, we just rushed together. Fang Yuan stood up and whispered to young Master Long, Uncle Fang needs your help. Li Lai from the Li family wants me to help them collaborate with Wei Long. But when you approach them, you don't have to consider my face. Whether it will work out or not is up to you guys. Okay. Fang Yuan took young Master Long to find Li Lai. Li Lai. Fang Yuan greeted him. When Li Lai saw Fang Yuan and young Master Long coming, he immediately stood up and gave a professional fake smile with some restraint. Hello, Master Long. After approaching, Fang Yuan said, I'm in control. Whether you can cooperate or not is up to you. Good. Then I'll withdraw. Fang Yuan was going back to continue enjoying his quiet time. Why? Li Lai hurriedly called Fang Yuan and apologized to young Master Long in a low voice. Sorry, young Master Long, please wait for me for a moment. Good. Li Lai catches up with Fang Yuan. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. How about we go to the dance tonight together? This way you won't be embarrassed. No, I really have a dance partner. After the third rejection, Li Lai looked a little conflicted. Fang Yuan returned to his original seat and continued to look up, so Li Lai had no choice but to go back to negotiate with young Master Long. Soon it was 5 o'clock and the dance officially began. Pierre and his wife entered together, and the room was full of guests. On the center stage, Pierre came on stage with the woman, and the guests all fell silent. Hello all the nobles of Jiangcheng, I am Pierre Amroth. Thank you all for joining us at today's ball. I hope you all enjoy yourself. There was applause in the arena. Mr. Pierre is an internationally renowned billionaire, whose technology company develops cutting-edge satellite systems. He seems very approachable. I came to China this time to invest in the new energy vehicle industry and needed a stable partner. Everyone was quieter now. Partnering with Pierre, it's going to be a big deal. The successful development of a new smart chip has become the focus of global attention. That is the Blueprint AI smart chip developed by Bluecore. Next, please welcome Mr. Fang Yuan Fang, the representative of Bluecore Group. After saying that, the light came on. Fang Yuan was originally sitting in the corner, but now he had to go on stage. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjie with a conflicted expression. Ma Yingjie was still trying to make excuses for himself. He must be a salesman. He was just lucky enough to have such a relationship with Pierre. Amidst enthusiastic applause from below, Fang Yuan greeted everyone and slowly walked onto the stage. In the crowd, Fang Yuan saw Mr. Jiang. I didn't notice when he came, and Jiang Yuner was right next to him. The young are truly formidable. Jiang Lao smiled and nodded slightly, then turned to ask Jiang Yuner, Yuner, how do you feel about Fang Yuan? Mr. Jiang is testing. Of course Jiang Yuner knew. Grandpa, you're overthinking it. He's not my type. We're just buddies at best. Chapter 52, A Heart Twisted by Jealousy. Ladies and gentlemen. Fang Yuan on the stage didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long pause, he said, on behalf of Lanxin, I'm very much looking forward to working with Mr. Pierre. After he finished speaking, applause broke out again from the audience. It seems that Bluecore's chip has really been developed. Of course, Pierre needed new energy production, and this business was immediately targeted by 3 companies. They are Weilong Group, Li Group and Kanya Technology, where Ma Yingjie works. The bosses behind Kanya Technology are Linda and Shun Linfeng. So dealing with Pierre is just one of the problems, dealing with Fang Yuan is the key. After all, the chips are in their hands. Fang Yuan suddenly became a hot commodity. Pierre then said some nonsense, reiterated his intention to cooperate with Lan Xian, and the dance party officially began. As the music started, Fang Yuan felt embarrassed. Shen Zhijing hasn't arrived yet, but the whole audience's focus is on him. What should he do? Ma Yingjie finally seized the opportunity. Mr. Fang, as a representative of Lanxin, you won't even have a dance partner when you attend the dance, right? Not only him, there were many people waiting to see Fang Yuan make a fool of himself. Of course, this was because they didn't understand the situation and thought Fang Yuan was just a salesperson sent by Lan Xian. Since he was not a noble, there was no need to care. Mr. Fang, would you like to invite a lady? Pierre inquired. You don't necessarily have to bring a partner to a social dance. You can also be invited on the spot. There are many ladies present without male partners. Mr. Pierre, you are so polite. Ma Yingjie stepped forward and said, this guy hasn't even attended a dance. At best, he's just a salesperson for Lanxin. That is. Li Dongyao also started to show his displeasure. He's straight into high society. Ha ha ha. Many people laughed out loud, especially after seeing that Fang Yuan was indeed a little dull. They laughed even more unbridled. Grandpa, do you want to help Fang Yuan? Jiang Yuner wanted to help, but Jiang Lao shook his head. He can handle it himself. And from now on, apart from treating illnesses, you should have less contact with him. Mr. Jiang was afraid that Jiang Yuner would get hurt. He knew his girl too well. He said he didn't care, but in fact he cared about her to death. He was also too paranoid, especially when it came to emotions. Husband. Only a call was heard. At the main entrance of the auditorium, Shin Jijing was wearing a pure white evening gown, like a wedding dress, with a joyful smile on her face, and with all the jewels on her body, she looked calm and composed. Husband? Who? Damn, there are beauties of this level in Zhongchang? You're not seeing things, are you? This. Li Dongyao's mouth is big enough to fit an egg. She didn't expect that her aunt would be so beautiful after dressing up, like a fairy. The woman's jealousy suddenly rose. Shin Jijing danced gracefully towards the center of the stage. Could she be Fang Yuan's wife? Ah. Many people raised questions, while still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Shin Jijing walked straight to the stage, and Fang Yuan smiled, took her hand and pulled her to his side. Many men's hanging hearts finally died. Hello everyone, my name is Shin Jijing, I'm sorry for being late. Shin Jijing behaved gracefully. She came in fully prepared mentally. It's really enviable and surprising that Mr. Fang has such a beautiful wife. Pierre said. Then let the dance begin. The protagonist today is Pierre, and Fang Yuan, as the representative of Lanxin, is naturally one of the protagonists. On the stage, Shin Jijing and Fang Yuan danced ballroom dance face to face. Fang Yuan was not very skilled, but Shin Jijing was there to guide him. You learn quickly. Shin Jijing praised. You too. Fang Yuan chuckled meaningfully. Shin Jijing blushed and said, a secretary named Sun said you were going to a dance tonight but didn't have a female companion, so she took me to buy clothes and jewelry worth 700,000 yuan. These are too expensive. After the dance is over, take these things to work tomorrow and see if you can return them. Shin Jijing didn't know when Fang Yuan found the job, and it seemed like it was a pretty high position. But when I think about the fact that he can speak foreign languages and the host of the dance party is a foreigner, I can understand it all at once. No need. If this deal is done, my commission will be over 1 million. This is the jewelry I prepared for you in advance. Fang Yuan wasn't in a good mood either, saying that he was now the chairman of Bluecore and held 100% of the shares. I knew you were the best. Shin Jijing's eyes curved and she smiled beautifully. The two people in the audience were not on good terms. Li Lai felt a tightness in her chest as she watched Fang Yuan and Shin Jijing on the stage working so well together. It's so uncomfortable. So she turned around and sat in the corner, ignoring anyone who came to invite her to dance. There is one more person. It's Jiang Yuner. She sat in the corner, staring blankly ahead. Jiang Lao came over, sat down, and said, Yuner, Fang Yuan is married. I originally. Grandfather. Jiang Yuner smiled happily, but it was a somewhat forced smile. She closed her eyes and tried her best not to let Mr. Jiang see her expression. I told you, Fang Yuan is not my type at all. Hey. It's over. Mr. Jiang knows Jiang Yuner best. This girl has never been stubborn since she was a child. She must have put her heart into it. What should I do? Of course, there were two other people who also felt bad. Of course it is Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao. Ma Yingjie bit his lips, which were already bruised, but he was still biting them hard. How come Fang Yuan is so lucky in love? What kind of shit luck did this guy get? Shin Jijing. Li Dongyao also said angrily, Fang Yuan. You bastard. You should be mine. Mine. She was very clear about one thing. If Fang Yuan really represented Lanxin and signed this deal, his commission would definitely be in the millions. If the two hadn't broken up yet, according to Fang Yuan's personality, at least half of the money would have gone into her pocket. Ma Yingjie's little favors were nothing compared to this. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Yao, go ahead. Just say Fang Yuan is your boyfriend and your aunt stole your boyfriend. Ah. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjie in disbelief. But we've broken up, and I'm your girlfriend now. Ma Yingjie glared, oh. Why are you so stupid? Fang Yuan is in charge of the Blue Core project. Your uncle's company wants to cooperate with Pierre. If we destroy Fang Yuan and get someone else to take over the project at Blue Core, we might have a chance of a successful negotiation. Ma Yingjie attempted, do you want an Audi A6? Yes. Do you want a 10-carat diamond ring? Want. Greedy is the best way to describe Li Dongyao at this moment. Then go and destroy him. Beat this brat back to his original form and get revenge at the same time. Don't worry, I will help you teach him a lesson. Li Dongyao took out her phone, searched her photo album, and said with a sly grin, Shinjijing, I told you not to steal my man. And Fong Yuan, you bastard. I'm going to get my money back with interest today. In the middle of the dance floor, when Fong Yuan and Shinjijing were being affectionate with each other, Li Dongyao suddenly came on stage, walked over quickly, and grabbed the microphone. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt your fun. Now I have something to announce, and it's very important. I'm going to expose the biggest deception of the night. No, to be more precise, it's a betrayal. Li Dongyao pointed at Fong Yuan. He is my ex-boyfriend. Then she twirled her finger, and she's my aunt. The venue, which was bustling just now, suddenly became silent. Walter? Is it so exciting? Chapter 53, Let Us Destroy It. Li Dongyao looked delighted as if he had succeeded in his revenge. Fong Yuan looked at her coldly. Shinjijing also bit her lip and looked at Li Dongyao in disbelief. Shinjijing was unfamiliar with Li Dongyao in this state. When did she become like this? What's going on, Mr. Fong? Yeah, your relationship is too messy. Some people in the audience started to make a noise. Ming Jie stood in the crowd and said loudly, Mr. Pierre, how dare you cooperate with such a person? Shinjijing also realized it. This would most likely affect Fong Yuan's work, so he quickly explained, no. That's not the case. Li Dongyao interrupted and said, Auntie. You used to be my most trusted relative, but what happened? You actually stole my boyfriend. Snap. Snap. Two loud slaps. The audience exclaimed. It was Shinjijing who hit me. At this moment, she bit her lips, tears in her eyes, and looked at Li Dongyao with great disappointment. Although so many things have happened, in her heart, Li Dongyao is still her relative. She and Fong Yuan were an accident. In this relationship, it was clearly Li Dongyao who despised Fong Yuan's incompetence and proposed the breakup after hooking up with Ming Jie. She was the one who was sorry for Fong Yuan. Now she is the first to complain and stir up trouble. You hit me? Li Dongyao took out his cell phone and pulled out some screenshots. Everyone, look carefully. This is a screenshot of the chat between Fong Yuan and I on the 17th, but they got the marriage certificate on the 18th. When these words were spoken, the first thing anyone who heard them would think of was that Fong Yuan was cheating on his wife. Wow, pictures speak louder than words. Ming Jie also followed suit and started to make a fuss. And the result was developing in the direction he expected. At this time, Mr. Pierre no longer had any good feelings towards Fong Yuan. Mr. Fong, I hate people who betray love. If that's the case, I think I should think carefully about our cooperation plan. Ma Yingjie sneered. He had already seen the dawn of victory. Bite. Detected that the host's anger value has reached its peak. Current targets for revenge, Li Dongyao, Ma Yingjie, can be retaliated once. Fong Yuan's cooperation with Pierre is not the point. Shinjijing was humiliated in public, which touched his bottom line. He pulled Shinjijing over and protected him behind him. But Shinjijing shook his head and refused. Let me say this, the responsibility for all this lies on me. She decided to stand up and explain everything. As long as Fong Yuan's performance could be preserved, she would accept it even if it was embarrassing. Fong Yuan stroked her hair and said softly, leave it to me. How can a man hide behind a woman? Besides, some things really need to be put to rest. Shinjijing was protected by him. Li Dongyao looked like he was dead. She said these things without even a hint of hesitation. As long as she could bring Fong Yuan down, she would be able to get cars, brand-name bags, and all the luxury goods she wanted. Li Dongyao. You just want to destroy me, okay? I'll give you this chance. Fong Yuan's tone was calm. He was very calm at this moment, even a little scary. Li Dongyao couldn't help but shiver and even began to feel regretful. Everyone, this woman is right. I am indeed her ex-boyfriend, and on the 17th, I was still her boyfriend. Fong Yuan took the microphone and admitted it to everyone generously. It's actually true. There was an instant uproar in the audience. Ma Yingjie also sneered, you are so shameless. You are quite brave to say it so shamelessly. So shameless. Yeah. The crowd echoed and looked at Fong Yuan, waiting for his explanation. On the 17th, 8 p.m., Shangdao Cafe. Fong Yuan spoke slowly. He is not stupid. Ma Yingjie is so angry, and Li Dongyao stands out to make trouble. It must be his instructions behind the scenes. Then let's destroy him. It was drizzling that night, and this woman asked me out and took the initiative to break up. You're lying, I didn't. Li Dongyao was stubborn. If it's a breakup, the relationship is over, so there's no problem for Fang Yuan to find another partner. So there is absolutely no way Li Dongyao would admit it. Hear me out. Fang Yuan didn't give Li Dongyao a chance and continued, the reason for breaking up is that I can't give her everything she wants. Just like you can't wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep, I can't keep someone who doesn't love me, so I choose to fulfill her wish. But she went out and threw herself into Ma Yingjie's arms. She's the one below. Ma Yingjie's face turned cold, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, Fang, stop slandering me. Don't be impatient, I haven't finished speaking yet. Fang Yuan chuckled. Let me tell you the details of that day. Li Dongyao was wearing a thin floral dress. The entire breakup process took less than 5 minutes. Then, Mr. Ma Yingjie, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, drove a Bentley and came to pick her up. Ma Yingjie was dissatisfied and said, You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Li Dongyao has already produced evidence, what about you? Fang Yuan didn't say anything, but Li Lai said, Shangdao Cafe, right? Fang Yuan nodded. Li Lai took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was picked up, Li Lai said, Manager Zhou, please check the coffee shop's surveillance. The time is 8 p.m. on the 17th. Also, find the surveillance footage at the main entrance and send it to the Royal Auditorium as quickly as possible. Li Lai hung up the phone and said, Unfortunately, this cafe is owned by my Li family. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out later. At this time, Master Long also came out and said to Ma Yingjie, If you lie, I will not let you go. Ma Yingjie was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why were all the important people on Fang Yuan's side? What is going on? Why would so many people support a poor boy with no background? And the most important thing is that Jiang Yuner also got involved. If it's true, Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao, right? Your intentions are really vicious. The Jiang family, young Master Long and Li Lai, these three people are all speaking for Fang Yuan. How can this be fun? Ma Yingjie swallowed his saliva, his eyes trembling. He could only pray now that the surveillance footage had been covered. What a pity! 15 minutes later, Manager Zhou arrived with a backup of the surveillance video. After entering the hall, he handed it directly to Li Lai. Find someone to play the backup on the big screen. Next came the time for public execution. Shangdao coffee shop is small and exquisite. Even in the lobby there are not many tables. In addition, there are surveillance cameras that can record sounds. The video plays slowly. Under the surveillance camera are Fang Yuan and Li Dongyao. Fang Yuan, let's break up. Anyway, everything is over. You have nothing. You can't give me what I want. I admit it, but I deserve better. Didn't you say you loved me? Then I hope you can let go more calmly. Life is full of dreams. Let's have our own wonderful future together. Li Dongyao's words were already very clear. She was a gold digger, and her attitude was very resolute. She ignored Fang Yuan's pleas and left. The screen switches. Ma Yingjie got out of the Bentley, and the two of them were very intimate. After getting in the car, Ma Yingjie took another look. Through the surveillance, it can be seen that the direction of his sight is where Fang Yuan is. The truth is revealed. Li Dongyao collapsed on the stage. Ma Yingjie also felt weak all over and trembled with fear. Chapter 54, Queen's Tears. Anything else you want to explain? Li Lai looked at Ma Yingjie coldly. Ma Yingjie's brain was still working rapidly, wondering how to make up for it, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Li Lai. Young Master Long said coldly, Ma Yingjie, you are so brave. Ma Yingjie fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to young Master Long. Young Master Long, please let me go. I beg you, I will never dare to do it again. After all, killing him is just a matter of a word from young Master Long. Uncle Fang, how do you want to solve this? Young Master Long looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan showed no mercy at all. He just looked at Ma Yingjie and asked calmly, why are you messing with me? Ma Yingjie immediately pointed at Li Dongyao. It's all her, Fang Yuan. Believe me, she seduced me. She said you had no money and were a poor fellow, she She was jealous of you and her aunt being together, so she took revenge on you. It has nothing to do with me, it really has nothing to do with me. Li Dongyao got up, unable to believe that Ma Yingjie was putting all the blame on her, and yelled, "Bullshit! You spineless bastard! Seducing you? Why didn't you tell me when you tricked me into bed? And who was it just now who said that if I could get rid of Fang Yuan, I'd be bought a car and a bag? It's not me, I didn't say that, it's all you, you're vain, you worship money, you lie." Ma Yingjie fought back frantically. "Okay, stop biting each other." Fang Yuan said coldly, "Master Long, you can do whatever you want with Ma Yingjie. Just keep him alive." Upon hearing this, Ma Yingjie was so frightened that he immediately kowtowed to Fang Yuan. He used so much force that the sound of thumping was so loud that he didn't stop even when his head was bleeding. He kept begging, "Fang Yuan, please let me go. I beg you, I am wrong, I am sorry, please forgive me, please forgive me." Fang Yuan shook his head and said one last thing to him, "Ma Yingjie, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die, but there's no regret medicine in life. I gave you a chance, but it's a pity that you didn't know how to cherish it." After saying that, 3 men in black suits rushed in from outside the auditorium and carried Ma Yingjie out. The moment the door closed, Ma Yingjie's screams rang out instantly. At this point, Fang Yuan no longer cared about high-level or low-level revenge. Now he just wants to have fun. Next it was Li Dongyao's turn. She trembled, biting her lip with pitiful eyes, looking at Fang Yuan and begging, "Yuan, I'm bewitched. I've been deceived. Actually, I have always loved you. The person I love the most has always been you. I remember your kindness and all the things you've done for me. I've always been touched." "You?" Fang Yuan asked calmly, "When is my birthday?" Li Dongyao was stunned and completely stuck. Fang Yuan sneered, "We've been together for a few years, you really love me. Who can remember something like this?" Fang Yuan said calmly, "Your birthday is April 6th, and you have your period on the 5th of every month. You like sweets and don't like sour things. You like coffee and roses, and you love showing off your legs in photos. How's that?" Li Dongyao forced a smile. "You remember it so clearly, Fang Yuan, let's make peace." Fang Yuan made a silencing gesture. "I don't hit women, and I don't want to argue with you. Go away." Li Dongyao bit her lip. Obviously, all of this belonged to her, but now she has nothing, has made a fool of herself, and is ruined. At this moment, she no longer cared and looked at Shen Jijing with red eyes of jealousy. "No one else can take what's mine." The next moment, she took out an eyebrow razor from her body, rushed toward Shen Jijing, and was about to cut her throat. "Ah!" Shen Jijing subconsciously dodged, then instinctively pushed, and Li Dongyao staggered backward and fell off the stage. "Ah!" Shen Jijing looked at her hands in confusion. With her strength, she can actually push someone 3 meters away. How is that possible? Only Fang Yuan knew about this. Thanks to the ability to empower friendly forces, Shen Jijing's combat effectiveness is now comparable to that of an adult man, or even stronger. "Take this lunatic away," Zhang Yuner said coldly, and then 2 men in suits and flatheads who were mixed in the venue stood up and arrested Li Dongyao. "Fang Yuan, I hate you. I gave you my entire youth, and you treat me like this." Li Dongyao had gone crazy and was taken away screaming in a completely ungraceful manner. "My ears are finally quiet." Shen Jijing opened her mouth, wanting to plead for Li Dongyao, but in the end she didn't say anything. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing Special Revenge. Rewards: all abilities upgraded. If you have already reached a high-level ability, you will not be able to upgrade special reward, Queen's Tears. Queen's Tears. A pure natural 15-carat diamond ring with liquid inside is extremely precious and worth 80 million. The Queen's Tears instantly appeared in her hand. Fang Yuan decided that it was time to go public. Although the two got their marriage certificate, there was no proposal process and no wedding banquet was held. This was too unfair to Shen Jijing. It's just right. Better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Fang Yuan said to the crowd, "Today, with all the guests here, I plan to do something. Ji Jing and I got married. It was a beautiful accident. We have been together for more than 10 days now. We didn't propose, didn't have a wedding ceremony, and didn't even have a honeymoon together, just right. I have been preparing this ring for a long time." Fang Yuan turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Shen Jijing, raised the ring high, and said, "Jingjing, will you marry me?" Shin Jijing is wearing a white dress today, just like a wedding dress. And that diamond ring was as big as a pigeon egg. At this moment, happiness came too suddenly, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. What is this? The queen's tears? Pierre was excited. He recognized the style of the ring in Fong Yuan's hand at a glance. The people in the audience were all suspicious. What is the queen's tears? In 1987, a natural diamond-containing liquid was unearthed in the Andes Mountains of Africa. Li Lai knew a lot about diamonds. She explained to everyone, 3 years later, it was purchased by Queen Diane at an international price of 85 million and later gifted to Count Laon. But after a fire, the ring disappeared for 10 years and later reappeared in the Burj Al Arab and was bought by a mysterious buyer. Now that it's been brought to light again, this queen's tear is valued at least 100 million. Yes, it is this queen's tear. Pierre nodded, confirming that what Li Lai said was true. The crowd was shocked. 100 million. What is the identity of this Fong Yuan? Jiang Yuner also raised her eyebrows after hearing this, wondering what she was thinking. However, Shin Jijing hesitated. This ring is so expensive, she can't accept it, and she has already married Fong Yuan, so she has no regrets. Fong Yuan, we. In short, I can't have this ring. I can't afford it. Fong Yuan saw the fear in Shin Jijing's eyes, and quickly realized that a gentleman is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a jade. After all, anyone would be terrified to expose a ring worth 100 million in front of so many people. But the words have been spoken, how can I step down now? Keep this ring for your wedding. Li Lai tried to smooth things over, there's no rush right now. My Li family also has a jewelry business. Why don't we find another time and ask again? You guys have already got the certificate, right? Chapter 55, the dance is over. At this time, Pierre also stood up. A dance party allowed us to witness great love in this magical land. I was truly moved. Everyone applauded. This can be considered as a way out of danger, and no one should be blamed for anything. After all, the two have broken up, so Fong Yuan no longer has any moral constraints. With everyone's blessings, Fong Yuan walked off the stage holding Shin Jijing's hand. The incident was over and the dance continued. Dance is a process of understanding each other and deepening each other. Although Shin Jijing had no experience in attending dances, she was able to handle it with ease thanks to her own temperament. During the break, she drank some wine and felt a little dizzy, so Fong Yuan accompanied her to get some cakes to relieve the effects of the alcohol. This is delicious. Shin Jijing can't put desserts down, but she still has to restrain herself. After all, although desserts are delicious, eating too much will make you fat. Hello, Ms. Shin. Li Lai found the right opportunity and walked over to shake hands with Shin Jijing. Hello. Shin Jijing knew that this time it was thanks to her help, but a woman's sixth sense told her that there was some hostility in Li Lai's eyes. Even though the other party didn't show it. Ms. Li Lai, thank you so much today. Nothing to thank you for. Li Lai just chuckled, shook his head and said, I want to cooperate more with Mr. Fong in the future. Besides, he is a good person. Miss Shin, you are very lucky. After saying that, Li Lai looked at Fong Yuan deeply. She was in a very conflicted mood, but she still said generously, Mr. Fong, how about we cooperate on the Blue Core Group project? Our Li family is willing to contribute 1 billion yuan. Fong Yuan refused again, this is not something I can decide. It depends on the company's decision. After repeatedly hitting a wall, Li Lai was already starting to get frustrated, but he still managed to smile through gritted teeth. Okay, then let's find a time to discuss it. No, just find someone from my company. Ding. Detected that the target of revenge is unhappy. Do you want to continue? Continue. Li Lai smiled lightly and left. Shin Jijing blamed Fong Yuan, why do you have such a bad attitude? If you can win this 1 billion yuan project, the commission will definitely be quite large, right? Fong Yuan shrugged. Well, I really can't make a decision casually. Shin Jijing understood and asked quietly, when did you find this job? Why didn't you tell me? As for me, I want to work hard secretly and surprise everyone. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose and found a good excuse. Oh, so you've been doing something so big secretly without telling me? There was more of a teasing look in Shin Jijing's eyes. Fong Yuan was stunned and quickly said, no, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but everything happened too suddenly and there was no time to tell you. Why are you so nervous? You are my husband, I trust you. Shin Zijing was just joking. Sudden. Good brother. The voice that called him good brother was so sweet that it almost made Fang Yuan's soul burst out. Damn, Jiang Yuner, you definitely did this on purpose. Shin Zijing frowned. Jiang Yuner came over and behaved very well. She came to Shin Zijing and immediately put her arm around her wrist, calling out sweetly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Ah? Shin Zijing suddenly became confused. Who are you? What is going on? How come a young girl came and called herself sister-in-law? And judging from her clothes and Ming Jie's attitude towards her just now, I'm afraid she is not an ordinary child. Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Yuner. Jiang Yuner introduced herself. I'm Fang Yuan's patient, but since we have similar personalities, I'll just recognize him as my brother. Right, good brother. It was obvious that this little girl was here to cause trouble. Fang Yuan met Shin Zijing's gaze, held his forehead and nodded. Yes, this quirky little girl is indeed my patient. Shin Zijing let down her guard. To be honest, she thought Jiang Yuner was quite cute, but a little thin, probably because of malnutrition. Sister-in-law, let's go shopping over there. There are a lot of delicious food there. Good. Just like that, Shin Zijing was taken away by Jiang Yuner. Looking at the backs of the two people, Fang Yuan shook his head. Fortunately, I have entered the upper-class circle. The dance party was still going on, but it had basically reached the socializing stage. Many people took the initiative to come to Fang Yuan for a drink, just to make themselves familiar to him. As the dance ended, everyone dispersed, but Jiang Yuner did not choose to go back with Mr. Jiang. She seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding with Shin Zijing and quickly stood on the same front. Jiang Yuner, she wants to go home with Shin Zijing. Ah, this. Isn't that inconvenient? Thinking about her own world of two people, Shin Zijing hesitated for a moment. What's the inconvenience? Just take care of yourself from now on. My school is quite close to my sister-in-law's house, so it's convenient for me to go to school. Fang Yuan was embarrassed and couldn't help but say, don't you live on campus at university? Forehead. Can't I just go to the doctor conveniently? Didn't you say my condition would take a long time? Shin Zijing suddenly felt sorry for Jiang Yuner. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, she had no relatives around her since childhood. No matter how much her grandfather doted on her, she still lacked someone who could tell her the truth. Plus, Li Dongyao's room was empty at home, so she moved in. It doesn't seem to be such a big problem. Honey, I think it's a good idea. Let Yuner live here. Seeing this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to say, all right. Outside the auditorium, Secretary Sun had thoughtfully prepared a business car. Fang Yuan drove home. The bedding in Li Dongyao's room had all been washed, so Jiang Yuner moved in directly. But what surprised Fang Yuan was that Mr. Jiang actually agreed. Didn't he say that I should have less contact with Jiang Yuner? It's all under the same roof. Is it really nothing? So in the cozy room, Fang Yuan asked with a wry smile, Jingjing, why did you keep her here? She keeps calling me a good brother, and you're willing to kick her out. Besides, I think she's a pretty good girl. Shin Zijing has made her decision. Fang Yuan could only shrug and accept the result. Soon, Shin Zijing changed her clothes and put her jewelry into a jewelry box, which she handed to Fang Yuan. Return these to the company tomorrow. Need not. Fang Yuan said, I got a good commission this time. Consider these as my gifts to you. Good. Shin Zijing's eyes were full of stars and she took the initiative to kiss him. Here I come. The next morning, Fang Yuan went out early. Today is the day when Pierre's business representative goes to Blue Core Group to sign a contract. Although he doesn't have to go in person, he should try to go if possible out of courtesy. But before I even got to the company, I received a strange phone call. When I picked up the phone, it was Chen Musheng. Mr. Fang, do you still hold true to your words? Certainly. Fang Yuan was very impressed with Chen Musheng and felt that he was a talent that could be cultivated. In his opinion, talent and ability are important, but character must be put first, even more important than ability. Moreover, with the skill of empowering friendly forces, your abilities can be improved in minutes. Because the skills have been upgraded. Fang Yuan checked the properties of the friendly empowerment. Intermediate ability, friendly empowerment can share 60% of one's own attributes with allies, and can be taken back at any time. Chapter 56, I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Friendly empowerment has been increased to 60% of the attribute. This is already a very high number. It seems that the highest level of this skill is only about 80%, but it is already very good. Well, you now. Fang Yuan continued to talk to Chen Musheng. I've already gone to the city, but I don't have much money. I'm taking my mother to the second hospital for treatment. Where are you? I'll come find you. Blue Core Group, please take a taxi here. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived at the company. Chen Musheng had arrived early and was sitting by a flower bed outside the door. Chen Musheng saw Fang Yuan at a glance and immediately stood up to greet him. Hello, Mr. Fang. Come with me. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and took him directly to his office. Secretary Sun was very tactful and went to make tea. Mr. Fang, look, what can I do? Chen Musheng was still a little reserved. There's no rush yet. Fang Yuan raised his hand and said, we'll talk about it later. How is your mother? Chen Musheng's expression was not very good, which also showed that his mother was in poor health. However, after Fang Yuan's supernatural power was upgraded, his medical skills were also upgraded, and he should be able to cure Chen Musheng's mother's illness. So he said, perhaps I can make your mother well again. In an instant, Chen Musheng's eyes widened. In fact, his mother's illness was a complication of a brain tumor. Due to its location, even with surgery, the probability of successful cure was not very high, and there was always a risk of death. But once the brain tumor compresses the blood vessels and causes massive bleeding, the person will die. So it was a dilemma whether to do it or not, which made him very tormented. Now that hope is right in front of him, how can he not be moved by it? Real? Real. Fang Yuan nodded, leaning back on the sofa, and continued, although I can't say it's a 100% cure, I'm at least 90% sure. That's enough. But Chen Musheng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he said seriously, Mr. Fang, if you save my mother, I will work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay your kindness. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Secretary Sun also made tea, brought it up and poured 2 cups. Try it. Fang Yuan handed Chen Musheng a cup. Chen Musheng didn't know the rules of tea tasting, so he picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. And then the next second. Wow, it's hot. Fang Yuan laughed, picked up a cup, blew on it pretentiously, and then took a sip. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Chen Musheng blushed. Fang Yuan waved his hand, put down the teacup, and said, actually, I don't know how to drink tea, but I can't resist the fact that it's expensive and prestigious. Besides, we are all the same, both kids from the countryside, so I don't want you to be my cattle or horses, but a brother. Fang Yuan's expression was serious, he wasn't joking. Chen Musheng was stunned and his breathing became rapid. Brothers? Ever since he could remember, he had experienced the fickleness of human nature. Not to mention that in today's society, who would treat a poor boy like him as a brother? But, whether you are qualified to be my brother still needs you to prove it to me. Fang Yuan didn't say death right away. If you agree, stay and work as a security guard first, then get a driver's license and improve yourself slowly. If you don't agree, I won't force you. Of course I agree. With the opportunity right in front of him, Chen Musheng must seize it. Then report to the personnel department. Secretary Sun, please take him there and find a house nearby. Okay. Secretary Sun took Chen Musheng out of the office. Lan passed by the two of them. Boss Lan, how's the chip? Fang Yuan greeted with a smile. All tests have passed, so it can be put on the market and the press conference can be held. How about this afternoon? Do you have time? Lan came to tell Fang Yuan the good news. However, Fang Yuan did not want to be in the spotlight. Keeping a low profile was his usual style. Moreover, in terms of image, the mixed-race beauty Lan can also represent Lan Xin. I think it would be better if you were the host. After all, you developed it. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Good. There is no need to worry about this, it doesn't matter who hosts it. However, Lan still had something to discuss with Fang Yuan. She has been busy with research and development all this time and has not had the opportunity to have in-depth communication with the chairman who took over. That evening, I'll book a restaurant and we can have a good chat. Can. Fang Yuan agreed and looked at Lan again without any concealment. Wow, the more you look at it, the more pleasing to the eye it becomes. Good. Lan Lan left to prepare for the afternoon press conference. This is how she does things, cleanly and efficiently, and she never drags her feet on things that have been decided. At noon, Chen Musheng had completed the entry procedures. Fang Yuan took him to have a quick bite and then went to the second hospital to visit his mother. Just as he arrived at the door of the ward, the doctor came out. After seeing Chen Musheng, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chen, it's just right that you're back. We just had a meeting and decided to do the surgery anyway. The patient's brain tumor is getting bigger and bigger, and the blood vessels may rupture at any time. If it is not removed in time, we are worried." What the doctor said was true. But Chen Musheng didn't have that much money. The surgery would cost at least 400,000 yuan, and for such a major surgery, the subsequent hospitalization and nursing costs would also be astronomical. The key is that there is still a chance that the operation will fail. "Doctor, can we be discharged?" Chen Musheng only had less than 70,000 yuan in his hand, and the surgery was simply a drop in the bucket. Nonsense. Although we respect personal wishes, but... Well, there's a professor who just returned from abroad. There are very few cases of cure for your mother's condition internationally, so she's very concerned. This professor has brought the latest international medical technology, so we recommend that you consider it. Chen Musheng shook his head and refused. "No, I won't consider it. I really can't afford that kind of money. Besides, Mr. Fang can treat my mother." "Mr. Fang?" The doctor was a little confused and looked Fang Yuan up and down. Seeing that he was just a young man in his 20s and didn't look like a doctor from the way he was dressed, he immediately laughed out loud. "Can you cure it? Where did you come from, a barefoot doctor? Isn't this ridiculous? What if something goes wrong with the patient?" Fang Yuan explained, "It's not a barefoot doctor, it's a legitimate traditional Chinese medicine tradition." When the doctor heard that it was Chinese medicine, his expression became more complicated as if he heard a joke. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Ha, what era is this? Why are you getting involved instead of just taking care of yourself? This requires surgery. Do you even know how to do it? That's right, don't bring out these old things and embarrass yourself." Those young doctors looked even more disapproving. Fang Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to argue, he heard a clear female voice. "Director Li, what's wrong?" "Professor Yi." At the corner of the corridor, a beautiful woman in a white coat slowly walked over. She looks to be about 30 years old, wears glasses, has a very good temperament, is cold and serious, and has a mature and domineering air. Director Li quickly said, "Professor Yi. This is Wu Guweifen's family member. They said they've sought treatment from traditional Chinese medicine and want to be discharged from the hospital." "Is there such a thing?" Professor Yi was relatively young. She walked over, pushed her glasses slightly, and said seriously, "You are Chen Musheng. The patient's condition is very critical. I've brought back a set of advanced surgical techniques that have at least a 50% chance of curing your mother. And I've checked the surgery fee. It's not much, only about 400,000 yuan. We can scrape together the money. Saving lives is the most important thing." Professor Yi is 1.78 meters tall. Although his figure cannot be seen, his appearance and temperament can be said to be absolutely top-notch. It's a pity that the attitude is a bit annoying. "Only 400,000? That's all? Still trying to gather. Where are you going to gather? Are you going to gather for me?" Fang Yuan chuckled and asked, "Isn't this just a matter of eating meat? Besides, do you intend to ruin the rest of your life in debt?" Chen Musheng also shook his head and refused. "Really, no need, I believe Mr. Fang can cure my mother. Besides, I really can't afford that much money for surgery." Chapter 57, Good Man Fang Yuan. Professor Ye's gaze shifted to Fang Yuan. She said calmly, "This is the only way. Hospitals also need to make a profit. Even if we calculate it based on cost, the cost of a major surgery is like this. It's already very cheap in China. Besides, there are no more than 100 people in the country who can perform this type of surgery." Fang Yuan shrugged, "Don't bother, I can cure it." "You? Are you qualified to practice medicine?" "I've heard that there are a lot of charlatans in China who use the name of traditional Chinese medicine as a pretext. Could you be one of them, you charlatan?" Professor Yi shook his head and challenged. Fang Yuan spread his hands. "What I know is the medical skills passed down by our ancestors, not some mysterious science. But that's also illegal. Professor Yi said coldly, and as a doctor, I am qualified to remind you that if anything happens to someone, you are directly responsible. Besides, do you understand pathology? How confident are you? The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Professor Ye's emotions were very stable. In her opinion, the medical skills passed down by our ancestors were already outdated. She could even say that they were a scam disguised as metaphysics. I trust Mr. Fong, and I really don't have the money for surgery, Chen Mushing said. The 70,000 yuan in his hand was still a considerable burden for him. He had saved it by living frugally and adding the 30,000 yuan given by Fong Yuan. Okay. Hospitals should respect personal wishes. Professor Yi asked Fong Yuan, "What's your name?" Fong Yuan. Professor Yi nodded and warned, "I remember your name, Fong Yuan, right? Someone will be looking for you soon." She no longer cared about it. Then the other doctors followed suit, and Chen Mushing quickly arranged for his mother to be discharged from the hospital. The house that Fong Yuan asked Secretary Sun to find has also been arranged. It is fully furnished with furniture and appliances. Secretary Sun is also there, and Wu Guifan moved in as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. Everything is ready and we can start treating the disease. Chen Musheng was waiting in the living room. In the bedroom, Fong Yuan drew the curtains and prepared to use the 9 dragon needles and advanced medical skills to help Wu Guifan relieve her pain. With the advancement of medical technology, it is no problem to help Wu Guifan regain her sight. However, her condition still requires some specialized equipment, so for now, she can only use pressure. But that's enough. Just when I was about to insert the needle, Wu Guifan suddenly asked, "Mr. Fong, my son has already told me about your situation. He said he wants to go to work with me." Fong Yuan didn't rush to give her the acupuncture. Instead, he sat by the bed and said to her, "Yes, I'm impressed by his qualities. A person's abilities can be cultivated, but qualities are hard to come by. He's a very good kid." "Yeah, he's a good kid." Wu Guifan sighed and choked up, "I've been a burden to him all these years." "Thank you, Mr. Fong." "You're welcome, Auntie." Fong Yuan chuckled. He knew that Wu Guifan couldn't see right now, but she really wanted to say something to him. At the same time, he was also worried that Chen Mushing might go astray. "You just need to recover from your illness now so that he can work with peace of mind." Wu Guifan nodded slightly and said nothing more. "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and I can no longer stop him. After all, my son has been by my side for so many years." Half an hour later, Fong Yuan walked out of the room. Chen Musheng stood up and looked at Fong Yuan anxiously. He was very nervous at the moment, his heart in his throat. "Mr. Fong, how is my mother?" "Everything is going according to plan." "Real?" Chen Musheng was very surprised and excited and wanted to go into the room, but he held himself back and stopped. The benefactor is right in front of him, he can't help but express his gratitude. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and said, "Mr. Fong." "Thank you." As he was about to kneel down, Fong Yuan stopped him. "Chen Musheng, if you want to be my brother, your knees must not be weak. Kneel before the heavens, the earth, and your parents. No one else is worthy of your kneeling, and I am no different." Chen Musheng stood up, but his eyes were firm. "Big brother." In terms of age, Fong Yuan is naturally older. "Hey. Go ahead and take care of your mother. Report to the company tomorrow and start working officially." Chen Musheng walked into the house excitedly. Fong Yuan and Secretary Sun left. When Fong Yuan walked out of the door, he looked at the time. The press conference had already begun. Lan Lan was introducing the application scenarios of the new chip and the future development of Blue Core. And the technology summit is about to begin. This time, Blue Core's chip will definitely be the shining pearl at the technology summit. On the way back to the company, Secretary Sun said, "Director Fong, you are such a good person. To be honest, I've met many bosses, but few can do what you do." "Thank you for the compliment." Fong Yuan knew that Secretary Sun was flattering him, but he still laughed. They are all unfortunate children. Chen Mushing has good qualities. Just consider it as doing him a favor. Secretary Sun smiled knowingly, she thought of her family. Although Chi Yunfeng was no longer a threat to her for the time being, her family still did not stop sucking her blood. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that the caller number was only 6 digits. 6-digit number? No area code yet. Fang Yuan had never seen this kind of number before, so Secretary Sun warned him, it's best not to answer this kind of number. It's most likely a harassing call from the park. It's okay, you can pick it up and listen to it. The other party was a woman with a mature voice, but it revealed some contempt. Mr. Fang, I heard that you have a treasure in your hand. My boss wants to buy it for 90 million, and I hope Mr. Fang will part with it. 90 million? Baby? Obviously, this is directed at the Queen's tears. I took it out to propose yesterday, and someone already set their eyes on it today. This really proves the saying, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing it, you have to worry about thieves thinking about it. Sorry, I like this baby very much. Fang Yuan decisively refused. However, the other party just chuckled and said, Mr. Fang, you don't know the value of that thing. In your hands, it's just a diamond. How about this, the price is negotiable, you make an offer. Fang Yuan replied directly, I won't sell it, and I'm not short of money. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The value of something? The other party's words gave Fang Yuan a reminder. He took out the Queen's tears. The moment Secretary Sun saw the diamond, his eyes widened and he almost had a traffic accident. A diamond as big as a pigeon egg is extremely attractive to women. Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. Secretary Sun said this, but her eyes were always on Fang Yuan's hand. Women are just like Doragon, no one can resist something shiny. After adjusting his mood, Secretary Sun continued driving, but his eyes kept glancing at Fang Yuan's hand. After a while, the phone rang again. This time, it was another 6-digit number, most likely a dummy one. Annoyed, Fang Yuan continued to answer the call. Just as he was about to start the car in C gear, he heard a voice on the other end, Mr. Fang, this diamond is of great significance. I urge you to sell it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of fatal disaster. Fang Yuan was amused when he heard this, and asked coldly, are you threatening me? The other party did not answer, but after a long silence, revealed a string of information. Xin Jijing, 32 years old, good-looking and with a good figure. I can help Mr. Fang make her more sexy. You dare. Chapter 58, Archaeology Department Girl. Ding. The current target for revenge is Yang Shan, and the current number of revenges available is 2. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. Fang Yuan's Achilles heel is Xin Jijing, but the other party uses Xin Jijing to threaten him, and he triggers the system in anger. Although Fang Yuan didn't know who the person hiding in the dark was, the system still identified him. Yang Shan, right? Humph, let me show you how I can show you my power. Fang Yuan asked knowingly, what's your name? My name is Shirley. The other party answered readily, but it was a fake name. No, I'm asking for your real name. Ha, Mr. Fang is such a joke. How could someone in our line of work possibly have a real name? Oh, really? Fang Yuan originally wanted to reveal Yang Shan's real name directly, but then he thought that anyone who could spend tens of millions to buy something must be known by someone in the antique business. And if he wanted to strip her, he would strip her upside down, so she decisively refused and said, forget it, I won't sell it to you. Also, I don't like being passive. I like to be proactive. After saying that, he hung up the phone and told Secretary Sun, go to the antique city. After arriving, Fang Yuan asked Secretary Sun to wait in the car and went to Wanbao House alone. When Ma Yi saw Fang Yuan coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Fang, long time no see. Fang Yuan smiled and replied, it's only been a few days, not that long. After saying that, he sat down. Ma Yi asked someone to serve tea, and then sat down next to Fang Yuan. Mr. Fang, are you here to sell or buy goods this time? Fang Yuan directly took out the Queen's tears. Ma Yi widened his eyes, and especially after recognizing him, he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I don't know much about things like diamond jewelry, but this thing is still very famous. If I'm not mistaken, the current market value of the Queen's tears is at least 80 million. It will be difficult for Wanbao House to acquire it. Hearing this, Fang Yuan shook his head. I'm not selling it, but I want to find out about someone. Oh? Ma Yi pondered for a moment, snapped his fingers, told the waiter beside him to leave, and closed the main door. Mr. Fang, please ask. Yang Shan, do you know her? Sure enough, after hearing this name, Ma Yi's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I know you, but. Mr. Fong, I can't say much about this person. Ma Yi was a little embarrassed. It seemed that Yang Shan's identity was not simple. Shopkeeper Ma, let me do it. At this moment, a sound like a clear spring sounded, and Fong Yuan raised his head slightly. The moment he saw the person coming, he blinked in disbelief and immediately stood up from his chair. Oh my god, it's you. Are you surprised? The visitor was a blonde girl with a sly smile and punk-style clothes, who looked out of place in the antique business. Fong Yuan knew this person. She was a girl from the archaeology department during his college years. Also a goddess. The Department of Archaeology has always been an unpopular major, and Fong Yuan's university is no exception. There is only one class for this major. There are more than 60 people in the class, and this blonde girl is the only female student. What impressed him even more was the reputation of the blonde. She is a notorious troublemaker, prankster, and rebellious person in school. Song Shishir. It's just a pity that her behavior has nothing to do with poetry. Seeing her appear here, Fong Yuan didn't seem very surprised. Of course I know her. Song Shishir, the crazy girl from the archaeology department. Ugh. She's a goddess, everyone knows her. And. Song Shishir raised an eyebrow and retaliated, you're the same, a notorious bootlicker who's been chasing Li Liyao for years. When Li Liyao was mentioned, Fong Yuan instantly became unhappy. That was all in the past, and Li Liyao wasn't some big shot in the school. I was just a little affectionate, so how could I be considered a bootlicker? Okay, no more jokes. Song Shishir came over and sat down, while Ma Yi retreated to the back hall. She poured a cup of tea and tasted it. After Fong Yuan looked at it, he found that although Song Shishir was wearing punk clothes, she still had the demeanor of a lady when drinking tea. Do you know Yang Shan? Fong Yuan went straight to the point and continued with his question. No. But first, show me your queen's tears. Good. Fong Yuan took out the queen's tears and handed it to Song Shishir. She took it in her hand, examined it carefully, and after confirming its authenticity, she returned it to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was a little surprised. From the moment this diamond ring appeared, Shen Zhijing, Secretary Sun, and even Li Lai were all affected and had some reaction. Song Shishir's performance seemed as if she didn't care at all. Yang Shan, she's an international collector's assistant, codenamed Shirley. She's very low-key, and few people in the industry know her name. Song Shishir said slowly. Still low-key. Even the shopkeeper of Wanbao House knew about it. Fong Yuan secretly complained, but he still asked, international collector? Then, is he very powerful? Sharp? Song Shishir seemed a little apprehensive. Let's put it this way, basically, whatever this collector wants can be obtained, unless the item is lost. It seems to be more difficult than I imagined. How much did they pay? Song Shishir guessed Fong Yuan's intention. Since he came to ask, it meant that Yang Shan had already made an offer. This is the process of those people. As long as it can be solved with money, no tricks will be used. Of course, if the other party does not cooperate, there is no guarantee what will happen. Anyway, he doesn't care, as long as he can get what he wants. I have a suggestion. This queen's tear is just a piece of stone in your hand. It's better to exchange it for money, which can also save you unnecessary trouble. However, Fong Yuan just played with the queen's tear, shook his head and chuckled, I don't like being threatened. Besides, this is my engagement ring. It's very meaningful and can't be sold. Song Shishir narrowed her eyes. She got the news on the day the ring appeared. She had also heard some rumors about the ring, but what she couldn't understand was, if that was the case, why did Fong Yuan take out this diamond ring and attract attention? Fong Yuan, I still want to advise you that the Queen's Tears is not an ordinary collectible. If it is in your hands, it will only cause you endless trouble. And even if that international collector doesn't come to trouble you, others will. After all, this thing symbolizes status, wealth, and position. So, consider taking action. It will be good for both you and her. Song Shishir advised earnestly. However, Fong Yuan didn't listen at all. I just want to know where Yang Shan is now. I want to communicate with her face to face. I can certainly take the lead on this, but I suggest you don't get into conflict with them. Song Shishir suggested. Okay, it depends on my mood then. Fong Yuan said with a smile, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Song Shursher didn't care about this, but she was a businesswoman, and since she wanted to act as a matchmaker, she had to make some demands. Fang Yuan, I helped you, how are you going to repay me? Fang Yuan immediately took a defensive stance. Goddess Song, don't be like this. You know I'm not a casual person. Chapter 59, Requesting a Patent. Song Shursher was ashamed. Fortunately, she ignored Fang Yuan's funny words. Forget it, I'll let you know when it's done, please. Song Shursher's attitude turned cold. Fang Yuan asked quietly, then what do you want me to do? I'll tell you when I need you. Goodbye. It's time to see the guests off. It seems that Fang Yuan's words did not leave a good impression on Song Shursher. When leaving Wanbao House, Fang Yuan checked his phone and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. On the mobile phone, Lan Lan sent a message saying that the press conference was very successful, and also attached the information of the restaurant. It was a fairly large Western restaurant in the city with an elegant and quiet environment. Secretary's son sent him there and then left. Fang Yuan walked quickly up to the agreed-upon private room and pushed the door open to enter. Boss Lan, are you getting impatient? It's okay, I just got here too. Lan Lan gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down, then called the waiter in. What would you two like to eat? The waiter handed over the menu and Fang Yuan began to order. However, he didn't really understand the routines of Western food, but fortunately he could understand the English words on them, so he just ordered a few at random. Beef Wellington and a serving of pasta, that's it for now. Anyway, Western food is all about the environment, and it doesn't suit Fang Yuan's taste, so he doesn't consider eating his fill here. Lan Lan also ordered some casual drinks, but they were obviously much more formal than Fang Yuan's. She even ordered a burgundy to sober up in advance. After the waiter left, Fang Yuan asked, Mr. Lan, are you used to Chinese food? Lan Lan thought for a moment, nodded, then shook her head and said, actually, I don't have any requirements for food. Most of the time I just eat whatever I want to get by. Besides, I've been back in China for such a long time, and I've been immersed in work, so I haven't really tasted the local food. Fang Yuan. Lan Lan continued, actually, I'd like to know how you figured out there was a problem with my architecture when you had no experience developing chips. This core issue has been bothering Lan Lan for a long time. Fang Yuan didn't know how to answer. But we can't say that he actually doesn't understand the principles and that they are all given by the eye of insight. I just wrote this, do you believe it? What do you think? Lan Lan sighed, forget it, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you, but this time the chip is almost all your credit. So I think you should get 60% of the patent. Fang Yuan waved his hands quickly. No, I don't want it. As long as you help me make money in the future, you will be worthy of me. Are you sure? Lan Lan said excitedly, do you know the significance of this chip? We are the only company in the international market that can produce this type of chip. If it is applied in the field of quantum computers, I can't even imagine it. Lan Lan is a scientific researcher. Her greatest excitement is that she has accomplished a great thing. It is an honor. However, Fang Yuan did not seem very excited about this honor. Is it amazing? Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly, leaving Lan Lan speechless. Is this in Versailles? But the architecture of this chip was completed by Fang Yuan. What kind of man is he? But seeing Fang Yuan's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was acting, so Lan Lan patiently explained, it's not very amazing, it's super amazing. This is equivalent to an AI revolution. Anyway, forget it, I can't explain it to you. Lan Lan didn't know what words to use to describe it. Lan Lan, I know what you mean. Fang Yuan stopped teasing her and said, let's change the subject. When it comes to the professional field of design, Fang Yuan really doesn't understand anything and is afraid that if he continues talking about it, he will be exposed. But in Lan Lan's understanding, his behavior was completely weird and very humble. Okay, let's change the subject. After this chip is launched, it will definitely trigger a hardware revolution. Several foreign and domestic companies have contacted me and want our underlying architecture. So the next business battle is the key. And I specialize in scientific research. I'm not very good at business warfare, so... Sorry, me too. Fang Yuan admitted it generously. Forehead. This was awkward. Neither of them was very good at business, so it seemed like they had nothing to talk about. The two were silent for a long time until Lan Lan's phone rang, breaking the awkwardness. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Lan Lan picked up the phone and walked outside. After she answered it, an old voice came from the other end. Lanner, I saw your company's press conference. The person on the other end of the phone was Lan Lan's father, Lan Xuanfeng, who is also a researcher engaged in hardware technology research and development. Lan Xuanfeng congratulated him. Congratulations. You've completed your graduation project, and it's quite impressive. By the way, when do you plan to submit your paper? A paper? It's a pity that Lan Lan can't write a paper. Because the underlying architecture was not created by her, but was rebuilt by Feng Yuan after completely overturning it. Although Lan Lan could understand this idea, it would be a bit fraudulent if she really wanted to write a paper. Seeking truth from facts has always been her life creed. Father, the underlying architecture of this chip was actually designed by the chairman of Blue Core Group. I don't have much credit for it. Lan Xuanfeng was silent. Then he asked in great surprise, who is he? To be able to complete the underlying architecture you designed, you must be a genius in your field. No. Lan Lan hesitated and said, he's not even engaged in related industries. Lan Xuanfeng clearly didn't believe it, but he didn't say much. He simply said, daughter, the company's top management has decided to purchase the copyright and underlying architecture of this chip for 3 billion. Of course, if you feel the price is not suitable, you can continue to negotiate. Lan Lan frowned and didn't respond. Lan Xuanfeng's words were too much. This chip was developed by Blue Core, and it was a wholly owned development. She did have the patent, but that didn't mean she could give the chip to others at will. Father, this isn't a good idea, is it? What's wrong with that? Lan Xuanfeng said seriously, daughter, you have to understand that with Blue Core's size, it's impossible to realize the full value of this chip. Besides, it's impossible for a small company like this to keep this patent. Many companies are now developing AI chips, especially those with international capital. If you don't open up your technology, I believe sanctions will be imposed on you very soon. But it's different when the chip is in my hands. Not only can I maximize its value, but I can also give Blue Core a 4% stake. Can you bear to watch Blue Core being swallowed up by capital? Lan Xuanfeng's words were already a threat. Of course, Lan Lan is also very clear about the methods of those capitals. If they really want to bring down Lan Xin, it is just a matter of cost for them. But what does it matter? Lan Lan still insisted, Dad, we can't do this. Whatever you want. Lan Xuanfeng lost his patience. Ms. Linda from Wall Street will contact you soon. I suggest you sell the patent as soon as possible. It will be to your advantage. Besides, after you finish the design, come back immediately. Prince Charles is still waiting for you to get married. Although you can't be his principal wife, this will be very beneficial to our business. And with the royal family's background, you won't face so much resistance no matter what you want to research. Chapter 60, Doing Something Big. Dad, let me think about it again. Lan Lan was upset and hung up the phone. Then she returned to the box and sat opposite Feng Yuan, feeling a surge of guilt in her heart. She drank a few glasses of wine in silence. In fact, the development of this software was proposed by Wang Yi. Lan Lan only agreed to proceed after receiving an invitation, and the other party promised not to interfere with any development progress and to fully support it. After all, she really wanted to make a qualified chip. And now it has succeeded. Although Feng Yuan did not think that he had any credit for this chip, Lan Lan deeply understood that without Feng Yuan, this project would most likely have failed. No one can save it. Director Feng. Lan Lan said softly, actually, I invited you out to dinner today because I wanted to tell you that there will be a lot of big names in the investment community attending tomorrow's technology summit. This is a very important summit, and whether Blue Core can succeed depends on this one. Do you have confidence? Of course there is. And didn't you also say that the chip we developed is the first of its kind in the world? Feng Yuan is full of confidence. Lan Lan smiled bitterly and said, yes, it is indeed the first case in the world, there is no doubt about that, but… Mr. Feng, let me tell you a story. Feng Yuan immediately pretended to listen attentively. Lan Lan spoke slowly. In fact, for high-tech products like these, especially professional hardware used in the digital field, foreign companies have always been the ones setting the rules of the game. Although there is no shortage of technical talent in China, we must abide by foreign rules of the game in order to participate in this game. Lan Lan poured herself a glass of wine, drank it all, and continued, as an architect, I have always been conducting research and studying abroad. During this period, I have seen many excellent domestic chips being suppressed by foreign markets. I have also seen many cutting-edge technologies that should have shined being suppressed by foreign countries using market rules and public opinion, and ultimately being overtaken by foreign countries. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Lan Lan's purpose was in saying this. Lan Lan quickly gave the answer. Capital will not allow others to have their cake and eat it too. The chips we are researching are already being researched and manufactured by many companies around the world. At times like this, it's all about speed. It's about who can develop it first. So, we were successful, but not completely successful. Not a success? Fong Yuan was a little confused after hearing this. He smacked his lips slightly and understood a little bit of what Lan Lan was saying. But, she wants to give up on her own? Impossible. Boss Lan, just speak frankly. Fong Yuan said directly. Lan Lan let out a long sigh, and after preparing herself mentally, she said, I've received news that this high-tech summit is intended to suppress blue-core chips. Among them there is some foreign capital. They won't allow blue-core to rise, and they might even resort to some dirty tactics. Just now while eating, Lan Lan said that she was not suitable for doing business. It seemed that she was paving the way for this moment. My father is also involved in the hardware technology field in Switzerland. Their company can pay a high price to acquire our patents. As long as we give them the underlying architecture, we can get a certain amount of patent fees. And the price shouldn't be low. Look at you. By the end of her speech, Lan Lan's voice had become almost inaudible. Fong Yuan leaned back in his chair. To be honest, there is actually nothing to cherish. After all, for this kind of chip, as long as someone can provide the underlying logic, his eye of insight can construct it anytime and anywhere. But this mode made Fong Yuan very unhappy. By force? Lan Lan could only nod helplessly, as this was indeed the meaning. What if I don't agree? Lan Lan thought for a moment and listed several possibilities. The first possibility is that they will spend money to prove the chip's instability and continue to discredit and attack our research until they successfully develop a chip that rivals Blue-Core's. They also attacked Blue-Core's R&D record, saying our chip was made by a small company. And to be honest, we don't have much of an advantage in this regard. Another option is to manipulate the stock market to cause our market value to continue to shrink, so as to impose sanctions on us. This is also very easy for them. Another reason is that they force us to make our technology public so that it can be made accessible to the general public without disrupting their base. These capitals actually have the logic of robbers. They set the rules, so naturally they can change them for this purpose. This is also their common routine and method. Lan Lan only listed some cases for this. Do we have any hope of winning? Fong Yuan asked again. After careful consideration, Lan Lan finally shook her head. Almost nothing. With Blue-Core's size, we won't be able to withstand even the simplest method of throwing money at them. Lan Lan's statement about the current predicament has been very objective. Therefore, selling the patent is the best option for Blue-Core at the moment. Then I choose to die standing. What Fong Yuan disliked most was this passive situation. Lan Lan was shocked when these words were spoken. Because over the years, countless people have wanted to challenge the rules but ultimately failed, and she couldn't bear to see Lan Xin end up in this situation. Director Fong, I still suggest you consider this. In fact, many cases have shown us that few people can successfully walk this path, and we are probably not an exception. How to say it, Lan Lan is a very rational person. But Fong Yuan was unwilling to be manipulated and said seriously, Boss Lan, the patent for this chip is actually yours. Lan Xin only owns a small part of it. But I can say responsibly that with our collaboration, the next, more advanced smart chip will be just around the corner. This is the fundamental. Besides, a good blacksmith must be strong himself. We have the skills, so why should we be at their mercy? Lan Lan thought about it and agreed. She was still struggling with the idea, but Fong Yuan's words suddenly opened her mind. Fong Yuan struck while the iron was hot. If you feel that selling the smart chips now is the best way for Blue-Core to grow, then you are the president and have the final say. I respect your rights. But I still want to say, no matter what, as long as you stay, we can still create miracles. He also tried his best to keep Lan Lan After all, the fact that she was willing to say these things to him fully demonstrated that she was still implementing the spirit of the contract and was also struggling. What Fong Yuan values is always a person's quality. Having experienced betrayal, he would rather start with a person's qualities. Lan Lan was very surprised. In order to keep himself, he was actually willing to give up the chip. Fong Yuan, you've always been a very strange person to me. You seem to have a lot of secrets. I've researched you since we first met. You come from a poor family, your grades in school aren't very good, and you're not in a related field, yet you. It seems to work miracles. Fong Yuan also said seriously, those who believe in miracles are the miracles themselves. But miracles are not everything. Everything is achieved by walking down to earth. Boss Lan, how about doing something big? Chapter 61, Technology Summit. A big deal? Lan Lan didn't quite understand. Right. Fong Yuan smiled mysteriously and explained seriously, you'll be in charge of the research, and I'll be in charge of the funding. As for sales, we'll find someone capable to handle it. After developing this chip, we will immediately work on the next one and iterate and upgrade it to show those foreigners our creativity. You're kidding. How could those barbarians understand a civilization that spans thousands of years? It's better to strike once to prevent 100 blows. We, Lan Xin, may be small, but we will fight them to the end even if we spend our last penny. Fong Yuan at this moment can be described in one word, passion. Lan Lan also saw in him the spirit of no destruction, no construction. Even though the situation is so difficult, he still has the determination to fight to the end. This is something she really needs to learn. Lan Lan, who grew up in the West, would prioritize gains and losses when encountering things, but Fong Yuan would not consider these. He has only one philosophy: money is secondary, talent is the most important. As long as there are people, research can continue, even if there is failure. Lan Lan felt Fong Yuan's confidence. He was much younger than her and didn't look very strong, but he had such great courage. Do you dare to bet? Dare. Lan Lan shook hands with Fong Yuan. At this moment, she finally got to know Fong Yuan and was completely captivated by his unique personality charm. Okay, let's eat. In the evening, after eating and drinking, Fong Yuan sent Lan Lan back to rest. When they got home, it was already past 1 o'clock. The next morning, when I got up, Shen Zhijing had already prepared breakfast. While eating, Shen Zhijing told him something. Her work has basically been handed over and she will be back to work soon. After thinking for a while, Fong Yuan asked, Wife, have you ever thought about changing your job? Shen Zhijing had never thought about this. After all, she has been working at Fingrui for 7 years. It is her comfort zone, and the marketing team she has trained is also there. If she leaves, it will be tantamount to destroying her hard work. I haven't thought about it. Shen Zhijing shook her head and asked, Why do you say that suddenly? Fong Yuan also understood Shen Zhijing's concerns, so he said, Nothing, our company is just hiring recently. I've noticed that the current job market is not good, but Bluecore is still recruiting widely from the public. I heard that your company's CEO kicked Shi Yunfeng off the board of directors, causing many employees to leave. This matter has spread and Shen Zhijing has also paid attention to it. After dinner, Fong Yuan went to attend the Technology Summit. The Technology Summit is held every 4 years. It is a major event in the domestic and international technology business circles. Many large companies will participate. Under normal circumstances, it will be held in some mainstream first-tier cities. But this year is different. Since there are many participating companies and newly developed products this year, it is held in Jiangcheng Xinya Science and Technology Park. Fong Yuan drove to the company to pick up Lan Lan, and after getting the invitation letter, he went straight to the venue. As for Bluecore's employees, they had already gone to the venue yesterday and brought some test machines for the exhibition. This is also the most popular project at this summit. In Jiangcheng New Industry Park, Fong Yuan parked the car, said hello to the Bluecore employees, and walked into the venue. The Technology Summit has 4 parts, the first of which is the company presentation, which is the most time-consuming part. Then there was a unique briefing session, followed by a public voting session, and finally the awards ceremony. Fong Yuan and Lan Lan didn't arrive early, and the 7,000 square meter conference hall was already packed with people, all of whom were people in the industry and some scientific researchers. Is this Director Fong's first time attending a technology summit? Fong Yuan nodded and asked, Actually, I don't quite understand the purpose of this technology summit. Lan Lan explained, if a company's project shines at a tech summit, it can basically determine the future market direction. At this time, in the center of the venue, the bosses from Jiangchang and various regions have arrived. They are visiting the technology exhibition, including Long Wei. As the chairman of the group, Wei Yi had to attend this kind of summit, but it seemed that due to the influence of the last time, he had a lot of bodyguards around him this time. Fang Yuan knew that Qi Hong, the son of Qi Yunfeng, seemed to be planning to assassinate Long Wei at this summit, so while visiting the exhibition, he also paid some attention to the situation on his side. As expected of a technology summit, many new technologies were showcased. For example, there are a series of concepts such as drone food delivery machines, simulated robots, bionic limbs, etc. The AI smart chip promoted by Bluecore this time covers 4 major areas. It is new energy unmanned driving, drones, mobile phones, and multifunctional computers. The core focus is on computers and new energy unmanned driving. To this day, even Fang Yuan is not sure what this smart chip can do. At this moment, the Bluecore exhibition area is the busiest. The staff is introducing to everyone how the new energy unmanned driving controlled by smart chips will work. The test mainly simulated traffic flow, and simulation models were used. On a 400 square meter sand table, the urban landscape of Jiangchang was restored, and some obstacles were added on the road. Everyone, the smart chip developed by Bluecore Group is a self-organizing, self-learning, and self-calculating super-intelligent chip that can handle a variety of complex road conditions. Next, I will show you the application scenarios of autonomous driving in complex road conditions. Fang Yuan was also watching. An unmanned driving model car equipped with an AI smart chip began to move on the road and soon entered the morning rush hour scene with relatively heavy traffic. Under such complicated road conditions, this model car can still make choices as quickly as possible and successfully avoid various emergencies. Similarly, our chips can also be used in the construction field. The staff walked to another section and began to introduce. The models are tower cranes and many other machines needed for construction. You just need to inject the blueprints, build the basic structure, and start the simulated construction, and the construction machinery can work independently without human control. Only then did Fang Yuan realize how awesome this chip was. A multi-threaded, self-organizing, and adaptive super-intelligent chip. No wonder Lan Lan wants to research and develop it. This is a milestone in turning science fiction into reality. Next, staff began demonstrating the chip's second core function. This is a cutting-edge, high-end computer equipped with a low-level logic operation system, driven by an intelligent chip. Please wait. With the docking of the program, this computer equipped with a smart chip took over all simulation projects almost instantly and drove the projects to proceed autonomously. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Get rich. I didn't expect this chip to be so awesome. Lan Lan looked at Fang Yuan, who looked like he had never seen the world, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He is an architect, he should know these functions best. Why do you look so surprised now? Chapter 62, Hacker Invasion. Snap. 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 Wonderful. Really wonderful. A discordant voice sounded, and Qi Yunfeng walked over clapping his hands. Not only that, there was another person beside him, who was also Fang Yuan's acquaintance, Shen Linfeng. As an investment expert, Qi Yunfeng naturally has a lot of people around him. Speaking of which, the old man's own investment company has a valuation of more than 5 billion, which is why he became a key figure in this technology summit. He. Director Feng, President Lan, we meet again. Qi Yunfeng must have been holding back his fart, but even though he knew it, Lan still had to be polite to him. Yes, Mr. Qi, long time no see. Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He wanted to see what kind of trouble Qi Yunfeng could cause. Sure enough, Qi Yunfeng took a look at Lanxin's booth and immediately said to the people around him in surprise, oh my, this is incredible. Look what this is. I didn't expect that within 7 or 8 days after I withdrew my investment, they actually developed a smart chip. I remember when I left, the progress was only around 50%. It's incredible. The meaning of Qi Yunfeng's words was very clear, that is, Lan Xin was cheating. After all, what Bluecore showed was just computer control, not a real actual display, so how could it be authentic? Others also started talking. Lan explained, Mr. Qi, the breakthrough of this chip is actually due to our chairman Fang, and what has been demonstrated so far is only the tip of the iceberg of this chip's development. Lan has always been pragmatic. Moreover, smart chips can be used in more fields, but they cannot be stated explicitly. Today's recognition imaging technology is no longer high-tech. Imagine if this smart chip is used on drones, forming a drone swarm, and they can complete tasks autonomously without manual operation. That's the real horror. When Lan Lan mentioned Mr. Fong, Shen Linfeng glanced at Fong Yuan, and his expression changed slightly, but it was not that obvious. How did Fong Yuan, the gigolo, suddenly transform himself into the chairman of Lan Fong? Although he didn't know what happened, Shen Linfeng was clear about one thing, that is, the two people's current positions were opposing. So he spoke. There are so many frauds these days. Your smart chip design is so cutting edge, it's hard to believe it's real. Yeah, the design is so advanced, how could it be real? Many people followed suit. Shen Linfeng continued to ask, can you simulate again how this chip would perform in an emergency? Sure. Lan Lan was confident in his research and development, so he asked the staff to run the program again according to the original plan. In order to fully demonstrate the performance of the chip, this test also deliberately randomly disrupted the model cars on the street, and the test cars equipped with the chip were able to respond well. However, at an intersection, the test car suddenly lost control and crashed into a model car, triggering a chain reaction. There were exclamations all around. Lan Lan also showed an incredible expression. How is this possible? The underlying logic cannot possibly go wrong. The staff were also panicked. Everything had clearly been set up, and to prevent mistakes, they had gone through many rounds of learning, training, and testing. It was impossible for anything to get out of control. TSK, it seems there is still a risk. Shen Linfeng scoffed, that's what I was saying. How could a mechanical thing possibly have the on-the-spot reaction abilities of a human? I think this so-called smart chip was probably rushed out to swindle funds in preparation for this summit. Lan Lan turned a deaf ear and went to the operating table. Let me see. She started tweaking the parameters and soon discovered a problem. You should know that in order to ensure the stability of the testing computer was not connected to the internet, but the background data of the chip was maliciously modified at some point in time. What's going on? Hackers? Lan Lan noticed something was wrong. What a hacker! Isn't your computer offline? Shen Linfeng sneered, no means no. If you get beaten, you should stand at attention. Why bother making so many excuses? Let me take a look. Fong Yuan ignored him and came over to solve the problem. He decisively opened the eye of insight and penetrated into the system. This is a system developed by Lan Lan herself. Due to testing reasons and in order to match the chip, there is indeed no network connection. Only. Fong Yuan discovered that an external receiver was turned on. After some operations on the computer, the source of the problem was determined. There's something wrong with this mouse. The mouse has an additional internal output line, and the other party hacked into the system through this line. But as soon as he finished speaking, he caused everyone to laugh. Shi Yinfeng sarcastically said, Boss Fong, you're exaggerating. A mouse cable can hack into your computer. How fragile is this system? Lan Lan took the mouse. She was indeed panicked and did not notice the problem with the mouse. When she looked at it now, she saw that there was indeed an inexplicable interface, as Fong Yuan said. When the mouse was taken apart in public, it was discovered that there was an independent chip inside, which had been placed there in advance. What's going on? Fong Yuan asked the staff. The staff was also confused. This is a normal mouse, why does it suddenly have a signal receiver? Is this the original mouse? Or have you replaced it since entering the venue? No. The staff member was very sure, this is the original mouse, and it was specified by Mr. Lan. In order to ensure that there are no accidents at this exhibition, all the prepared items were moved from the laboratory, so it can indeed be said that it was designated by President Lan. That means they've already installed a signal receiver on my mouse and are stealing our core data. Who would do that? In an instant, Lan Lan thought of the worst possible scenario. Fortunately, the underlying architecture of the chip was completed on another computer, but even so, the experimental process was still exposed. Director Fong, President Lan. Stop pretending. It's impossible to develop a chip in just a few days. Wait a minute. Before Qi Yunfeng could finish his words, Fong Yuan interrupted him. Qi Yunfeng, what was the progress of chip development before you left Bluecore? %. When Qi Yunfeng was about to say the number, he was suddenly stunned. He realized that he had just said the wrong thing. However, Fong Yuan heard it clearly. He just said an exact number, 50%. Fong Yuan continued to ask questions. If I remember correctly, President Lan has never announced the progress of chip development. Even at the board meeting, he only mentioned that the development progress was slow. Even I didn't know the specific data before I actually got involved in research and development. This means that either Mr. Lan is lying, or someone is stealing Blue Core's development progress. Who is this person then? Fong Yuan looked towards Chi Yunfeng. Chapter 63, I'm just a genius. I knew you would say that. Chi Yunfeng chuckled and snapped his fingers calmly. A young man in his 20s wearing glasses came out, carrying a briefcase in his hand. After coming out, the other party pushed his glasses. This is Zhou Yiwei, a technician from Chiching Enterprise. As soon as the name was announced, many people began to marvel. Zhou Yiwei. That's the young man who completed the system architecture design at the age of 17. When did he join Chiching Enterprise? Fong Yuan didn't understand, nor did he recognize the young man in front of him, so he asked Lan, Boss Lan, do you know him? No. As if thinking this statement was inappropriate, Lan added, he's in the tech hardware business. At the age of 17, he completed the development of his own independently designed chip. While not intelligent, the chip's performance is practically indistinguishable from those produced by major international manufacturers. It was a blockbuster success. He subsequently achieved many great feats in various fields and was recognized as a genius in the hardware industry. Many companies tried to recruit him, but he rejected them all. After Chi Yunfeng introduced Zhou Yiwei, he immediately said, Xiaozhou, take out your, what? Zhou Yiwei opened a foreign forum website and found the paper he had submitted, as well as the experimental steps. The upload time shown above is the 7th of this month. Zhou Yiwei said slowly, I uploaded this research paper on AI chips on the 7th, but this paper discloses the technology regarding the underlying architecture and key aspects of the chip. My paper fell into oblivion and attracted no attention from the scientific community. However, 10 days later, Blue Core reproduced my paper exactly as it was and even put it on display for exhibition. As soon as Zhou Yiwei finished speaking, Lan suddenly looked at Fong Yuan. Number 7. Wasn't he at the day Fong Yuan just took over Lan Xin? I worked all night that day and took a break. During this time, Fong Yuan came to the office and modified his underlying architecture program. Zijita Yuan doesn't seem to understand hardware architecture, and the surprise he just showed at the exhibition shows that he is very unfamiliar with the architecture he designed. Could it be that? Did he plagiarize Zhou Yiwei's paper? Lan couldn't believe it. Mr. Zhou, when was your paper published? 11 o'clock noon. The timing is right too. Lan felt like the sky was falling. This is a fraud. He was actually complacent about a copied chip and even stood up for it. This will be the biggest scandal in her life. It may even ruin your future career. Thinking back to last night when Fong Yuan said he wanted to gamble big, Lan's vision suddenly darkened and she scolded, Fong Yuan. How could you do this? Exactly, how can you be so shameless? Chi Yunfeng laughed coldly. As long as Fong Yuan is proven to have plagiarized, his behavior will be illegal and he will be locked up and forced to work on a sewing machine. If he makes a comeback, Lan Xin will be completely under his control. Including the ownership of this chip will also fall into your hands. Boss Lan, don't you believe me? Fong Yuan asked slowly. Lan replied calmly, the evidence is right in front of me, how can I believe you? Although we applied for a patent, the paper was published by someone else first. We are plagiarizing. Fong Yuan didn't say anything. He knew that the product produced by the Eye of Insight could definitely not be the result of Zhou Yiwei's research and development. So, Zhou Yiwei was lying, and Chi Yunfeng had been planning this for so long, it seemed that he was well prepared this time. No wonder you've been refusing to admit this was your plan, and now you want me to take the blame, right? Lan seemed to agree with all of this. Boss Lan, have you ever thought about this? You set the basic principle of the chip, and I just changed some of the architecture. Does that mean you copied the basic principle? Fong Yuan hit the nail on the head. Forehead. Lan was stunned, it seemed to be true. The foundation was designed by Lan, and the architecture was done by Fong Yuan. But this explanation doesn't seem to make sense. Fong Yuan, do you know? If we really plagiarize, we will not only face bankruptcy, but also jail time. I ask you. Lan Lan didn't give up and asked him some professional terms. I don't understand. Have no idea. I don't know. However, Fang Yuan kept shaking his head from beginning to end. Lan Lan was desperate. The whole audience burst into laughter. As an architect, he doesn't even know professional terms, yet he still completed the architectural design. Who can believe this? Fang Yuan. Shi Yinfeng even openly mocked him, saying, plagiarism is plagiarism, and you're also seizing someone else's patent. This is not a simple matter. This is a serious infringement of intellectual property rights, unfair competition, and commercial espionage. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Just wait for my green corpse chill. Shi Yunfeng was extremely surprised. I didn't expect victory to come so quickly. At this time, there were many people surrounding the blue core booth, which also attracted some bigwigs in the business circle. 3 people came upon hearing the news, and Wei Yi was among them. As for the other 2, one looked to be about 50 years old and was wearing casual clothes, but he looked very majestic and walked with a breeze. The other person is a 40-year-old woman who wears glasses. The most distinctive feature of her is the teardrop mole at the corner of her left eye. It's obvious that these 2 people's identities are not simple. Isn't this Zhang Wei from Deshang Military Industry and Yao Na from Jingdu Technology? And Mr. Wei from the Weilong Group? Haha, that's good now. The 3 big guys are here. Lan Xin is going to be in big trouble now. Before the 3 of them stepped forward, everyone started exclaiming. Wei Yi has the less experience among the 2. Although he does business very well, he is still a businessman after all. The other 2 have powerful backers behind them. What happened? Wei Yi stepped forward and asked. Shi Yinfeng backed off the attack and gave an exaggerated explanation. Zhang Wei, the 50-year-old man, said coldly, Blue Core Technology? Oh, I remember it. Master Wei, you seem to have recommended it. This is a sign of Long Wei. When this happens, he has to make the cut appropriately. After all, the evidence is already very clear, and Fang Yuan himself admitted that he does not understand things in his professional field. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Wei Yi finally decided to support Fang Yuan. Brother Zhang, I believe my brother. He wouldn't do something like plagiarism. Yana chuckled and said sarcastically, Master Wei, you've been recommending this brother of yours ever since a while ago. Be careful not to get into trouble. Long Wei shook his head, but still insisted, I believe in my brother's character, but I don't understand these technical matters. It's better for you professionals to handle it. His meaning was very clear. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he took it out for a walk, which was also a way of indirectly guaranteeing Fang Yuan. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then asked Fang Yuan, you said you don't understand these technologies, so how did you build a smart chip? At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to explain, but how could he explain it? He thought about it again and said, I really don't understand. But I have talent, and as long as I see the point that needs to be structured, I can immediately build it without any professional knowledge. Fang Yuan's words were shocking. For a moment, the whole audience was speechless. What does it mean? If you see it, you can do it. This is like a person who has just learned to add 1 and then says that he already knows what mathematics is, and then says that he can do Gaussian mathematics. This is complete bullshit. Chapter 64, I accept the challenge. Fang Yuan, you're about to die, why are you still insisting on doing this? Shi Yinfeng said sarcastically. Fang Yuan shrugged, what do you care? Lan Lan on the side was also suspicious. This is not a game. If you don't know anything and just connect things randomly, you can build the underlying logic. Others will definitely not believe it. Fang Yuan, stop playing. Lan Lan said in a low voice, no one will believe you if you say that. But Fang Yuan gave her a look that said, don't worry, I know my limits. Zhang Wei was a man who had seen a lot of ups and downs, so his emotions didn't change much. He glanced at Shi Yinfeng and said, so, you 2 are fighting for the ownership of this chip, right? One is supported by clear papers, and the other is supported by product patents. He is right, this is the current situation. But because the structure is the same, it is most beneficial to the party with a clear thesis. On the other hand, Blue Core only had chips but no theoretical support, so it was in an unfavorable situation. Well, stop arguing. Zhang Wei tried to give him a courtesy. Deshang Military Industry is designing a nano-core chip, but its main architecture and operating system are still being perfected. I'll give you 10 days. Whoever can perfect it better will be considered the one with stronger RD capabilities. How about that? I refuse. Shi Yunfeng definitely couldn't accept it. He knew that everything was fake, and the longer he waited, the more things would go wrong. Mr. Zhang, this is clearly our Qiqing technology product. Now we have the paper and the finished product as evidence to prove that Blue Core plagiarized us. I must demand an explanation. After Qi Yunfeng finished speaking, Joey Wei opened the briefcase, and inside was a small chip. I just hope that Blue Core can give us a perfect solution. Qi Yunfeng is a smart man. He would never agree to the request for a 10-day structure. If Fang Yuan really succeeds in building it, or if he defeats him, then everything he has laid out will be wasted. Because fake is fake after all. Zhang Wei frowned. Qi Yunfeng was right. The evidence was right in front of them. On the other hand, Lan Xin was completely clueless from the beginning to the end and could not produce any substantial evidence. It's impossible for him to help. Zhang Wei looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes asking, "What is your opinion? If you want to clear your suspicion, you must produce evidence that convinces everyone." Suddenly, Lan thought of something, so she asked Fang Yuan, "When did you finish operating the virtual architecture software on my computer?" Maybe 11:30. 11:30, right? Okay. Lan immediately called her secretary. "Secretary, please copy the automatically saved file of the virtual design on my computer and send it to me." In less than 3 minutes, the file was sent over. Lan found a computer, installed the virtual architecture software, imported the file, and started displaying it. In just 15 minutes, Lan completed the entire architecture process. This is the evidence of Lan Xin. However, he was slapped in the face by Joey Wei. "You told me you could complete the architecture of such a sophisticated smart chip in 15 minutes? Blue Core is really treating us like fools. According to common sense, it is impossible to complete the architecture in such a short time. The so-called architects are engineers who specialize in the software field. But architects also have an important role to play in semiconductor development. Especially smart chips. It is equivalent to a small piece of hardware with its own software. The basis of Lanlin's research and development is the hardware problem, while Fang Yuan solves the software architecture problem. The combination of the two forms a smart chip. This is indeed a bit outrageous." Zhang Wei then said, "In other words, Fang Yuan actually completed the architecture on his own computer. Although the process is a bit outrageous, there is a way to verify it." As he spoke, Zhang Wei provided a software with an unfinished architecture. "Fang Yuan, I'll give you an hour. If you complete the architecture, you'll have proven yourself." The construction was carried out under everyone's eyes, which immediately attracted the interest of many people. Shi Yunfeng felt a little guilty, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "This is not right, Mr. Zhang. Everything depends on the evidence. Let's." "Shut up." Before Qi Yunfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Wei. "If Fang Yuan can complete the structure within this time period, he will definitely be a top-level genius. Therefore, regardless of whether he plagiarized or not, I must protect him and then start cooperation with him. After all, in today's society, talent is the key. Fang Yuan, do you dare to challenge me? It's not a good idea to make bubbles." Fang Yuan was very confident. Joey Wei was also very confident. He whispered to Qi Yunfeng, "Just let him do it. It's okay. He can't finish it. As far as I know, the current Guinness World Record for an architect is to complete a 500,000 square meter building in 72 hours. So even if he's familiar with the process in advance, it will still take at least 10 hours. Upon hearing this, Qi Yunfeng felt relieved. At this time, in the center of the exhibition, Deshang Military Industry had already set up the computers and imposed martial law within a 10-meter radius to prevent anyone from disturbing Fang Yuan. The stage has been set up, waiting for Fang Yuan to perform. However, Fang Yuan knew nothing about professional tools such as C language. He walked over to the computer and sat down. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes around him, Fang Yuan began to familiarize himself with the software and design sketches on the spot. Although the Eye of Insight was activated immediately, it still took time to wait for it to be generated. Therefore, during this period of time, Fang Yuan's amateur performance made everyone sneer at him. As an architect, I don't even know some of the most basic shortcut keys. You can tell at first glance that he is an amateur. Amateur among amateurs. Zhang Wei also shook his head and prepared to give up. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 10 minutes, Fang Yuan's eye of insight finally completed the observation. He twisted his neck and then began to operate. But he used the most stupid method to build it, just like a newbie who only learned basic computer knowledge and started building it from the middle. This confused many professionals in the field present. However, what confused them even more was that Fang Yuan seemed to understand nothing, but his speed was surprisingly fast. It's like when playing basketball, someone can't dribble, and the basketball may even fly away at any time, but the speed is so fast that you can't catch up. And it's getting faster and faster. Lan Lan was distressed when she saw Fang Yuan making meaningless and illogical structures everywhere. As time passed, there were soon only 5 minutes left. Fang Yuan's structure is still in a mess. However, at this moment, he typed out a line of running code, then stopped, crossed his legs, and made people stunned. Is this crazy? We've only built less than 20% of the architecture, and you're already planning to run it? No way? I think this guy has already started to tank. Shi Yunfeng also didn't understand, so he asked Joey Wei, what's going on now? Can't read. Joey Wei shook his head, but this guy made a bunch of shitty code, and none of the key parts are connected. It's impossible. But as Fang Yuan hit enter. Fuck. What the hell? Chapter 65, Destroy You. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. Fang Yuan's pile of disorganized structures were actually linked together one by one. He actually used an architectural principle: tapping a certain point will automatically connect to the next point. To do this, you need to have a super brain that can remember all the logical operations at each point that needs to be constructed. It's an inappropriate metaphor to describe what happened. There is a way of painting that involves doodling seemingly meaningless graffiti on a drawing board, without any visible graphics. Until a basin of sand or flour is poured on it, and through the adhesion of these objects, a painting is finally formed. Fang Yuan's current behavior is like pouring sand on a pile of meaningless graffiti, turning it into a painting of along the river during the Qingming festival. Byte. With the completion of all architectural nodes, Fang Yuan completed the software architecture this time. The whole audience was silent. Experts look at the details, while nicknames just watch the fun. But this time, even the experts couldn't see the trick, because no one knew what was going on until the last moment. What the hell? This is impossible. This completely subverts the concept of architects. Looking at the shocked crowd in the audience, Fang Yuan smiled secretly. Just subvert it. Because I just followed the eye of insight and didn't know what I was doing. Zhang Wei was overjoyed and immediately called a technician to come and check it out. After the technician ran through the entire process, he exclaimed, "Done. 100% done." Joey Wei swallowed his saliva. Shi Yunfeng was sweating profusely. Is this Fang Yuan pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? What do you mean you don't understand professional knowledge? You're just pretending? That must be it. It's just a pity that I have laid the right foundation. I took every step correctly, but I met such a pervert. It seems that Fang Yuan can indeed do it. As soon as Zhang Wei said this, it was already determined that Fang Yuan was fine. And from the very beginning, Fang Yuan had been observing Shi Yunfeng's expressions and movements, and until now, he could finally tell it. Everyone. Fang Yuan stepped forward and said, one of Lanqin and Qiqing must be engaging in unfair business competition, or even technology theft and fabrication of evidence. Shi Yunfeng and Joey Wei broke out in cold sweats instantly. But they were still very confident in their plan, certain it wouldn't be discovered, so they explained it by saying, maybe it was just a technical collision. Is it really a technical crash? Fang Yuan then said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, I don't understand the technical aspects, but I would like to ask you, if someone installed something inside the mouse cable to replicate the mouse's movement trajectory, would that constitute technical plagiarism? At this time, someone in the professional field responded, it can be done. There is such technology. That's it. Fang Yuan said to Zhang Wei, then Mr. Zhang, please investigate the computer of our company's president, Lan Lan. Zhang Wei nodded. I'll have the technician take a look. Technicians were dispatched immediately. After Fang Yuan called Secretary Sun to explain the situation, he then asked, so, can he change the computer time and the time the web page is published? Can. A professional hacker in the audience said, this isn't a difficult technique. And while there are professional anti-tampering techniques in forums like this where papers are published, it's hard to say if you encounter a professional hacker. But you can check the timestamp. Wait a minute, I'll start investigating right away. As he spoke, the professional hacker began to look through the timestamps on the web pages and quickly came to a conclusion. This paper was published on the 9th, and the 7th was a revised date. Moreover, the author hid the paper when he chose to publish it, and only recently released it, so it has no readership. When it comes to technical matters, professionals are faster. Fang Yuan now thinks that he should recruit a top hacker to help him. At this moment, not far from the venue, there was a girl holding a lollipop in her mouth. The girl had twin ponytails and big eyes. She was about 17 years old and was wearing a simple denim suit with a little bear in her chest pocket. Her overall look was quite cute. But because he was wearing glasses and the lenses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, it looked a bit awkward. She was not watching Fang Yuan's actions, and the computer interface in front of her was the interface that interfered with the signal. After putting away the computer, the girl looked at Fang Yuan on the stage. He's quite impressive, little bear. I'll meet this guy tonight. The girl put the computer into her computer bag and left the venue. No one paid any attention to her. On Fang Yuan's side, the frame-up drama directed and acted by Chi Yunfeng and Joey Wei was finally revealed after they investigated Lan Lan's computer and confirmed that chips were installed in the mouse cable and keyboard. Chi Yunfeng, once a shareholder of Bluecore, knows the importance of smart chips. So after Wang Yi invited Lan Lan over despite opposition, he began his own plan. This is first and foremost technology theft. He had his own company, and later forced out some shareholders including Wang Yi. Unfortunately, his shares were eventually acquired by Fang Yuan, leaving him empty-handed. But he had been dormant for so long, so he naturally made a lot of preparations, so he chose to attack Fang Yuan at the technology summit. I thought it was foolproof, but I didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so fierce. Now that the truth was revealed, he was completely panicked. No. Mr. Zhang, this is just a misunderstanding. Misunderstand. However, Wei Yi sneered and said, misunderstanding? The evidence is right in front of us. How can it still be considered a misunderstanding? Joey Wei sat on the ground. As a prodigy in the industry, he was sure to achieve great things in the future, but for a little money, he completely ruined his reputation, cut off his future possibilities, and ruined his own career. We still have Chi Yunfeng here to rely on. Mr. Zhang, I am willing to pay 3 billion to compensate Lanxin for its losses. Chi Yunfeng is rich, and his investment company itself is worth 5 billion yuan. As long as he takes out 60% of the total assets to protect himself, he will have a chance to turn things around in the future. Sorry, I don't want your money. Fang Yuan knew very well that if he failed to kill the snake, he would suffer from it, so he decisively rejected the proposal. Not only did he want to take revenge on Chi Yunfeng in a spectacular way, but he also wanted to strangle his last hope and make him completely regret it. You know, Fang Yuan still has 3 billion virtual stocks that he hasn't used yet. He turned on his phone, logged into today's stock market, and found Chichen Group. In a declining stock market, Chichen Group was able to achieve a good growth, which shows its strength. Then give it some more support. Fang Yuan planned to directly invest the 3 billion virtual funds into Chichen Group. Virtual stocks have no use at all, their only function is to make the data look better. Of course, what would be even better is to sell off at this time and drain the real money of his Chichen Group. So Fang Yuan called Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun, how much money do we have in our account that can be used for investment? Secretary Sun immediately went to the finance department and asked, and the answer was 700 million. Okay, buy all the shares of Chichen Group. Hurry up. If you're late you won't be able to buy it. Fang Yuan urged. Chi Yunfeng was stunned. Why is Fang Yuan giving money to himself? But as a business veteran, he keenly felt that things were not that simple. What are you doing? Fang Yuan smiled slightly, nothing, just destroy you. Destroy me? Chi Yunfeng was confused by what he heard. 10 minutes later, Secretary Sun reported that all the purchases had been successful. Fang Yuan activated the system and bet all 3 billion on Chichen Group. At this time, everyone who was paying attention to the stock market was shocked and shouted, "It's crazy! It's crazy! It's going up like crazy!" Chichen Group, the price went from 7.2 to 88.9? It's approaching its peak in an instant. Fang Yuan smiled slightly and directed Secretary Sun. Now, throw. Chapter 66, The Legendary Affair. Throw? Shi Yunfeng was still a little confused. But soon, he became desperately aware of this abnormal and sudden increase. Moreover, if Fang Yuan sold it at this moment, at least 2 billion market value would evaporate. His scalp instantly went numb. Don't want. Fang Yuan, please be merciful. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Shi Yunfeng's body was bent, and he looked like he was about to kneel down. However, Fang Yuan said with a smile, sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Shi Yunfeng, you didn't even intend to hold back on me, so why should I let you go? Soon, the 5-minute refresh time was up, and at this moment, Xiqing Group's stock price hit the limit down, with huge fluctuations. Shi Yunfeng watched everything with a dull look, but Fang Yuan had a backup plan. He clapped his hands, and the next moment, Shen Linsong appeared, bringing someone with him. Shi Hong. Shi Yunfeng, look who this is? Also coming with them were Wei Yi's bodyguards. Fang Yuan had already told him that Shi Hong wanted to assassinate Master Wei, and now was the time to settle the score. Dad, save me. When Shi Hong saw Shi Yunfeng, he felt like he had seen his savior and called out to his father to save him. But he didn't know that Shi Yunfeng was also in danger. The surname Fang. Shi Yunfeng looked at Fang Yuan fiercely, without a doubt this was his doing. Shi Yunfeng, you'd better take care of yourself. Master Wei would definitely not let this father and son go, so he said in a cold voice. Shi Yunfeng was in despair, as he thought he had a sure win. But now his shares have evaporated, the company has gone bankrupt, and he and his son have broken the law. He is completely finished. It's all over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the high-level revenge against Shi Yunfeng. Reward, high-level ability, breaking the army Wild Howl has a 60% chance of breaking the opponent's defense. Critical hit reward, hidden charm value. Pujuan? What is this? The name sounds great, but it only has one defense breaking effect. What is the use of it? And what does the hidden charm value of the critical hit reward mean? This wave of revenge was a revenge on Shi Yunfeng, but the reward seemed a bit disappointing, and Fang Yuan was almost broken. Soon, Shi Yunfeng and his son were taken away, and the farce came to an end. After this little episode, Blue Core won the attention of almost the entire audience, especially Fang Yuan's almost demonic performance, which completely made the chip famous. Many manufacturers have expressed their intention to cooperate. The AI smart chips produced by Blue Core will definitely be the technological star of the future. Fang Yuan, well, you're amazing. We can cooperate more in the future. Zhang Wei took the initiative to talk to Fang Yuan. After the two shook hands, Yaona from Kyoto Technology also came up to shake hands with Fang Yuan. However, the moment their hands touched, Fang Yuan shuddered all over. Yaona's hands are so delicate and silky. And while her eyes were full of admiration, there seemed to be other meanings as well. It's like a hungry wolf, staring at a piece of fresh meat, and can't wait to eat it in one bite. You are young and promising. This is my business card. We will meet again. After saying that, Yaona shook her body, and the waves were very turbulent. Wow! This is the real natural thunder. This hurdle was finally passed, and Lon Lon breathed a sigh of relief. The Tech Summit continues. In the following award ceremony, Blue Core's smart chip won the Outstanding Technology Award as expected. Lon Lon went on stage to receive the award. By the time the Technology Summit ended, it was already afternoon. Seeing a group of merchants surrounding Lon Lon and asking for cooperation, Fang Yuan quickly slipped away. He swore that he would never participate in such activities again, no matter how hard he tried. It was too boring and torturous. Fortunately, the threat of Shi Yunfeng was eliminated, which not only put my mind at ease, but also earned me 2 billion yuan. Fang Yuan drove happily and prepared to go back. After turning a few corners and waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, a girl who was walking suddenly fell in front of Fang Yuan's car, which scared him. Fang Yuan quickly got out of the car, approached and asked, "Miss, you?" The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, with red hair and a pure and lovely look. She looked like the girl next door, except that her hair color was unique. Sir, I'm sorry, I have a little hypoglycemia." Oh. It wasn't a scam, Fang Yuan felt relieved. Seeing that the traffic light was red, Fang Yuan helped the red-haired girl up and said, "I'll take you to the hospital." "Get in the car." "Thank you, you're such a nice person. It's just a piece of cake." When getting in the car, Fang Yuan observed the girl carefully. She had a rosy complexion and did not look like she had low blood sugar. And when I helped her up just now, I took her pulse and it was healthy. Sir, there's no need to send me to the hospital. After getting in the car, the girl said, turn left ahead. That's the hotel I'm staying at. I have some medicine. You'll be fine after taking it. Hearing this, a bold idea emerged in Fong Yuan's mind. Could this be the legendary affair? Fortunately, Fong Yuan is a self-disciplined person. But he wanted to help her to the end. Since the girl needed it, he just drove to the hotel. And we got there very quickly. After parking the car, Fong Yuan helped her upstairs. But as soon as they entered the room, the girl immediately closed the door, and then she clung to him as if she had no bones. You are such a good person, and you are so handsome, you are lucky. The girl whispered in Fong Yuan's ear. Fong Yuan was stunned. No way, this is too fast. But the girl in front of him, flushed and feverish, didn't look like she was acting. Could it be a hidden charm value? Is it that obvious? Fong Yuan threw the girl on the bed, turned around and went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet to wash his face, and then looked at himself in the mirror. You're really hungry. This can't be accepted. Fong Yuan slapped himself again before calming down. He then picked up a disposable toothbrush, walked out of the bathroom, and threw it to the burning girl on the bed. Miss, I think you misunderstood. I am not a casual person. Here, this is for you, you can solve it yourself. After saying that, he turned around, opened the door and was about to go out. But after opening the door, there were two people in black suits in front of him. Both of them were wearing sunglasses. They were both about 1.8 meters tall and had standard square faces. They looked like they could fight. Honey trap? Fong Yuan immediately thought of this plot. Considering the girl's behavior, well, it's very likely. I told you, there is no such thing as a free lunch. But it seems they picked the wrong person. Brother, what do you mean? Fong Yuan asked bluntly. The big man on the left laughed grimly upon hearing this. You're no good either, second man? Be mindful of the impact, this is not the time to joke around. The one on the right had a serious expression on his face, then said in a low voice, Fong Yuan, right? Our eldest sister wants to see you. What sister? I think you are robbing me. Fong Yuan flexed his wrist. Next time you set up a trap, remember to find someone weaker. Hey ha. After he finished speaking, he attacked instantly. The two men were unable to dodge and were knocked off balance by the blow. After gaining the upper hand, Fong Yuan did a somersault and, relying on his excellent physical fitness, grabbed one man's head and slammed it against the wall, knocking him unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, the other person suddenly touched his waist. Fong Yuan turned around and was about to throw a punch, but the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Let's talk it over nicely. Fong Yuan immediately raised his hands in surrender, feeling confused. No, how can this person hold a gun? Guns are clearly prohibited. Chapter 67, Outsmarting. Boy, you're really good at fighting. Fighting might be useless. To survive in this world, you need to rely on your strength. Do you have the strength? The burly man shook the gun in his hand. See, what is this? It's a gun. I'm so good, give me a slap on the face. Fong Yuan said embarrassedly, brother, it's just a honey trap, it's not that serious. Jump your sister. The strong man said coldly, our eldest sister wants to see you. Under the threat of a gun, Fong Yuan followed the strong man to the door of a room in the hotel. That is the presidential suite, also the highest standard room. The door opened, and a woman was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She seemed to have just taken a shower, with her hair casually draped down and a facial mask on her face. Come on, please sit down. Judging from the tone, there seemed to be no malice, and even some appreciation. We finally meet, Mr. Fong. The voice sounded familiar, and from the lazy tone, Fong Yuan remembered where he had heard it before. Yang Shan. It's you. Fong Yuan sat down carelessly. Yang Shan chuckled and said, yes, it's me. I've said before, I never fail to get what I want. Mr. Fong refuses to cooperate, so I have no choice but to resort to some tricks. The fact that Yang Shan's people can carry guns and still act so presumptuously fully demonstrates her power, or rather the collector behind her, is quite powerful. Fong Yuan's expression turned serious, just for the queen's tears? Yang Shan shrugged. The bath towel slipped off, revealing skin that was very smooth, like a baby's. Although I can't see her true face clearly, she must be a beauty and she must be well maintained. 100 million. If you're willing to pay, we can also agree to one more request. Well, this kind of business is a sure win for you. Yang Shan took out her cell phone and said that she could transfer money at any time. By the way, that beauty just now is pretty good, isn't she? If you're willing to make a move, she'll be given to you. You can play with her however you want. I guarantee you'll be in ecstasy. In order to obtain the tears of the goddess, Yang Shan really spent a lot of money. In response, Fang Yuan shook his head and said, No, she is still not as good as you. Oh, smooth talk. Yang Shan glanced at Fang Yuan, took off the mask on her face, revealing her true appearance. Fang Yuan was stunned. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes and definitions of beauty. Yang Shan's beauty is not the kind of vulgar beauty, but a kind of beauty that is difficult to explain. It is not appropriate to say that she is stunningly beautiful. She is just mature with a touch of charm, and charming with a hint of sweetness. She looks mature in age, yet also very young. In short, it's very strange. An old woman teasing a young man's hair. How old are you, sister? Yang Shan did not hide her doubts about Fang Yuan. 37, what, you like this type of me? That's right, you're 25, but your wife is 32. TSK, she has quite a unique taste. As she spoke, Yang Shan changed her position. It's a pity that you are a second man and can't satisfy me. Fang Yuan's face flushed red, and he immediately asked, How would you know if you don't play around? Oh? Yang Shan licked her lips. You know what, this little guy does have some unique charm, no wonder he can control Shinjijing so well. She suddenly wanted to try what Fang Yuan's food tasted like. Ring. If you're willing to sell us the ring, I don't mind playing with you for a round. I'm just worried you'll win too quickly and it'll be boring. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied. Fang Yuan took out the ring directly. When Yang Shan saw the ring, her eyes couldn't help but waver. After all, it is difficult for women to refuse diamonds. Except Song Shishir. You really want to fight a lap? Thinking of what was said before, Yang Shan's cheeks flushed and she felt a little bit of anticipation. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Why not give it to you? But, I have a suggestion, in order to be able to better, you, have. Of course. What a joke. Don't you see what Yang Shan does? The guy who seduced Fang Yuan before was specially trained by her. He even carries this kind of thing with him. Soon, Yang Shan took a piece and put it in the cup of water. Fang Yuan also put the ring on the table as promised. You guys go out first. Yang Shan signaled her men to leave. Yes. As if he was already used to this situation, the bodyguard left the room without saying a word. Yang Shan stood up and hooked Fang Yuan's chin. Little brother, I advise you to play cards with me for a while. Fang Yuan smiled slyly. Now is the time. High-level superpowers, plunder. The next moment, Fang Yuan's perspective instantly entered Yang Shan's body. It really worked. Fang Yuan looked around in surprise, only to find that from this perspective, his original body seemed to be asleep. If there were other people present at this moment, it would be very dangerous given his current condition. It seems that plunder cannot be used indiscriminately. There are only 60 seconds left, so hurry up. Fang Yuan controlled Yang Shan, grabbed the glass of water on the table and drank it all. After doing all this, he returned to his body. In just a moment, Yang Shan looked at the cup of water in her hand with a look of horror on her face. What did I do? Nothing. Fang Yuan picked up the ring, looked at Yang Shan coldly, and said, I hate it most when people threaten me, especially those around me. I don't want your money, goodbye. Revenge successful. Before Yang Shan could react, she saw Fang Yuan was about to leave and quickly shouted, Wait, come back. What did you do to me, little brat? The effect has already taken effect. Yang Shan's skin has begun to turn pink and her eyes are a little blurry. If you can't help it, you can ask your men to solve it. I have something else to do. Bye. After saying that, Fang Yuan opened the door and was about to leave. The burly bodyguard wanted to stop him, but he grabbed him with his hands, knocked the gun out of his hand, and hit him in the back of the neck, causing him to faint in a daze. The plundering skill not only controls the opponent's body, but also plunders the opponent's abilities. This Yang Shan seems to have a special identity. Not only does she have maxed out fighting skills, she also has many tricks that only special agents have. It's easy for her to deal with a little karami. Soon, Fong Yuan left. Yang Shan lay on the ground in pain, curled up, trembling and crying. Fong Yuan, I will make you pay the price. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she looked at the direction Fong Yuan left with resentment and roared. Fong Yuan sneezed for no reason after walking out of the hotel, then got in the car and left. After arriving home, Fong Yuan was about to get out of the car when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in the drawer of the car. So he reached out and opened it, and found a tiny electronic component in the gap between the layers. Tracker. Agent skills activated. Fong Yuan turned off the tracker, checked that there was nothing else unusual in the car, got out of the car, and went upstairs. Xin Zijing and Jiang Yuner haven't come back yet. Fong Yuan turned on the computer, connected the tracker, and started the anti-tracking operation. As an agent, Yang Shan is a computer expert, and with the help of the Eye of Insight, she quickly locked onto the address. In an old residential area in the old city of Jiangcheng. The sky is blue, waiting for the mist and rain. The phone rang. The man picked it up and saw that it was a string of digital codes. He smiled slightly and picked up the phone. That's the AI voice over there. You were able to discover this. We underestimated you. But you've offended Yang Shan. That woman is vindictive, so you better be careful. Besides, the game has already started. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Chapter 68, Scared to Tears. The game has begun? Damn it, you're only saying half the words, what kind of riddler is this? Until going to bed, Fong Yuan was still wondering what the other party meant. Hubby, you're obsessed. What game or riddle is this? I don't understand. Xin Zijing hooked her arm around Fong Yuan and asked lovingly. Fong Yuan suddenly came to his senses. Damn it, I was so confused that a phone call messed up my mentality. Nothing. He looked at the beauty in his arms, then smiled evilly, turned over immediately, and started a 2.5-hour horse riding game. The next day. Blue Core Group. The company is very lively. Fong Yuan shined at the exhibition yesterday, and today, merchants came in an endless stream to seek cooperation. All departments of Lanxin were running at full speed and were almost smoking, but they still couldn't receive them all. Seeing this, Lan Lan simply held an investment promotion meeting. Fong Yuan was afraid of trouble, so he didn't go over. When he was running away, he happened to see Chen Mushing standing guard at the door. Big brother. Chen Mushing has great respect for him. Fong Yuan asked, how is your mother? Much better. She's in much better spirits these days. By the way, Professor Yi from the hospital came home yesterday and did a simple checkup for my mother. Oh? Fong Yuan suddenly wanted to know Professor Ye's reaction. What did she say? I didn't say anything, just let my mother have a good rest. Forehead. Fong Yuan was a little surprised. This reaction was a bit unexpected. As they were talking, a pink Maserati stopped at the company entrance. When the window rolled down, Li Lai was seen inside. Fong Yuan. Hey, Miss Li. Fong Yuan greeted him. To be honest, after an in-depth discussion, he didn't want to continue his revenge. Get in the car. There's no time to explain. Li Lai looked a little flustered. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you getting in the car or not? Li Lai's domineering attitude made Fong Yuan instantly give up the idea of revenge. TSK, who do you think you are? Fong Yuan rolled his eyes and turned away with a swagger. Li Lai shouted from behind, if you help me, I'll invest 1 billion yuan and we can work together. You are my valued customer. When Fong Yuan heard about the 1 billion, he immediately changed his mind. In principle, making money is what matters. But as soon as he got into the passenger seat, Li Lai stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? My grandfather is gone. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. What did this have to do with him? He said helplessly, your grandfather is gone and the procedure is done. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, not a magician. I can't resurrect him. Are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Li Lai really doesn't know this. Forehead. Fong Yuan coughed and said, what do you want from me? Please help me. Li Lai got straight to the point. Ever since my grandfather became seriously ill, the Li family has stopped caring about the business and started splitting up, which has led to the family going downhill. Now that Grandpa is dead and his body is still warm, they're actually making trouble again. So I thought since you know young Master Long, you should be able to help me. Fong Yuan did not ask any further questions. Soon, the car stopped at a mansion near the suburbs. White silk was hung inside and outside the house, and a morning tent was set up in the yard. The two got out of the car, and Li Lai continued to talk to Fong Yuan. The Li family, like the Long family, both relied on fighting and killing to make their fortunes. Although they were cleansed a long time ago, they are still a black family at heart. Grandpa passed away suddenly, and the Li family fell apart. Everyone was fighting for the inheritance. As for the specific distribution of the estate, my grandfather must have left a will, but they don't allow me to participate, not even to burn incense. There must be something fishy going on. You are Master Long's uncle. The Li family is most afraid of the Weilong group now, so I think. Fong Yuan understood. It seems that Li Lai failed to connect with young Master Long, so today he can only use himself as an introduction. Just tell me, are you coming back to burn incense or to divide the family property? Li Lai hesitated. To be honest, she doesn't have much concept of family affection. Although her grandfather loved her very much, as she grew up and left the core of the Li family, this feeling faded under the influence of money. Is there a conflict? Li Lai tried his best to conceal his intentions. No, let's go, I'm already here. Fong Yuan didn't plan to ask any more questions. As for offering help? Let us just forget it. Just consider it as you are here to see the joke today. At the gate of the Li family mansion, the two were about to enter but were stopped. That person was Li Haokuan. This guy was in mourning but still showed off his power. He brought a few thugs with him. When he saw Fong Yuan, he was furious. Li Lai, are you really involved with this guy? Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Besides, aren't Li Haokuan and Li Lai on good terms? That night, Fong Yuan saw him so anxious that he was almost crying. What is going on now? But after careful analysis, it seems not to be the case. When facing young Master Long, Li Haokuan decisively ran away, not even caring about his sister. It seems that it will take some time to figure out what's going on here. Li Haokuan, you are being selfish. Li Lai was very unhappy with his brother's behavior. Selfish? Li Haokuan said, Sister, I don't want my Li family's fortune to be divided up by a woman like you. Besides, our Li family's ancestors were nobles after all. Women have no right to participate in anything related to the family. I asked you to get married, but you refused. You always thought you were superior to others, but now you are hanging out with this kind of trash. I really laughed. Li Lai's face turned visibly cold. Since Li Haokuan said so, there was no need for her to continue giving him face. Li Haokuan. I am a member of the Li family. I also earned money for the Li family in the past, so even if the family property is divided, there will be a share for me. If you want to get rid of me after it has done its work, no way. When dogs bite each other, their mouths are covered with fur. Fong Yuan was very happy to see this. This was much more interesting than revenge or something like that. Also, this is Fong Yuan, Master Long's uncle. Li Lai brought Fong Yuan to support him. However, Li Haokuan said disdainfully, I've checked. This guy just has some medical skills and can help Master Wei treat illnesses. Do you really think he's your backer? Ding. Current target for revenge, Li Haokuan, current number of possible revenges, 1. Fong Yuan was confused. I was enjoying the show and not angry at all, so why did the system task get triggered? But if there is a task, then just do it. Li Haokuan was still mocking him at this time. Li Lai, let me tell you. Ha! Fong Yuan suddenly shouted, startling Li Haokuan. He angrily yelled, Are you sick? Ahem, my throat feels uncomfortable. What is going on? Isn't the probability that the Pujuan skill didn't activate 60%? Li Haokuan continued, the Li family's property. Ha! Fuck, what are you yelling about? What's wrong with me? Fong Yuan's voice is louder than Li Haokuan's. Then I saw Li Haokuan suddenly curl his lips, tears and snot running down his face, and he started crying like a woman. Fong Yuan, you scared me to death. Chapter 69, Martial Arts Master? Fong Yuan had never expected that his shout would have such an effect. Li Haokuan, whose defense was broken, cried like a woman and then turned around shyly. Run away. This time, no one blocked the door. Li Lai was a little puzzled. Fang Yuan had only shouted, and Li Haokuan had already run away. She asked suspiciously, "What happened? How did you do that?" Maybe he has a guilty conscience and is ashamed of himself. Fang Yuan made up an excuse. When did he become so fragile? Li Lai was still a little confused, but the current trouble had been solved, so he decided to go into the Li family mansion as soon as possible. The Li family is also big. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but after entering and passing through several courtyards, Fang Yuan realized how wonderful the life of the rich was. Let us not talk about anything else, just talking about this residence, it is like a palace in a TV drama, each courtyard can accommodate a family. I walked to a small path, which led to the main courtyard of the inner courtyard. At this time, I could hear funeral music playing. The two men walked forward quickly. This was the Li family's mourning hall, and Mr. Li's coffin was inside the mourning hall. The yard was filled with people who came to pay their respects, and people in mourning sat on both sides. As soon as Li Lai appeared, she attracted everyone's hostility, as if she shouldn't have appeared. "Humph, what are you doing here? How dare you come here?" The person who spoke was a man of about 50 years old. He looked very high in status and was sitting in the first position on the left. Zhua is the most respected and is in the first place. He should be the first person after the head of the Li family. Second master. Li Lai bowed respectfully, showing a good grasp of etiquette. Although the second master of the Li family softened his tone, he still said with disdain, "Li Lai, there are some things that you should understand even if the second master doesn't say them. As a woman, you are not qualified to come and mourn Big Brother. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Li Lai lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. Fang Yuan enjoyed the show, but he was also quite curious. Why did this family bully only Li Lai? "Why, second master, I am also a member of the Li family." "Yes, we all admit that." Mr. Li Yuri changed the subject, "But you can only blame your mother. She was just a servant, of lowly status. After all, our genes are different. The difference between an emperor and a beggar. Besides, we arranged for you to get married and fight for the interests of the Li family. What did you do? It was you who chose to leave the Li family." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed like I heard something extraordinary. The affairs of the Li family are too complicated. "Yes, that's right, I chose it myself." Li Lai's eyes were firm, and then she reached out and put her arm around Fang Yuan, pretending to be very intimate, but who can blame me for having such a capable man now? "Let me introduce you, Fang Yuan, Master Wei's younger brother and Master Long's uncle." When Master Wei and Master Long were mentioned, Master Li's expression changed instantly. He looked Fang Yuan up and down. The Li family runs a traditional industry and has never participated in the research and development of new technologies. Naturally, no one knows Fang Yuan, so his eyes are full of suspicion. But what if it's true? He didn't dare to gamble. So Mr. Li coughed and expressed his position in a tactful way. "This is an internal matter of the Li family. Even if Master Wei came in person, it might not be possible. Don't listen to my sister." Li Haokuan appeared out of nowhere, tears still streaming down his face. He pointed at Fang Yuan and said to Second Master Li, "Second Master, this guy is Xin Jijing's husband. It's Xin Jijing's husband who stole our business 2 days ago." Mr. Li Er's eyes suddenly became sinister. Xin Jijing, the newly appointed director of Fingrue Group. The former director Lu, also known as Baldy Lu, had close cooperation with the Li family and they could get kickbacks from each other. As a result, after Xin Jijing took office, he directly blocked all the roads. On Fang Yuan's side, seeing that Mr. Li Er had a bad look on his face, there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. No wonder the task was triggered for Li Haokuan. It turned out that there was a conflict between the Li family and Xin Jijing. The opportunity is just right. Li Haokuan sneered, "Fang Yuan, you've ruined my plans time and again, and your wife has taken over our Li family's business. Now you've brought my sister here to cause trouble. I was looking for you. I never thought that you wouldn't take the road to heaven, but would break into hell without a door. Today, I will take back everything I lost with interest." Seeing Li Haokuan being so arrogant, Fang Yuan thought, could this guy have some trump card in his hand? While he was thinking, Li Haokuan waved his hand and 7 or 8 thugs surrounded him. After all, it is a family involved in organized crime, and with its history, the Li family has many martial artists under their command. Master Lier gave the order, tie this man up first and deal with him later. As for you, Li Lai, according to family rules, cut off your fingers. What? You dare? We are now in a society ruled by law, you. Before Li Lai could finish his words, the thugs rushed up one by one with ferocious looks. This is the old house of the Li family, and since they have a shady background, these people act with impunity. Fang Yuan originally came to watch a play, but unexpectedly became the protagonist of the play. It seems that we have no choice but to take action. Li Lai, are you ready? Fang Yuan asked. Li Lai was still confused and didn't respond. Seeing this, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Friendly empowerment. Ding. Friendly empowerment failed, Li Lai has already been empowered. That's right. That night, Fang Yuan gave Li Lai power to prevent her from fainting. Get started. In the blink of an eye, the fists of the Li family's thugs had already hit them. Fang Yuan dodged sideways. At this moment, he had Yang Shan's special agent skills and was like a combat expert. After becoming familiar with the routine, he used his grappling hands to relieve the force, and buckled the joints, and knocked down all the thugs in no time. Seeing Fang Yuan's skills, Mr. Li could no longer sit still. He suddenly attacked, fought with Fang Yuan, and quickly gained the upper hand. Martial arts master? This Mr. Li was a very capable man, and even with Fang Yuan's current fighting skills, he still suffered a loss and was forced back several meters by his push. Come again. Fang Yuan refused to accept it and rushed forward with a roar. Master Li sneered and touched Fang Yuan's heart with a sudden movement of his hand. Fang Yuan's eyes went dark, his legs went weak, and he almost fell down, but he quickly managed to hold on thanks to his physical strength. Mr. Li was very surprised. Ha ha! Fang Yuan shouted again. This time he was lucky and triggered the broken army effect again. Mr. Li's expression changed, and he suddenly covered his face and started crying. Woo woo woo! Then a dramatic scene happened. Mr. Li, who was almost 70 years old, cried like a young wife, turned his head and ran away. Everyone in the yard was stunned. Li Haokuan seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Li Lai and yelling, Li Lai, you unfilial daughter, you actually brought people to disrupt Grandpa's funeral. And you, Fang Yuan, I'm not done with you. Li Lai also became excited. Fang Yuan was such a good fighter, and he had Master Wei as his backer, so he responded with a tough attitude, Li Haokuan, I'm telling you, this is mine, I must take it back. Then you come and try it. Li Haokuan knew that he would suffer if he took action, so he said with a stern smile, the Li family has a backer now. We don't need young Master Long anymore. Chapter 70, Hidden Charm Value. As he spoke, Li Haokuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Shao Kunken, what's wrong? A female voice came from the phone, and Li Haokuan immediately clamped his throat and cried out his grievances. Sister, someone is bullying me. Well, my sister found a wild man who came to the family to cause trouble and even beat people. Yes, it's the Li family's old house. Sister, come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Li Haokuan sneered, Humph, Fang Yuan, and Li Lai, just wait. I'll let my eldest sister take care of you. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. In less than 10 minutes, a team of 20 black-clad bodyguards arrived at the Li family. Then a woman came out surrounded by black-clad bodyguards. It was Yao Na. Saw it at the tech summit yesterday. When Yao Na showed up, Li Haokuan immediately turned into a puppy and ran over to her, saying aggrievedly, Sister Yao, you're finally here. That's them. Yao Na glanced over and immediately saw Fang Yuan. She smiled knowingly and asked Li Haokuan, you said your sister bullied you, so who is he? Oh, he's the wild man my sister found, and he's the one who beat people up. Sister Yao, you have to make the decision for me. The reason why Li Haokuan suddenly became so bold was because he relied on Yao Na, a powerful figure. As for Yao Na, she was also bored and was planning to invest in Jiangchang. Seeing that Li Haokuan was quite pleasing to her, she chose him. And Li Haokuan also conducted an investigation. Yao Na is already 40 years old this year and has not yet married, but she has a perfect figure and good looks, especially her big breasts, which everyone likes. And according to rumors, she really likes to play with young and handsome men. So Li Haokuan dressed up specially that day, pretending to be a little puppy, wanting to see if he could get the position, and it turned out to be successful in no time. Li Haokuan, recognize your place. Yana suddenly said with disgust. However, Li Haokuan seemed not to hear it, and continued to carry on with his shameless spirit, smiling and walking aside. Li Lai looked at her brother like this and suddenly felt a little disgusted. Fortunately, the relationship has been torn apart, so it doesn't matter whether I admit it or not. The Li family really disappoints me. Yao Na shook her head. The reason she came here was to see what Li Haokuan was up to. But seeing him like this, I just felt nauseous. Especially since he had just invested in it, he immediately regarded Kyoto Technology as his backer. It's even more unbearable. Elder sister. Li Haokuan broke out in a cold sweat. Sister Yao said she would help me, why do I suddenly feel like she is going to go back on her word now? Li Haokuan, Jingdu Technology's investment in your family is simply because they saw the Li family's development potential. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke Fang Yuan. Ah. Li Haokuan suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is Sister Yao speaking up for Fang Yuan? Yao Na walked up to Fang Yuan, still with that expression as if she wanted to eat him up. She extended her hand and said, Fang Yuan, we meet again. Your Blue Core Company is a shining new star in the future field. Coincidentally, I would also like to continue discussing cooperative projects with you. I wonder if you are interested? Of course, Fang Yuan accepted everyone who came. There is still a shortage of people on Blue Core's board of directors, and Yao Na is the boss of Kyoto Technology, so it's not a matter of when to discuss it now. So he held Yao Na's hand and said, very interested. And it would be even better if you could buy shares. I'm the only one on the board, and it's very lonely. Yao Na was amused by him and laughed. This is the first time I've seen someone want to share their rights. But, that's fine. I'll invest 2 billion. By investing in Blue Core, when the chips are officially launched on the market, Blue Core's stock price and market value will surely continue to double. For Yao Na, this is a sure profit. TSK, big companies just have money. No, it's just a strategic investment. The two of them flattered each other. Li Haokuan was stunned. It turns out that the people he recruited became someone else's wedding dress. Sister Yao. Roll. Yao Na looked at Li Haokuan coldly. From the very beginning, she felt that Li Haokuan's eyes were disgusting, and he spoke in a husky, effeminate voice. But Fang Yuan is different. This guy looks like a little leopard, very powerful. And the person lying on the ground also indirectly proves his strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the primary revenge against Li Haokuan. Reward, basic supernatural power, bad luck curse when cast on another person, they will become very unlucky for a day. Forehead. What a useless ability. What's the use of this? Making someone unlucky and unlucky feels like a prank. But keep it for now, it might be useful someday. On the Li family's side, the two most difficult people have been dealt with, and with Fang Yuan and Yao Na in charge, Li Lai can handle the division of the family property on his own. So the two of them just watched quietly from the side. While they were dividing the property over there, Yao Na's icy little hand had already touched them over here. Fang Yuan's whole body trembled. Wow, those abs. Yao Na licked the corner of her mouth. Fang Yuan coughed, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Yao Na glanced at Fang Yuan coquettishly, then withdrew her hand and rubbed him from time to time. Fang Yuan got goosebumps. He vaguely remembered that at the technology summit, Yao Na's attitude towards him seemed very cold, and she even stood on Shi Yunfeng's side. Just because I showed some potential, she pounced on me? Impossible. The two of them are at most in investment cooperation, this is a bit over the line. Hey, wait. Fang Yuan suddenly realized something terrible. That is the special reward, the hidden charm value. At first, there didn't seem to be any noticeable effect, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after thinking about it carefully, could it be that he had a special attraction to mature women? Very likely. In this way, Fang Yuan endured until the end of the entire ceremony. Li Lai also successfully obtained a part of the family property, which was as much as 200 million. Although the Li family is gradually declining, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and it can continue to survive for a while, but its influence will definitely gradually decrease in the future. Li Lai didn't care. What she wanted was money, the money that the Li family owed her over the years. The ceremony was over, and Yao Na had something else to do, so she said goodbye. But before leaving, she patted Fang Yuan's butt and whispered in his ear, wait, I'll find you again. Fang Yuan was so frightened that his body trembled. The fun at the Li family was over, and Fong Yuan and Li Lai left. Thank you so much today. I'll treat you to dinner, and tonight, don't leave. Li Lai's face turned a little red. Fong Yuan rolled his eyes. Humph, you still want to play with me? You are wishful thinking. You don't have to stay, but as for dinner, well, I'll treat you. Fong Yuan drove straight to the commercial street of Jiangcheng Institute of Science and Technology. There were many shops here, but they were not considered high-end consumption. The main reason why he came here was to verify whether his hidden charm value was what he thought. But Li Lai was not happy. Hello? You're worth billions, and you're bringing me to a place like this to eat? As expected, it's Li Lai. He is still so high and mighty, and will do anything to get to the top. So Fong Yuan said, let me show you the life of the working people. If you don't like it, you can leave. You. Li Lai became angry and embarrassed when she saw Fong Yuan's attitude. It's definitely a different gene after all. As expected, even if you're rich, you can never become a noble. You're even worse than a nouveau riche. Fong Yuan was not angry either. After parking the car, I went straight to Ma Widow's home cooking restaurant. He wanted to verify the effect of this hidden charm value.